When corn encounters maize, is it the corn that has wronged the maize, or vice versa? Chapter 1. The Hungry Maize. Qingshan County is nestled in the Yunling mountain range, backed by the Immortal Mountain and facing the Great River. It is a land blessed with favorable weather. However, it has not seen a drop of rain in 3 years. The river has dried up, the earth has cracked, and the harvest has been utterly barren, leaving even the grass withered and the bark stripped bare for sustenance. At the corner of Dongqing Alley in Qingshan County, there lies an inconspicuous shop. Its sign reading Bao Family Grain Store. Behind the counter sits a young girl, no more than 12 or 13, with an abacus hung around her neck. She is slender, her chin sharp, and her wrists so thin they seem to consist of little more than skin stretched over bone. Yet, her pitch-black, glistening eyes sparkle like stars in the night sky. Her gaze is fixed upon the 4 characters Rinshan, Hoda on the wall, her lips moving slightly as she murmurs a litany of food items: white flour, buns, steamed bread, fried dough sticks, soybean milk, rice dumplings, sticky rice cake, and noodle with gravy. The girl, surnamed Bao, is the only daughter of the shopkeeper. The 2 of them rely on this modest grain store for their livelihood. In the lush, water-abundant Qingshan County, renowned as a land of fish and rice, life was once stable, allowing her to grow plump and rosy-cheeked. Her round face, dimpled smile, and crescent-shaped eyes rivaled the large white buns from the neighboring dumpling shop. Due to her ample figure, the neighbors affectionately referred to her by the nickname Baozi, which signifies buns, rather than her name that connotes abundant harvest. Baozi, does your well still have water? Baozi, do you have any maize left to sell? Baozi, have you really run out of white flour? Baozi, can I check a granary for any grains that might have slipped into the corners? 3 years of drought have rendered the fields barren, not even a blade of grass sprouting from the ground. The county's granaries are empty, and she is not a celestial being from the mountains capable of conjuring food from thin air. If there were any provisions left, she would not have withered from a plump Baozi into a mere kernel of maize. Earlier this year, her father passed away after a severe illness. At the time of his death, only a bowl of rice remained in the pantry, which she used to pay for his burial. Subsequently, she pried apart the brick platform used for weighing and selling grain, uncovering a significant amount of moldy grains that had fallen into the crevices. Under the cover of night, she would secretly boil porridge in the kitchen. She reduced her meals from 2 bowls of rice a day to just 1 bowl of porridge, managing to survive on the meager, spoiled grains for 3 months. She pondered that if grains had slipped through the brick seams, perhaps there were still some left in the granary. Unable to lift the stone slab alone, she enlisted the help of Aunt Jo, a kind neighbor, to pry open the granary's seams and mouse holes, where they extracted 7 or 8 pounds of grain. She shared half with Aunt Jo and kept the other half for herself. With a little over 4 pounds of mixed grains, she managed to sustain herself with just 1 bowl of porridge each day until now. Strangely, Qingshan County, backed by the mystical Yunling and facing the Grand River, is said to be a land of auspicious fortune. Despite its history stretching back over 3,000 years to the Daxia dynasty, there are no recorded instances of 3 consecutive years of drought in any ancient texts. Last year, a Taoist priest from the Qingyun temple outside the city observed the celestial phenomena and proclaimed, "In the south, there exists a being, 2 or 3 feet tall, bare-bodied, with eyes atop its head, moving like the wind, known as Ba. The lands it visits suffer great drought, leaving 1,000 miles of scorched earth." Suspecting the presence of this drought demon, they organized efforts to burn offerings and exhumed many graves, yet rain remained elusive. The county magistrate summoned sorcerers repeatedly, yet their rain-calling spells bore no fruit. Baozi had also heard that the magistrate sent envoys to search for immortal beings in the Yunling Mountains, but the mountains were shrouded in clouds and fog, teeming with wild beasts, and the trail of the immortals was elusive. Now, Baozi was left with only one feeling: hunger. Her mind was filled with images of fluffy steamed buns, dumplings, and noodles with savory sauce. Having consumed the last of her meager porridge, her stomach was hollow, and she had scraped every corner of her home for food. There was simply no grain left to conjure. Her onset cherubic face had withered to a gaunt visage, resembling a mere kernel of maize. Having been raised amidst the granary, plump and jovial, how could Baozi resign herself to starvation within the confines of her home? After the sun had passed its zenith, she resolved to venture out in search of sustenance. This marked her first venture outside since the onset of the drought and the burial of her father. Previously, she had been reluctant to face the crowds of beggars outside, fearing encounters where others might solicit her for alms. Now, having become a beggar herself, she felt no such apprehension. With a small bamboo basket slung over her shoulder to carry firewood, a stick in her left hand, and a pot for cooking porridge in her right, she stepped outside. Begging was a humiliating affair, and she walked with her head bowed, avoiding eye contact as she turned down the alley. Upon reaching the main street, she noticed a man in a dark robe and black shoes approaching. Embarrassed, she kept her gaze low, holding out her pot towards him, stammering, "Please, I beg you, I haven't eaten in 3 days and feel as if I will perish. A frail voice responded from above. Bao, do I seem like someone who has food to spare? Recognizing that familiar voice, she looked up to see Sun Aiching, a gaunt scholar, who resembled a walking skeleton. His cracked, pale lips quivered as he asked, Bao, do you have any food? Silently, she sidestepped him and continued on her way. At first, she would plead, please, do you have anything to eat? I've gone 3 days without food. Eventually, she simplified her request to, do you have any food? The dry weather left her parched. She encountered many familiar faces, and upon meeting, they all instinctively raised their bowls, gazing at one another with hopeful eyes, asking, do you have food? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Bao realized that while others begged with bowls, she was the one carrying APOT. As she walked along, she saw that the people around her were emaciated, their bodies reduced to mere skin, and bones. Some lacked the strength to walk and crawled like monkeys on the ground. In contrast, Bao, with her basket of firewood, stick, and pot, appeared the most robust and well-fed. Upon reaching the gates of the county office, she found many starving individuals lying beneath the eaves, some barely resembling humans, their bodies reduced to mere remnants of bones. Guards were seen hauling away the lifeless forms of those who had succumbed to hunger. A familiar voice called out, Bao. Hearing Aunt Zhou's voice, Bao quickly turned her head towards the source, only to see the starving crowd's eyes glimmering with hope as they looked toward her. Many had noticed her pot, basket, and stick, and the sound of swallowing echoed through the air as several individuals crawled towards her. In her 40s, Aunt Zhou was once quite portly, her stature capable of overshadowing 2 people. However, the drought had rendered her as frail as a chick. Her steps trembled as she walked. Upon witnessing the corn surrounded by a throng, she hurried over, shooing away the famished crowd with urgency, exclaiming, move aside. Turning to the corn, she inquired, Corn, what brings you here? Observing individuals attempting to seize the corn, seemingly in search of sustenance, she firmly declared, stay back. There is no corn here. This young lady's name is Corn. Grasping the young woman's hand, she led her towards the stone monkey at the entrance of the government office, urging her son to make space, saying, come, sit here. Are you? She glanced around and lowered her voice. Are you also running low on food? Corn replied, it's not just low this morning. I consumed the last handful of mixed grains as porridge. Aunt Zhou sighed heavily, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed up at the brilliantly sunny sky, choking back, oh heavens, will you not grant us a path to survival? This is sheer torment. With lingering hope, she questioned Corn, is it truly impossible to find even a grain of food at your home? Corn gazed at Aunt Zhou with a pitiful expression. Listening to Aunt Zhou's lamentations, Corn too sighed inwardly, looking up at the merciless heavens, pondering when clouds of rain might grace them. As she lifted her gaze, she caught sight of a shadow flickering above, initially doubting her vision. Rubbing her eyes, she confirmed that indeed, a shadowy figure was moving. Aunt Zhou, look, there's a bird. Quickly, call Brother Zhou to bring his bow and shoot it down. She glanced around for Aunt Zhou's eldest son, realizing that even if he arrived, the bird might have already flown away, prompting a heavier sigh. Corn watched the bird as it soared away, only to her surprise, it suddenly veered and dove towards the government office. Indeed, it was diving, at an astonishing speed, the shadow that had appeared as small as a fist rapidly enlarging, revealing a shimmering array of colors. Corn was taken aback, wondering if this could be a divine bird from a celestial mountain. Oh, how she wished this magical creature could comprehend human speech and relay a message to the immortals above. As she pondered, the celestial bird drew ever closer, evidently descending towards her. Corn, filled with excitement, stood and shouted, behold, a divine bird. A bird from the celestial mountain. Oh, her words were abruptly stifled as she realized the divine creature was now within proximity. She could see clearly that this divine bird was adorned in a splendid long gown, its flowing sleeves billowing, and beneath its feet was a sword radiating with a celestial glow. A tremor coursed through her, and she thought with dread, oh no, I mistook a celestial bird for an immortal. This is no bird, but a celestial Baina fairy. The surrounding famished crowd knelt, bowing their heads. Oh fairy, oh immortal, please, fairy, send rain to save us. Corn beheld the fairy, poised above her, slightly higher than the entrance of the government office, gazing down. The fairy was enveloped in a glow, rendering her features indistinguishable, save for a pair of bright, beautiful eyes fixed upon her. Then, Corn heard a voice declare, humph. You are the bird. Your entire family is composed of birds. With that, the fairy, standing upon her radiant sword, soared into the government office. Chapter 2. The bun that slipped away. The gates of the county magistrate's office swung open, revealing a woman clad in a flowing celestial gown. Accompanied by the esteemed county magistrate, the hungry populace, awaiting their share of porridge, instantly knelt in reverence, exclaiming, esteemed magistrate, as they fervently bowed their heads. For Bao Gu, This was the first encounter with a celestial being, and her initial impression was that the gown was indeed exquisite. Her second thought was that the celestial maiden radiated an ethereal glow, illuminating everything except her face. While literature often describes celestial beings as exquisite, this one obscured her visage. Could she be an unattractive fairy among the divine? Aunt Zhou tugged at Bao Gu's sleeve, urging her, "Bao Gu, kneel down. Do not offend the esteemed magistrate." Hastily, Bao Gu lifted her skirt and knelt, yet her curiosity compelled her to gaze up at Aunt Zhou. In a hushed tone, she whispered, "Aunt Zhou, is she covering her face because she is unattractive?" No sooner had the words left her lips than the celestial maiden turned her head, her bright eyes locking onto Bao Gu. Startled, Bao Gu thought, surely her hearing cannot be that acute. How could she hear me speaking so softly? Aunt Zhou, still kneeling and unaware of the maiden's gaze, gently patted Bao Gu's back, chiding her softly, "Do not speak such nonsense. Those are offensive words to a celestial being. There cannot be an ugly fairy. Only the beautiful can ascend to such heights. How splendid it is to have a celestial maiden among us. We are surely saved." In a low murmur, Bao Gu retorted, "But aren't we facing the drought demon? I heard Scholar Sun say the drought demon could devour clouds and slay dragons. How formidable. To vanquish the drought demon, we would need a towering celestial figure, yet look at this maiden, slender arms and legs. I observed closely, it is not she who flies, but the sword beneath her that carries her. Could it be that she is merely an apprentice? Aunt Zhou, why are you pinching me? It hurts." Aunt Zhou exclaimed, "Stop speaking. Goodness." She promptly shifted her knees to create distance, pretending not to be associated with Bao Gu. The magistrate instructed everyone to rise. In a clear voice, he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, this celestial maiden is the Yumi fairy from the Xiantian Gate of the Cloud Ridge, 8,000 miles away." Yumi fairy. Bao Gu gasped in astonishment. Corn can be a fairy too? Does that mean I can be a fairy as well? A vision of familial connections flashed in her mind, and she stepped forward to grasp the hand of the Yumi fairy, exclaiming, "Hello, Yumi, I am Bao Gu." Yet, despite her thoughts, she hesitated to claim kinship openly. However, she was quite skeptical about the magistrate's claim of the Cloud Ridge being 8,000 miles. In her heart, she silently scoffed, unwilling to challenge the magistrate's words in such a public setting. As the magistrate elaborated on the Yumi fairy's visit, having sensed unusual celestial signs in the area, he noticed the fairy intently studying a 12 or 13-year-old girl in the crowd. Sensing something peculiar, he gestured respectfully towards the Yumi fairy. "Oh," Bao Gu thought, quickly retracting her neck and hiding behind Aunt Zhou. Fearing trouble, Aunt Zhou stepped aside, inadvertently exposing Bao Gu once more. A melodious voice resonated. "I perceive that child possesses a remarkable affinity with the celestial." The speaker was, of course, the enchanting fairy Yumi, who directed her gaze towards Bao Gu, prompting all present to follow suit, their eyes filled with reverence. Meanwhile, Bao Gu felt a cold sweat cascade down her brow. In the days of her father's life, their household had long employed several laborers to transport grain. If any laborer dared to confront her father in front of others, her father would handle it with a blend of gentle praise and stern reprimand. Overwhelmed with trepidation, she lowered her head, wishing to vanish from sight. However, upon glancing around, she found no one within 3 feet of her. Even Aunt Zhou kept her distance. Fearing repercussions, Bao Gu steeled herself, bent her knee, and implored, "Fairy Yumi, I am Bao Gu. Our Qingshan County has not seen a drop of rain in 3 years, leaving the fields barren and countless citizens perishing from hunger. I beseech you to invoke your powers to bring forth rain and save the people from despair." Outside the magistrate's office, the crowd knelt in unison, their hearts heavy with the anguish of 3 long years of suffering. A piercing gaze fell upon Bao Gu, though she remained oblivious, her head bowed. Fairy Yumi proclaimed, "I observe the celestial signs. It appears that malevolent creatures are at play here. I shall subdue them, and you may find peace." Hearing this, Bao Gu felt it was merely an excuse and quickly interjected, "Fairy Yumi, I have heard tales of celestial beings possessing the power to summon rain and conjure food from thin air. In this time of dire drought, where many have perished, I implore you to first bring forth rain and produce sustenance to save lives. Qingshan County will forever be grateful for your benevolence, honoring your deeds in written accounts and erecting shrines in your name." The magistrate shot a reproachful glare at Bao Gu, as if chastising her for stealing his thunder. He then bowed to Fairy Yumi, saying, "Fairy, on behalf of the people of Qingshan County, I humbly request your assistance in delivering us from this calamity." The kneeling citizens echoed his plea in unison. Fairy Yumi inquired, "Magistrate, do you wish to address the symptoms or the root cause?" "To treat the symptoms," I could immediately summon my fellow practitioners to invoke rain. To address the root cause, I must personally subdue the malevolent beings plaguing this land. Bao Gu, realizing that the fairy could not summon rain, understood that her powers were evidently lacking. The magistrate and the kneeling populace fervently urged Fairy Yu Mi to quell the scourge afflicting Qingshan County. With a resolute declaration, she responded, "I shall go forth at once." With a swift gesture, she conjured a diminutive sword radiating iridescent light, which, upon a graceful spin, transformed into a grand sword measuring 7 feet in length, lifting her skyward. The starving masses knelt before the magistrate's office, their eyes fixed on him, motionless. Bao Gu glanced down at the clay pot before her and felt the gnawing pangs of hunger in her belly, yet she remained steadfast and unmoving. A steward approached the magistrate, whispering urgently. The magistrate, enlightened, stroked his beard and instructed the steward, "Please check if the porridge is ready. If it is, bring it out." He recalled something, turning to the girl clutching the sand pot tightly and beckoned her with a warm smile, saying, "Come here." The girl looked at the magistrate, pointed to herself, and softly asked, "Me?" The magistrate nodded with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Come here, young lady." The girl hurriedly adjusted her skirt and approached the magistrate, curtsying as she said, "I am Bao Gu, honored magistrate." The magistrate appraised her with interest and inquired, "Are your parents here?" Bao Gu replied softly, "They have passed away."
Oh.
The magistrate sighed deeply, exclaiming, "Such calamities of nature. Who else remains in your family?" Bao Gu responded, "I am all alone." The magistrate, somewhat surprised, asked, "Just you alone?" Evidently skeptical. Bao Gu affirmed, "Yes." At that moment, a man resembling a steward interjected, "Bao Gu, I see you are well-dressed and fair of face. If you are truly alone, how do you?" The magistrate sighed, "Alas, how pitiful. I have heard of your father, he was a good man." He turned to the steward and instructed, "Fetch a few steamed buns for Bao Gu." He mused, "Bao Gu, what a fine name, it signifies nourishment," and then walked past the magistrate's gate. Bao Gu watched the magistrate's retreating figure. After a brief moment, the steward returned with a plate containing 5 buns, placing them into Bao Gu's sand pot.
Un zou kluixavats gus pot protectiveli.
Glaring at the starving crowd encroaching upon them, mumbling something indistinctly through a mouthful of bun. Bao Gu did not catch her words, but the surrounding atmosphere felt unsettling. She swallowed the bun in her mouth and asked, "Auntie, what did you say?" Before she could finish her sentence, a hand suddenly snatched the half-eaten bun from her grasp, landing it in the hands of a gaunt, starving individual who devoured it greedily. In an instant, Aunt Jo was overwhelmed by the ravenous crowd, and soon after, Bao Gu heard the shattering of porcelain, witnessing her sand pot crash to the ground. The buns within it were now covered in dirt, and in the next moment, countless filthy, skeletal hands seized them. The buns were torn apart amidst the frenzy, and the famished individuals quickly stuffed the remnants into their mouths. In a blink, the few buns had vanished completely. Unrelenting, the starving people scoured the ground for crumbs. Aunt Jo, seated against a stone lion, wailed in despair, "You wretched souls. These were gifts from the magistrate, and you dare to seize them." Her clothing was torn, her hair disheveled, and her attire bore fresh shoe prints. Her neck and collarbone were marked with several scratches. Bao Gu, with tears welling in her eyes, fixated on the shattered pot, pouting and trying to stifle her sobs. Yet, ultimately, she could not restrain herself and cried out, "My steamed buns." Tears streamed down her cheeks. Her beloved buns, her sand pot. It dawned on her what Aunt Jo's garbled words had meant. "Hurry and eat, lest they take it from you." Alas, she understood too late. Her steamed buns were gone.
Whoa.
Chapter 3. The Great Toad. With the back of her hand, Bao Gu wiped away her tears, silently comforting herself that at least the county magistrate had not denied her a bun. She had managed to nibble on a piece, which was certainly better than the plight of those who had not even a crumb of bread. Once her tears were dried, she went to assist Aunt Jo, reassuring her. "Aunt Jo, do not weep. There will be porridge shortly." Aunt Jo, leaning against a stone lion, sobbed heart-wrenchingly, "How can porridge compare to steamed buns? Those wretched souls. Those white buns." Bao Gu found herself unable to pacify Aunt Jo, who continued her lamentations that echoed through the air without shedding a single tear. She decided to let Aunt Jo express her grief while she awaited the porridge sent by the magistrate's wife. After about half an hour, the gates of the magistrate's residence swung open once more, and 2 squads of guards emerged. Bao Gu and the hungry crowd stretched their necks to observe the guards exiting the magistrate's abode. Rather than departing, the guards dispersed to maintain order at the entrance, followed by several servants carrying long tables and large pots. The steward stepped out, bellowing, "Porridge is being distributed. Form a line." The crowd erupted into a flurry of movement, pressing forward. Just as Bao Gu was about to call out to Aunt Jo, urging her to prepare to join the throng. She noticed that Aunt Zhou's wailing ceased abruptly upon hearing the steward's announcement. With remarkable speed, she leaped up, grasping Bao Gu's wrist with a tenacity that made it painful. Aunt Zhou pulled Bao Gu with all her might, forcing her way through the crowd. The people behind them pushed relentlessly, creating a crushing wave that left her barely able to stand, as if her bones might shatter under the pressure. In that moment, Bao Gu felt that she might not perish from starvation in this unprecedented drought, but instead be crushed to death. Such a fate would render her unable to face her father in the afterlife. As the pressure mounted, causing her head to spin and breath to falter, she heard a guard shout, "Form a line. Everyone, form a line." Despite Aunt Zhou's firm grip still pulling her forward, Bao Gu had no choice but to summon her strength and forcefully shove aside the famished individual pressing against her, successfully positioning herself behind Aunt Zhou. With Aunt Zhou acting as a human shield and the guards pushing back those crowding on either side, the pressure on her lessened, allowing her to catch her breath. Looking up, she spotted a long table set before Aunt Zhou, laden with several large pots of steaming rice soup. Bao Gu squinted, confirming it was indeed rice soup. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "What happened to the promised porridge? Why is it rice soup?" No sooner had she spoken than Aunt Zhou elbowed her, offering an apologetic smile to the individuals ahead. Bao Gu peered forward and saw a noblewoman adorned in fine silk and gold jewelry, gracefully ladling porridge into a large ceramic bowl before Aunt Zhou. She realized this must be the magistrate's wife. Aunt Zhou expressed her gratitude profusely, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed magistrate's wife. You are truly a living bodhisattva." The steward waved impatiently at Aunt Zhou, raising his voice to call out, "Next." Aunt Zhou nudged the corn with her elbow, seemingly cautioning it to remain silent, before walking away with a bowl of porridge that resembled rice soup. Following her in line, Bao Gu approached the long table where the porridge was being served. Observing the fair-skinned county magistrate's wife, she felt remorse for her earlier comment that might have offended the lady, and thus complimented her, "Madam, you are truly beautiful." As she spoke, she noticed the county magistrate's wife looking at her. Bao Gu, perplexed, blinked and thought, "Please don't look at me. Rather, serve me the rice soup." Seeing the confusion on Bao Gu's face, the county magistrate's wife inquired, "Little girl, where's your bowl?" Upon hearing this, Bao Gu froze for a moment, then realized that her clay pot, which she used to hold the porridge, had been smashed. She had come empty-handed, with nothing to hold the porridge. Did this mean she would miss out? After enduring great difficulty to reach the front of the line, she was about to be denied porridge? Overwhelmed by despair, tears welled in her eyes, her lips trembled, and her throat tightened, nearly choking back sobs. The steward, growing impatient, waved dismissively at Bao Gu, saying, "What are you queuing for without a bowl? Go on, go on. Did the magistrate not just reward you with 5 steamed buns? Hurry up and leave." With a grand gesture, he ordered 2 guards to pull Bao Gu away. Bao Gu, who had queued only to receive nothing, clutched her painfully empty stomach and sat on a nearby step, watching enviously as others consumed their porridge, swallowing hard at the sight. The county magistrate's wife ladled out several more bowls of porridge and handed the spoon to a nearby servant, then glanced at the pitiful Bao Gu seated on the steps and asked the steward, "Who is that little girl?" "Oh," the magistrate's wife replied. "Please bring her a bowl of porridge." The steward obliged, signaling a servant to fetch a bowl for Bao Gu. The servant approached Bao Gu, offering the bowl and saying, "Here, a gift from a lady." Bao Gu looked up at the bowl of porridge floating with a few grains of overcooked rice, licked her lips, and raised her hands to accept it. She glanced at the servant and then at the magistrate's wife, softly uttering a "thank you." After a moment's thought, she stood, carrying the porridge to the county magistrate's wife, knelt down, and respectfully placed the bowl on the ground, bowing her head, saying, "Thank you, madam." Noticing Bao Gu's clean and tidy attire and her delicate appearance, which starkly contrasted with the other disaster victims who looked ghostly and unkempt, the county magistrate's wife smiled gently and leaned down toward Bao Gu. Her crimson lips parted as she said, "No need for such formality." However, Bao Gu, still kneeling, decided to rise, lifting the bowl in front of her and gulping down the porridge in one go. The warm rice soup filled her belly, providing immense relief to her ravenous state. She sighed deeply and then noticed the county magistrate's wife leaning forward, extending her hands toward her. Perceptively, Bao Gu returned the empty bowl to the magistrate's wife, stood up, and smiled at her, who was holding the now empty bowl with a frozen smile. Sensing something amiss, the magistrate's wife looked astonished and asked, "Madam, what is wrong? Why have you stopped moving?" Aunt Zhou emerged from an unknown corner, and with a swift motion, she struck Bao Gu on the arm, exclaiming, "You foolish girl! Are you trying to bring ruin upon yourself? The lady has graciously come to assist you, and instead of showing gratitude, you have the audacity to present her with a bowl that has just held your porridge." Do you have any idea how precious porridge is these days? One must lick the bowl clean after consumption. Such wastefulness is inexcusable. Bao Gu gaped, utterly astonished, unable to close her mouth for a considerable time. Eventually, she exclaimed, "You really have to lick the bowl clean after finishing the porridge? How utterly embarrassing." The steward shot Bao Gu a disapproving glare, then exchanged a bemused eye roll with Aunt Zhou. Choosing to disregard their quarrel, Aunt Zhou tugged at Bao Gu's sleeve, saying, "Come along. We must rise earlier tomorrow and arrive here promptly to receive our porridge." Bao Gu nodded obediently, trailing behind Aunt Zhou as she remarked, "The governor and his wife are truly kind-hearted." "Indeed," Aunt Zhou responded. "Everyone speaks highly of the governor and his wife's benevolence." After a brief pause, she added quietly, "Though the porridge could use a bit more rice." Bao Gu vigorously nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the porridge distributed by the governor's residence tasted remarkably bland compared to the rich rice soup her family used to prepare. However, feeling unworthy of complaint about receiving free porridge, she remained silent. As they navigated through the bustling streets outside the governor's mansion and turned into a deserted alley, Aunt Zhou glanced around to ensure no one was watching. She then reached into her bosom and discreetly pulled out a small piece of bread, roughly 2 fingers wide, and thrust it into Bao Gu's hands, saying, "This was secretly given to me by my third daughter. Eat quickly." Having previously lost a bun to theft, Bao Gu feared her morsel would be snatched away again. She hastily shoved it into her mouth, chewing hurriedly before attempting to swallow. In her rush, she nearly choked, her neck stretching awkwardly as she struggled to gulp it down. Her eyes were drawn skyward, and to her astonishment, she noticed the sky over the Cloud Ridge Mountains glowing a fiery red, with a frog the size of a dustpan perched in the heavens, seemingly breathing fire. Bao Gu's eyes widened in shock, completely forgetting her choking predicament. Observing Bao Gu's struggle, Aunt Zhou noticed the veins in her neck bulging and her face turning crimson, her eyes bulging as if she might suffocate. With a swift motion, she delivered a resounding slap to Bao Gu's back. The force of the blow propelled Bao Gu forward, dislodging the morsel lodged in her throat, which landed on the ground. Coughing violently, Bao Gu looked tearfully at the now-dirted piece of bread, 2 tears spilling from her eyes. Aunt Zhou stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "You realize this is wasteful, don't you? I could just about strangle you." Fuming, Aunt Zhou's lips quivered with anger as she retorted, "You are the real frog here." Bao Gu, pointing toward the sky behind Aunt Zhou, replied, "Aunt Zhou, there truly is a frog." Aunt Zhou, upon witnessing Bao Gu pointing at her and calling herself a toad, felt an overwhelming urge to strike Bao Gu with her palm. Yet, considering her hopes for her eldest child to one day marry Bao Gu, who had been adept at managing household finances since childhood, she suppressed her indignation. With a fierce glare, she exclaimed, "What madness has overtaken you? You are wasting a perfectly good pancake. I saved this from our family's meager rations. You who are well-fed cannot comprehend the hunger of the starving. You are driving me to despair." Bao Gu retorted loudly, "Aunt Zhou, there is a giant flying toad in the sky."
What?
"A flying toad?" "Indeed. And it breathes fire." Bao Gu's eyes were fixed in disbelief upon the astonishing sight of a fiery toad leaping across the sky. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would scarcely have believed such a phenomenon. Aunt Zhou was incensed, feeling that Bao Gu was mocking her. At that moment, her fury towards Bao Gu was palpable. She was so enraged that she could hardly bear to engage further, huffing in annoyance and turning to leave. However, as she turned her head, she beheld a colossal toad bouncing in the sky, spewing flames. Excitedly, she grasped Bao Gu's arm and shouted, "Bao Gu, it truly is a fire-breathing toad." Bao Gu, equally exhilarated, grasped Aunt Zhou's hand, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. Aunt Zhou, do you still not believe me?" Chapter 4. Becoming a Deity. A blinding radiance accompanied by a scorching wave enveloped them, and Bao Gu sensed something amiss. Turning her head, she was instantly taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment. The previously distant toad, no larger than a wash basin, now loomed directly above her, appearing as a mountainous figure striding upon clouds of fire. This great toad, leaping amidst the billowing flames, spewed forth fire that illuminated the sky and raised the ground temperature dramatically, creating sweltering waves of heat that caused beads of perspiration to form on Bao Gu's brow. What astonished Bao Gu even more was the sight of a humanoid figure engulfed in flames, standing upon a flying sword, darting through the air not far from the colossal toad. Bao Gu was utterly astounded. How could a being ablaze with fire still be alive? Yet, this fiery figure not only survived but danced through the air with agility, evading the toad's fiery breath with remarkable finesse. As the toad relentlessly pursued the fiery figure, it continued to spew flames, while the figure soared up and down, occasionally emitting a blinding light directed at the toad. Bao Gu could hardly keep her eyes open, tears streaming down her face from the intensity of the light. Once the stinging in her eyes subsided, she attempted to gaze upwards again, only to be blinded anew by the radiant glare. She then heard the croaking of the toad, a sound like heavy drums that pounded against her eardrums, followed by a woman's commanding voice. "Get out of the way." Blinded by the brilliant light, Bao Gu could only raise her arm to shield her eyes. Suddenly, Bao Gu felt a sharp pain as if struck by a heavy object, causing her world to spin. In the next instant, she found herself soaring across the rooftop at an alarming speed, the tiles of the street racing beneath her eyelids. Terrified, she let out an earth-shattering scream, only to realize she was hurtling towards the ground. In a moment of panic, Bao Gu raised her arms to shield her head. Unexpectedly, her descent slowed, and instead of the anticipated impact that would leave her bloodied, she discovered herself sprawled flat against the ground, utterly unscathed. As she pondered this bewildering turn of events, Bao Gu was startled by a resounding croak, akin to the beating of drums, emanating from behind her. Turning her head, she was astonished to see a gigantic toad, large enough to block 3 carriages side by side, lying in the middle of the street, engulfed in flames. The houses flanking the toad were ablaze, the fire reaching skyward. Panic-stricken, Bao Gu attempted to rise and flee, but her limbs trembled, devoid of strength. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Frogs and toads are nearly blind, and as long as she remained still, the toad would not see her. Paralyzed by fear, she dared not move, yet her gaze was uncontrollably fixed on the colossal, flaming toad, which now stared back at her with wide eyes before opening its mouth. Believing the toad was about to breathe fire again, Bao Gu internally lamented, "This is it. I shall be cooked alive." However, she soon realized that a stream of red light was being expelled from the toad's mouth towards her. In that fleeting moment, she recalled that frogs possess long tongues. In a surge of adrenaline, Bao Gu found the strength to scramble to the side. Suddenly, a fiery humanoid figure erupted from the house beside her, charging towards her back. She felt the area behind her ignite into a raging inferno and heard the toad's piercing, anguished croak. Before the toad stood a humanoid flame, whose fire rapidly receded, revealing a girl clad in a red dress. Once the flames had completely entered her body, the girl exhaled deeply and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a wine pouch, uncorked it, and began to drink. The fragrant aroma of the wine wafted through the air, and Bao Gu, parched and exhausted from the heat, felt an overwhelming thirst. Her lips were cracked, and she was both hungry and thirsty. After finishing her drink, the girl's wine pouch mysteriously vanished, and she sat cross-legged, closing her eyes in meditation. Bao Gu watched the girl, who remained motionless while the flames along the street intensified, having already consumed half of it. The toad's charred body was engulfed in flames, and the fire was threatening to reach the red-dressed girl. In a rush, Bao Gu dashed over, exclaiming, "Miss, the fire is coming." The inferno was so fierce that, even from a distance of several yards, Bao Gu felt scorched, as if her hair and clothes were being singed by the searing heat. Seeing that the girl remained unresponsive, Bao Gu feared that if she did not act quickly, they would both perish in the flames. She bent down and extended her arms under the girl's armpits, attempting to drag her away. As she exerted her strength, the young woman suddenly broke free, rising to her feet, and, as if by magic, produced a gourd in her hand, swiftly capturing the roaring flames that engulfed the streets into it. Bao Gu's eyes widened in astonishment. The girl in red waved her hand again, and the enormous toad, wider than 3 carriages side by side, vanished into thin air. Bao Gu was left utterly speechless. But that was not the end. The girl's attire unexpectedly shifted in hue, transforming from a slightly stiff fiery red to a shimmering, delicate pure white, reminiscent of the flowing gown worn by the corn fairy. Was this truly the corn fairy? The girl slowly turned, her beautiful gaze landing upon Bao Gu. Recognizing those familiar eyes, Bao Gu confirmed that this was indeed the corn fairy. She had assumed the corn fairy concealed her face, due to unattractiveness, only to discover that she was even more enchanting than the celestial beings depicted in paintings. With an ethereal grace and striking beauty, she seemed to have stepped right out of a divine illustration, though her complexion appeared somewhat pale. Bao Gu and Scholar Sun were neighbors. She had borrowed books from his home when she first learned to read, and had finished them all. Among those books were texts on traditional medicine, and she had self-taught herself a bit of rudimentary healing knowledge. She understood that the corn fairy's pallor indicated a depletion of vital essence and insufficient blood vitality. Yumi scrutinized Bao Gu, raising an eyebrow with a hint of pride as she declared, "Do you still doubt my powers? I said I would obliterate it, and so I shall." A mere little demon, humph. Her disdainful tone suggested that vanquishing the toad was akin to squashing a tiny ant rather than eliminating a small hill. In reality, She had expended all her magical artifacts and suffered grievous losses, even being struck down into the city by the Earth-Fire Toad. As she fell, the Earth-Fire Toad relentlessly pursued her, and there stood an oblivious mortal in the street. Wishing to spare the innocent from harm, she urged the mortal to step aside. But to her astonishment, the mortal froze in fear, raising a hand to shield their face instead of fleeing. In a moment of desperation, she unleashed a life-saving talisman. This talisman, crafted by her own hands and infused with her true blood, was not worth using on a mortal, yet both their situations were dire. Being at the late Foundation establishment stage while the Earth-Fire Toad had already formed a golden core, she was at a disadvantage. The talisman could only allow her to withstand a blow from the Toad after losing all her artifacts. She bestowed the life-saving talisman upon the mortal, saving their life, while she activated the concealment bracelet passed down from her master to hide herself. Although the Earth-Fire Toad had reached the Golden Core stage, its intelligence was limited, and it relied on its sense of smell to locate beings. The life-saving talisman carried her essence, and when it struck the young girl, the Toad mistakenly believed her to be the source. Furthermore, as a mere mortal with no cultivation, the faint aura of the talisman made the Toad think she was gravely injured from the blow and devoid of the strength to resist, prompting it to attempt to swallow her whole. In the fleeting moment when the fiery Toad unfurled its tongue to consume the young girl, she surged forth, severing its tongue with a single stroke of her sword. Simultaneously, she thrust the last Thunder Fire talisman into its maw, igniting it in a cataclysmic explosion. With her final breath of spiritual energy, she unleashed a barrage of attacks upon the infernal creature until it was annihilated. Although Yumi suffered significant losses, the eradication of a Golden Core beast rendered her losses trivial compared to the benefits gained, leaving her in high spirits. Noticing the dazed girl staring at her in silence, Yumi assumed that the child was awestruck by her courageous feat of slaying a demon and thus felt a sense of pride, dismissing any prior offense taken. She retrieved a jade stone and instructed the girl, "Place your hand upon the spirit stone." Perplexed yet obedient, the girl followed the fairy's command, only to be astonished when the translucent stone began to glow upon her touch. Yumi regarded her with mild surprise, remarking, "You indeed possess a connection to the celestial realm." Baffled, the girl replied, "Isn't meeting a fairy already a connection? What does the stone's luminescence have to do with it?" Yumi cast a glance at the girl, who barely reached her shoulder, and elucidated, "This connection refers to the path of cultivation. This is a spirit stone artifact that tests one's spiritual roots. If it shines upon your touch, it signifies that you possess spiritual roots, and only those with such roots can cultivate." Blinking in confusion, the girl did not fully grasp the concept of spiritual roots, but the notion that she could cultivate resonated with her. Yumi inquired, "Do you wish to cultivate?" The girl dashed to Aunt Jo's side, breathlessly exclaiming, "I just met the corn fairy. She said she would take me to become an immortal."
What?
Aunt Jo gasped, quickly following with, "If you become an immortal, what will happen to our eldest son?" Her mind raced, and she slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "Oh dear, Bao Gu. I never imagined that not only do you have good fortune among people, but even the immortals are fond of you. Would you ask the corn fairy to bring our eldest son along to become an immortal too? One person ascends, and even the dogs and chickens benefit.
Bao Gu.
Take us with you, and we shall no longer suffer from hunger. Bao Gu, now that you are an immortal, hurry and bring rain. The fields have been parched for 3 years. Bao Gu, how did you suddenly become an immortal? I used to hold you when you were little. Let me experience being an immortal too." "An immortal? Surely that cannot be true." "What do you mean not true?" The corn fairy directly told Bao Gu she has a celestial connection. It cannot be wrong. Instead of Bao Gu, you should henceforth be called Bao Daxian. Chapter 5. The 5 Spiritual Roots. Come quickly. Come quickly. Bao Gu is becoming an immortal. The neighboring aunties clamored, drawing out those who had been hiding in their homes. In no time, the area outside Bao Gu's grain shop was teeming with people, and Bao Gu found herself engulfed in a cacophony of voices, opinions, and exclamations. After a brief period of meditation to regain her composure, Yumi approached, having assumed that Bao Gu had finished bidding farewell and was now fetching others. Just as she arrived, she overheard someone remarking, "If you ask me, Bao Gu becoming an immortal is due in no small part to her name, Bao Gu, the corn fairy." "Isn T corn just another name for Bao Gu?" "Yumi." She remarked how peculiar it sounded when the corn called her name, resulting in everyone referring to her as corn. "How ridiculous. You all must be corn." Infuriated, Yumi felt an urge to storm off. Yet, contemplating the significant task entrusted to her by her master and the innate spiritual roots of the corn, she endured it. Yumi soared into the sky on her flying sword, elegantly inscribing 2 resplendent names in the air, complete with phonetic annotations. With a cold tone, she admonished, "You illiterate fools, my name is Yumi, not corn." She then cast a frosty glare at the corn, saying, "Corn, have you finished your farewells? What a farce. The county magistrate promised to build a temple and a statue for me, if I do not correct this. What if they erect a temple of the corn fairy, or the temple of the honey fairy? Wouldn't that be laughable?" The corn chuckled awkwardly, wiping the sweat from her brow, and replied, "Almost done, almost done." She squeezed through the crowd, asserting, "Not everyone can become a deity. One must possess spiritual roots." After uttering this, she pulled Aunt Jo into her home and shut the door, declaring, "Aunt Jo, I am about to become a deity. But the only thing weighing on my mind is the shop my father left me." She handed the keys to Aunt Jo, issued a series of instructions, and retrieved the jewelry meant for her dowry, along with the property deed and land contracts. After gathering her clothes into a large bundle, she carried it on her frail shoulders and approached Yumi, who had been waiting in the backyard. Yumi, exasperated, glanced at the corn and remarked, "These mundane possessions are of no use in the realm of cultivation." The corn, overwhelmed by the dizzying speed and height, turned and clutched Yumi tightly, letting out a terrified scream.
Ah!
The corn wailed desperately, ascending rapidly, then descending just as swiftly. How could anyone withstand such vertiginous heights? The corn's cries echoed with heart-wrenching agony. Yumi forcefully pried the corn's hands from around her neck and bellowed, "Silence." She retrieved the gourd she had previously used to extinguish flames and struck the corn on the forehead. The corn's screams abruptly ceased, and she slid off Yumi, landing on the flying sword, lying supine against the sky. Although the sword was sufficiently wide, it barely accommodated the corn's back, with her arms and legs dangling precariously over the sides as they swayed unsteadily. Observing the sword's wobbling flight, Yumi shot a glare at the corn, now unconscious from the blow, and gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "The wind is truly fierce today." The strong winds, coupled with the added weight, rendered her incapable of controlling the flying sword. She would never admit that it was due to the depletion of her internal spiritual energy that made the sword unsteady. That would be too embarrassing. Cool water splashed onto the corn's face, seeping into her cracked lips. Instinctively, she licked the moisture and opened her eyes, awakening. A splitting headache assaulted her, and as she touched her head, a sharp pain made her hiss. She discovered a large bump on the left side of her head. Before her stood a figure clad in a flowing celestial gown, and upon recognizing the enchanting attire, she realized it was the corn fairy. Rising from the ground, she tousled her soaked hair and inquired, "Is there any water left?"
I'm festy.
After swallowing hard, she added, "If only there were a large pancake too. I'm starving." Hunger and the allure of food rendered her too preoccupied to ponder whether the bump on her head was a result of a blow from the corn fairy. The fairy, with a touch of exasperation, remarked, "You are still but a mortal. Being an immortal is not so easily attained. This realm belongs to the world of cultivation. And to become a celestial being, one must endure trials and tribulations through rigorous training. The spiritual root you possess merely grants you the eligibility to embark on this path. Much like aspiring to be a scholar or an official entails progressing through various stages from a novice to a top scholar. At present, you are merely an apprentice on the verge of entering the educational halls. Come, follow me into the city." Bao Gu obediently echoed, "Oh, all right," and trailed behind the corn fairy into the bustling city. She felt no disappointment at the fairy's words, for she too found it peculiar to think she could suddenly transform into an immortal. Having heard tales of Taoists cultivating their skills within the temple, she now believed that pursuing cultivation was indeed more fitting. The city gates loomed high above her. Bao Gu had thought the gates of Qingshan County were impressive, yet these were even grander. She had to strain her neck to glimpse the top of the gate. The throngs of people within the city were even more overwhelming, a sea of bodies pressing shoulder to shoulder. The fairy explained, "This is Yunqing, nestled deep within the Yunling mountain range. Today marks the momentous occasion of the 5-yearly recruitment of disciples by the Celestial Gates." As Bao Gu entered the city, she was taken aback by the densely packed crowd on the bustling street, her eyes widening in astonishment. Fearing she might get lost in the throng, she hastily grasped the sleeve of the fairy, carefully keeping pace behind her. However, the fairy, with a flick of her sleeve, released Bao Gu's grip and swiftly seized her collar, lifting her onto the fairy's flying sword. With a startled yelp, Bao Gu instinctively turned to clutch at the fairy, but the fairy, seemingly prepared for such a reaction, firmly restrained her neck, commanding, "Stay still and do not scream, or I shall drop you." Terrified, Bao Gu fell silent, trembling as she watched the ground recede beneath her. The crowd surged with excitement, many exclaiming, "An immortal!" Some gazed at Bao Gu with envy, exclaiming, "Look at that girl, just a mortal. Yet she has caught the attention of a celestial being. What incredible fortune!" In that moment, Bao Gu felt a surge of luck. delighting in the attention as the fairy held her collar and soared above the heads of the crowd. The flight was slow and steady, allowing her to revel in the spectacle of being the center of attention. From her elevated vantage point, she noticed that, despite being tightly packed, the crowd was orderly, gradually moving in a specific direction. From her lofty perch on the flying sword, Bao Gu caught sight of an expansive square at the heart of the city, surrounded by numerous high platforms from which the lines of people originated, extending all the way to the city gates. Above, celestial beings glided through the sky on flying swords, riding gourds, or atop massive beasts and birds, captivating Bao Gu's curiosity and leaving her awestruck. Just as she was absorbing the scene, the fairy's sword descended, landing gracefully and vanishing, leaving her standing atop an empty grand platform. Before her stood a jade platform intricately carved with elaborate and peculiar patterns, crafted from exquisite jade. Beside the jade platform lay a table, at which sat a young man adorned in a sky-blue-trimmed, white robe, stifling a yawn with his hand. Upon noticing Yumi's descent, he promptly rose, clasped his hands, and greeted, "Senior sister, what brings you here so late?"
Yumi replied.
"I encountered a demon beast of the Golden Core stage on my way, which delayed me for a moment." The young man gasped, "Golden Core stage?" Yumi nonchalantly acknowledged. "It took considerable effort to vanquish it." The young man exclaimed again, "Vanquish. Truly impressive, senior sister. You are indeed the prodigious disciple of our sect." Hearing this, Bao Gu couldn't help but regard Yumi with newfound admiration. If her peers praise her prowess, she must indeed be formidable. Yumi turned to Bao Gu and stated, "If you wish to join our celestial sect, you must undergo a spiritual root assessment. Step onto the jade platform." As she gestured towards the platform before Bao Gu, he hesitated, asking, "Wasn't I assessed already?"
Yumi replied.
"My spiritual stone could only determine if you possess a spiritual root. This jade platform can ascertain the number and attributes of your roots." "Enough chatter, step up." With a pout, Bao Gu confidently ascended the jade platform. In an instant, the platform radiated a brilliant light. The young man gasped in astonishment. From the nearby platform, someone shouted, "Look! Another candidate for the Xianxian sect. Oh my, last time we had the fortune of admitting a top-tier spiritual root. Who might this individual be?" As the exclamation echoed, many turned their gaze toward Bao Gu. In truth, ever since Yumi had brought Bao Gu here, she had drawn attention. Some had even squeezed onto the high platform, ready to undermine her. Standing atop the jade platform, Bao Gu suddenly heard a commotion around her. "Ha ha, 5 spiritual roots.
Ha ha ha.
How splendidly aligned. Oh, a spiritual root. Quite rare. Oh, 5 spiritual roots." Confused, Bao Gu glanced left and right, then turned to the pale-faced Yumi and inquired, "What do you mean by 5 spiritual roots?" Unaware of the significance of 5 spiritual roots and yet seeking entry into the celestial sect? Ha ha ha. The Xiantian sect has fallen so low as to accept 5 spiritual roots. The young man anxiously looked at Yumi, asking, "Senior sister, shall we accept her?"
Yumi,
with a flick of her sleeve, responded, "Do you not see that they are 5 perfectly aligned spiritual roots? We shall accept her." The young man, visibly relieved, instructed Bao Gu to come forward and register her blood, disregarding the ridicule around them. Yumi, however, surveyed her surroundings with a cold gaze. A sword enveloped in flickering flames suddenly appeared before her. Taking a step, she mounted the flying sword and approached the merriest disciple from another sect, saying, "I observe you are in high spirits, which surely hints at extraordinary talents. I wish to spar with you. What say you?" The young man instantly ceased his laughter. Staring wide-eyed at Yumi's spar? What a jest. In Yun City, any form of combat is strictly forbidden. Should any disturbance arise, the guards would swiftly eliminate all combatants, regardless of whether the combatants possess reason or not, and irrespective of their affiliation. They are all to be extinguished without exception. This is not a mere sparring session. It is a quest for mutual destruction. Yumi cast down her words. "If you dare not even engage in battle, what are you laughing about?" With that, she mounted her flying sword and gracefully descended onto the high platform of the Xiantian gate, where disciples were being recruited. The man, incensed to the point of turning green, genuinely feared that this fearsome figure, known as the Mother Tyrannosaurus, would indeed wield her sword against him in Yun City. The onlookers, witnessing this, ceased their laughter and commotion,
dispersing in haste.
Chapter 6, The Poor Immortal Sect. Yumi addressed the motionless Bao Gu, perched upon the jade platform. "Come down." Her frustration was palpable. Bao Gu, filled with trepidation, inquired, "Is my 5-element root truly that poor?" Yumi replied, "Not completely. At least your roots do not resemble a dog's chew, all uneven and ragged." The young man, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "Sister, Do not comfort her any further. He turned to Bao Gu and explained the five-element root, often referred to as the five-zegen, is the lowest tier among spiritual roots. Other sects do not even accept five-element roots as outer disciples. Single or dual roots are the most prized. For instance, Sister Yu Mi possesses a fire root, a prodigious talent coveted by numerous sections. Bao Gu asked, what exactly are spiritual roots? How did mine become five-zegen? Even the corn fairy said I have celestial affinity. And what is an outer disciple? Are there inner disciples as well? The young man paused, taken aback. Then turned to Yu Mi, asking, Sister, where did you find this little junior sister? Yu Mi responded, I stumbled upon her while vanquishing the ground fire toad on my journey. Suddenly, the young man exclaimed, Uncle Master is here. Following his gaze, Bao Gu saw a robust man riding the wind towards them. Yu Mi and the young man quickly bowed, saying in unison, We pay our respects to Uncle Master Wu. Uncle Master Wu waved his hand dismissively and remarked, No need for that. With eager eyes, he scrutinized the frail little girl standing beside them, turning to Yu Mi and the young man with a delighted expression. Have you opened your doors so quickly? His eyes lit up with surprise as he asked, Really? A dual root? Which two attributes? The young man, somewhat reluctantly, shook his head and chuckled awkwardly. Uncle Master Wu's hopeful gaze dimmed slightly as he mused. If they are well formed, even three-element roots are excellent prospects. The young man weakly extended his hand, displaying all 5 fingers. Five-element root, Sister Yu Mi said Lingyun piquancer. Uncle Master Wu's enthusiasm was utterly extinguished. He gazed deeply at Yu Mi, speaking earnestly. Yu Mi, you must consider this carefully. Yu Mi, with a stiff expression, nodded. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Master. I will exercise discretion. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, Uncle Master Wu declared, Then it is up to you. He moved aside to a cushion, closing his eyes in meditation. Understanding the inadequacy of her spiritual roots, Bao Gu, feeling disheartened, sat behind Yu Mi, who was meditating on the cushion. The young man called out to Bao Gu, Hey. Bao Gu, come here. Registration isn't complete yet. Reluctantly, Bao Gu rose and approached. Following the young man's instructions, she dripped her blood onto a jade slip. The young man then provided her with a jade token, adding a drop of blood to it as well, before stating, All right, now you are officially an outer disciple of the Xiantian Gate. Strive diligently to cultivate, aspiring to reach the foundational stage as soon as possible, which may grant one admission to the inner sect. Bao Gu, perplexed, inquired, What is the foundational stage? The young man chuckled. You will soon become one of the disciples of Lingyun Peak. Should you have questions, seek guidance from Senior Sister Yu Mi. With no alternative, Bao Gu approached the ethereal Yu Mi. Just as she was about to speak, Yu Mi deftly produced a small pouch and a book, thrusting them into Bao Gu's embrace without raising her gaze. The book serves as a manual for cultivation. Consult it before asking questions. The pouch is a storage bag for your belongings. The young man, noticing the book Yu Mi had given to Bao Gu, jested. Ah. Senior Sister Yu Mi still holds onto this manual for cultivation? Yu Mi then turned her eyes towards him, saying, Foam Shitty, I perceive your remarkable talents. Would you care to engage in a sparring session with me? Bao Gu, seated beside Yu Mi, attempted to emulate their meditative posture, opening the book only to discover it was printed in fine script. As she examined the binding, she exclaimed, Oh, is this book published by the Zhang printing house in Qingshan County? Foam Shitty, upon hearing this, turned to Bao Gu with a playful wink, saying, You are unaware. Bao Gu, though this book is printed in the mortal realm, its contents are essential reading for any mortal venturing into the realm of cultivation. After a moment's reflection, Bao Gu remarked, I have yet to inquire about your honorable name, Shi Xiang. I am Feng Menglong, a direct disciple of Master Zhu Tu, the esteemed leader of Zhuiyun Peak, he replied. Bao Gu, somewhat taken aback, exclaimed, Zhu Tu? What a peculiar name. Feng Menglong, realizing her misunderstanding, retorted, It is Zhu as in the surname, and Tu as in to throw. You insult the esteemed lineage of my master. He is one of the 10 most skilled practitioners of our sect. Bao Gu hastily apologized. My apologies. Feng Menglong, still irked, huffed in annoyance and, with a couple of yawns, succumbed to slumber at the table. Aware that she had offended him, Bao Gu stuck out her tongue and resumed her perusal of the cultivation manual. The book was thin, merely a few pages, and she soon finished reading it. Upon closing the book, she let out a heavy sigh, exclaiming, What a fright. I thought my 5 spiritual roots were severely lacking. It turns out I simply need to expend more effort and may encounter a few more obstacles than others. No matter, diligence can compensate for shortcomings. I have always been industrious. Feng Menglong, hearing this, sat up and regarded her with incredulity. He pressed his lips together, reluctant to further dishearten her. The 5 spiritual roots are the least favorable among spiritual roots, with very few ever advancing to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Only those who surpass this stage and enter the foundational period genuinely step into the realm of cultivation, distinguishing themselves from mortals. However, in this world, nothing is absolute. There have been rare instances of individuals with 5 spiritual roots achieving success, though such occurrences are exceedingly scarce and typically necessitate an abundance of celestial treasures. Bao Gu, lacking a family to provide her with resources for cultivation, harbored little hope of progress on her own. Spiritual roots are generally categorized into 5 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. A singular spiritual root characterized by only one attribute is referred to as a heavenly spiritual root. Individuals possessing such roots are endowed with abundant spiritual energy, allowing for an exceptionally rapid cultivation pace, often several times faster than that of ordinary spiritual roots. Most notably, they encounter no bottlenecks in forming their golden core, seamlessly progressing from the qi refinement stage through the foundation establishment stage and into the golden core stage, ultimately becoming formidable experts. Such prodigious talents are highly coveted by the immortal sections. Those endowed with 2 or 3 attributes in their spiritual roots are known as true spiritual roots, facilitating swift cultivation. The majority of disciples recruited by the immortal sects possess 2 or 3 spiritual roots. Conversely, those with 4 or 5 attributes are collectively termed pseudo-spiritual roots, characterized by a haphazard mix that results in exceedingly slow cultivation and numerous bottlenecks. Particularly the 5 spiritual roots, also known as the 5 mixed roots or 5 wasted roots, face dismal prospects. Not only is entering the foundation establishment stage nearly unattainable, but even progressing to the later stages of qi refinement appears bleak. In times of scarce cultivation resources, immortal sects are often reluctant to accept such individuals, and even when they do, it is typically only those who have managed to reach the mid-qi refinement stage through self-cultivation. Pseudo-spiritual roots that can surpass mid-stage limitations solely through personal effort may possess some potential for development. If all else fails, they might be accepted as outer disciples to serve in menial capacities. Despite being oblivious to the intricacies of cultivation, Bao Gu was accepted into the immortal sect by Yu Mi. Although she possesses 5 spiritual roots, they differ slightly from the typical 5. Hers are arranged symmetrically. This symmetry signifies a balance among the 5 elements, suggesting that while her cultivation may be arduous and slow, it is not devoid of potential. After all, the 5 elements both nurture and restrain each other, and a complete and balanced set can indeed confer certain advantages. While this type is often at risk of perpetual failure, with diligent effort, it may also lead to extraordinary breakthroughs. In the realm of cultivation, innate talent is paramount, yet the effort expended and fortuitous opportunities are equally significant. Wu Yuanzai opened his eyes and glanced at Bao Gu, stating, "Though a superior foundation provides a lofty starting point and accelerates advancement, the most crucial element is a steadfast heart for the Tao. With an unwavering resolve, even the most unyielding stone can be transformed into exquisite gold."
Bao Gu note that our set stili.
Affirming her understanding, Yumi then rose, declaring, "Junior brother Foam, I shall not be returning tomorrow." Foam Menglong protested, "Sister, today is merely the first day of recruitment." Yumi responded, "Your presence here suffices." With a flick of her hand, a flying sword appeared beneath her feet. She grasped Bao Gu by the collar, intending to ascend the sword and depart, but Foam Menglong intervened, grasping the sword to block their path. Foam Menglong implored, "I am, after all, a representative of the Xuantian Gong. How can you leave me to sleep on the streets? Just a handful of spirit stones to secure a room at an inn will suffice." Yumi retorted with conviction, "I have always spent my nights in desolate mountains and back alleys. Have you ever seen me waste spirit stones on lodgings? Such extravagance is unacceptable." With a surge of internal spiritual energy, she brushed aside Foam Menglong's hand, guiding the flying sword into the distance. Bao Gu, drenched in sweat, wiped her brow in dismay. She couldn't help but think how impoverished this sect truly was.
Shen Xing Bao Gu Sher Taos.
Yumi remained composed and remarked, "Only through enduring hardship can one rise above others. This principle holds true in both the mortal realm and the world of cultivation." Bao Gu responded with a firm yes, acknowledging the lesson, although she couldn't resist asking, "Then where will senior brother Feng sleep tonight?" The immortal Yu Mu unceremoniously rebuked Bao Gu, saying, "That trinket of yours holds no value in the realm of cultivation. Spare me the display." She was tempted to kick Bao Gu off the flying sword. Only then did Bao Gu recall the guidance manual Yu Mu had given her, which stated that in the world of cultivation, gold and silver trinkets were utterly worthless. The currency of this realm consisted of spirit stones, which could be converted into the essence of heaven and earth for the purpose of refining and enhancing one's cultivation. Clutching her dowry tightly, She felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. This dowry is what my parents painstakingly saved over many years. If not for the calamities, no. The disturbances caused by demons, my family would have had enough resources to live comfortably, unlike now when I have never even seen what money looks like. As her sorrow deepened, she huffed indignantly, "You moo, I know you have captured that fire-breathing giant toad with your magical prowess. It must be substantial enough to last for quite some time. When you decide to skin it and feast on its flesh, count me in. I want to strip its skin, savor its meat, and drink its blood." Yu Mu, unable to contain her irritation, pressed down harder on Bao Gu's neck, wishing she could shove Bao Gu's head straight into her own belly. With a haughty tone, she exclaimed, "Aren't you afraid of poisoning yourself?" Yet, in her heart, she thought, "Dare you to covet my rations? Do you believe I won't kick you off this flying sword?" Chapter 7. An ambush on the journey. Yumu's grip was quite forceful, rendering Bao Gu unable to lift her head, causing her considerable pain. Consequently, Bao Gu was forced to maintain a low posture, her neck aching and weary. She dared not utter a word or resist, fearing that the rapid ascent of the sword might send her plummeting. Though somewhat uncomfortable under Yumu's pressure, Bao Gu felt a modicum of security with Yumu behind her, for the sword had soared into the clouds, where the winds howled and occasionally shook the blade. After what felt like the duration of half a tea break, Bao Gu acclimated to the flight of the sword, and Yumu's grip loosened slightly, allowing Bao Gu to straighten up and gaze around. Never in her life had she imagined soaring amidst the clouds. The thick, contiguous white clouds resembled freshly spun cotton laid upon a cotton bed, enticing her to roll about in them. She also discovered that the luminous sword beneath her enveloped both herself and Yumu in its glow, causing the clouds and winds to part before them. Even at such great heights, flying at breakneck speed, she felt no wind against her face. Having never stood so high above the world, gazing down at the mountains and rivers, she recalled only the times her father had taken her to the temple on the mountain to offer incense. From that vantage point, she had looked down at the verdant hills. Now, from this lofty height, the houses and cities below appeared diminutive and sparse, and she could see for miles. Bao Gu felt both astonished and exhilarated, filled with yearning for cultivation and the prospect of soaring through the skies on a flying sword like Yumu. After a prolonged silence, Yumu suddenly spoke. "Bao Gu, steady yourself. If you're afraid, crouch down and hold onto the sword. Lying flat is also an option." No sooner had she finished speaking than the already swift sword abruptly accelerated into a steep dive, startling Bao Gu into crouching down and gripping the sword tightly. As the corn tightly clung to the flying sword, it became apparent that the blade was crafted from a material resembling jade, translucent and radiant, with ethereal light swirling within. The sword bore no edge, its blade gracefully curved in a smooth arc. In the next moment, she beheld the mountains, once distant, now looming before her as if an imminent collision were at hand, prompting the corn to scream in alarm. "We are about to crash." The sword abruptly ascended, gaining altitude as it soared toward the gorge nestled between two peaks. Verdant mountains flanked the gorge, while a frothy white stream cascaded below, seemingly freshly flowed. A voice resonated from behind them. "Fairy Yumi, why the haste? I have observed your remarkable talents and wish to engage in a friendly contest." Upon hearing this, the corn turned to see a dozen figures on flying swords relentlessly pursuing them in the sky, some just emerging from the clouds. The speed of the sword surged once more, causing the green mountains on either side of the gorge to blur into streaks of color, leaving the corn feeling dizzy.
Ha ha ha.
Such bravado. Fairy Yumi, do you dare to challenge me? The voice boomed again. Shall we duel one-on-one? A streak of azure light descended upon a massive boulder, shattering it into fragments. Yumi felt a surge of indignation. She noticed the corn awkwardly propped up on the sword, and in a fit of frustration, she delivered a kick to the corn's elevated rear. "Why did you kick me?" The corn yelped in pain. Yumi, gritting her teeth, retorted, "Had it not been for your Qingshan County's battle against that fire toad, which cost me dearly and depleted my energy, I would not be in such a predicament now." Despite their exchange, Yumi maintained her speed, deftly maneuvering the flying sword around the peaks while evading attacks from their pursuers. The corn, feeling defiant, challenged, "Did you not claim that vanquishing a mere little demon would be a trivial task?" Left speechless by the corn's rebuttal, Yumi again kicked the corn's rear. Witnessing their pursuers effortlessly obliterating mountains and shattering boulders, the corn recognized the peril of the situation and refrained from further provoking Yumi. Clutching the sword in silence, Yumi lowered her altitude, diving directly into the forest. The corn felt a sudden rise in temperature and turned to see Yumi wielding a fiery red sword. Yumi raised the sword and cleaved towards a large tree ahead. Following the direction of the strike, the corn saw the tree topple with a thunderous crash, igniting into flames, while beneath it lay a panther larger than a tiger. As the massive black panther sprang into action at the moment the tree fell, Yumi and the corn had already propelled themselves several yards away on the flying sword. A thunderous roar echoed through the forest, startling the birds into flight. The corn, too preoccupied to glance back, noticed Yumi steering the sword straight toward a precipice ahead, where a colossal bird's nest awaited. As they approached within a mere yard of the bird's nest, Yumu once again unleashed a sword strike into the air, sending the nest flying. 3 fledgling birds, larger than the eagles Bao Gu had ever seen, flapped their wings and screeched as they plummeted towards the precipice below. A piercing cry echoed from the heavens. Bao Gu turned to behold a magnificent bird with a wingspan of nearly 10 feet hurtling towards them.
Igrekumu.
Clutching the bird's nest, pivoted and charged towards the group of over a dozen individuals clad in black, adorned with a moon emblem on their chests, who were in hot pursuit behind them. As they saw Yumu racing forward, they immediately formed a defensive stance. One of them shouted, "Do not let her escape." A bird's cry shattered the air. Yumu directed her flying sword straight down into the dense forest beneath. They plunged downward, and just before crashing into the ground, she managed to stabilize, soaring close to the earth at an incredible speed. While sunlight still graced the sky above, upon entering the forest, Bao Gu realized that dusk had already fallen, casting the woods into darkness. Suddenly, a flash of lightning sliced through the sky, illuminating the mountain forest. Bao Gu found it peculiar. On such a fine day, where could this lightning have come from? Another crisp bird call rang out, followed by a scream. "Ah!" A voice from behind bellowed, "Junior brother, it's the lightning eagle. Retreat." Bao Gu witnessed several flashes of lightning brightening the obscurity, illuminating the woods as if it were day. The flying sword moved with incredible speed, swiftly leaving the realm of light and exiting the mountain peak, plunging into the thick vegetation of the next mountain ahead. She occasionally heard distant booms resounding behind them. Turning her gaze to Yumu, she saw her face taut with concentration. Her lips pressed together as she urged the flying sword onward. After more than half an hour, silence fell behind them, and Yumu finally ascended into the open sky. Bao Gu understood they had evaded their pursuers. As the flying sword glided smoothly and steadily, she ceased to lie flat and instead sat upright upon the sword. Raising her head to look at Yumu, "That lightning was quite strange," she inquired. Yumu glanced down at Bao Gu and replied, "The nest I destroyed belonged to a creature known as the lightning eagle, a ferocious beast of the thunder element, known for its volatile temper and great ferocity. Only those at the later stages of the golden core realm dare not provoke it lightly. Having destroyed its nest and nearly harmed its offspring, how could it not be enraged? If it were to track us down and find itself among that group of disciples from the Tain sect, given their numbers and size, the lightning eagle would not discern the difference in affiliations and would regard us all as one. In such chaos, it would attack indiscriminately. The Tain sect members are merely at the foundation establishment stage. Their chances of survival are slim. Had it not been for the swift flying sword bestowed upon me by my master, allowing us to distance ourselves while the lightning eagle pursued the disciples, we would have been in grave danger." Even though she had escaped quite a distance, she dared not to slow her pace in the slightest. Fearing that the lightning hawk might catch up, Bao Gu inquired, "Will that group from the Tain sect die? Isn't that a bit excessive?" "Excessive?" Yumu chuckled lightly and replied, "Do you think they are stationed along the road merely to spar with me? This is an ambush. If we are pursued by the disciples of the Tain sect and cannot fend them off, we will perish. Bao Gu, in the realm of cultivation, killing and plundering are rampant. Although the various sects appear tranquil on the surface, they secretly engage in life and death struggles. The precious robe my master bestowed upon me, the shadow-chasing flying sword beneath my feet, the fire-severing sword in my hand, and even the earth fire toad's corpse in my storage bag would all become coveted prizes for them. Had they caught us just now and slain us, our demise would have been inevitable." Bao Gu blinked and asked, "Do the Tain sect hold a grudge against us?" Yumu couldn't help but glance at Bao Gu again. "It's not quite accurate to say they harbor a grudge," she replied. "Then why do they want to kill us?" Bao Gu's innocence rendered Yumu speechless. However, she felt compelled to clarify certain matters to prevent Bao Gu from unwittingly meeting her end in the future. After all, Bao Gu was the one she had brought into the world of cultivation, and she had taken her into the Xiantian sect, under the Lingyun Peak lineage. Thus, she had the obligation to look after her. "Do you understand the principle of not flaunting wealth?" Bao Gu nodded. "I understand." Yumu continued, "Do you comprehend the concept of competition among peers?" Bao Gu nodded again. "I understand." Yumu elaborated, "The resources in the cultivation realm are limited. Everyone desires to claim a greater share to progress further along the path of cultivation. While it is perilous, seizing resources is a shortcut. Though one cannot brazenly rob in crowded places, if encountered in remote mountains and fields with fewer people, to seize is to seize, and by killing and concealing the bodies, who would know the perpetrator? Among sects, one thrives while another wanes. Eliminating potential disciples of opposing sects is tantamount to eradicating threats. Yet you need not worry. Given your aptitude, as long as you do not provoke trouble, no one will pay you any heed, nor will they rob you. Bao Gu pursed her lips in annoyance, retorting, "You could have omitted that last sentence of consolation. It's downright demoralizing. A spirit root of the highest caliber, a prodigious talent. Yet here I am, fleeing for my life." This thought she dared not voice aloud, fearing Yu Mi might cast her off the flying sword. Having survived 3 years of drought in Qingshan County, where famine was rampant, Bao Gu was no fool. Yu Mi's lengthy explanation had enlightened her about the path of cultivation. She expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, senior sister." Yu Mi shot a glance at Bao Gu, who could only be considered an outer disciple by name. Logically, she was not qualified to address her as senior sister. However, given the scarcity of individuals in the Xiantian sect, particularly those from the Lingyun Peak lineage, and with only 4 people in total on the entire peak, she allowed it. Chapter 8. Entering the Immortal Sect. Yu Mi noticed Bao Gu still clutching that tattered bundle when they had been pursued. The reason Bao Gu's rear had been so elevated while lying on the flying sword was due to the weight of this bundle beneath her. Yu Mi asked, "Why aren't you using the storage bag I gave you?" Bao Gu replied, "I use it." Yu Mi raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Use it? Then why don't you put the package into the storage bag?" Bao Gu pulled out a palm-sized storage bag from her pocket and compared it to her package. Questioning Yu Mi, how can such a small bag hold such a large package? Yu Mi was momentarily at a loss for words, retorting, "Do you even understand what a storage bag is, you fool? Just hold the storage bag in your hand and use your divine sense. You are still immortal, so do not expect your limited divine sense to reveal much. Although it appears small, the interior of the storage bag is quite spacious. Try it and you shall see." Skeptical, Bao Gu opened the mouth of the storage bag wide and peered inside, but found nothing. Confused, she glanced at Yu Mi's displeased expression, determined to prove with facts that such a small bag could not possibly accommodate her large package. She lifted her package and attempted to stuff it into the diminutive storage bag, which, as expected, would not yield. "See? This tiny storage bag simply cannot hold such a large package," she exclaimed. Yu Mi nearly sputtered in disbelief, her complexion shifting from pale to flushed and back again. It was such a waste of her storage bag. Typically, a storage bag used by cultivators in the Qi refinement stage is modest in size, measuring about 10 feet in length and width. However, her storage bag was designed for Golden Core stage experts. When she had just entered the Foundation establishment stage, she had encountered a fierce battle with a Golden Core expert, resulting in 1 death and 1 near-fatal injury. After a harrowing struggle, she managed to defeat the severely wounded Golden Core expert and claimed his storage bag. Although she had used all the items within for her own cultivation and advancement, this storage bag was vastly superior to those utilized by Qi refinement cultivators. Seeing that Bao Gu was completely impoverished and that a storage bag was an essential item, she had generously bestowed upon Bao Gu such a fine storage bag, only to be met with the folly of the unappreciative. Yu Mi suppressed her rising anger, patiently instructing, "Hold the storage bag and focus your mind on sensing it. You must use this bag to contain the package." With that, she turned her head away, unwilling to engage further with Bao Gu. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the air, and Bao Gu's package had vanished from her arms. She stared at the storage bag in her hands with astonishment, then beamed joyfully at Yu Mi. Overjoyed, Bao Gu leapt into the air, arms wide open, ready to embrace Yu Mi, who swiftly restrained her with a hand. Maintaining her outstretched posture, Bao Gu exclaimed with delight, "Thank you, Sister Yu Mi. Now I too possess a magical treasure." Having a top-tier 3 spiritual roots is akin to possessing dual spiritual roots. Such an aptitude would be welcomed by any sect. Naturally, one with such exceptional spiritual roots would not choose the Xiantian sect. This explains why the Xiantian sect had failed to recruit disciples during the 5-year recruitment conference. Her entry into the Xiantian sect was a result of chance and her master's clever persuasion. 5 years ago, the recruitment conference in Yunqing was just as crowded as this year's, yet no one stood in front of the Xiantian sect. At that time, she was merely 13 years old, occasionally hearing from the village elders about a celestial city atop Yunling, where one could enter the immortal gate and cultivate to become an immortal. She inquired about the route from an elderly man, packed some provisions along with the hunting bow her father had crafted for her, and set off on her solitary journey. Despite her experience as a hunter, she nearly met her demise along the way, until she fortuitously encountered a herbalist who brought her into Cloud City. Upon her arrival, she was battered and bloodied, appearing more wretched than a beggar. After queuing for an entire day and night, she finally reached a testing platform of the Taiyin sect. The disciples of Tayin looked upon her with disdain, repulsed by her filthy appearance. At 13, having yet to begin her cultivation, she had surpassed the latest acceptable age of 12 and was dismissed, with pointed advice to seek her fortune at the neighboring Xiantian sect. Exhausted, thirsty, and famished, she was unceremoniously kicked off the high platform by a disciple of Tayin, tumbling down the steps and suffering a grievous head injury. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she clawed her way back up to the Xiantian sect's platform. There, she encountered a man clad in white and a 10-year-old boy. The boy, visibly incensed, exclaimed, "If other sects do not want her, why should we at Xiantian? Let me tell you, our standards for discipleship are even higher than theirs." The man in white, however, responded, "Since she has arrived, let her have a chance. She is merely a tad over the age limit. I too began my cultivation at 15. He then urged her, "Climb up to the platform and test your spiritual roots. If you possess dual roots, I shall accept you." Upon reaching the testing platform, she soon heard the boy shout, "Master, Master, she has heavenly roots of the fire attribute." The man in white sprang to his feet, gazing at the testing platform with excitement, and grasped her arm, exclaiming, "Disciple." Without hesitation, he pressed her head down to the ground, compelling her to bow 3 times in reverence. He then turned to the crowd rushing towards them, proclaiming, "Esteemed guests, this is my newly accepted disciple. She has bowed to me as her master, and I shall take her as my personal disciple. I graciously accept her." A throng gathered, attempting to persuade her to switch sects, claiming she had not yet been registered with Xiantian and could still choose another master. Her master, with a cheerful demeanor, challenged those urging her to defect, saying, "I see that you possess remarkable prowess. Would you care to spar with me here?" It was only much later that she comprehended the underlying message of her master's words: "Dare to steal my disciple, and I shall ensure our mutual destruction." Thus, in a state of confusion, she entered the Xiantian sect. The day following her acceptance, her master presented her with several jade slips containing the sect's secret techniques: a water and fire-resistant flowing celestial skirt, a flying sword, a fire-attributed sword, and a tattered storage bag, leaving her with the words, "The master leads you to the door. The path of cultivation is yours to tread. My disciple, the road to strength is forged by oneself. Embark on your journey." For 5 years, there had been no word, leaving her uncertain of his fate. Though Bao Gu could not discern the features of Yumi obscured by light and shadow, he sensed her current mood was far from pleasant, and dared not provoke her. She sat upon her flying sword, eagerly examining her storage bag. After several attempts of placing items in and retrieving them, she had mastered the art of accessing her belongings at will. She even discovered that if she closed her eyes and focused on the contents of the bag, she could visualize the arrangement of her items within it. The storage bag is extraordinarily large, surpassing even the area of her former home from the front door to the backyard granary. In the future, she can carry all her belongings within this bag, which is simply miraculous and incredibly convenient. As she sensed the flying sword descending, she looked down but could see nothing due to the darkness enveloping the sky. After a while, she felt the flying sword beneath her vanish, leaving her seated on the ground. The air around her was filled with the fragrant scent of grass and trees, accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water. In the moonlight, she noticed a house before her. Yumi spoke, "We have arrived. You shall rest here tonight. As my disciple of Lingyun Peak, you may roam the mountain with this token I have given you. Remember, the token must never leave your side, nor can you lose it. Otherwise, your life will be forfeit." The mountain guardian only recognizes the token, not the person. Without it, the guardian would kill you without a second thought. This peak belongs to Lingyun, and aside from designated areas, you may freely choose your dwelling. Who is the mountain guardian?
Bao Gu inquired.
How does one identify the designated areas? "Oh, senior sister," Bao Gu exclaimed, realizing only after some time that her senior sister was leaving her here to fend for herself, holding a bow in one hand, an arrow pouch in the other, while clutching 2 large jade slips to her chest. She glanced around and noted that the only distinction between this place and the wilderness was the small wooden cabin. According to the books she had borrowed from Sun Ai Qing and Sun Xiaokai, didn't immortals reside in magnificent palaces? Even if this were not the case, it surely was not a desolate mountain or a ramshackle wooden hut. She looked down at the bow and arrows in her hands and murmured, "To eat meat, one must hunt. When hungry, forage for wild fruits. When thirsty, drink from the stream." Goodness, this is not cultivating immortality. It is living like a savage. It was perilous to be alone in the wilderness at such an hour, prompting Bao Gu to hastily run towards the cabin behind her. As she reached for the wooden door, it suddenly collapsed with a loud thud, sending dust flying and causing her to cough. One thought consumed her mind: How long had it been since anyone last inhabited this dwelling? Chapter 9. The Zhu Ming Fruit. Outside, the moonlight offered some illumination. Yet inside the cabin, darkness prevailed. Bao Gu worried that any wild beasts might have taken refuge in this long-abandoned cabin. Her intrusion could prove dangerous. It was said that uninhabited houses easily attracted malevolent spirits, and she dared not stay in this dust-laden old structure. She dragged the heavy wooden door outside, using all her strength to prop it against the wall. She then nestled herself in the triangular gap between the wall and the door, placing her arrows on either side as a rudimentary defense, leaning against the solid wooden wall with her growling stomach, closing her eyes to prepare for sleep. She hoped that if she fell asleep, her fears would dissipate, and her hunger would fade. However, as soon as she closed her eyes, the buzzing of mosquitoes surrounded her, incessantly droning and biting, leaving her itching all over. Bao Gu tossed and turned, unable to find rest. She retrieved her belongings from the storage bag and fashioned a makeshift mosquito net from her dress. But those wretched insects still found their way through the gaps to torment her. She pondered, given the vastness of the storage bag, why could she not simply fit herself within it? She made several attempts, yet found herself unable to fit inside. Even her efforts to capture the mosquitoes with a storage bag proved futile, as it seemed that the bag was not designed to contain living beings. Resigned, she redirected her gaze toward the only garments available to fend off the pesky insects. She picked up a voluminous skirt crafted from 2 tails of gold, fastening its waist tightly with a belt. She then slipped into the skirt, allowing it to envelop her securely, the fabric cascading down her sides like a protective shroud. The skirt became her miniature circular canopy, effectively isolating her from the mosquitoes. The melodious chirping of birds roused her from slumber, emerging from her makeshift refuge. She removed the arrows that had been positioned on either side for defense against wild beasts, stowing them in her quiver before squeezing through the narrow gap between the door and the wall. At this moment, the sky was aglow with dawn's light, casting a brilliant sheen over the surroundings, transforming the desolate wilderness she had sensed the previous night into a veritable paradise. Before she had drifted off to sleep, she had harbored concerns about wild animals, only to discover that her fears were unfounded. Surrounding the wooden cabin were stout logs, each as thick as a bowl and reaching chest height, forming a robust barrier that secured the small courtyard. The logs were entwined with thorny vines of an unrecognizable species, which would deter any leopard attempting to scale the walls. The courtyard had been neglected for some time, with grass now towering up to her knees. To her delight, she discovered 2 fruit trees within the yard. Though she could not identify them, they stood at approximately 10 feet tall, adorned with vibrant, fist-sized red fruits that looked exceedingly tempting. Knowing that any fruit growing around a dwelling was likely edible and driven by hunger and thirst, she hurried over to climb the tree and pluck the fruit. The tree resembled an orange tree, making it relatively easy to ascend. Perched among the branches, she selectively harvested the largest and roundest fruits. Overcome by hunger, she wiped the fruit on her sleeve and bit into it. The sweet, juicy flesh flooded her mouth with a refreshing sensation that coursed through her body, relaxing her every pore. Bao Gu felt that entering this humble abode had its advantages. Despite its poverty, the fruits were delicious. She understood that she was indulging in celestial fruits, which surely held significant benefits. Previously, she had read in various texts about individuals who stumbled into divine realms and partook of mystical fruits, gaining extraordinary rewards, such as eternal youth or the grace of a bird in flight. One after another, she devoured the fruits, consuming 8 in rapid succession until she felt uncomfortably full, as if the fruits were lodged in her throat. Upon descending from the tree, she experienced a sudden discomfort in her stomach, prompting an urgent need to relieve herself, suggesting an impending bout of diarrhea. Clutching her abdomen, she hastily searched for a restroom within the cabin but found none. She dashed around the sides of the house, tightening her grip, and sprinted in circles, yet no restroom appeared. The growing tumult in her belly left her no choice. She quickly darted behind the cabin, finding a low-lying patch of grass to address her pressing need. As she crouched down, a cacophony of unsettling sounds assaulted her ears, accompanied by a foul stench that nearly caused her to retch. Despite her efforts to endure, she ultimately succumbed, tragically caught between the agonizing grip of her stomach and the rising tide of nausea. Tears welled in her eyes as she expelled a viscous substance that resembled black sesame paste, a stark contrast to the vibrant red fruits she had just consumed. Were these fruits poisonous? Who would dare plant toxic fruits in front of their home? Would they lead to death? Panic gripped her heart. Fortunately, after her initial bout of vomiting, she felt a considerable sense of relief. It seemed that aside from her gastrointestinal distress and the singular episode of vomiting, all was not amiss. She allowed herself a moment of respite, only to discover the absence of any means to clean herself. What infuriated her most was not merely the repulsive black substance she had expelled, but also the profuse sweat that coated her body in a layer of grime, forming large, round balls of mud that surpassed even the size of health supplements sold in pharmacies. Pinching her nose, she hurried to the nearby stream, where she was pleasantly surprised to find a stone arch bridge spanning the water. Alongside the bridge lay stone steps descending to the stream's edge. Standing upon the steps, she gazed into the crystalline waters, which were deep enough to reach above her waist. Numerous fish of varying sizes swam within, some merely a couple of inches wide, while others extended to a foot in length, showcasing a delightful diversity. With no time to admire their appearances, she swiftly entered the stream to cleanse herself of the noxious odor. The refreshing water felt slightly cool against her skin, and the gentle current was quite soothing. Submerged in the stream, she vigorously scrubbed away the dirt that clung to her. Unconcerned about being seen, she was assured that this secluded spot had long been devoid of human presence, with no footprints or paths in sight. She scrubbed fervently, watching the mud she dislodged flow downstream, causing the fish to dart away from the polluted waters. In her mind, she cursed the ancestors who had planted that poisonous fruit tree in the yard. Suddenly, a voice, tinged with disdain, echoed above her. How foul! Startled, she looked up to find her senior, Yumi, hovering above on a flying sword. Alarmed, she let out a sharp gasp and hurriedly raised her arms to cover her modesty. Yumi, initially investigating the source of the stench, took little notice of the gaunt figure of Bao Gu. However, upon hearing her startled cry and witnessing her attempt to shield herself, she instinctively glanced towards Bao Gu's exposed areas and let out an exasperated click of her tongue. What is there to hide with such a flatboard? She remarked, adjusting her position to peer through the gap in Bao Gu's arms, continuing, all right, perhaps it's not entirely flat, but it does resemble two tiny dumplings on a flat board. Such a small chest certainly deserves some coverage. Bao Gu felt the urge to retort. Embarrassed and enraged, she submerged herself deeper into the stream, leaving only her neck exposed. Yet she overlooked the crystal clarity of the water. Fortunately, Yumi exhibited little interest in the corn stalk-like ears of grain. She remarked, by the way, I hastily forgot to inform you last night that I specifically came over today to tell you that the 2 fruit trees in the small courtyard bear Zhuming fruits, which should not be consumed in excess. One should only eat one at a time, and given your current constitution, it would be best to space them out by 3 to 5 days. Overindulgence may lead to severe nausea and diarrhea, which would be utterly unbearable. The foul odor wafting from the direction of the house caused her to furrow her brow once more. She cast a penetrating gaze at the tightly pursed lips and the furious expression of Bao Gu, asking, you didn't greedily consume several of those fruits, did you? Bao Gu, unable to contain her frustration, shouted, how could you forget something so crucial? Do you have any idea how many I ate?
8.
Do you know how long I've been suffering from this stomach distress? Go take a look in the backyard. Bao Gu's face alternated between shades of green and white, her forehead veins bulging. After a moment of struggle, an uncontrollable urge surged, and she released a torrent of foulness into the stream behind her, causing bubbles to rise. A large mass of dark, putrid substance surged to the surface, spreading as it did so. Bao Gu's legs clamped together, and her freshly cleaned body became sullied once more by the foul excrement, her slender face turning a shade of green that rivaled the grass, her features contorting grotesquely. The fish downstream were not spared either, as many leaped out of the water, gasping for air, while smaller fish flipped belly up on the surface. Chapter 10. The construction of a thatched house. Bao Gu, invigorated by the urgency of her situation, rushed to seek out the Zhuming fruit. The jade tablet provided a detailed account of the fruit tree's appearance, growth habits, and benefits, stating that the Zhuming tree is remarkably easy to cultivate, thriving in fertile lands rich in spiritual energy without requiring meticulous care. It is a common low-tier spirit tree within the realm of cultivation, classified as a first-tier entity. The Zhuming fruit possesses extraordinary efficacy in purging impurities from the body and is a primary ingredient for crafting detoxifying elixirs, suitable for practitioners in the qi refining and foundation establishing stages. Upon confirming that the fruit posed no toxic threat, Bao Gu felt a sense of relief. Her severe reaction stemmed from overconsumption and the fruit's potent medicinal properties, which had expelled a significant amount of impurities too rapidly for her body to handle. Unfamiliar with the ways of cultivation, she felt as though she had stepped into an entirely different realm, one that was completely alien to her previous existence. She recognized that there was an abundance of knowledge to acquire, yet she did not expect to grasp it all at once. She deemed it essential to first understand the concept of qi refining, as that was the path she must embark upon next. Following that, she intended to thoroughly study the jade tablet that Yumi had later provided her, which detailed the flora, fauna, and mystical creatures of the cultivation world. For this knowledge was directly linked to her survival. What if she unknowingly consumed a poisonous fruit? or encountered a seemingly innocuous yet formidable beast and lost her life. Bao Gu first placed this jade tablet into her storage pouch before retrieving the 2 jade tablets that Yu Mi had given her the previous night. One of the tablets was titled Combat Skills, filled with knowledge about fighting techniques, discussing concepts such as battle intent and sword intent. Bao Gu skimmed through it, feeling utterly perplexed by its profundity. The second tablet, titled Refining Essence into Qi, referred to the Qi refining stage, explaining how to transform bodily essence and blood into true energy. The initial step involves perceiving the ethereal essence of the universe, drawing this vital energy into one's being, and guiding it through the body's meridians into the dantian, as prescribed by the method of refining essence into Qi. Bao Gu, being well-read, understands that the dantian is divided into 3 distinct regions. The upper dantian, located at the meeting point of the governing vessel and the forehead, also known as the Naiwan Palace; the middle dantian, situated at the center of the chest, where the ancestral Qi converges; and the lower dantian, found above the Guanyuan point on the conception vessel, 3 inches below the navel, where essence is stored. The books she once perused described the dantian as a reservoir of vital energy. The cultivation technique bestowed upon her by Yufu focuses on the lower dantian, the repository of essence. There are 3 methods for absorbing the ethereal essence of the universe. First, through meditation and controlled breathing to draw in the ambient essence. Second, by consuming food rich in spiritual energy, such as mystical herbs, divine fruits, and treasures abundant in vitality. Third, by utilizing spirit stones, which are crystallizations of concentrated spiritual energy. These stones typically arise from veins rich in spiritual essence and are classified into 4 grades based on their purity: supreme, superior, medium, and inferior spirit stones. Bao Gu is aware that spirit stones are often referred to as currency in the realm of cultivation, yet she finds herself impoverished, having never even seen what such currency looks like, let alone possessing any to aid her practice. The prospect of relying solely on the ambient essence feels painfully slow, and with her so-called 5 waste roots constitution, she doubts she would achieve any significant progress even after a century of meditation, lacking the funds to acquire spirit stones. She resolves to pursue the second avenue, consumption. Though she does not possess spirit stones, she has access to spiritual fruits, specifically the first-tier Zhuming fruit. A spiritual fruit nonetheless, with considerable efficacy. The results of her consumption are evident in her bodily functions. Bao Gu feels that consuming 8 Zhuming fruits in one sitting must yield a substantial amount of spiritual energy, and she cannot afford to let it go to waste. Having endured 3 years of famine, she firmly believes that wasting food incurs divine retribution. She promptly follows the guidance of the cultivation technique, sitting cross-legged and closing her eyes to attune to the energy within her. However, she soon finds herself in distress once more. Bao Gu hurriedly rises and rushes to a nearby large tree, where she relieves herself of a small pile of excrement, now considerably lighter in color and odor. Afterward, she settles on a distant stone bridge, attempting to meditate and channel the energy from the spiritual fruit into her dantian, yet fails to perceive the sensations described in the jade slips. She tries to gather the energy through breathing techniques, but to no avail. As the afternoon wanes, Bao Gu continues to sit without any progress, intermittently needing to relieve herself and sweat profusely. She must venture upstream for water, making it impossible to settle down and breathe with focus. Eventually, she decides to set aside her cultivation practice, for the night will soon fall, and she prefers not to spend the night huddled behind the door of her wooden hut. Moreover, the foul remnants behind her dwelling pose further challenges to her rest. At dawn, while seeking the outhouse, she swiftly inspects her wooden abode, which is divided into 3 rooms. The main hall, more rudimentary than a farmhouse, contains merely a long wooden table fashioned from hefty logs, accompanied by 4 wooden stools. In the corner rests a hoe, a shovel, a medicinal hoe, a sledgehammer, an axe, and a wicker basket for herbs. As for the bedroom on the left, one need not glance to know that it contains only a bed strewn with a mat, lacking even a single pillow. The room on the right serves as the kitchen, which she briefly surveyed in the morning, noting that it seemed well-equipped. Without further contemplation, she seized the hoe and shovel, slinging the herb basket over her shoulder, and dashed into the yard. Engaging in a vigorous excavation, she filled the basket with soil and rushed to the backyard to bury the unsightly stench emanating from a row of refuse. An hour later, a sizable pit had formed near the wooden cabin's left side, adjacent to the log fence, while a long mound of fresh earth accumulated in the backyard, finally dispelling the foul odor from the air. Though seldom engaged in such laborious tasks, Bao Gu's hands had developed 2 significant blisters, and her shoulders ached from the pressure of the wicker straps of the herb basket as she carried the soil. Lifting her garment, she observed several angry red marks etched into her skin, her shoulders flushed crimson. After a brief respite, she directed her gaze back to the substantial pit she had excavated. The wooden cabin was sturdy, featuring a main hall, a kitchen, and a bedroom, yet conspicuously lacking a latrine. Earlier, when she had the urge to relieve herself, she had to venture quite a distance, nearly soiling herself several times. A latrine was an absolute necessity. Bao Gu fashioned a belt to bind her arm, then descended into the pit from the kitchen to expand it further, digging until it reached the depth of her waist. She meticulously shaped the pit into a square, ensuring it was exceedingly level, and firmly compacted the soil along the edges to prevent collapse. Considering the risk of the earth giving way, she took the axe to fell a tree, then inserted branches as thick as her arm around the perimeter of the pit, creating a barrier. Additionally, she stacked small stones between the branches and the wooden cabin, finally chopping the felled tree into sections to cover the pit, leaving only a half-foot wide opening. By the time she completed her labor, she was drenched in perspiration, utterly fatigued, and parched. Raising her gaze to the sky, she noticed the sun sinking low. With only a sliver of twilight remaining, a voice emerged from behind her. "What are you doing?" It was Yufu's voice. She had observed Bao Gu for a while, perplexed by the purpose of the pit's excavation. Yufu frowned and asked, "Is this all you accomplished today?" She scrutinized Bao Gu, internally marveling that, after consuming 8 Zhu Ming fruits, she had not collapsed from exhaustion, yet still possessed the energy to engage in such futile endeavors. It seemed that this frail Bao Gu, seemingly devoid of flesh, was surprisingly robust beneath her delicate exterior. Bao Gu inquired, "Is there a problem?" "Senior sister, where did you used to take care of nature's calls?" Yufu's brow furrowed even more tightly, almost forming an expression of dismay. Judging by her senior sister's demeanor, Bao Gu surmised that Yufu must have resorted to the wilds for her own needs, and she cast a disdainful glance in her direction, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Extending her palm, which had been blistered and broken from the arduous work, she said, "Senior sister, look, I'm injured. Do you have any medicinal salves?" Yufu gazed at Bao Gu's palm, which bore a mark that hardly constituted an injury, exclaiming, "Is this what you call an injury?" Nevertheless, she produced 2 bottles of medicine, tossing them to Bao Gu and explaining, "The pills are detoxifying and can alleviate common poisons. The powdered remedy is for external application to stop bleeding and promote healing. In the mountains, there exists an abundance of mystical beasts. Perhaps one day this healing salve could save your life." As Bao Gu was about to open the vial and sprinkle the medicine onto her hand, she hesitated upon hearing Yumi's words, ultimately deciding against applying it and instead stowing it away in her storage pouch. Observing Yumi turning to take flight, she hurriedly called out, "Sister, have you come to find me only to forget something once more? Collecting corpses?" Bao Gu spat several times, exclaiming, "Innocent words lead to a long life. Innocent words lead to a long life." Chapter 11 was remarkably diligent. Although Bao Gu felt parched, she was aware that drinking untreated water could lead to stomach troubles and illness. Upon reaching the kitchen, she discovered that the stone-hewn water vat was devoid of water and encrusted with a thick layer of dust. Beside it stood a large wooden barrel, similarly coated in grime. The kitchen stove was quite expansive. Even the large pot situated in the center was ample enough for her to bathe while boiling water. This thought caused Bao Gu to pout, as if she were to lie within, she would indeed resemble a boiled corn cob. She could not fathom why Yumi had gone to the trouble of crafting such a large pot. At home, she and her father, along with a few hired hands, hardly required such an enormous vessel. Fortunately, the pot was in good condition, not even a hint of rust. The same could be said for the tools left behind by Yumi, such as hoes, hammers, and axes, all of which remained in excellent condition, with the hoes and axes still sharp and far more efficient than those she possessed at home. What delighted Bao Gu the most was the neatly stacked firewood in the corner near the stove. These logs were uniformly split, of consistent size, and most importantly, were thoroughly dry, perfect for kindling a fire for cooking. After bringing the water to a boil, she added a pinch of salt to replenish her body's minerals. During the first year of the drought, when she had just turned 10, Aunt Fan, who had always assisted with household chores, fell and injured her back while drawing water from the well, rendering her unable to work. Her father compensated Aunt Fan with silver and grain, and her son came to take her away. Amid the drought, her family tightened their expenditures and ceased hiring help. Now that she had grown into a young adult, she took it upon herself to manage the household affairs. She single-handedly organized the sustenance for herself, her father, and the 5 hired hands they employed, while also overseeing the family business whenever her father ventured out to sell grain in bulk. After cleaning the dust from the house, she hung the damp mat in the courtyard to dry in the night breeze. She laid the mat upon her bed and heated a bucket of water to cleanse her body, which was covered in sweat and dirt. Climbing into bed, she was so fatigued that she nearly fell asleep instantly. Bao Gu was not concerned about mosquitoes. The house had been abandoned, accumulating dust everywhere. And even with all the windows thrown open, she hadn't spotted a single spider or ant. She spent half the night without encountering any mosquitoes buzzing about. Breathe in the fragrant aroma of the grass and trees, listen to the melodious chirping of the birds. Bao Gu slept soundly, even dreaming of floating among the clouds. However, she was taken by surprise when her body suddenly felt weightless, and then, with a heavy thud, she fell to the ground, jolting herself awake. With a muffled groan, she opened her sleepy eyes to glance at the bed beside her, then climbed back onto the bed, quickly succumbing to slumber once more. Just as she settled down, she found herself inexplicably rising into the air, gradually drifting outside the bed. Startled, Bao Gu suddenly awoke, letting out a terrified scream, a ghost, and then fell heavily back onto the bed with a thud. So early in the morning? Have you no regard for the time? Yu Fu reprimanded, her voice laced with authority. With such poor talent, you ought to work harder, yet you still sleep until the sun is high in the sky. Amidst Yu Fu's scolding, Bao Gu received a sharp kick, thrust against the wall. Yu Fu huffed heavily, turning to survey the room, only to be astonished by its immaculate state. Not a speck of dust could be found. Even the kitchen, untouched for 3.5 years, was spotless, the pots and pans gleaming as if polished to reflect light. To her amazement, the large water vat, sufficient for a month's use, was more than half full. Peering beneath the stove, she discovered fresh wood ashes. Had Bao Gu actually cooked something last night? Yu Fu's eyes sparkled with excitement. If Bao Gu failed in her cultivation, she would still make an excellent servant with such diligence. How impressive! Yu Fu recalled, leaving when the sky was already dark. So Bao Gu must have toiled through the night to clean the place. Remarkable. Cultivators of the immortal sects are typically engrossed in their training, leading rather austere lives. It was rare to find someone like Yu Fu, who took pleasure in culinary endeavors, but Bao Gu surpassed her expectations. Zhutu Shibua from Shuyans, one of the top 10 masters of the Xiantian sect, had remained in his cave for countless years without a stir, allowing dust to accumulate and even birds to nest above him without a care. Bao Gu's joyful exclamation broke the silence. Sister, new clothes. She noticed the attire was pure white, lacking the exquisite trim of Feng Minglong's sect robes, and certainly not as splendid as Yu Fu's flowing sanshin. Curiously, she inquired, why is my outfit different from Brother Minglong's? She refrained from mentioning Yu Fu's sanshin, having previously heard that it was a treasure that could incite others to commit murder for it, certainly not a garment available in duplicates. Yu Fu chuckled and replied, Feng Minglong is a true disciple of Zhutu Shibua. Naturally, your outfits will differ. If you work diligently, becoming an inner disciple would be a considerable achievement. Becoming a true disciple seems somewhat challenging. She candidly informed Bao Gu that outer disciples lacked even the qualification to formally acknowledge a master, at most learning a couple of basic techniques or introductory methods. The recruitment of outer disciples was primarily for generating revenue. To enter the sect as an outer disciple, one must possess a foundation in cultivation, at least be at the mid-stage of qi refinement, and also pay substantial amounts of spirit stones or equivalent rare treasures, as this was one of the sect's income sources. The tasks assigned to outer disciples included menial labor such as mining and tending to medicinal fields. If any outer disciples, despite lacking innate talent, managed to break through due to fortuitous circumstances or hard work, or if they rendered service to the sect, they could potentially be promoted to inner disciples. However, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Out of 1,000 outer disciples, it was unlikely that even one would be elevated to the status of an inner disciple. The inner disciples are required to seek mentorship under masters who have attained at least the golden core stage, receiving direct instruction in techniques and skills from them. Every 1st and 15th day of the month, the elders of the sect personally impart teachings within the Grand Hall of Transmission. While disciples are also entitled to a fixed allocation of medicinal pills and spiritual stones each month. In contrast, outer disciples must toil for their medicinal pills and spiritual stones. Bao Gu, lacking even the qualifications to enter the ranks of outer disciples, is an exception who has been accepted against the norm.
Zumu Stanley admonits Bao Gu.
How can you remain idle? The sun is already high in the sky, and you have missed the optimal hours for cultivating your qi. Bao Gu, chastised by Yumu, bows her head almost to her chest, rendered speechless. Yumu casts a deep gaze at Bao Gu, sighing quietly, before producing a vial of pills and tossing it to her, stating, these are qi cultivation pills. Consume one each morning before meditating. It will aid your cultivation. She grits her teeth and adds, do not squander them. A vial costs 20 low-grade spiritual stones. A typical outer disciple must labor for a month to earn 5 low-grade spiritual stones, and it takes a year to earn an additional pill. This vial of qi cultivation pills could pay for a year's worth of labor from an outer disciple tending to my medicinal fields. Bao Gu responds, "Thank you, senior sister. I will ensure to pull out the weeds in the outer courtyard and water the spiritual herbs properly." In a low voice, she mutters, "It takes coins to make a sound." Yumu, with keen ears, is incensed and retorts, "No backtalk." Bao Gu obediently replies, "Understood, senior sister." She hastens to see Yumu off, preparing to diligently study the jade slip Yumu gifted her for identifying spiritual herbs and fruits, excited at the prospect of harvesting a wealth of abandoned spiritual herbs. Yumu casts a sidelong glance at Bao Gu as she departs, resolving to visit less frequently, for each encounter with Bao Gu's pitiful demeanor compels her to bestow something, albeit trifles that she herself has no use for. Yet, even the smallest piece of low-grade spiritual stone holds value. After all, even the tiniest louse is still meat. Upon exiting her chamber, Yumu observes the impeccably cleaned main hall, noting that the tools used for cultivation have been scrubbed to a pristine condition by Bao Gu. She silently commends Bao Gu's diligence, thinking that once Bao Gu reaches the mid-chi cultivation stage, she could truly be put to work. Indeed, promising. Chapter 12. The Serpent in the Deep Pool. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the chopping of wood. Bao Gu is well aware of her lack of talent in cultivating immortality. It is a journey that cannot be accomplished in a day. Even though Yumu's reprimands leave her feeling small, she continues to proceed at her own pace. After securing the vial of chi cultivation pills from Yumu, Bao Gu peers out of the window to find the sun already high in the sky. To her surprise, she has slept in until late morning. Promptly, she heads to the kitchen to fetch water and wash up. While washing her face, she is startled to find layers of grime washing off, rendering the water murky. She refrains from donning the 2 brand new sect garments recently gifted by Yumu, opting instead for the clean clothes she had left drying by the creek. Yesterday, Bao Gu, having overindulged in zhu mingua, felt no pangs of hunger. She mixed a pinch of salt with cold water and continued her labor with a hoe. While washing mats in the courtyard the previous night, she noticed the absence of a drainage ditch. Following the traces of dripping water along the base of the eaves, she excavated a trench approximately a foot deep and wide that extended towards the latrine she had dug the day before. Subsequently, she ventured into the nearby woods to fell some trees and gather sturdy vines, utilizing broad leaves to construct a rudimentary shelter over the latrine to mitigate odors. Fully aware of the foul stench that would emanate from her excrement after consuming zhu mingua, she crafted a makeshift lid resembling a toilet seat to contain the smell. Once these tasks were completed, Bao Gu felt her courtyard was, at the very least, habitable. Uncertain of which plants were medicinal herbs and which were mere weeds, Bao Gu hesitated to disturb the vegetation in her courtyard. Fearful of trampling any precious herbs, she treaded carefully, striving to follow the paths previously marked. Since childhood, Bao Gu possessed a profound love for reading. The knowledge inscribed on the jade tablets captivated her, leading her to study them with rapt attention. Unlike mundane books, the jade tablets of the cultivation world could be read simply by placing them against her forehead, allowing her to absorb the information even in the darkness of an unlit room. Were it not for the necessity of rising early to practice breathing techniques, she would have immersed herself in reading day and night. Having consumed 8 zhu mingua in one sitting, Bao Gu experienced no hunger for 3 days. Realizing that these fruits not only expelled impurities, but also satiated her appetite, she decided to subsist on zhu mingua, eating one daily at noon to cleanse and fill her stomach. Each morning, just before dawn, she rose, consumed a chi-refining pill given to her by Yumi, and sat on the stone bridge over the stream in her courtyard, facing the morning sun to meditate and refine her chi. Although she could not perceive the chi described in her teachings, breathing in the fresh air infused with the fragrance of grass and the essence of the stream brought her a sense of comfort. The chi-refining pill warmed her entire being, and with the effects of the zhu mingua still within her, she expelled layers of impurities after each meditation, feeling invigorated and mentally clear, as if her memory had improved significantly. The knowledge of spiritual herbs and medicines recorded on the jade tablets was easily comprehensible after a single reading, with the second reading allowing her to grasp the essence, and by the third, she could recite it with certainty. Bao Gu was not particularly astonished. She had always possessed a good memory, able to retain information after reading it 4 or 5 times. Now, in the tranquil embrace of the mountain forest, free from external distractions, it was only natural that her memory would enhance. Moreover, the textual descriptions of each herb were typically concise, accompanied by illustrations that mirrored the actual plants. The combination of visuals with text significantly facilitated her memorization. After diligently consuming 1 zhu mingua, taking a chi-refining pill, and practicing meditation for approximately 2 hours each day for half a month, Bao Gu finally sensed a subtle presence of qi within her. She understood this to be the essence referred to in the teachings of qi refinement. With utmost caution, she guided this qi, daring not to act recklessly, until it entered her dantian, located 3 inches below her lower abdomen. She once again followed the guidance of her cultivation method to draw the energy from her dantian, intending to circulate it along the meridian pathways she had traced earlier. However, she soon discovered that when the energy emerged from her dantian and encountered the acupuncture points, it became increasingly difficult to guide it further down, as if it were obstructed. She understood that this was due to the insufficient amount of energy within her body, and that the human meridian system and acupuncture points were not entirely unobstructed. It would require her future cultivation efforts to gradually clear these points with the energy she would accumulate over time. The meager amount of energy she currently possessed was utterly inadequate for this task. After half a month of diligent practice, she had entered the first stage of the qi refinement period, and she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Having previously perused various accounts of Taoist practitioners, she recalled that those individuals would meditate and practice daily for at least 3 to 5 years before they could perceive any energy within their bodies. Yet, with the assistance of the qi refinement pills provided by Zhu Minghua and Yu Mi, she achieved this milestone in just half a month. This instilled a sense of hope for her future and made her acutely aware of the significance of miraculous elixirs in aiding her progress. The Zhu Ming fruit was laden with bountiful fruit. Even if she consumed one daily, it would last her at least half a year. However, she had exhausted the qi refinement pills given to her by Yu Mi, noticing the reluctance with which Yu Mi had offered her that bottle. She realized that a second bottle would not be forthcoming. One must strive for self-sufficiency. True capability lies in being self-reliant, rather than relying on the generosity of her senior sister. Thus, Bao Gu placed her hopes for advancement upon the spiritual herbs and plants in the courtyard. Over the past fortnight, she had thoroughly studied the jade slip and could recite its contents from memory. She became intimately familiar with the characteristics and effects of these spiritual herbs. With a medicinal basket on her back, she diligently pulled out the weeds and discarded them far from the courtyard. The area was vast, and the weeds were plentiful. Bao Gu, cautious not to harm the spiritual herbs, pulled them out with great care, resulting in a slow pace. Fortunately, she had ample time. Aside from meditating and sleeping, her days were spent weeding in the courtyard. It took her 3 entire days to clear the weeds. In an instant, Bao Gu felt as though her courtyard was brimming with treasures, filled to the brim with spiritual herbs. There were over 700 plants scattered throughout, encompassing more than 30 different varieties. Some herbs with a growth cycle of merely 3 to 5 years had already blossomed and seeded, while others had even begun to sprout roots. She collected those that had flowered and seeded, intending to sow them again in the future to yield even more spiritual herbs. The newly sprouted, inconspicuous seedlings were carefully enclosed, and the areas where the herbs clustered were divided into plots of varying sizes. Fearing that she might inadvertently trample the herbs while inspecting them, she meticulously carved narrow pathways between these irregular plots. Before long, Bao Gu sensed a refreshing sensation within her body as wisps of genuine qi surged through her meridians. This sensation was markedly different from the previous days when she relied solely on breathing to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. During those times, even after 2 hours of meditation, she felt no genuine qi, only a gentle warmth arising from the continuous flow of energy within her dantian. Now, after consuming the spiritual herbs, she could distinctly feel the growth of qi within her. After 2 hours, Bao Gu concluded her practice. Having not experienced a bout of diarrhea in quite some time, she suddenly felt a sharp cramp in her lower abdomen and hurriedly dashed behind a distant tree. She was well versed in the jade slips and understood that spiritual herbs were distinct from the common crops of the peasantry. While the latter thrived on the nutrients found in manure, spiritual herbs were repelled by filth. Once tainted, their essence would perish. After resolving her urgent needs, she discerned the differences between spiritual herbs and elixirs. The elixirs did not induce any foulness, whereas the consumption of this spiritual herb would result in the expulsion of a foul substance tinged with green and black. She surmised that the elixirs underwent a refining process that eliminated impurities detrimental to human absorption present in the spiritual herbs. By ingesting the spiritual herb directly, any residuals that were not absorbable would necessitate another cleansing of her internal organs. She speculated that combining the spiritual herb with the Zhu Ming fruit could catalyze its medicinal properties. After a prolonged period without feeling hunger, she found herself ravenous. She recognized that excessive consumption of the Zhu Ming fruit was inadvisable. Although she could sustain herself temporarily with it, prolonged reliance would be detrimental to her health. Her skin, now translucent, and her arms resembling slender twigs, was evidence of this. Bao Gu craved meat. The stream nearby was teeming with fish, and she could catch some. Furthermore, the surrounding mountains were alive with wild game, and armed with her bow and arrows, she could hunt. She filled her medicinal basket with 2 stones and cast them into the pool, watching as the basket sank, the long vine in her hand trailing downwards. Despite the vine reaching its end, the basket had yet to touch the bottom. Bao Gu was momentarily taken aback. How could such a shallow stream produce such deep waters? Truly, the realm of the immortals was rife with wonders. Curious about the water's depth, she secured the vine around a large stone at the pool's edge. Then, she hefted a stone weighing about 7 or 8 pounds and hurled it into the depths with force. The impact created a resounding splash, sending a massive spray of water into the air as the stone sank, producing a flurry of bubbles. After a while, the bubbles vanished, and the surface of the water returned to tranquility. Bao Gu still could not ascertain the pool's depth. Lacking swimming skills, she decided to keep her distance from the pool. Given its profound depths and the absence of visible fish, she resolved to retrieve her basket and seek a more fruitful spot for fishing. As she lifted the basket from the water, she noticed bubbles rising in the center of the pool, a large bubble causing a significant splash. Startled, Bao Gu looked up, only to hear a tremendous sound of crashing water as a colossal white serpent's head emerged from the depths, its copper bell-sized eyes fixated upon her. "Oh my!" Bao Gu exclaimed, and bolted away. After a few paces, she remembered her basket and desperately clutched it, calling out, "Senior sister, help! There's a beast in the pool. Please save me." She had scarcely run 2 yards when she saw the serpent swiftly swimming in the stream ahead, soon surpassing her, and with a great splash, it leapt from the water, blocking her path. The serpent was far thicker than she, its body partially out of the water, while the remainder remained submerged. This was no mere snake. It was akin to a water dragon. Terrified, Bao Gu dared not take a single step or even breathe, her body trembling as she gazed up at the towering white serpent that loomed above her. The serpent regarded her with a penetrating gaze, seemingly probing for something, devoid of any intent to attack. Suddenly, Bao Gu recalled her senior sister's words about the guardian beasts of the immortal sect. These creatures would not harm the disciples. Hastily, she took the outer disciple's badge from her waist and held it aloft before the great white serpent, exclaiming, "I am Bao Gu, an outer disciple accepted by the esteemed Yu Mi." To her astonishment, the serpent's mouth curled slightly, its expression animated as if it were smiling. Bao Gu's heart raced, and in a flurry of embarrassment, she tossed aside her medicinal basket and sprinted toward the wooden cabin, indignantly shouting, "Great White, I am not frightened to the point of losing control. I merely have an upset stomach." Chapter 13. The Heart's Turmoil. Half an hour later, having changed into clean garments and washed her soiled trousers, Bao Gu calmed herself. Since the great white serpent was a guardian spirit and possessed the ability to speak, it was evidently sentient and bore her no malice. Losing her medicinal basket would mean the absence of a most handy tool. Thus, she ambled to the brook not far from the pond to retrieve her fallen basket, cautiously hiding behind a large tree as she peered toward the deep pool. The surface of the water was merely disturbed by the cascading waterfall, with no sign of the great white serpent. She resolved never to approach this place again. Suddenly, a voice resonated from above her. "What are you sneaking about for?" Hearing that familiar voice brought Bao Gu immense joy, and she exclaimed, "Senior sister." She looked up to see Yu Mi hovering in the air atop her flying sword, a good 10 feet above the ground. Bao Gu mused, "This great white serpent is merely a guardian spirit, while her senior sister is adept enough to vanquish the enormous toad that caused a 3-year drought in Qingshan County. Surely, this serpent must heed human commands, much like a guard dog." She replied, "Senior sister, there is a talking great white serpent in the pond. It even called you a glutton and mocked you for taking in a 5-waste route." She spoke the last part in a whisper, then indignantly added, "Is it not too audacious for a guardian spirit to behave this way?" Yumi cast a deep glance toward the pond before fixing her gaze on Bao Gu, asking, "How did you know there was a great white serpent in the pond?" "I saw how deep the water was and tossed a stone into it," Bao Gu replied. Yumi retorted with irritation, "You must be quite idle to engage in such nonsense." Suddenly, the pond erupted in a flurry of white froth, causing Bao Gu to retreat behind the tree once more. Yet, recalling Yumi's presence, she mustered her courage and stepped out from behind the tree, standing tall. As Yumi landed and sheathed her sword, she respectfully clasped her fists in a salute, declaring, "Yumi pays her respects to the Master Uncle." She shot an accusatory glare at Bao Gu. "Master Uncle? Who?" Bao Gu swiftly turned her head to scan the surroundings, but saw no one. However, from the depths of the pond, amidst the swirling water, a white, glistening serpent's head emerged. A serpent's head, larger than a dustpan, emerged from the water, its pair of emerald green eyes fixating intently on Yumi. She approached the edge of the pond and settled down, remarking, "Master Uncle, I thought you were still in seclusion." As she spoke, a hillock of succulent, golden-brown roasted meat appeared before her, glistening and fragrant, and was promptly lowered into the water. Upon catching the aroma of the delectable grilled meat, Bao Gu felt her mouth water, swallowing several times to maintain her composure. Yumi continued, "This is a fire toad of the Golden Core stage that I encountered last month while passing through Qingshan County. I have extracted its fiery essence." Suddenly, a whirlpool formed on the water surface, drawing the roasted meat beneath. The great white serpent spoke in human tongue. "From where did you acquire this five-element waste? I see her talents are lacking, and her character is unworthy. How could such a person be accepted under your wing?" Yumi frowned, replying, "Master Uncle, you have no right to say that. It was your spirit stone that led to this. I used it to test her, and it showed abundant spiritual roots. Your spirit stone did not indicate she was a five-element waste." The great white serpent glared at Yumi, exclaiming, "Is this my fault?" Yumi remained silent, her face betraying her sense of grievance. The serpent twisted its massive head toward Bao Gu, saying, "You may leave now." Bao Gu, upon hearing this, hurriedly grabbed her medicine basket and ran off. As she fled, she heard the great white serpent's exasperated voice, "Stop showing that pitiful little wife expression. I am busy preparing for the tribulation of transformation and have no time for you. Tell me, how many treasures have you pilfered from me over the years? Just when I finally enjoyed a brief respite after your departure, you send me a glutton who can't help but relieve herself everywhere. I assure you, had it not been for your sake, and if she hadn't always chosen to do her business a few hundred meters away, I would have long since dispatched her with a flick of my tail." Bao Gu, feeling embarrassed, shrank back behind a large tree. Yumi's soft voice broke the silence. "Master Uncle, a few days ago I obtained a drop of water essence, but just as I entered the mountain gate. It was borrowed by Master Zhu from the water spirit marsh. You know I practice fire-related techniques. I have no use for water attributes. And Master Zhu insisted on borrowing it." "What? A drop of water essence?" "Zhu, I will not let this go." The great white serpent's fierce roar reverberated through the forest, shaking the very trees. Its overwhelming presence caused Bao Gu, who had been eavesdropping, to stumble and fall to the ground, a wave of inexplicable fear rising within her. She heard a sound of rushing water and peered out from behind the tree, only to see the great white serpent soaring out of the deep pond into the sky. Its snow-white body, illuminated by the sunlight and shimmering water, seemed to radiate a divine aura. Its length of over 3 zhang appeared to harbor immense power. From a distance, it resembled not just a great white serpent, but rather a celestial white dragon emerging from the water. It soared into the air, gracefully undulating like a serpent, and in an instant, it vanished beyond the mountain, leaving behind a mist of water vapor that lingered in the air. The mist was refreshing, making the sweltering summer feel as invigorating as early spring. Yumi cast a sideways glance at Bao Gu and said, "Master Uncle was originally human. She merely failed to transcend the nascent soul tribulation, and her primordial spirit took refuge in the body of the white python to cultivate." Bao Gu inquired, "What is water essence?" "Water essence is the quintessence of water, a treasure for those who practice water-based techniques." Bao Gu asked, "What is its use?" Yufu replied, "It contains abundant spiritual energy and water essence, proving invaluable for both cultivation and the crafting of magical artifacts. Water essence is rare, a treasure to encounter but not to seek." Observing Yufu deep in thought, Bao Gu, believing her sister was concerned for their master, asked, "Sister, will Master fight with Master Zhu?" Yufu replied softly, "Perhaps." Her gaze turned to Bao Gu as she inquired, "How many qi refinement pills have you consumed?" Bao Gu responded, "I finished them all." Yufu abruptly stood, exclaiming, "You consumed an entire bottle of qi refinement pills, yet you are still merely at the first stage of qi refinement? You have squandered her pills." Bao Gu, beaming with her pearly white teeth, replied, "Sister, I am impressive, aren't I? In just a month, I reached the first stage of qi refinement. In fact, I achieved it in merely half a month." Her smile was radiant, yet she felt a twinge of guilt. Her sister's expression was so fierce that it made her feel as though being at the first stage of qi refinement was an unforgivable sin. Yufu's expression shifted through various shades before she clenched her teeth and declared, "From now on, do not tell anyone that I brought you into this. I cannot afford to lose face. Guarding 2 fruit-laden Juming trees, and yet you are still only at the first stage of qi refinement, even after consuming an entire bottle of qi refinement pills. The spiritual energy released from those pills should have propelled you far beyond this stage. How did I end up with such a wasteful disciple?" With a flick of her sleeve and a step onto her flying sword, Yufu soared away, wishing she could shout to her master, "Master, please, just strike down Bao Gu." Chapter 14. The Hunt. Bao Gu understood that cultivating immortality is not a task to be achieved overnight. She recognized the truth that haste makes waste. The cultivation manual given to her by Yufu stated that reaching the qi refinement stage grants a lifespan of 200 years, while the foundation establishment stage bestows 300 years, and the golden core stage allows for 500 years. At merely 13 years of age, and having just entered the realm of cultivation for a month, Bao Gu could not comprehend her sister's urgency. Mastery of skills requires a solid foundation. Just look at the eldest son of Aunt Zhou next door, who spent the first 3 years merely perfecting his stances in martial arts. Most importantly, Bao Gu knew she was doing her utmost. She was uncertain of what level she could attain, but she was committed to her practice, ready to accept whatever results her efforts would yield. With her medicine basket in hand, Bao Gu descended to a shallow stream, where she gathered some snails. Using a stone, she cracked open the snail shells and placed the broken shells and snails into the basket before submerging it in the fish-rich waters. Sitting quietly by the stream, she patiently awaited her catch. Soon, she noticed several fish swimming into her basket to feast on the snail meat. Once a few fish had entered, she swiftly pulled the vine tied to the basket, lifting it from the water surface. The fish, startled by the sudden movement, flailed and splashed, and among them, the largest, measuring nearly a foot long, managed to flick its tail and escape just as the basket was lifted from the water. The exquisite fish, paired with a mystical elixir, allowed the flavors of the remedy to permeate the tender flesh of the fish. Despite the absence of ginger, scallions, or garlic, the dish presented the authentic essence of both the fish and the potion. After 2 years of being deprived of the taste of meat, Bao Gu was so moved that tears nearly welled in her eyes. Once satiated, she retreated to the brookside to meditate, absorbing the ethereal energies and medicinal properties emanating from the elixir. An hour of meditation left her in a sweat, yet she felt a slight increase in the energy within her dantian. After bathing, she retrieved the bow and arrows gifted to her by Yufu and began to practice her combat skills. Along with the foundational techniques Yufu had imparted, she had also received a jade tablet detailing various methods and techniques for wielding different weapons. Bao Gu opted to focus on the bow and axe, as she had both readily available. Yufu had provided her with a bow and a quiver of arrows, while a large axe for chopping wood was conveniently at her disposal. Though she did not intend to abandon the sword, which was known as the king of weapons, she fashioned a wooden sword and dedicated half an hour each day to practicing swordplay. However, in comparison, Bao Gu favored the axe, as its training could conveniently coincide with wood chopping. 3 months passed, and she had accumulated a pile of firewood in her yard, towering even above her dwelling. The weight of the axe allowed her to strengthen her physique, while swinging it. Living alone in these woods, where no human presence graced her for months, she found herself responsible for all laborious tasks. Without sufficient strength, how could she manage? As for the wooden sword, its utility was questionable. The bow and arrows proved far more effective, enabling her to hunt nearby birds, rabbits, and wild chickens to enhance her diet. Autumn had arrived, and the leaves turned a brilliant yellow. The breeze swept through, scattering the leaves in a delightful display, heralding the refreshing essence of the season. Yet, sleeping on a cool mat at night left her feeling chilled. Bao Gu had been awakened by the cold for several consecutive nights, pitifully rising in the middle of the night to meditate, attempting to warm herself with the scant true energy in her dantian. She was compelled to contemplate preparations for winter. Adequate clothing and bedding were necessary, as well as provisions for the cold months ahead. As the weather grew colder, the fish in the brook became increasingly disinterested in bait and less active. Her fishing excursions yielded diminishing returns with each passing day. Consequently, she adjusted her bathing schedule from morning and evening to midday, as the water was frigid during the early hours and at dusk, leaving her shivering. Should the temperature drop further, she would have no choice but to heat water in the unused outhouse for her baths. Before dawn, Bao Gu rose early to prepare her meal. She placed 2 plump rabbits into the pot, along with several medicinal herbs to simmer. Perhaps due to her rigorous training, her physical exertion was considerable. She found herself consuming an entire rabbit or 2 wild chickens daily. Having assessed her appetite, she estimated that she required approximately a pound of meat per meal to feel satisfied. After cooking, she devoured nearly half a rabbit and drank down the rich broth infused with the elixir's medicinal qualities. Finishing her breakfast, she stepped outside her abode to find the dawn light gently illuminating the sky. With her round belly in tow, she made her way to the Zhuming fruit tree, plucking a fruit to consume. She then proceeded to the stone bridge over the brook, where she sat in meditation, absorbing the effects of the elixir she had just ingested. After 4 months of profound cultivation and transformation in her physique, Bao Gu felt that the food she consumed contained not only the spiritual essence capable of enhancing her dantian's true energy, but also numerous substances unknown to her that were gradually altering her constitution. 4 months prior, she was as thin as a twig. Now, her body had gained a healthy layer without becoming overweight. Her slender arms and legs were now robust with muscle, and the two prominent curves on her chest seemed to have subtly expanded. Her skin had transformed to a translucent, snow-white complexion, delicate enough to be likened to silken tofu. Even with a daily intake of a Zhu fruit each morning and evening, there was little impurity left to expel from her body. Her strength had significantly increased. The once cumbersome axe now felt as light as a piece of dried wood in her grasp. She could run faster, leap higher, and her hearing had improved remarkably. She could distinctly hear the rustling of a rabbit's footsteps from 100 paces away. Her eyesight had sharpened to the extent that she could aim an arrow at the head of a tiny caterpillar crawling 100 steps away. These enhancements bestowed upon Bao Gu the courage to venture deep into the woods, far from her courtyard. The autumn air was crisp and invigorating as she stepped upon the thick carpet of fallen leaves beneath her feet, feeling a surge of vitality. Previously, she had only hunted small game like wild rabbits and pheasants in the surrounding woods, but this time, her primary aim was to hunt larger beasts with thick fur to fashion into blankets and quilts. Of course, she would not overlook smaller prey, as they would serve as sustenance for the winter. The forest was devoid of paths, with dense thickets obstructing her way. Bao Gu navigated through the less bushy areas, and when faced with impassable routes, she wielded her axe to clear a path. Fortunately, her newfound strength made wielding the 7 or 8-pound axe effortless, and she felt no fatigue along her journey. With her keen hearing and sight, she frequently spotted small game concealed beneath the underbrush, among the grass, or beside the fallen leaves. She dismissed tiny mice as too small to bother with, and the beautiful squirrels in the trees were spared from her grasp. However, upon noticing a striking male pheasant flying by, she swiftly took aim and shot it down. She could not let a plump rabbit escape. Rabbit meat was among her favorite delicacies. Before noon had even arrived, her storage bag was filled with 5 rabbits, 2 pheasants, and a dove. The only larger beast she had encountered was a sleek, fiery red fox that darted away at an incredible speed, disappearing in an instant. As she traversed deeper into the expansive forest, she realized just how vast it was. There was no end in sight ahead or behind, and she could hear no sound of flowing streams. Suddenly, from the thicket just over a yard away, a yellow figure burst forth, lunging towards her with alarming swiftness. She distinctly heard the rustling of fur against the brush, and almost as soon as she spotted the figure, it pounced upon her. Bao Gu was caught off guard, as powerful, sharp claws pinned her shoulders, and the heavy form, weighing several hundred pounds, bore down upon her, forcing her to the ground. Pain shot through her shoulder as if the claws had sunk into her flesh. Above her, she heard the ferocious roar of a beast, accompanied by a wafting stench of decay. As the creature knocked her down, it opened its jaws, poised to bite down upon her head. In a moment of desperation, Bao Gu pressed her hands firmly against the massive head of the beast, pushing it back. The creature emitted a chilling howl, its mouth wide open, desperately attempting to bite her head. Bao Gu strained to tilt her head away, increasing the distance between herself and this assailing beast, only to discover that it was a tiger. Its forehead adorned with the emblem of a king. With its claws pinning down her shoulders and its strength overwhelming, Bao Gu felt utterly powerless. The tiger persistently lunged toward her head, several times snagging her hair and tugging painfully at her scalp. Gritting her teeth, she summoned all her strength. One hand propped up the tiger's jaw to prevent it from biting her, while her other hand reached for the quiver at her waist. She grasped an arrow and forcefully drove it into the tiger's belly. The beast let out a piercing cry and leaped away from her. Bao Gu noticed the arrow embedded in the tiger's side. After leaping back, the tiger crouched and sprang toward her with blinding speed, nearly instantaneously closing the distance. With no time to contemplate, Bao Gu seized a nearby axe and struck down fiercely at the tiger's head, the sharp blade cleaving directly into its skull. The tiger collided heavily with her, its front paws crashing down, nearly knocking the breath from her lungs. After the tiger fell beside her, its body slumped, the axe still lodged in its forehead. Breathless and shaken, Bao Gu crawled away, creating distance from the dead tiger. She saw its wide, unblinking eyes and finally exhaled in relief, only to realize her hands were trembling, her strength depleted. "I thought I was done for," she muttered repeatedly. Her heart pounded violently,
as if it were about to burst from her chest.
She never anticipated a tiger would silently ambush her so closely, and the brush with death had been harrowing. After resting for a moment, feeling a semblance of strength return, she stood up. Testing her shoulder, she found it could move without pain, attributing her recovery to the efficacy of the medicine given by her senior sister. Suddenly, a faint rustling reached her ears. Though subtle, it heightened her alertness after the tiger's attack. She turned to the source of the sound and was startled to see a gray creature resembling a dog lurking in the underbrush, its eyes fixed intently upon her. In an instant, it lunged from the thicket toward her. Simultaneously, sounds erupted from the surrounding foliage, and a dozen figures sprang forth. One word flashed through Bao Gu's mind: wolves. Gripping the axe tightly, she attempted to wrench it free from the tiger's skull, but it was ensnared by the bone. Having encountered such a predicament while chopping wood, she pressed the axe at an angle and pulled with force, liberating it from the tiger's head. As she swung it high, it struck one of the advancing wolves, sending blood splattering in all directions. Another wolf lunged from the side, sinking its teeth into Bao Gu's leg, eliciting a pained cry from her. In a desperate attempt, she seized an arrow from her quiver and forcefully drove it into the head of the wolf that was gnawing at her thigh, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. The arrowhead penetrated deeply into the wolf's skull, snapping the shaft she clutched in her hand. Bao Gu scarcely had time to regard the broken arrow, for a pack of wolves was already surging around her. With a frantic scream, she spun around, wielding her axe in a wide arc. Two wolves that had lunged forward were met with the blade. One lost a leg while the other had its skull cleaved in half. There were too many wolves. Shadows of the beasts surrounded her. Overcome with fear, Bao Gu swung her axe wildly, striking at any wolf that approached. All rational thought fled her mind. She could only react instinctively, hacking at anything that drew near, whether it was a thrust, a chop, or a sweep, anything to carve a path through the encircling beasts. In a blur of motion, she caught sight of another wolf advancing from behind and, without a moment's hesitation, she struck down, toppling it to the ground. Bao Gu lost count of how many times the wolves had attacked. All she knew was that she continued to fell the beasts with her axe. 5 or 6 wolves lay lifeless at her feet in a pool of blood. Though the entire ordeal felt prolonged, it had transpired in mere moments. The remaining wolves, grievously wounded, ceased their assault and began to retreat slowly, slipping back into the underbrush, as if to observe her. Breathing heavily, Bao Gu glared fiercely at the wolves lurking nearby, her grip on the axe tightening. Under the looming threat of death, her gaze was more ferocious than that of the wolves. Perhaps sensing that Bao Gu was not an easy target, the pack withdrew further before turning and vanishing into the thicket. Covered in blood, Bao Gu watched the retreating wolves. Nearly overwhelmed with the urge to cry, she forcefully inhaled, admonishing herself, no tears, no fear. With determination, she rummaged through her storage pouch, collecting the fallen wolves and tigers scattered on the ground. One wolf was still alive, gasping and trembling. Bao Gu raised her axe and delivered a decisive blow to its neck, severing its head from its body before adding it to her storage. She rolled up her pant leg to reveal a gaping wound on her calf, blood pouring from the flesh. Applying the hemostatic powder given to her by Yu Mi, she sprinkled it onto the wound and tore a strip from her clothing to bind it. Gripping her axe, she limped forward, dragging her injured leg. She dared not pause in her tracks, with so much blood spilled on the ground. Who knew how many beasts would be drawn by the scent of blood? Bao Gu had never anticipated that a simple quest for hunting animal pelts to make blankets and clothing for the winter would lead her to such a dire predicament. Chapter 15: A Night in the Forest. The injury on her calf caused excruciating pain with every step she took. While the hemostatic powder had initially stemmed the bleeding, her movement caused the wound to reopen, soaking the cloth binding it in blood, which trickled down her leg in steady drops onto the fallen leaves below. The intense agony left her drenched in sweat, each step a monumental challenge. Bao Gu, wounded and bleeding, dared not venture further. The metallic scent of her blood lingered in the air, an unwelcome beacon that would surely summon the beasts of the wild. If she continued onwards, not only would she risk being devoured by them, but her incessant movement would prevent her wounds from healing, ultimately leading to her demise from excessive blood loss. She must pause to tend to her injuries while remaining vigilant against potential attacks. With a limp, she gathered nearby twigs and leaves, wielding her axe to clear space for a pile of fallen foliage. From her storage pouch, she retrieved a fire starter to ignite the leaves, adding branches atop to create a robust flame. As the fire blazed to life, Bao Gu finally felt a modicum of security. She scoured the vicinity for additional dry branches and leaves, igniting 6 separate fires, each spaced 6 to 10 feet apart, forming a protective circle of flames. Battling dizziness, she collected more dry leaves for reserve and felled a small tree, slightly thicker than her arm, chopping it into 3-foot lengths to dry by the fire. Once her preparations were complete, she settled within the safety of the fire circle, unwrapping the cloth binding her leg wound to apply a hemostatic powder. She then extracted 2 healing herbs from her pouch to restore her vitality, followed by pieces of rabbit meat she had cooked that morning, tearing off 2 legs to satiate her hunger. Perhaps due to her considerable blood loss, fatigue overwhelmed her. Sleep in these treacherous woods, rife with predators, was a luxury she could not afford. Instead, she sat cross-legged, circulating the meager energy within her dantian, while keenly listening to the sounds around her. Even the slightest rustle would prompt her to grasp her bow, ready to aim at the source of the noise, only to discover rabbits, mice, squirrels, or deer passing by. Or merely the wind stirring the fallen leaves. Bao Gu had chosen a relatively open terrain, where sparse shrubs could not conceal larger predators. The night brought forth more beasts than the day. As dusk fell, she heard the faint footsteps of creatures lurking in the shadows and glimpsed their glowing eyes flickering among the trees, some even circling her, observing her intently. The forest around her was alive with sounds, roars, growls, and the cacophony of skirmishes and hasty retreats. Tension gripped her as she remained alert to her surroundings, bow always in hand and axe within reach. Her wounds seemed to be healing, an uncomfortable itching signaling their recovery. Fortuitously, the presence of the flames deterred the beasts from approaching. She maintained a watchful eye on the fires, reasoning that as long as they burned, she would be safe. However, sustaining 6 fires required an abundance of fuel. With her injuries limiting her capacity to gather wood, by midnight, her supply dwindled significantly. Desperately, she reduced the size of the flames, ultimately consolidating the 6 into 1, yet it was insufficient to last until dawn. Without a bell to mark the passing hours or any means of telling time, she was left to wish fervently for the break of day. In this desolate wilderness, she had no one to rely on for rescue. She listened to Yu Mi speak of Lingyun Peak, noting that there were only 4 of them in total. Uncle Bai Shi had been secluding himself at the bottom of the pond, diligently preparing for his transformation calamity. As for Yu Mu's master, who had never made an appearance, she had no expectations. Even the gender and whereabouts of Yu Mu's master remained a mystery. Relying on Yu Mi was also futile, for she had not shown herself in 3 months. Even if there were matters requiring her attention, she would not appear at night. The likelihood of Yu Mi crossing paths with her was slim, given the vastness of Lingyun Peak and the endless forest. Each time Yu Mi entered or exited, she soared high on her flying sword, hardly noticing the fire and a solitary figure beneath the towering trees. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached swiftly, brimming with menace. Without a moment's hesitation, Bao Gu grasped an axe in her right hand and a burning stick, thicker than her arm, in her left, rising to her feet. She turned to the right and saw a dark shadow lunging toward her. This shadow was notably smaller than the tiger she had encountered during the day, yet it charged with alarming ferocity. Bao Gu let out a fierce shout, swinging the axe down at the shadow. She summoned nearly all her strength for this strike, driven by fear and panic, and unconsciously channeled the true energy from her dantian in the process. Before her stood a sleek black panther, its fur glistening like oil. It lunged directly at Bao Gu, claws aimed at her face. Just as its claws were about to reach her, she swung the axe, delivering a powerful blow to its forehead while simultaneously smashing the burning stick against its body. The stick shattered upon impact, sparks flying from the flaming end, causing pain to her left hand that held it. The axe struck heavily upon the panther's head, initially meeting resistance before slicing through. She watched as something, accompanied by a splatter of blood, flew diagonally from the panther's skull. After her axe fell, the panther collapsed heavily onto the ground, landing roughly 10 feet away, glaring at her with a menacing growl of threat. Overwhelmed with fear, Bao Gu tightened her grip on the axe and charged at the panther. Tears threatened to spill. Yet she dared not cry. She wished to flee, but felt she could not. Confronted with a wild beast, she had no choice but to fight desperately. She unleashed her combat techniques, swinging the axe with a whooshing sound, creating a flurry of axe shadows that formed a shimmering shield of cold light. As she advanced, the panther swiftly retreated several feet, creating distance between them. Seeing the panther back away slightly alleviated some of her fear. In that moment, she realized that even wild beasts could feel fear, just as she had when surrounded by a pack of wolves earlier that day. As she fought fiercely against the wolves, they had retreated, their eyes fixed on her as she glared back defiantly. The principles of combat skills were secondary. The spirit of battle reigned supreme. In the face of a narrow encounter, it is the courageous who prevail. When 2 formidable forces meet, it is often those unafraid of death and willing to fight with all their might who emerge victorious. As Bao Gu recalled the recent moment when she felled yet another leopard with her axe, her confidence soared. She reassured herself that the beasts were not as terrifying as she had imagined, armed with her axe and possessing combat skills. She deemed these creatures merely slightly more formidable than rabbits. She intended to skin them for blankets, and most importantly, she recognized that if she succumbed to fear, fled, or refrained from slaying them, they would inevitably devour her. With a fierce cry within her heart, she declared, "I refuse to be eaten. Bring me the leopard's hide." Brandishing her axe, she sprinted toward the leopard, the nearly 10-pound weapon slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. The black panther darted back several feet before turning to issue a menacing roar at Bao Gu. Undeterred, she unleashed her axe with fervor. her confidence swelling in tandem with her resolve. Ignoring the panther's threatening growls, she let out a battle cry and accelerated toward her prey.
Suddenly,
The panther pivoted and sprinted away, vanishing into the depths of darkness after a few agile leaps. "Don't run," Bao Gu shouted, but the searing pain from her injured calf compelled her to halt after a couple of steps. Despite her 4 months of rigorous training in chi cultivation, which had undoubtedly enhanced her strength and agility, she was still no match for the speed of a wild leopard. Were it not for her sharp axe, a mere encounter with the leopard could have resulted in grave injury or death. Once again, a pack of wolves. She recalled that wild animals typically did not initiate attacks on humans. Why, then, did these beasts seem intent on pursuing her? Perhaps they were drawn by her appearance, nurtured by magical herbs and fruits, which rendered her soft and enticing. If the wolves surrounded her as they had earlier that afternoon, she could expect to endure yet another barrage of bites. Fortune had favored her that day, sparing her from critical injuries. Yet, she could not count on such luck again, especially with her wounds. The combat techniques she had learned asserted that the best defense was a good offense. Taking a deep breath to suppress the pain from her injury, Bao Gu once more wielded her axe and charged toward the cluster of 4 pairs of eyes. As she closed in, the 4 wolves swiftly pivoted to evade her. The remainder of the pack lunged from either side, intent on bringing her down. After a fierce struggle, Bao Gu found herself breathless and exhausted. She surveyed her surroundings and noted that not a single wolf stood upright. The ground was strewn with dismembered wolf carcasses, none intact, some missing heads, others with severed limbs or split bodies, while few had been eviscerated. 2 wolves still clung to life. One, with a broken leg, struggled to rise. Bao Gu delivered a decisive blow to its forehead, rendering it lifeless. The other wolf lay gasping on the ground, unable to rise, and Bao Gu struck its head as well, silencing its final breaths. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of light not too far away. Looking up, she saw the 2 wolves that had previously fled, now watching her from a distance. Soon, their glowing green eyes disappeared into the shadows, likely retreating further away. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, devoid of any animal sounds. Exhausted, Bao Gu collapsed onto the blood-soaked leaves, gasping for breath. She felt a searing pain across her back, and her arms bore several bloody wounds. Her clothing was tattered, reduced to mere strips, rendering her a ghastly figure drenched in blood, her own mingled with that of the wolves. Before long, the low growls of beasts echoed from the nearby thicket. Grasping her axe, she rose once more, frequently glancing around her. The night was pitch black. Apart from the occasional glimmer of feral eyes, she could discern nothing. She dared not move recklessly, shifting only to kick fallen leaves into the fire to sustain its flickering light, which was dwindling to a mere ember. Should the flames extinguish, plunging her into darkness, her fate would be sealed. Determined not to let the fire die, she rummaged through her storage bag, knowing that even burning her clothes was preferable to being engulfed by the dark. She cast her blood-soaked, tattered garment near the fire, coaxing the flames to roar back to life. Gradually, the surroundings fell silent. As her clothing diminished, she was left with only a pristine set of outer disciple robes, having consumed all that was in her bag. At last, dawn broke. As the first pale light emerged and the landscape began to clarify, she found no beasts in sight. Overcome with emotion, she raised her head and let out a resounding cry, which soon transformed into heart-wrenching sobs. She longed to return home, to the sanctuary of her small courtyard with its sturdy walls. After weeping for some time, she felt a modicum of relief, wiped her tears, and, sniffling, consumed the last remnants of her cooked rabbit. She gathered the lifeless wolf into her storage bag and, clutching her axe, nestled against a grand tree to meditate. When she concluded her practice, her spirits lifted slightly, yet the toll of a sleepless night weighed heavily upon her, leaving her fatigued and drowsy. Leaning against the tree, she dared not succumb to deep slumber, awakening intermittently. Eventually, the sun emerged, its bright rays warming her face. Utilizing the sun's position to discern direction, she dragged her battered form southward, axe in hand. Along the way, she encountered more wild beasts. Chapter 16. Crafting Leather Goods. Following the sun's guidance, she continued her journey northward. The terrain grew increasingly steep, with uneven stones scattered amidst the forest, leaves and vines carpeting the ground. The trees towered, lush and vibrant, with ancient specimens dotting the landscape, some nearly a millennium old, their girth requiring the embrace of 3 or 4 people. Realizing she had strayed from her path, she understood that even if she persisted northward, the vast expanse meant that a slight deviation could lead her far from the cabin. As the saying goes, a slight miscalculation can result in a significant divergence. The harrowing experiences of the previous night haunted her, compelling her to prepare for another night in the wilderness. The beasts of these woods were elusive, masters of stealth and disguise. Rarely could one sense their presence until they were upon you. In moments of impending attack, her only recourse was to wield her axe in defense. Each encounter was a life and death struggle, a dance upon the precipice of mortality. She contemplated the beasts, seemingly endowed with intelligence, adept at utilizing the surrounding terrain and foliage to conceal their movements, even using stones as their refuge. She chose to spend the night by a parched creek, where the landscape was gentle and the view unobstructed. However, due to the dampness of the area, the dried leaves on the ground proved unsuitable for kindling, compelling her to venture further afield in search of firewood. While gathering, she fortuitously discovered some low-grade spiritual herbs, including 2 mature hemostatic and flesh-repairing plants, along with several other herbs absent from her modest garden. From her storage pouch, she retrieved a freshly slain wolf, still warm with blood dripping from its body. Skillfully, she skinned and eviscerated the wolf, laboriously extracting its sinews, and placed the bloodied meat upon the flames to roast. She then proceeded to the waterhole to cleanse the pelt and sinews of the wolf before spreading them out on leaves to dry near the fire. Subsequently, she took the tiger she had felled, skinning and eviscerating it as well, preparing the tiger's hide and sinews for roasting. Once the wolf meat was cooked, she severed a leg to satisfy her hunger and checked on the drying pelts and sinews. Both the wolf and tiger skins had shed their moisture, their thick fur feeling remarkably smooth to the touch. From the color of the fur, it was evident that both the wolf and tiger had been well nourished, indicating that their attack on her was likely not driven by hunger, but rather an assumption that she was a delectable prize. The fatal wounds inflicted on the tiger and wolf were located on their heads, leaving their pelts intact and unharmed, thus proving to be exceedingly convenient. Utilizing her axe, she severed the skin from the tiger's limbs and carved a hole large enough for her head in the center of the pelt. With her head nestled within, she donned the expansive tiger skin, which enveloped her petite form entirely, leaving only her lower ankles exposed. Her initial intention to craft a sleeveless vest quickly dissipated, necessitating further alterations to her tiger cloak. To facilitate movement during combat, she cut the front hem of the tiger skin from the bottom up to the waist, creating an opening that allowed her to kick freely. She tailored the pelt from her armpits to the waist, drilling holes with an arrowhead and stitching them together with the sinews. After connecting the side of the tiger skin with the shoulder portion, she fashioned sleeves. After 2 arduous hours, drenched in sweat, she finally completed her tiger cloak. The fur side facing inwards and the hide outwards provided warmth, albeit with a slight drawback of weight. Fortunately, her current stamina was sufficient, and it did not hinder her mobility. Rather, it imparted a sense of security, as the thick tiger hide could offer some protection against any beast that might strike. She also cut the wolf skin to create a neck guard, fashioned from double layers of wolf fur, providing both warmth and robust protection. Given that ferocious beasts often preferred to attack the neck and head, critical areas of vulnerability, she realized she must exercise utmost caution. Having completed the neck warmer, there remained an abundance of wolf fur. Bao Gu, adhering to a spirit of frugality, crafted a wolf fur hat to adorn her head, followed by 2 sets of leg guards to shield her thighs and calves. With surplus wolf fur still at her disposal, she fashioned herself a pair of wrist guards. Finally, gritting her teeth, she constructed a pair of wolf fur boots, replacing her worn-out cloth shoes that had been riddled with holes and were incapable of repelling water. Bao Gu, without a mother and relying solely on her father, understood that a girl without proficient needlework skills would struggle to find a husband. The neighbor, Aunt Shou, took a keen interest in Bao Gu, having taught her the art of sewing since she was very young. Thus, despite the fact that Bao Gu's leather ensemble was crafted using holes drilled by arrows and made from tiger and wolf tendons, it was stitched quite neatly. When worn, it fit surprisingly well, lending her petite frame a newfound ruggedness. Yufu, hidden in a large tree several paces away, observed Bao Gu's sewing skills with astonishment. To create such a tidy set of leather gear without needles, relying solely on an axe and arrows, was truly remarkable. Reflecting on Bao Gu's shortcomings, 5 spiritual roots, and slightly deficient talents, she acknowledged her diligence. Bao Gu was adept at tending to spiritual herbs, sewing, cooking, and managing daily life. Although she had only practiced for 4 months and remained at the first stage of qi refinement, she managed to survive against the relentless attacks of wild beasts, demonstrating a surprising resilience that spoke to her strength. Yufu recalled the ferocity Bao Gu displayed when confronting a wild beast. The moment a tiger emerged in search of food, Bao Gu swung her axe and leapt forward, delivering a crushing blow to the creature's skull with remarkable ferocity, embodying the spirit and prowess of a disciple of the Xiantian sect. Such an accomplishment was beyond Bao Gu's natural strength, It was evident that she had harnessed her internal true energy to enhance her arm's power during the attack. Few disciples at the first stage of chi refinement possessed the understanding to utilize the true energy from their dantians. In fact, most were as weak as ordinary mortals, incapable of contending with fierce beasts. While Yufu was dissatisfied with Bao Gu's progress in cultivation, she recognized the rarity of Bao Gu's determination to seek breakthroughs in the treacherous wilderness. Despite her low cultivation level, with such tenacity, Bao Gu might yet transcend her innate limitations and carve out a path of her own. Yufu felt a slight irritation regarding Bao Gu's lack of vigilance. Given her own superior strength, it was reasonable that Bao Gu remained unaware of her presence. However, as a beast stealthily approached from 100 paces away, Bao Gu remained completely oblivious. Yufu observed as Bao Gu occasionally lifted her head to scan the surroundings, mistakenly believing she had detected something, only for Bao Gu to return to her sewing, utterly unaware of the danger. To ensure Bao Gu could concentrate on her work, Yufu silently intervened to eliminate the lurking beasts. Now, Bao Gu, continue your diligent training. Your senior sister will take her leave. Yu Mu did not depart immediately. Instead, she concealed her presence and flew low, systematically dealing with the low-level demonic beasts within a radius of several dozen miles. She subdued them all, ensuring they remained in their dens for several days, before finally taking her leave. Although the cultivation levels of these beasts predominantly hovered around the chi refinement stage or the early foundation establishment phase, Yu Mu possessed the capability to easily contend with a multitude of them. As Bao Gu entered the territory inhabited by these beasts, a single encounter could prove fatal. The realm of demonic beasts is far more merciless than that of humans. Those who ascend to become demonic beasts possess far superior intelligence and offensive capabilities compared to ordinary wild animals. Humans often hunt demonic beasts to enhance their own cultivation, while these beasts, in turn, seek to consume spiritual elixirs and purebred cultivators to elevate their own strength. In the world of cultivation, the dynamics between humans and demonic beasts dictate that the stronger become the predators, while the weaker are relegated to the role of prey. Despite Bao Gu's lack of innate talent, Yu Mu was determined to protect her, intrigued to witness how far Bao Gu could progress, especially since it was Yu Mu who introduced her to the world of cultivation and guided her to the Lingyun Peak. Unbeknownst to Bao Gu, Yu Mu had vigilantly watched over her throughout the night, driving away the beasts that sought to prey upon her. Exhausted after stitching her leather gear, Bao Gu remained on high alert, clutching her axe as she sat cross-legged beside the fire, closing her eyes to circulate the true energy within her dantian to restore her spirit. After a long day of traveling and through the cultivation of her true energy, she discovered its remarkable benefits. Meditating and adjusting her breath through her dantian while feeling fatigued significantly accelerated her recovery of stamina and vitality, surpassing even the restorative effects of sleep. Maintaining a state of light slumber while circulating her energy yielded restorative effects akin to sleep, yet even more effective, fully revitalizing her spirit. Most importantly, Bao Gu felt that as she practiced this energy circulation, the true energy began to permeate her entire body, empowering her despite her injuries. Perhaps due to the influence of spiritual herbs and her cultivation, her wounds were healing remarkably well. She noted that some scratches had already formed scabs. Even the area on her calf that had been bitten was showing signs of healing, though the absence of flesh left a noticeable indentation. Concerned, she gazed at the uneven scabs on her calf, apprehensive that the flesh that grew back might also be irregular. At dawn, Bao Gu concluded her practice. Expecting a night of fierce battles, she was pleasantly surprised to find the night had been unexpectedly peaceful, with no beasts daring to approach. Not even the mountain mice or rabbits made an appearance. Although she had stayed up late, sewing her leather garments, the nearly 3 hours she spent meditating afterward left her invigorated and vibrant. After a brief wash and enjoying some of the roasted wolf meat from the previous night, Bao Gu shouldered her axe and set out once more. She tread cautiously, yet the forest was eerily silent, devoid of any ferocious beasts. Unwilling to lower her guard, Bao Gu moved forward with utmost vigilance. In recent days, she had encountered ferocious beasts on numerous occasions, gaining profound insight into the notion that the more savage the creature, the greater its ability to conceal itself and launch ambushes, with an ensuing assault that was equally ruthless. After the afternoon sun had passed, she emerged from the dense forest and beheld a bamboo grove shrouded in mist. The crisp, cheerful chirping of birds emanated from the direction of the bamboo, accompanied by the sight of gray rabbits frolicking at the grove's edge. These rabbits possessed a far greater alertness than she did. Their playful leaps indicated the absence of predators. Compared to the ancient trees looming behind her, their oppressive silence igniting a sense of unease, she found solace in the animated bamboo grove. Resolutely, she made her way towards the bamboo, soon stepping into its embrace. Chapter 17. Ghost Encounter in the Bamboo Sea Ruins. Suddenly, The voice of an elderly woman rang out from beyond the bamboo. Who permitted your presence here?
Come fort.
Bao Gu felt a surge of suspicion. Suspecting the woman might be a tree spirit in disguise. She had heard numerous tales of mountain sprites and demons, and it was difficult not to associate this peculiar old woman with such lore. No wonder the forest had been so eerily silent, with such an unsightly tree spirit lurking. What other beasts could possibly dwell there? Noticing Bao Gu's hesitation, the old woman beckoned warmly, saying, Come to grandmother. Her tone was gentle, yet her appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary creatures that lured unsuspecting victims. Startled, Bao Gu shivered and turned to flee deeper into the bamboo grove. A forbidden zone? If it were indeed off-limits, there should be stone tablets marking the area. Forbidden ground. No entry for the uninvited. Trespassers will face death. Bao Gu was convinced the old woman was deceiving her. How could there be a shape-shifting demon within the realm of the Immortal Gate? There were only 4 individuals at Lingyun Peak, including her uncle Bai, the Great White Serpent. If this old woman belonged to Lingyun Peak, even as a demon transformed into human form, she would be counted among them. Yet, Bao Gu had never heard of her. In this desolate wilderness, if she were to perish at the hands of this dubious old woman, it would be a senseless demise. Caution is the key to survival, after all. Birdsong?
Bao Gu suddenly zoned that.
There was no sound of birds in the bamboo grove. Not only were the birds absent, but not a single insect, spider, or ant could be found. An unsettling feeling washed over her. Could there truly be something sinister lurking within this bamboo? She hesitated, contemplating retreat, yet feared the old woman might be a malevolent spirit. Although the bamboo grove felt eerily quiet, it was still within the confines of the Immortal Gate. There should be no life-threatening danger, or else there would surely be warnings posted outside for the disciples to heed. Steeling her resolve, Bao Gu tightened her grip on her axe and ventured deeper into the grove. After walking for about half an hour, she suddenly spotted a path ahead. The path was paved with white stone slabs, interspersed among the bamboo, with a considerable accumulation of fallen leaves. The stone path ascended steadily, leading to a flight of stone steps. Continuing along the path, she soon found herself confronted by a grand staircase. Bao Gu pressed onward, climbing the steps through the bamboo sea, contemplating that perhaps ascending the staircase might grant her a glimpse of the majestic mountain gate of Lingyun Peak. A sight to behold of the immortal sect's splendor. Before long, she encountered a scattering of broken stones strewn across the ground. As Bao Gu climbed into the pile of rubble, she was suddenly greeted by a broad platform and discerned that there once stood a stone archway-like structure, now in disrepair for reasons unknown. The base pillars remained, colossal in size, each twice as large as a grinding stone, suggesting that the edifice erected here in the past must have been truly magnificent. Scattered around were shards of stone, adorned with exquisite carvings. The auspicious clouds and mythical beasts appeared vividly alive. On one side of the platform stood a towering stone, reaching 2 zong in height, its top seemingly sheared off by a razor-sharp sword. At the break, a massive character was cleaved in half, rendering the upper portion invisible, while the lower half rested upon a stone pedestal. Beside the fractured stone lay another slab, tilted and fallen, engraved with half a character, which when completed read as Se. When these 2 fragments were combined, they formed the character for sword. Thus, the 3 characters together formed Se Jantai, or the sword disengagement platform. Navigating through the chaos of fallen stones and dried bamboo leaves, Bao Gu continued her ascent towards the sword disengagement platform, witnessing numerous ruined stone steps along the way. She brushed aside the accumulated dry bamboo leaves and discovered that the destroyed steps had become mere gravel. The entire staircase was blanketed in fallen foliage, obscuring her view of its true form. Even when she cleared some leaves from the intact steps, nothing discernible emerged. With a heart full of questions, Bao Gu persevered for over half an hour until she finally reached the end of the staircase. At its conclusion lay a massive, intricately carved block of debris, seemingly aged with the passage of time, covered in a thick layer of soil, with more bamboo leaves beneath the stones. Climbing over the obstructive mound, she raised her gaze and was instantly taken aback by the sight before her. Before her sprawled a landscape of crumbling walls, shattered stones, and immense depressions. It appeared she stood upon a vast square, where thick stone slabs had fragmented into countless pieces, the ground crisscrossed with various large fissures. Some as if struck by colossal weights, others cleaved by sharp weapons. The remnants of palace architecture could still be discerned around the square, from the sporadic standing columns to the collapsed jade structures and the scattered glazed tiles that sparkled in the sunlight. In that moment, Bao Gu could envision that this place had once been even more splendid than a royal palace. Bao Gu firmly believed that Lingyun Peak must have once basked in unparalleled glory. A glance at the current state of the site reveals the stark contrast to its former magnificence. now reduced to a mere handful of inhabitants. It was a far cry from its illustrious past. After traversing the pile of debris that blocked the staircase's end, Bao Gu stepped onto the stone-laden square, where countless swords and weapons lay strewn about. She bent down to retrieve a dusty 3-foot-long sword, only to grasp a remnant. The extreme juxtaposition of former splendor and present desolation stirred a sense of melancholy within her. With a deep breath, she released a profound sigh. Bao Gu pondered the peculiar situation. There were still people at Lingyun Peak, yet why had no one come to restore this place? Could it be that the catastrophe which led to such decay had rendered Lingyun Peak and even Shantian sect incapable of rebuilding? Or had they chosen to establish a new site altogether? What astonished her most was that, although the terrain was predominantly composed of gravel, the passage of time had transformed the weathered stones, combined with the bamboo leaves blown from the mountains below, into a layer of slightly half-inch thick loamy dust. Logically, one would expect this place to be overgrown with weeds, yet not a single blade of grass could be found. She recalled that in the bamboo grove beneath her feet, there too was only bamboo, devoid of any trace of grass. The place was steeped in an uncanny atmosphere, unsettling Bao Gu, who was reminded of the old woman she encountered upon entering the bamboo grove. This only heightened her sense of the eerie, making her feel that it was a locale best avoided for any length of time. As Bao Gu turned around, she was suddenly startled into a scream. A middle-aged man, clad in a black robe with disheveled hair, had appeared behind her silently and without warning, staring at her with an impassive expression.
30 feet, Bao Gu stumbled backward.
Her heel catching on a stone, causing her to lose her footing and fall unceremoniously to the ground. The stone beneath her was sharp, jolting her with pain that contorted her face. Overwhelmed by fear, Bao Gu gazed at the expressionless man and tremulously inquired, "Senior, are you the master of Sister Yu Mi?" "I am but a new disciple of the outer sect, named Bao Gu. I did not intend to intrude. I merely lost my way." No sooner had she spoken than the man vanished, only for the wolf-fur scarf around her neck to tighten suddenly, yanking her backward with tremendous force. Struggling to breathe, Bao Gu hastily pried open a small gap in the constricting scarf with her left hand, gasping, "Senior, please let go, or I shall not hold back." The pain was excruciating. The man's grip remained relentless, dragging her forward, and as her rear collided painfully with the stones beneath, she gasped for breath. Summoning her resolve, Bao Gu brandished her axe and swung it at the figure behind her. The axe seemed to slice through mist, passing straight through him, striking nothing but air. A chill ran down her spine. She was gripped by terror. A ghost. Desperate, she thrashed about, yet could not free herself. Even her attempts to strike with the axe were futile. Relentlessly, she was dragged past a vast plaza reduced to ruins and through the remnants of a collapsed palace, her screams echoing in terror. The ground was strewn with skeletal remains, some human, some animal, and even decayed plant matter. Bones piled up, a macabre sight, and Bao Gu found herself pulled into a heap of white bones, sliding uncomfortably over what appeared to be the remains of some unknown creature. She noticed many bird skeletons, some perhaps having perished recently, their forms in a state of decay. Nearby lay the remains of humanoid figures dressed in the garb of her sect, their bones long since rotted away. "Help me," Bao Gu cried, tears streaming down her face in terror. Suddenly, the force gripping her neck vanished, and the person who had dragged her here was nowhere to be seen. Overcome with dread and weakness, Bao Gu crawled frantically, using her hands and feet to escape. As she reached the perimeter of the mound of bones, where the accumulation was densest, she felt as though an invisible wall barred her passage, preventing her from moving forward by even a fraction. In a state of panic, her lips quivering, she reassured herself, "Do not fear. Do not cry. Quickly, turn your head and search for a way out." Although she was acutely aware that there was likely no escape, otherwise, so many corpses would not lie here, she knew that without seeking a way out, she would only add to the pile of remains. It became clear to her why this place felt so peculiar. It was haunted, and the specter was particularly fierce, manifesting even in broad daylight. She wiped her tears away, straightened her back, and repeated to herself, "Fear not, fear not. Father always said I am destined for great fortune." In her heart, she cried out, "Father, please protect me." Suppressing her fear, she trembled as she surveyed her surroundings. Chapter 18. The ghostly elder. The first sight that met her eyes was the multitude of skeletal remains scattered across the ground, countless in number. Few were intact. Most had been disassembled, seemingly subjected to human interference. The majority of the human bones had decayed, with only a handful of remains belonging to disciples of the Shantian sect still relatively whole. Bao Gu counted vaguely. Among those she could identify, there were at least 30 to 40 skeletons of Shantian sect disciples. Nervously, she approached the remains of the disciples, now reduced to white bones. Forcing herself to examine the corpses despite the tremors that coursed through her, she found no fatal wounds on the severely decayed clothing and bones. Near the boundary of an invisible wall, some skeletons retained the posture of crawling forward, while others clearly had succumbed to self-inflicted deaths, either seated or lying down. With swords lying not far from their bodies, their surroundings in disarray. The presence of these bones and the earlier encountered invisible wall compelled Bao Gu to suspect that the beings who perished here had met their demise as captives. This thought sent a chill down her spine, and she couldn't help but wonder if she might share their fate. No, that can't be. As long as I am alive, there is hope, she reassured herself. She recalled a tale from a mountain folk legend that spirits linger in the mortal realm due to unfulfilled wishes. The male ghost that had dragged her here surely wished for her to complete some unfulfilled desire, just as those who perished here had been left behind for failing to fulfill theirs. Bao Gu told herself that if she could discover the reason the ghost had brought her here, she might find a way to escape. She couldn't suppress her frustration towards the prominent figures of the Xiantian sect for their negligence. They were supposed to be semi-divine beings, yet this place was so rife with haunting, and they had done nothing to cleanse it, leaving so many lives lost. How many more would perish? Perhaps she too would meet her end here. Pa. Such childish thoughts. May I live long, she declared defiantly. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. So many formidable predecessors had fallen here, and she had only just begun her cultivation, currently at the first level of chi refinement. How could she possibly escape? Her gaze swept past the bones as she scrutinized the surrounding environment for anything suspicious. This appeared to be quite a large courtyard, indicated by the collapsed rockery, the overturned stone tables, and the fallen pavilion beside a dried-up pond. Bao Gu walked to the edge of the desiccated pond and peered inside, discovering a layer of bones strewn across the bottom, interspersed with turtle shells and fish bones. The courtyard's walls and the buildings on either side had crumbled, with numerous corpses scattered across the remnants of the courtyard's walls and the ruins of the houses. In this courtyard, the most notorious area for death lies along the perimeter and in the very center, where a formidable sword, palm-sized and over 4 feet tall, stands upright, enveloped in a radiant aura of red, yellow, blue, black, and white hues. Surrounding the sword are numerous skeletal remains, suggesting that someone had previously attempted to clear the bones nearby, leaving only 2 within a 3-foot radius of the sword, while heaps of others lay scattered beyond. Among the 3 skeletons adjacent to the sword, 2 display signs of having been moved, while one remains in a half-crouched position, its bony hands still gripping the hilt of the sword, as if it had struggled to draw it in its final moments. Bao Gu understood that this was a treasured sword, evident from the brilliance it emitted. Could it be that these individuals perished in a fierce struggle for this sword? Yet, this notion seemed implausible, as the state of decay of the bones indicated a significant passage of time between their deaths. Bao Gu cast her gaze across the courtyard, noticing an array of dull, lifeless weapons scattered about, many of which had deteriorated into mere remnants. While other weapons had succumbed to decay, the magnificent sword stood defiantly, still gleaming amidst the surrounding bones. Was this not peculiar? Indeed, it was quite strange. Bao Gu felt an urge to grasp the sword and uncover its mysteries, but trepidation held her back. The sight of the skeletal remains surrounding it made it clear that this sword was not easily wielded. Kneeling respectfully, she bowed her head to the ground and spoke. "Oh, spirit, I did not intrude here with malice. Since fate has brought us together, if you have any unfulfilled wishes, please reveal them to me, and I shall endeavor to fulfill them." Despite having been terrified moments before, she now eagerly awaited the spirit's guidance on what she should do. Silence enveloped the space. No spirit emerged. Bao Gu remained on her knees, eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed upon the strange sword. Gritting her teeth, she brandished her axe and charged toward the sword, swinging it fiercely against the blade. A resounding clash echoed as her arms were jolted with sharp pain, the axe flying from her grip. Trembling from the pain and numbness in her arms, tears threatened to spill over again. Wiping her eyes, she looked back at the sword, only to find it steadfast, while the bony hands that had held it were now dislodged and lying on the ground. The skeletal figure had collapsed forward. Bao Gu's keen eyes caught sight of a waist tag still hanging from the skeleton's waist. She picked it up, noticing that it resembled jade, inscribed with the words, "Master of Lingyun Peak, Ziguang Jinjuan." The Master of Lingyun Peak must have been formidable. If he had met his demise here, what chance did she have of survival? The relics scattered around appeared intact, but a mere touch reduced them to dust. The only items that remained somewhat whole were the tokens worn by those whose clothing was still orderly. These tokens represented their identities. predominantly belonging to the core disciples of Lingyun Peak, along with a small number from other sects, including 2 elders, a mountain protector, and an ancestor. The protagonist, Bao Gu, collected dozens of tokens and finally comprehended the reason behind the sparse population of Lingyun Peak. It became evident that most of the disciples from Lingyun Peak had perished in this very place. It was indeed unfortunate to discover such a haunted locale within Lingyun Peak. What astounded Bao Gu the most was the realization that only those who had attained the nascent soul realm could be referred to as ancestors, the venerable nascent soul ancestors. Elders, on the other hand, merely held a title within the celestial sect, yet to attain such a rank, one must possess formidable cultivation and prowess. The malevolent spirit here was truly fearsome, capable of claiming the lives of both elders and nascent soul ancestors. The identities of the token holders shattered Bao Gu's last glimmer of hope. If even those far superior, by hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of times, including elders and nascent soul ancestors, had perished here, how could her first-stage chi refinement strength ensure her survival? No wonder some chose to end their own lives here. Rather than languishing in despair, it seemed far more merciful to conclude one's existence with a swift blade. But no, she could not perish. After enduring a 3-year drought, witnessing countless lives lost, she had managed to survive. Now, upon entering the celestial sect, she was not willing to meet her demise. She refused to accept it. Suddenly, the elusive spirit materialized beside the resplendent sword without warning. Bao Gu, filled with excitement, cried out, "Spirit Elder." She sprang to her feet, intent on negotiating with this spirit and inquiring about any unfulfilled wishes, only for the spirit to vanish once more without a trace. What manner of spirit was this? So vicious, causing the demise of so many, yet remaining silent. The great eagle, upon regaining its freedom, immediately soared towards the heavens. However, it collided with a shimmering barrier, stumbling and plummeting. Indeed, it was a luminous screen, for as dusk fell, Bao Gu clearly observed a radiant barrier enveloping the courtyard. Intrigued, she turned her gaze to the vibrant sword, realizing that this barrier emanated from the sword's light. The resplendent sword cast a radiant veil over the courtyard, continuously radiating light in expanding circles. Bao Gu witnessed the waves of light dispersing outward like ripples on water, extending to realms beyond her sight. As the great eagle descended, it flapped its wings and ascended once more, but this time it did not soar into the sky. Instead, it darted sideways towards the crumbled courtyard wall. Bao Gu noted its incredible speed as it unfurled its massive wings, stirring up a gust of wind, before forcefully crashing into the barrier. Blood erupted, splattering against the luminous screen, only to vanish swiftly. The great eagle fell to the ground, its wings and legs quivering momentarily before falling still. Had it met its end? Suddenly, Bao Gu noticed the great eagle rapidly diminishing in size. Its once robust form appeared to shrink before her very eyes. Initially suspecting it to be an illusion, she approached only to discover that the flesh on its legs was vanishing at an alarming rate, transforming into stark white bones right beneath her gaze. As the mountain breeze stirred, a flurry of feathers was swept away. In mere moments, the great eagle was reduced to a mere pile of feathers and bones. Resembling a creature that had been deceased for quite some time, Bao Gu pondered and reflected on the events that had unfolded, connecting the dots of her encounters and experiences. The elderly woman encountered outside the bamboo grove declared that the grove was a forbidden zone, where, astonishingly, no living creature could be found amidst the bamboo. As she ventured deeper into the thicket, she made her way toward the great sword, yet the ominous spirit remained elusive. It was only when she turned to leave that the specter suddenly seized her, dragging her into the peculiar sword, which incessantly emitted a luminous aura. This radiant circle likely encompassed the bamboo sea, creating a realm of despair. The reason for this desolation was the spirit's relentless capture of any creature that dared enter the bamboo sea, ensnaring them within the sword's radiant domain, thus dooming them to this fate. Creatures entering the bamboo sea remained untouched by the spirit if they approached the sword, but those attempting to retreat or wander elsewhere would inevitably fall victim to the spirit's grasp. Perhaps those who perished around the sword were not driven by greed for treasure, but rather in search of an escape. Bao Gu pondered why the sword and the spirit acted in such a manner. If their intent was to absorb the essence of these beings for some purpose, why not do so while they were still alive? Would it not be more advantageous to extract their life force while they thrived? Waiting until death to extract it seemed a waste, as much vitality would be lost. Bao Gu couldn't help but wonder if the extraction of the lifeblood from the deceased was merely a form of resourcefulness, suggesting that they were lured for a different purpose altogether. Her gaze once again fell upon the enigmatic, multicolored sword, a multitude of questions swirling in her mind. As darkness enveloped the sky, Bao Gu rose, inhaling deeply as she approached the sword. Standing beside it, She gazed intently at the magnificent blade, steeling herself before gripping its hilt with both hands. Unbeknownst to her, as she grasped the sword, the immense power it unleashed swiftly obliterated the surrounding ruins, the remnants of palatial foundations, and the countless scattered bones into mere dust. Amidst the thick layer of powder, only Bao Gu, bleeding from her mouth and nose, lay upon the ground. The multicolored sword vanished, and all that surrounded her turned to ash. The shimmering veil that had cloaked the courtyard dissipated, along with the concentric circles of light that had radiated outward. Only the spirit remained by her side, seemingly fulfilled, before transforming into a gentle breeze and dispersing into the ether. In the 19th chapter, Bao Gu encounters Yu Mi. Bao Gu opened her eyes to the blinding sunlight, taking a moment to adjust to the brightness. Hesitant to linger in such a peculiar place, she rubbed her aching forehead and, with a sense of discomfort throughout her body, sought the path down the mountain. Towering peaks surrounded her, stretching into the vast expanse. To her side, a mountain range revealed faint outlines of eaves and brackets, with sunlight reflecting off glazed tiles, separated only by the bamboo sea beneath her feet. Choosing the route leading toward the palatial architecture nestled among the mountains, she embarked on her descent. This path was significantly wider than the narrow road she had taken to ascend, broad enough for several horse-drawn carriages. Though it bore the marks of devastation, the surface and foundation lay in ruins, evidence of fierce battles scattered about. This road surpassed even the widest in Qingshan County, and despite its destruction, verdant bamboo flourished upon the wreckage, with remnants of stones and bricks etched with intricate patterns still visible amidst the green stalks. As Bao Gu descended along the trail, she gracefully navigated the verdant bamboo forest, moving with ease. When she reached a relatively gentle clearing, she almost glided down, her speed surpassing that of her ascent. Fearing she might lose her way amidst the dense bamboo thicket, she proceeded cautiously along the path of Yuri. By the time Bao Gu arrived at the edge of the bamboo sea, the sun had already shifted westward. She climbed over remnants of crumbling walls and exited the grove, traversing a chaotic thicket of shrubs until she found herself in a vibrant woodland dominated by ancient trees, where a footpath nearly swallowed by weeds awaited her. She followed this path for nearly half an hour when she suddenly heard voices. With renewed urgency, Bao Gu quickened her pace, disregarding the pain coursing through her body. Soon, she beheld a broad road stretching through the towering trees, with riders on colossal beasts galloping past and figures soaring through the sky on flying swords. Bursting forth from the narrow trail, Bao Gu was immediately confronted by a wide thoroughfare, ample enough for 6 horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side. "Who goes there? Who are you?" a voice called out. Bao Gu turned to see a pavilion at the junction of the small path and the main road, where several youths clad in the garb of disciples from the Xuantian Gate were gazing at her. Their attire was neither that of outer disciples nor of true transmission disciples. Bao Gu surmised they were inner disciples. "Brothers, I am Bao Gu, a disciple of Lingyun Peak," she declared. "Bao Gu? Ah. So you are the one with 5 waist roots whom the fairy Yufu took in as an exception? What has made you into a wildling?" exclaimed one. "Is this the legendary Bao Gu? My, you look more like a savage. You resemble a tiger. That tiger skin outfit is quite something. Are you injured?" The group clamored, surrounding Bao Gu with expressions of astonishment as they scrutinized her disheveled appearance. Dust covered her face and clothes, rendering her a pitiful sight, her pallor alarming, further accentuated by her battered expression. "I lost my way while hunting in the mountains and wandered for several days before arriving here. Where is this place?" she inquired, provoking laughter among the youths at her misfortune in the mountains. At that moment, a great eagle landed beside Bao Gu. She glanced at the majestic bird and asked the youth, "Can I ride the eagle?" "Indeed," they replied, and upon realizing Bao Gu did not even recognize their sect's flying mount, laughter erupted once more. Ignoring their jests, Bao Gu climbed onto the eagle's back. With a powerful flap of its wings, the eagle ascended into the sky. One youth turned to glance down the path and suddenly asked, "Bao Gu, did you come from the Death Bamboo Sea?" "This path leads only in one direction, towards the Death Bamboo Sea," he continued. The group beside the pavilion instantly paled. "Are you joking? If she entered the Death Bamboo Sea, how could she emerge again?" One exclaimed incredulously. Pointing behind him, another added, "This path only leads to the Death Bamboo Sea, nowhere else. If she did not come from there, where could she have emerged from? This place serves as a crucial passage for various peaks, naturally guarded by disciples of the sect. Their vigilance extends not only to outsiders, but also to those of their own who might recklessly trespass into the forbidden bamboo sea, risking their lives in the process." A group of youths suddenly changed their expressions, as if encountering a ghost, still struggling to believe that Bao Gu had emerged from the deadly bamboo sea. After all, that locale had garnered a fearsome reputation, and the disciples of Lingyun Peak had nearly perished due to its malevolence. The great eagle soared swiftly, covering a distance that would have taken a person half a day to traverse in mere moments. After flying past several grand palaces, Bao Gu arrived before an even more magnificent structure. Before this palace lay a vast plaza, teeming with people. Bao Gu's gaze fell upon Yu Mi, adorned in a flowing celestial gown, engaged in a fierce sword duel at the center of the hall, with a youth clad in the attire of a true disciple, their blades clashing with palpable energy. Recalling her near brush with death, her body marred with wounds, and her sister's indifference to her plight, Bao Gu was overwhelmed with sorrow and unable to contain herself. She cried out, "Sister!" Yu Mi, momentarily distracted, smiled at the handsome youth and sheathed her sword, remarking, "Is my sister conceding?" Ignoring him, Yu Mi turned her gaze and soon spotted Bao Gu, a small figure clad in distinctive tiger-striped attire, awkwardly tumbling off the back of the fallen eagle. "Bao Gu, it truly is you." Yu Mi leaped gracefully to Bao Gu's side, inquiring, "How did you arrive here?" Bao Gu, her face streaked with tears and dirt, clambered to her feet, her eyes filled with confusion. With tears streaming down her face, Bao Gu's sobs carved 2 rivulets through the dust on her cheeks. Yu Mi frowned and commanded, "No more crying." In the next moment, Bao Gu enveloped her in a tight embrace, the sound of her wails resonating painfully in Yu Mi's ears. The mingled scents of wolf and tiger pelts, along with an indescribably unpleasant odor, wafted from Bao Gu, prompting Yu Mi to grimace. Perhaps sensing Bao Gu's profound distress, Yu Mi took a deep breath and, in a soothing manner akin to comforting a child, gently patted Bao Gu's back. Yet, when she attempted to pry Bao Gu away, the latter clung too tightly, forcing Yu Mi to grasp Bao Gu's wrist firmly to separate them. Upon seeing Bao Gu's pallid complexion, devoid of any color, Yu Mi instinctively probed her spiritual energy and meridians, her expression shifting dramatically. "What have you been consuming? How could your meridians be so damaged?" Bao Gu, having vented her grievances through tears, gradually calmed down and, through sobs, replied, "Sister, I haven't eaten anything strange." She wiped her tear-streaked face with her grimy hand, adding, "Sister, you didn't take care for me at all. I nearly died." Her face, a chaotic mix of dirt and tears, resembled that of a calico cat. Yu Mi shot her a stern glare. "Who hasn't he cared for you? Have you ever encountered another elder sibling as devoted as I?" With a serious demeanor, she admonished no more tears. "Speak slowly. Weren't you training in the woods? How did you end up here?" Meanwhile, their fellow disciples gathered around, intrigued by the spectacle of the legendary figure, the so-called Five Wastes Root, whom Yu Mi had kept under tight guard. Many whispered among themselves, cautious not to mock too loudly. For the infamous Yufu fairy held a fearsome reputation and was on the verge of breaking through to the golden core stage, a level of expertise that marked her as a near master. With the population of Lingyun Peak being sparse and the current peak master secluding himself for 5 years. Once Yufu achieved her breakthrough, even if she could not ascend as the peak master, she would undoubtedly become the acting peak master. Even a nominal title, coupled with her formidable strength, would allow her to dominate her peers significantly. Bao Gu exclaimed, "I am lost." Yufu, irritated, chided him. "What a disappointment," she inquired. "How did your meridians become so damaged? What have you been consuming?" Judging by the extent of Bao Gu's meridian injuries, it appeared that an overwhelming surge of power had abruptly entered his body, yet his insufficient cultivation left him unable to withstand it, resulting in such harm. This situation was exceedingly perilous. A moment's carelessness could sever all his meridians, leading to instant death, or worse, cause his body to explode. For those in the mid to late stages of foundation establishment, such injuries posed little threat. A few months of recovery would suffice for self-healing. However, for Bao Gu, with his meager cultivation, such meridian damage was tantamount to crippling him, rendering the healing process exceedingly troublesome. What infuriated Yufu the most was not just Bao Gu's reckless consumption but also that despite his injuries, he remained at the first level of qi refining. The precious spiritual herbs meant to bolster his meridians had failed to elevate him even a fraction, leaving her exasperated to the point of feeling powerless. In Chapter 20, Meeting the Acting Master, Bao Gu defended himself. "I didn't eat recklessly. I only consumed roasted wolf meat and healing herbs." Yufu, nearly beside herself with anger, retorted, "If you didn't eat recklessly, how could your meridians be so damaged?" She had not devoted much care to nurturing Bao Gu as spiritual herbs, and now, after just 1 day apart, he had rendered himself incapacitated. Yufu paused, momentarily bewildered by Bao Gu's words. She asked, "Where have you been?" Bao Gu, upon hearing Yufu's inquiry, hastily poured out the multitude of grievances he had rehearsed on his journey. "I went hunting and got lost. At first I encountered some fierce beasts, and then I traversed a particularly quiet and eerie forest, eventually reaching a bamboo grove. Outside the grove, I met an old woman who resembled a tree spirit. She warned me that the bamboo grove was a forbidden area and urged me to leave. I suspected she was a monster and, frightened, ran deep into the grove. I found a long-abandoned path that led up the mountain, where I stumbled upon crumbling ruins. Just as I was about to leave, I encountered a ghostly figure who dragged me into a courtyard. Sister, there were bones everywhere, countless remains scattered across the ground. Many disciples of Ling Yun Peak have perished there, along with the Yuaniing ancestors, the elders, and even our peak master, the true monarch of purple light. Bao Gu's account rendered the faces of those around him pale. Yufu's expression darkened as she asked, "You ventured into the Death Bamboo Sea?" Gripping Bao Gu's hand tightly, she implored, "Did you truly enter the Death Bamboo Sea and survive? Speak the truth. Do not deceive me." Bao Gu replied, "What would I gain by deceiving you? Sister, I had no idea it was a forbidden area." In that moment, all she could think about was her own peril and her desire for her sister's assistance, now realizing that her trespass into a forbidden zone might lead to severe repercussions. Yufu contemplated for a moment and said, "Tell me the route you took. Since dawn yesterday, the path I traversed has been clear to me, and there is no need to recount my previous route." "How do you know?" A surge of emotion filled Bao Gu upon hearing Yumu's words. Realizing that her senior sister had been silently safeguarding her, instantly, her feelings of grievance diminished significantly. She recounted in detail how she had navigated through the woods and entered the bamboo grove since morning. When she mentioned being frightened by a creature resembling an ancient tree spirit, Yumu shot her a disapproving glance. Upon hearing Bao Gu speak of finding numerous identity tokens of fellow disciples upon entering the courtyard, Yumu interjected, preventing her from continuing. She turned to the handsome youth with whom she had just sparred, saying, "Senior brother Nani, please inform the acting sect leader of the situation." Acknowledging the gravity of the matter, Nani nodded and replied, "I shall do so immediately. You and Bao Gu should follow closely." With that, he summoned his flying sword and soared toward the distant mountain peak. Yumu summoned her own flying sword, guiding Bao Gu onto it as they trailed behind Nani. As they glided over the palatial structures below and flew between two mountain peaks, she quietly conveyed to Bao Gu, "Your meridians are severely damaged. With my current abilities, I can only ensure your safety. However, your path to cultivation will be arduous from here on. Surviving the treacherous bamboo sea is a tremendous fortune. I will implore the acting sect leader for medicinal aid. If that fails, I can only prioritize your life for now. Once I and my little master uncle advance, we will find a way to heal your injuries." She hesitated and then inquired, "Have you brought anything else besides the tokens?" Bao Gu shook her head, responding, "Everything there was reduced to dust. What of the colorful great sword? It's gone. When I awoke, it was nowhere to be found. And the ghostly elder had vanished as well." Yumu once again probed within Bao Gu's body using her spiritual sense, then requested the storage bag from her. After rummaging through it and finding only a plethora of useless items, she sighed and returned the bag to Bao Gu, her expression turning serious as she fell silent. Bao Gu said, "Senior sister, I owe you a great debt. Should I find treasures, I will certainly share them with you." As they conversed, they arrived at their destination. Yumu guided her flying sword down to land outside a courtyard. At first glance, this courtyard appeared even more dilapidated than Bao Gu's. While Bao Gu's abode was a wooden structure, this one contained only two small thatched huts and a surrounding fence, occupying an area even smaller than Bao Gu's. An expert in formations would discern that the courtyard was cultivated with rare spiritual herbs, and both inside and outside were arrayed with magical formations. Standing on the path outside the fenced courtyard, Yumu whispered to Bao Gu, "Do not speak carelessly when we meet the acting sect leader." As the door of the thatched hut opened, Nani stepped out and approached Yumu and Bao Gu, stating, "The master requests your presence." Bao Gu followed closely behind Yumu and Nani into the hut. As she surveyed the interior, her eyes widened in astonishment. The residence of the acting sect leader was even more impoverished than her own. The wooden floor was littered with a few cushions, and the acting sect leader was seated on one of the central cushions on the left side, with 4 more cushions positioned on either side. The acting sect leader appeared to be in his early 30s, with long, dark hair cascading loosely down his back. He donned a black robe that shimmered subtly like scales, exuding an air of elegance. In the realm of cultivation, Bao Gu noted that there were no unattractive practitioners. Nearly every individual bore fair, delicate skin, and striking features. She surmised that only those with exceptional talents could cultivate, and such innate qualities naturally translated to their appearance, hence the scarcity of the unsightly.
Yumi bowed respectfully,
Greeting the acting sect leader. Observing Bao Gu staring blankly, she discreetly nudged her with her foot. The acting sect leader waved his hand dismissively, stating, "No need for formalities. He appraised Bao Gu and instructed, "Please recount the events leading to your entrance into the Death Bamboo Sea."
Bao Gu zip lit up phi mày xì.
Outside, another voice called out, "Wu Yuanzai requests an audience with the acting sect leader." The acting sect leader responded, "Let them in." As he spoke, he rose to greet them at the entrance of the thatched cottage. A large group, numbering over 10, filed in, among them 5 or 6 elderly men. Yumi and Nan promptly turned to face the newcomers, lowering their heads. Bao Gu followed suit, though her curiosity about the arriving guests prompted her to glance sideways, only to discover that they were all observing her intently. Once the group settled, each found a place to sit cross-legged. The elderly men took their seats on cushions, while the others spread out on the wooden floor of the cottage. Nand retreated to a position near the door, leaving only Yumi to stand alongside Bao Gu. The acting sect leader gestured for Bao Gu to recount her experiences in the bamboo forest. She began narrating from the moment she traversed the eerily silent woods. And when she mentioned encountering the old woman resembling a tree spirit, she noticed peculiar glances exchanged among the crowd. She recalled how Yumi had shot her a disapproving look when she referred to the figure as a tree spirit. Feeling a pang of guilt, Bao Gu whispered, "Was that short old woman not a monster?" As her words left her lips, she perceived even stranger looks directed at her. Yumi, unable to contain her frustration, clenched her fist and exclaimed, "That is the guardian granny of Lingyun Peak. Did I not inform you on your first day that there is a guardian granny at Lingyun Peak?" Bao Gu stood there, stunned, on the verge of tears. Had she known the truth, that the guardian granny was not a monster, she would never have ventured into the bamboo grove, thereby avoiding the encounter with the specter and the subsequent injury to her meridians, which rendered her incapacitated. "Do not cry," Yumi urged.
Now,
"Please continue with the rest of your account." Bao Gu recounted everything that transpired after entering the bamboo forest, leaving no detail unspoken, including her deductions and the reasons behind her quest for the tokens. She felt increasingly anxious under the penetrating gazes of the assembly, as if they could see right through her. In that moment, she did not feel that her fear was a source of shame. Seeking the tokens and reporting back to her peers was, in essence, an act of encouragement, a flicker of hope for survival. After Bao Gu recounted her experience, she presented the tokens she had gathered. The acting sect leader declared that she had unraveled a great enigma that had plagued the sect for millennia, thereby rendering a significant service to her school. Consequently, she was promoted to an inner disciple of Lingyun Peak and was subsequently dismissed. Yumu knelt on one knee, beseeching the acting sect leader and the elders present, including the venerable Yuanying ancestors, to treat Bao Gu's damaged meridians. The acting sect leader addressed Yumu, stating that Lingyun Peak possessed an abundance of precious elixirs. As you are on the verge of breaking through to the golden core stage, once you achieve this breakthrough, there will be no doubt you will be able to heal her injuries. As he spoke, he flipped his palm, revealing a small jade vial, and said, "Here are 3 golden core pills, take them." With a wave of his hand, the vial containing the 3 pills fell before Yumu. He then turned to Bao Gu and remarked, "The path of the 5 spiritual roots is exceedingly arduous, yet should you manage to ascend to the Yuanying realm, you will be a prodigy of your generation. Consider your tribulations as the whetstone for your cultivation." Having said this, he swept his sleeve, signaling for the 2 of them to withdraw, and waved to Nani as well, indicating she should leave. Once Nani, Bao Gu, and Yumu had departed, the acting sect leader inquired, "What are your thoughts, esteemed colleagues?" Chapter 21. Officially entering the sect. An elderly Yuanying elder, his hair and beard white as snow, spoke. "If I am not mistaken, that sword should be the Xiantian sword, a treasured artifact lost over 30,000 years ago during our sect's tragic downfall. That ghostly figure resembles the founder of our sect. Could it be that the founder's lingering spirit has attached itself to the sword, choosing disciples through it?" Curiously, when Bao Gu grasped the sword, she felt a tremendous force surge into her body, one that even tore her meridians. Logically, the Xiantian sword should have remained with her. "I have thoroughly searched her Dantian, spiritual consciousness and memories, yet found no trace of the sword. Indeed, the Xiantian sword is not within her possession. Through her spiritual CS memories, it is evident she has not acquired the sword, and she remains unaware of its current whereabouts. Have any of you noticed how much more robust her 5 spiritual roots have become? When she first entered the sect, those 5 roots were far less vigorous than they are now. I have a hypothesis. The Xiantian sword was forged from the quintessence of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Naturally, it would select disciples with 5 spiritual roots. However, over the millennia, the sword has depleted its spiritual energy, rendering it incapable of passing on its complete legacy. It could only transfer the elemental essence contained within to Bao Gu, enhancing her spiritual roots, after which the sword shattered. This conjecture was met with consensus among the assembly, though it evoked a sense of regret. The acting sect leader asked, "Do you all find my decision regarding Bao Gu to be appropriate?" The elders and Yuanying ancestors present unanimously expressed that this course of action was indeed the most prudent. The population of Lingyun Peak is sparse, with Bao Gu being only one of 4 members. The little junior uncle has taken on the form of a white serpent, remaining in deep seclusion in a pond for an extended period. Yumu's master has been in a life-and-death retreat for 5 years now, with no word on when he might emerge, and the Mountain Guardian, an ancient demon tamer, serves solely to protect the mountain gate, holding no authority over the sect. Although Yumu has been in the sect for a short time and her cultivation is modest, she has effectively become the de facto leader of Lingyun Peak. Overseeing all matters within, Yumu guided Bao Gu to the front of the Shantian Hall, the main hall of Lingyun Peak. She spoke, "Bao Gu, now that you have officially become an inner disciple, you are no longer merely an outer disciple in name. You must be well-versed in the legacy and origins of Lingyun Peak. Every disciple of Lingyun Peak bears the responsibility of inheriting and promoting its traditions." As she spoke, she led Bao Gu into the main hall of Lingyun, continuing, "In ancient times, Lingyun Peak was the main peak of Shantian sect, and the peak master was the head of the Shantian sect. Thus, we honor the venerable ancestor, the true monarch Shantian." Before her words could fully resonate, Bao Gu gasped in shock, exclaiming, "A ghost." Yumu was taken aback, her eyes wide, and the hair on her body stood on end. "Is this truly so? How eerie." After a brief pause to collect herself, she admonished, "Speak not such nonsense. This is our revered ancestor. We must show respect.
Come.
Light 3 sticks of incense and bow 3 times as a formal greeting." Bao Gu felt utterly aggrieved. The ghost had nearly brought her to her demise and left her severely injured, and now she was expected to bow and call it revered ancestor, under Yumu's authoritative gaze. She trembled as she lit the incense, respectfully bowing 3 times before saying, "Dear ancestor, I shall offer you 3 sticks of incense morning and night. Please do not frighten me again." Tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. A ghost haunting a sect of immortals. This ghost was the founding ancestor. Yumu helped Bao Gu to her feet and gently advised, "If the being you encountered in the bamboo sea of death was indeed our ancestor, I believe he must hold you in high regard. Otherwise, you would not have made it out alive, would you?" Bao Gu replied with a timid casting a cautious glance at the kind visage of the ancestor depicted in the painting, finding it far more amiable than the ghostly figure. Yumu presented 3 sticks of incense to the ancestor, then turned to Bao Gu, who was still covered in dirt, saying, "You should wash up first. Afterward, I will elaborate on the origins of Shantian sect and Lingyun Peak." Remembering that Bao Gu had no spare clothes, she added, "Come with me to receive your inner disciple attire before you wash up." Following Yumu, Bao Gu entered the back hall of Lingyun Palace, crossing through the grand entrance to discover a spacious courtyard. The ground was paved with white jade stones, with artificial hills, pavilions, and water pools adorning the corners. On both sides stood buildings, and the back door faced a slightly smaller hall than Lingyun Palace. The layout resembled the courtyard filled with bones in the bamboo sea of death, differing only in its smaller size and the presence of vibrant flowers and tall ancient medicinal trees. Yumu led Bao Gu to the building on the left. Upon entering, she opened a cabinet and retrieved 2 sets of inner disciple garments, handing them to Bao Gu. She then opened a jade register on the table to document Bao Gu's details and produced a token engraved with Bao Gu's name, presenting it to her. Finally, she took a drop of Bao Gu's blood, conjuring a strand of her soul to coalesce into a lamp, which was placed on a shelf against the wall, alongside 3 other identical lamps. Bao Gu found herself momentarily stunned. She then inquired, "What if someone wishes to harm their fellow disciples using this soul lamp?" Yumu chuckled softly, assuring, "You need not worry at all. This soul lantern is a treasure refined through special rituals. Any attempt to manipulate it will trigger warnings, ensuring that no action goes unnoticed. To search for the whereabouts of disciples using the soul lantern, the consent of the sect leader or the acting leader, as well as the elder of the punishment hall, and the respective peak masters or their deputies, is essential. Such a search can only be executed collaboratively by all 3 parties. Only those disciples who have committed grave offenses warranting the extermination of the entire sect, and who have vanished without a trace, are eligible for this privilege." Bao Gu followed closely behind Yumu as they exited the side hall. Yumu led Bao Gu toward the rear courtyard, saying, "Lingyun Peak is vast with few inhabitants. As long as there are unclaimed areas, you may mark any spot you fancy as your territory. However, given your injuries and the wild beasts that roam the wilderness, it would be prudent for you to stay at the main peak." They traversed a small courtyard and arrived before the hall directly facing Lingyun Hall. This is the Lingxiu Hall, where the peak master resides and conducts daily affairs. "My master lives here," though he is currently in seclusion, leaving the place unoccupied. I dwell in the back courtyard. As she spoke, Yu Mi guided Bao Gu along the corridor beside Lingxiu Hall, passing through an arched courtyard gate to reveal a beautifully constructed garden reminiscent of an imperial palace. Houses built from jade and stone, adorned with glazed tiles, were harmoniously scattered throughout this expansive courtyard. Bao Gu counted 8 structures within her line of sight. Yu Mi remarked, "This is the residence of the true disciples. Presently, I am the sole occupant." She paused briefly before continuing. The residences for inner disciples are further back, but remain unused. Hence, only designated areas exist without any buildings, surrounded by dense mountains and forests. Pointing to the nearest house, she stated, "I reside in this one, while my little master uncle's dwelling is opposite. Feel free to choose any house that appeals to you. There is a well in the courtyard for drawing water, and the kitchen is located at the far left of the courtyard. You may cook for yourself. The latrine is also situated at the far left." Yu Mi provided detailed instructions, and Bao Gu listened attentively, taking mental notes. Yu Mi halted in the courtyard, saying, "You should freshen up first, then come to my room. I will help you regulate your meridians and stabilize your injuries. The acting sect leader has bestowed upon me 3 golden elixirs. One should suffice for my advancement, while I will sell another at the trading post in Yunqing to procure medicine for your recovery. The remaining one is yours to decide how to handle." After speaking, she poured a golden elixir from a jade vial into another jade container and handed it to Bao Gu, explaining, "The golden elixir can enhance the success rate of forming a core. It requires over 1,000 rare spiritual herbs for its refinement, and the success rate is quite low. Even refining 5 or 6 batches may yield only 1 successful result. The primary ingredients necessary for crafting the golden elixir are not available on the market, found solely in the medicinal fields of major sections. Therefore, this golden elixir is exceedingly precious. Should anyone discover you possess such a treasure, it would be enough to cost you your life 1,000 times over." Bao Gu hastily stored the golden elixir in her storage pouch, responding, "I understand. Wealth should not be flaunted. I shall keep it safe." Yu Mi added, "Consider this a fortunate turn of events. Not only have you alleviated a significant burden for our sect, but you have also been promoted to an inner disciple. The inner disciples are guided by their masters. However, our master is in seclusion and does not emerge. In the future, if any challenges arise during cultivation, you may consult me. On the 1st and 15th days of each month, we gather at the transmission hall to receive teachings from the elder regarding cultivation insights, alchemy, and artifact crafting. Each month, one may receive 5 low-grade spirit stones and a pill corresponding to their cultivation level, along with access to the sect's library to select secret techniques for practice." Upon finishing her words, she produced a map and handed it to Bao Gu, saying, "This is the map of the Xiantian sect. Study it carefully, and do not wander aimlessly and lose your way." Bao Gu accepted the map, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, senior sister." Chapter 22. Healing. Bao Gu chose to reside in the building adjacent to Yufu, becoming her neighbor. It is evident that the treatment of true disciples is exceptionally generous. Each building is independent, opening into a small courtyard furnished with jade tables and chairs that, in the mortal realm, would be considered rare treasures. Behind the building lies a spacious backyard, quite suitable for cultivating medicinal herbs. The building consists of 2 stories and is divided into 3 rooms. Upon entering, one finds the reception area. To the left is a tranquil room for cultivation, and to the right is the bedroom, equipped with all the necessary furnishings. The second floor is an open space, the purpose of which is left to the discretion of its occupant, a true disciple. Yufu was meditating within when she suddenly heard the sound of bare feet pattering outside. Expanding her spiritual awareness, she was taken aback to see Bao Gu, drenched and completely unclothed, running in the courtyard. The sight left her momentarily stunned, her lips parted in surprise, and her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. At the age of 14, Bao Gu had grown taller since arriving at the Xiantian sect, her figure developing with curves and a freshness akin to newly sprouted buds in March. 18-year-old Yufu, comparing herself to Bao Gu, felt a sudden pang of age. It is said that a person's appearance is enhanced by their attire, clad in the inner disciple's robe with a standing collar and wide sleeves. Bao Gu emanated an ethereal quality. Her somewhat pale complexion bore a hint of illness, evoking a sense of pity. Bao Gu's face was a picture of shock as she stared at Yufu, and after a few moments, she finally comprehended, letting out a startled scream and quickly covering her blushing face with her hands. Yufu, noticing Bao Gu's embarrassment extending to her neck, could not help but exclaim, "Isn't it a bit late to cover your face now? Thankfully, I am your senior sister, not your senior brother. Otherwise, you would have to marry me as my partner." Flushed with shame and confusion, Bao Gu turned and fled the courtyard. Yufu then walked towards the tranquil room for cultivation, beckoning Bao Gu to follow. Once Bao Gu entered, Yufu instructed, undress. Bao Gu's face, still flushed, turned crimson once more as she shyly stammered, "Senior sister, I just put this on." Yufu laughed and said, "Why are you so shy? It's not like I haven't seen you naked before. Do you think I would take advantage of you?" Bao Gu thought to herself, if I'm being told to undress, how could that not be inappropriate? Yufu looked at Bao Gu and asked, "Do you still want to heal? If you choose not to undress, be warned that if I mistakenly treat the wrong meridian and leave you disabled, you cannot blame me." Bao Gu's heart raced with embarrassment. Although she was among girls, she felt bashful, yet it was not entirely unbearable. She languidly extended her hand to remove her garments, observing Yu Mi, who was crouched on the mat in the quiet room, performing a semblance of magic by conjuring one bottle after another from her palm, arranging them neatly without casting a glance in her direction. With a slight sigh of relief, she noted that Bao Gu was still clad in her undergarments. Without lifting her head, Yu Mi commanded, "Undress completely." Bao Gu, still reluctant, inquired, "Must I truly remove everything?" Yu Mi replied firmly, "Indeed, you must."
Consequently,
Bao Gu reluctantly disrobed, one hand shielding her private area while the other crossed over her chest, modestly concealing her feminine form. Yu Mi instructed Bao Gu to lie down on the mat, explaining, "My cultivation has yet to reach the golden core stage, and I lack the sufficient spiritual energy to help you clear your meridians. Furthermore, my medicinal supplies are insufficient. For now, I can only alleviate the stagnation, ensuring the free flow of your blood, and subsequently apply ointments to fortify your constitution. I shall attend to the restoration of your damaged meridians once I attain the golden core stage. Until your meridians are healed, refrain from practicing cultivation and, above all, do not circulate your internal energy. Should your already compromised meridians fail to withstand the strain, the consequences could be dire. At best, resulting in severe injury, and at worst, death." Bao Gu earnestly acknowledged, "I understand." She then queried, "Sister, when will you enter seclusion for cultivation?" After a moment's contemplation, Bao Gu suggested, "Perhaps I should sell my golden core as well. At my current pace, I cannot foresee when I will reach that stage. It would be wiser to exchange this golden core for some spiritual treasures that I can utilize now." Yu Mi hesitated briefly before consenting. "That is acceptable. When you reach the golden core stage, I shall find a way to procure a golden core pill for you." Given Bao Gu's cultivation speed, it would not be surprising if she progressed to the nascent soul stage by the time she required the golden core pill for her foundation establishment. With the strength and capabilities of the nascent soul stage, acquiring a golden core pill should pose little difficulty. As their conversation unfolded, Yumi's gaze fell upon the various injuries adorning Bao Gu's body. Each shoulder bore deep, elongated claw marks, the wounds having healed but leaving behind unsightly scars. The injuries on her arms and wrists had recently been exposed, revealing raw, crimson flesh, alarming yet not severely detrimental. Earlier, when Bao Gu had run about unclothed, Yumi had noticed the multitude of wounds on her back, all untreated and unstitched. If she did not apply scar-reducing ointment before the wounds fully healed, she would be left with a back marred by scars in the future. While other cultivators might easily erase such scars upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, it remained uncertain whether Bao Gu would ever attain that level in her lifetime. It was disheartening to see such a beautiful young woman burdened with scars. With great care, Yumi applied healing and scar-reducing elixirs to Bao Gu's shoulders, arms, and the front of her legs. She then instructed Bao Gu to turn around so she could treat the wounds on her back as well, leaving the remaining half bottle of ointment beside her with the words, "This is a healing and scar-removing elixir. Use it twice daily, and your wounds will heal in no time." Bao Gu, touched, softly called out, "Sister."
"You are so kind to me."
To which Bao Gu added playfully, "Sister, you are robbing me." Though she dared not voice her concerns, knowing she still relied on her sister's support. With a playful slap to Bao Gu's pert backside, Yumi commanded, "Get up. Do not lie there." She casually seized a jade vial from the side and tossed it to Bao Gu, saying, "This is the fundamental nurturing pill, renowned for its efficacy in fortifying the body and enhancing vitality. Take 2 immediately and consume 1 daily thereafter." She then threw another jade vial at Bao Gu, adding, "This is the Meridian Nourishing Pill, a miraculous remedy for nurturing the meridians and blood vessels. Take 1 every other day, but remember, do not indulge excessively." Having witnessed Bao Gu's reckless consumption of the Zhuming pill, she felt a pang of concern. The Zhuming pill, intended to be taken every 3 to 5 days, had seen Bao Gu consume 8 on her first attempt, followed by a daily regimen as if it were a meal. It was indeed a stroke of fortune that Bao Gu had not succumbed to a fatal overdose. A myriad of vials filled with the aged treasures of Yu Mu were carefully handed to Bao Gu, with detailed explanations of each medicine's effects and recommended dosages. These elixirs and potions included some that Yu Mi had procured during her own early cultivation phases from her junior master, while others were remnants of her alchemical training. And many more were opportunistically acquired after Bao Gu joined the sect, bought at affordable prices with the intention of bestowing them upon her. Once Bao Gu had consumed the elixirs and stored the remaining ones, Yu Mi activated the spiritual energy within her to help guide Bao Gu's meridians. Bao Gu's body bore extensive damage to her meridians, with varying degrees of injury throughout. The lighter injuries were mere strains that would heal with time, while the more severe ones had led to internal bleeding and stagnation, threatening her life. Thankfully, due to her diligent consumption of Zhu Ming fruits and the abundant spiritual herbs over the past few months, her constitution had significantly improved, allowing her to survive despite the dire injuries. Yu Mi had to concede that although Bao Gu's spiritual roots were flawed, her physical constitution was remarkably resilient. This was a notable characteristic of the 5 mixed roots. While such individuals often struggled with cultivation, they possessed a robust physique, granting them a longer lifespan even without pursuing immortality. With meticulous care, Yu Mi assessed Bao Gu's injuries and focused intently on healing her. Channeling spiritual energy to untangle Bao Gu's meridians required utmost caution. Any misstep could shatter the already fragile pathways, jeopardizing Bao Gu's life. Bao Gu, however, did not share Yu Mi's tension. She felt the delicate warmth of Yu Mi's slender hand clasping her own, a gentle flow of warmth coursing from Yu Mi's touch into her palm. Traveling along her meridians, the discomforting pain that had plagued her began to dissipate in the wake of this warmth. Sitting face to face with Yu Mi, their eyes met at an equal level. Her senior sister was the most beautiful person Bao Gu had ever encountered, with long, curled eyelashes and exquisitely defined features. Her slightly arched brows lent her an air of vigor, while her diamond-shaped lips bore a subtle smile. Although her sister could sometimes appear stern, she had always been kind to Bao Gu, never showing disdain for her flawed roots. She had taken her under her wing, imparting skills and patiently clarifying her doubts, advising her on what to be cautious about. Now, she was bestowing upon her a wealth of spiritual elixirs to aid in her healing. Aside from her father, her senior sister had been the kindest to her, and in turn, Bao Gu vowed to treat her with equal kindness. Yu Mi, with her eyes closed and her ruby lips slightly parted, coldly remarked, "Why do you stare at me with such a furtive gaze while I am in meditation?" Bao Gu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Sister, how do you know I am looking at you so sneakily when your eyes are closed?" "Wait, that's not right. I am not being sneaky at all." Yu Mi replied, "If you wish to avoid being inadvertently harmed by my careless hand, it would be wise to remain silent." Bao Gu, unwilling to yield in the argument, muttered with reluctance, "I merely believe you are the most beautiful person I have ever seen, and aside from my father, you are the kindest to me." One should flatter their sister promptly, lest she inadvertently harm herself in a moment of distraction. Yu Mi, maintaining her impassive demeanor, uttered 2 words, "Nonsense." She dared not lose focus, or she would certainly open her eyes and cast Bao Gu a disapproving glance. Chapter 23, Advancement. The effort Yu Mi expended in channeling Bao Gu's meridians was far greater than she had anticipated. The toll on her spirit was one matter, but the depletion of her spiritual energy was truly appalling. Utilizing the spiritual energy reserves of a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner merely to perform a simple meridian cleansing, she had exhausted her energy after only addressing the Ren meridian, relying on low-grade spirit stones for further sustenance. A staggering total of over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and 10 medium-grade spirit stones were required to complete Bao Gu's meridian cleansing. If such a quantity of spirit stones had been used on a practitioner with single or dual spiritual roots, it would have been sufficient to advance them to the latter stage of qi refinement. Yet, for Bao Gu, it barely made a ripple. Was this not strange? Indeed, it was. Most astonishingly, the meridians she had cleared began to heal on their own. This indicated that there was no need for her to reach the golden core stage to conduct a thorough treatment for Bao Gu. With just a bit of time, Bao Gu would be able to heal herself. Was this a reaction typical of a qi refinement stage 1 cultivator? Even those in the later stages of qi refinement did not exhibit such a phenomenon as Bao Gu did. Yu Mi couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable qualities of the 5-spirit root. Who would dare take on such a disciple to nurture? Who could afford it? The spirit stones she had painstakingly gathered for her own advancement to the golden core stage had been depleted by a fifth when spent on Bao Gu, who was merely at the qi refinement stage 1. After completing the meridian cleansing for Bao Gu, Yu Mi sat in place, circulating her energy to restore her depleted spiritual essence. The true energy within her meridians flowed like a meandering stream, contrasting with the tranquil energy gathered in her dantian, which resembled a still lake. Bao Gu, uncertain of how to guide this wandering energy, could only adhere diligently to the qi refinement technique Yu Mi had imparted, breathing in and out with intent, closing her eyes. calming her mind and earnestly sensing the flow of true energy within her body, hoping to mobilize and direct it through this awareness. Bao Gu understood that cultivation could not be rushed. Thus, she cultivated her patience, quieted her mind, and immersed herself fully in the sensation of true energy within. As time passed, Bao Gu gradually slipped into an exceedingly tranquil realm, as if her thoughts and consciousness melded with her body's perception of true energy, allowing her to faintly perceive her own meridians. Perhaps this was what the cultivation methods referred to as visualization. She envisioned the meridians within her, the true energy residing in her dantian, focusing intently, clearing her mind to touch that sense of clarity she had never experienced before. Gradually, her mind and surroundings seemed to descend into a state of profound clarity. In this serene world, she sensed the stirring of something awakening within her. Bao Gu could not articulate this sensation. It was as though something within her consciousness had suddenly come to life. As this unknown entity within her stirred, she felt her thoughts sharpen, akin to the clarity that follows the release of all distractions. It was an exceptionally peculiar feeling, one she had never experienced before. After concluding her meditation, Bao Gu joyfully rushed to her senior sister's courtyard. The moment she spotted her senior sister emerging from her room, she exuberantly exclaimed, "Sister, sister, I have reached the second stage of Qi refinement." Yu Mi, with a smile that barely concealed her displeasure, replied, "Congratulations." Her heart was heavy with tears. For the 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and 10 mid-grade spirit stones she had spent had seemingly only secured Bao Gu's advancement to the second stage of Qi refinement. Bao Gu paused, sensing her sister's apparent discontent. "Sister, you seem rather unhappy?" Yu Mi forced a smile and replied, "It's fine. My dear junior sister, you see, I am rather impoverished. I just spent 2,000 low-grade spirit stones and 20 mid-grade spirit stones to heal your injuries. Shouldn't this expense be counted against you?" Bao Gu was momentarily taken aback, calculating swiftly in her mind. 1 mid-grade spirit stone equated to 100 low-grade spirit stones, which meant, according to her sister's statement, she owed her 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. As an inner disciple, she received 5 low-grade spirit stones per month. Even if she saved every single one, it would take her 200 years to repay that debt. Yu Mi pinched Bao Gu's delicate face and chuckled. "Don't worry, you can repay it. After all, you have 2 golden dan pills to sell, right? The starting bid at the auction house for a golden dan pill is 500 mid-grade spirit stones. So you can simply deduct that from your earnings." As she spoke, she extended her hand toward Bao Gu. Bao Gu was momentarily stunned by Yu Mi's gesture, but quickly realized what was expected of her. She handed over the still-warm golden dan pill from her storage pouch and began to count on her fingers. 2 golden dan pills should fetch at least 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. "Sister, how many spirit stones will I need to purchase healing medicine?" Yu Mi laughed lightly. "Don't bother calculating. You won't have any left." Bao Gu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why not?" she implored. Her face contorted in a pitiful expression as she silently begged her sister not to take advantage of her ignorance regarding prices. Yu Mi playfully flicked Bao Gu's forehead and gently remarked, "Your constitution is far better than I anticipated. After our earlier session, your damaged meridians are healing on their own, so further treatment is unnecessary. In your spare time, you should tend to the medicinal fields on the back mountain. It's time to weed, exterminate pests, and water the plants." As she spoke, she summoned her flying sword and ascended into the air, heading towards the sect's teleportation array. Though it seemed superfluous, Bao Gu's exuberant shout had necessitated this course of action. Heaven knows how many fellow disciples were enviously eyeing her and mocking her for being entangled with someone like Bao Gu. Following the directions provided by the map, Bao Gu found the path to the Lingyun Peak's medicinal fields with ease. From a distance, she could see the fields divided into plots, stretching out far beyond her small courtyard. She could already envision herself consuming bountiful spirit herbs, making rapid progress in her cultivation, and astonishing everyone around her. So, what if she was a waste with 5 spiritual roots? With an abundance of elixirs at her disposal, how could she fear stagnation in her cultivation? Overjoyed, Bao Gu rushed to the medicinal herb field located on the mountainside. Upon her arrival, she was astounded by the sight before her. Her mouth agape, and her eyes wide with disbelief. Where were the ancient herbs, some hundreds or even thousands of years old? What had become of the time-honored trees? Potentially millennia old? Her senior sister had mentioned that the field required weeding, and indeed, it did. Bao Gu hurried into the field, only to discover that the herbs had been uprooted with astonishing thoroughness, leaving not a single root or leaf behind. Chapter 24. The Thief. Who had plundered these herbs? The state of the field suggested it had been ransacked rather than merely weeded. Who would dare to raid Lingyun Peak? Wasn't it under the protection of the Mountain Guardian? With the herbs from the field gone, Bao Gu still had some mature elixirs that she had harvested in her small courtyard. She took out 2 herbs, washed them, and placed them in a pot, intending to simmer them slowly to create a concoction for dipping her wolf meat slices. She meticulously prepared a wolf, skinning and cleaning it, slicing it into delicate pieces that filled a large basin. Just as she was about to retrieve the simmered elixir from the pot, she discovered it was empty. To be precise, it was not entirely devoid of contents. Rather, only a small amount of water remained, slowly boiling, while the 2 herbs had vanished. She distinctly recalled washing the herbs and placing them in the pot, adding half a ladle of water and setting it over a low flame. Now, while the water remained, the herbs had mysteriously disappeared. Those 2 herbs were not sentient treasures that had lived for thousands of years and could simply run away. The only plausible explanation was that someone else had entered Lingyun Peak and stolen her herbs. Perhaps it was the very person who had stripped the medicinal field bare. But who could that be? There were only 4 individuals on Lingyun Peak: her master, her junior uncle, and her senior sister, none of whom were present, and certainly, it would not be Bao Gu herself. The mountain guardian could take herbs at will if needed, and surely no one would oppose this, making the act of plundering the field unnecessary. Furthermore, the mountain guardian could transform into human form, possessing at least the cultivation level to do so. How could she possibly covet the 2 herbs in Bao Gu's pot? Was it conceivable that the mountain guardian had fallen asleep, allowing an outsider to intrude? Bao Gu then recalled a certain individual from the Death Bamboo Sea, the ghostly elder. However, upon further contemplation, she dismissed this possibility. This ghost could ensnare even the most formidable of Yuaning ancestors and their elders, and the mountain guardian would not dare step foot into the Bamboo Sea. How could he possibly desire her humble herbs? Clutching the kitchen knife, Bao Gu commenced a thorough search of the kitchen, examining every nook and cranny for any suspicious activity. She then ventured into the courtyard, determined to uncover the identity of the thief, regardless of who it might be. This was intolerable. After ransacking the medicinal field, they had the audacity to steal her herbs as well. Her cultivation was no easy feat, and her hopes of advancement relied on these elixirs. Yet this thief did not even spare the most basic, low-grade herbs. Bao Gu searched each room meticulously, leaving no stone unturned, even beneath beds and within cabinets. As darkness enveloped the sky, she still found nothing. Lighting a lantern, she continued her search. Suddenly, a voice wafted in from outside. "What are you looking for?" It was the voice of her senior sister. Bao Gu hurriedly burst out of the room, exclaiming, "Senior sister, we have been robbed. The spiritual medicine I simmered in the pot today has been stolen." She continued, "All the spiritual herbs in the medicinal field have been uprooted as well. Not a single root or leaf remains. Only grass is left." Yumu burst into laughter, saying, "All the herbs have been uprooted?
Who could have done such a thing?"
Bao Gu, "Do you think the mountain guardian is lifeless?" Bao Gu pouted, replying, "Isn't it so? Even with the entire medicinal field stripped bare, we haven't seen the mountain guardian make an appearance." Yumu shot Bao Gu a disapproving glance and sternly admonished, "Do not speak foolishly. I am about to enter seclusion. It could be 3 to 5 days, or perhaps a month." With that, she ignored Bao Gu and, stepping onto her flying sword, departed once more. Bao Gu, infuriated, glared in disbelief. How could Yumu be so indifferent? All her belongings had been stolen, and yet she remained unconvinced. Determined, Bao Gu resolved to stay put this time. She intended to observe how the thief would manage to steal her herbs right under her nose. Sitting on a small stool beside the stove, she gradually added firewood, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the pot's lid. The thief did not appear, but a tiny golden monkey, no larger than her palm, unexpectedly appeared at the kitchen window, curiously sucking on its finger with wide, sparkling eyes. This monkey was covered in fluffy golden fur, with a pair of round ears peeking out, giving it an adorably rounded appearance. Its large, round eyes resembled 2 enormous black pearls, occupying nearly half its face. Bao Gu was captivated, her fondness for the little golden monkey growing with each passing moment, as if she wished to cradle it and caress its plush fur.
Yet,
fearing she might frighten the delightful creature away, she remained still. The golden monkey gazed back at Bao Gu, and they exchanged glances, each staring intently at the other, neither daring to move. Bao Gu recalled that she had a zhuming fruit in her storage bag, reasoning that monkeys typically enjoyed wild fruits. She fetched the zhuming fruit and waved it enticingly before the golden monkey, which immediately shifted its focus to the fruit, its small mouth eagerly nibbling at its finger, clearly yearning for the treat. Bao Gu contemplated tossing the zhuming fruit to the golden monkey, but hesitated, worried that the small creature might not be able to handle such a large fruit and could get hurt. She also feared the monkey might misconstrue her intentions as a threat. Therefore, she stood up and approached the golden monkey, intending to offer the zhuming fruit directly. However, upon seeing Bao Gu rise, the golden monkey, wary, leapt off the windowsill and out of her view. Bao Gu felt a surge of confusion. Had the monkey eaten the Yu Mi fruit? Or had it simply fallen? Such a small creature surely could not consume a fruit the size of its fist in one go. If it had dropped it, the monkey should be picking it up rather than just observing her from the window, right? Could the thief be lurking nearby? She quickly got up to fetch a kitchen knife to confront the thief. The little monkey, spotting her with the knife, swiftly darted into the shadows. Its speed was astonishing. Bao Gu barely caught a glimpse of a flash of gold before the monkey vanished. Bao Gu felt her frustration mounting, her body tingling with unease. What kind of thief was this, moving so swiftly and silently? This was no ordinary thief. It was a master of stealth. Enraged yet acutely aware of her own inadequacies, she realized that apprehending the elusive thief was an impossibility. With her limited supply of spiritual elixirs, she hesitated to squander them recklessly. Ultimately, she settled for boiling a pot of plain water to cook the sliced wolf meat, then seasoned it with oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar to create a dipping sauce. This meal marked her only dinner after entering the Immortal Gate devoid of any spiritual enhancement. As she lamented the loss of the Yu Mi fruit she had intended for the little monkey, now pilfered by the same thief, she empathized with its plight. She retrieved another Yu Mi fruit and said to the little monkey, "Here, quickly eat it, lest the thief snatch it away again." Placing the fruit on the edge of the well, she carried the water bucket into the courtyard. Frustration welled up within her, compelling her to nearly hurl the bucket in anger. How despicable was this thief, to steal even from such a small creature?
It was a brazen act.
The little monkey, despite its swift agility, had allowed the thief to swipe the fruit right under its nose. Resigned, she drew forth the last Yu Mi fruit. Placing it a short distance before her, her gaze fixed upon it. The fluffy little monkey mirrored her focus, torn between its desire to seize the fruit and its trepidation towards her. As she stepped back, clutching the filled water bucket, the hesitant monkey continued to regard her cautiously. She retreated further, only to stumble over the threshold behind her, landing abruptly on the ground, dousing herself in the spilled water from the bucket, soaking her garments thoroughly. Chapter 25, Sorrow. As dawn broke, she rose to meditate in the courtyard. The previous day's advancement had bestowed upon her a newfound comprehension of the path of immortality. The initial stage of qi refinement, known as fetal movement, signifies the initial inhalation and exhalation, allowing spiritual energy to settle into one's dantian. When the energy accumulates sufficiently, it manifests as fetal movement. The second stage, concentration and entry into the aperture, represents the first step in cultivating the spirit. Without the opening of the apertures, one cannot cultivate the spirit nor enter the pathways. If fetal movement signifies the initial foray into absorbing the world's spiritual essence, then concentration into the aperture pertains to nurturing the spirit. Only upon opening the apertures can one perceive the existence of the world's spiritual energy, allowing for deeper cultivation. Prior to this, it remains unseen and unfelt, leaving one to navigate blindly through the practice. Cultivating immortality involves not only the refinement of the body but also the nurturing of the spirit. The two are interdependent and equally essential. The perception of the world's spiritual energy requires no special techniques, only a tranquil mind to sense the ethereal currents around. She closed her eyes, seated motionless upon the jade stool in the courtyard, indifferent to the withered leaves that fell upon her head. Her days were consumed with meditation and the contemplation of the world's spiritual essence. Though this process was exceedingly monotonous, she possessed the patience to endure, undeterred by the absence of tangible spiritual energy even after several days of practice. Having spent half a month advancing to the first stage and several months to reach the second, she had mentally prepared herself for a year's journey to attain the third stage of qi refinement. This period was not arduous, as she concentrated and delved into the essence of the world. Although she sensed no spiritual energy, she felt as though time passed with remarkable swiftness. Often, she would find herself seated for what seemed but a brief moment, only to open her eyes and discover that several hours had slipped by. Bao Gu, having once experienced hunger herself, felt a pang of compassion upon witnessing the little monkey's plight. Despite the fact that her supply of spiritual herbs was dwindling, she still chose to share a portion with the small creature. As days passed, the little monkey grew less fearful of Bao Gu, inching closer with each encounter. On one occasion, while Bao Gu was consuming her spiritual herbs, the monkey leapt onto the jade table before her, gazing at her with longing eyes, so close that Bao Gu could reach out and touch it. Bao Gu offered a fragment of her spiritual herb, and without hesitation, the monkey seized it with its tiny paw, stuffing it into its mouth without a moment's chew, then continued to look at her with those pitiful eyes, as if to convey its hunger was not yet sated. The monkey's gaze was so sorrowful, its eyes fixated on the herbs as though they might fall into them. Unable to ignore its plight, Bao Gu resolutely decided to part with a half piece of the herb she had just brought to her lips. After swallowing the morsel, the monkey scampered onto the courtyard wall, sprawling out its limbs to bask in the sun, exposing its round, plump belly. Seeing the monkey's rotund belly reminded Bao Gu of the chubby bellies of infants, leading her to ponder whether this was still a mere juvenile creature. She chose to disregard the monkey and close her eyes, resuming her meditation. Not long into her tranquility, she suddenly felt a stirring within her heart, and soon after, she noticed specks of light shimmering around her. Without opening her eyes, she perceived the surrounding darkness alive with twinkling points of light. As one light emerged, more began to appear, resembling the glow of fireflies on a summer evening, albeit significantly smaller, akin to dust, yet radiating a captivating array of colors. Could this be spiritual energy? The energy she sensed? She endeavored to channel her cultivation techniques to absorb the ethereal energy floating about, and discovered that as she focused her practice, the vibrant lights began to enter her body through her breath and pores. With a heart brimming with joy, Bao Gu opened her eyes, astonished to find herself imbued with a clarity of mind and vision, as if the world had sharpened into focus. Yet, she questioned whether this was merely an illusion. Closing her eyes once more, she sought the drifting spiritual energy again. Although her range of perception was limited to a mere foot around her, it was enough to fill her with delight. In the days that followed, Bao Gu continued her daily practice. Yet her stock of spiritual herbs was entirely consumed through her and the little monkey's shared feasting. The audacity of that little thief was astonishing. Devoid of herbs and fruits, Bao Gu was left to rely solely on the ambient spiritual energy for her cultivation. In her spare time, she wandered through the nearby mountains and wilds, searching for any wild-growing herbs or fruits, yet her efforts yielded naught. Before long, the day arrived for the elder's teachings at the transmission hall. Bao Gu wished to attend, yet upon consulting her map for directions, she decisively abandoned the idea. Even if she set out at that moment, she would not reach the transmission hall by the following evening. With her pace, it would take her at least 6 or 7 days to leave Lingyun Peak, not accounting for the potential encounters with wild beasts or other dangers along the way. Bao Gu could only diligently cultivate the foundational techniques imparted by her senior sister during her training sessions, while spending her leisure time practicing combat skills. Approximately 5 days later, the golden-haired monkey that had vanished for 7 days suddenly reappeared. It huddled in the corner of her courtyard, curled up into a small ball, incessantly licking its paws. Whether due to its curled position or a loss of weight from hunger, it seemed significantly smaller than a few days prior, its once fluffy fur now matted and dirty. As she approached, she noticed a large patch of fur was missing from its back, the skin charred, with a long gash oozing golden blood. Who could be so cruel as to harm such a small, adorable creature? How could anyone inflict such grievous injuries, with burns and cuts? She retrieved the healing ointment given to her by Yumi from her storage bag and approached the golden monkey. Observing the creature's wary gaze, she pointed to the bottle in her hand and said, "This will heal your wounds." The little monkey tilted its head, fixated on the bottle, without attempting to flee. Slowly, she crouched beside it and sprinkled the powder from the bottle onto its back. The monkey, with its bright, round eyes, gazed at Bao Gu, sensing the efficacy of the healing powder on its wounds. It extended its small paw toward her, and once she sprinkled the powder onto its paw, it stood up, revealing a belly riddled with fine cracks and coated in golden goo. Initially, Bao Gu thought it was merely an ordinary spirit beast with a hint of intelligence, or perhaps just a monkey she had never encountered before. However, upon witnessing the golden blood it shed, she realized it might be a legendary spirit beast. Even if not, it was certainly an extraordinary creature. So small yet, aside from its astonishing speed, Bao Gu had seen no other remarkable abilities. Was its gift merely its swiftness, the ability to leap high and far, and perhaps a touch of spiritual connection? The Jade Slip had mentioned that beasts bearing golden blood possess immense power and divine qualities. While the little monkey's blood was only a pale gold, it still hinted at some divine essence. Bao Gu felt she was indeed a person of great fortune, capable of discovering a spirit beast without ever leaving her home. Under Bao Gu's attentive care, the monkey quickly recovered over the course of 2 days, eventually emerging from its nest to beg for pills, consuming one after another. Clinging to her with its paws, it refused to let go, depleting her several bottles of pills in less than 3 days due to its persistent demands. Thanks to the abundance of healing ointment, the monkey's injuries healed remarkably fast, with the wounds nearly mended. Once fully recovered, the little monkey even dragged its small tiger-striped nest outside the courtyard wall, comfortably sunbathing within it. A spirit beast, indeed. Bao Gu was utterly enamored with this lively little creature. Meanwhile, Yumi's face turned pale, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust. She questioned Bao Gu. Were you jesting when you mentioned the pill field being raided? Bao Gu replied, Senior sister, have you ever seen me joke? Could it be that other places have also been targeted? Are those senior brothers and sisters flying around searching for thieves? Yumi gritted her teeth in frustration and exclaimed, I have heard from the elders that our esteemed ancestor once sealed a wretched monkey atop the Lingyun Peak. They suspect that this creature is still alive. The last time you inadvertently stumbled into the ruins of the main peak, you inadvertently unraveled the restrictions and released this dreadful monkey. Bao Gu blinked in confusion and inquired, What kind of monkey are we talking about? It is no larger than a palm, covered in plush golden fur, round and rotund like a ball. And its speed is as swift as lightning. Even the Yuanying elders cannot catch it. Bao Gu swallowed hard, hesitatingly asking, What does this monkey have to do with the theft in the medicinal fields? Yumi pressed, Do you know the name of this monkey? Bao Gu shook his head. It is known as the Duo Baolingho, or the treasure-seeking spirit monkey, a member of the spirit beast category. It spares no spirit herbs, spirit fruits, or miraculous herbs. In places it has visited, not even a single leaf or root remains. Wherever it roams, within 1,000 miles, one cannot hope to find any spirit herbs or fruits. Despite its diminutive size, it possesses an insatiable appetite. It could devour our medicinal fields in a single night. Yumi trembled with rage, wishing fervently to capture the monkey and flay its skin. Bao Gu timidly ventured, Sister, if it is indeed a spirit monkey and so excessively mischievous, yet has not been eradicated, it must surely possess great utility. Yumi huffed in indignation. Indeed, it seeks out spirit herbs and fruits. If it claims second place, none would dare claim the first. Bao Gu chuckled, Sister, do not be upset. We could tame it and have it assist us in finding spirit herbs and fruits. Yumi shot Bao Gu a sidelong glance, scoffing,
Dream on.
By the time it finds anything, it would have already consumed it all. Do you think anything would remain for us? Bao Gu stood frozen, blinking in confusion, unsure of how to respond. A slight feeling of frustration welled within her, a mere hint of it, not overwhelming. She reassured herself, It's fine. It's fine. Unable to suppress her emotions any longer, she internally lamented, How infuriating. After nearly a month of pursuing thieves, I discovered that this one was right under my nose. I even saved the spirit herbs I had nearly consumed for it, feeding it all the elixirs my sister bestowed upon me. All those spirit herbs in my garden, and the numerous Zhu Ming fruits. If the spirit herbs on the back mountain of Lingyun Peak had not been devoured by this wretched monkey, they would all have been mine. The more Bao Gu thought about it, the more frustrated she became, tears streaming down her cheeks. She felt so heartbroken. Chapter 26. The Search for the Spirit Monkey. As the acting peak master of Lingyun Peak, Yumi felt even more inclined to weep than Bao Gu. In the time of our ancestor, the Xiantian sect ranked among the top 10 sects in the realm of cultivation, with Lingyun Peak standing as its principal stronghold. Over 30,000 years ago, when our ancestor perished amidst the chaos that nearly annihilated the Xiantian sect, the site of Lingyun Peak fell into desolation. Numerous precious secrets, treasured artifacts, and even the treasury of Lingyun Peak were lost or destroyed. The surviving disciples of Lingyun Peak were forced to establish a new stronghold, and the Lingyun lineage, stripped of its many legacies, fell into decline. Over these 30,000 years, the site of the former main peak became a deathly bamboo sea, claiming the lives of countless disciples of Lingyun Peak, leading to its gradual decay. By the time it reached Yumu's generation, Lingyun Peak was left with only the desolate palace structures atop the mountain and the medicinal herb field at the back. The palace, while aesthetically pleasing, served no practical purpose. The medicinal fields represented the last vestige of Lingyun Peak's resources, as long as they could cultivate a few disciples to the golden core stage each generation. The lineage could continue. However, with the ruckus caused by the gluttonous treasure-hunting monkey, Lingyun Peak found itself in dire straits, unable to even nurture foundational disciples. This greedy little monkey delivered a fatal blow to the already declining Lingyun Peak, and perhaps after her, the lineage would be expelled from the Xiantian sect and the realm of cultivation altogether. If they could capture the treasure-hunting monkey, there might still be hope for revitalizing Lingyun Peak. Yet currently, the entire Xiantian sect was scouring for this spirit monkey, with peak masters, Yuanying ancestors, and elder officials all eager to capture the monkey that had been raised and sealed by their founder. Given Yumu's current cultivation, she stood no chance of catching it. And even if she did, she would ultimately have to surrender it. Yumu turned to Bao Gu, who was dabbing her tears, and said, It's all right, stop crying. I wish I could cry even more than you. She lazily settled onto a nearby chair, her enthusiasm waning. While the disciples from various peaks were searching for the treasure-hunting monkey, she felt no inclination to participate. Bao Gu, having shed a few tears, felt considerably better and advised Yumu, Sister, don't be too upset. If the spiritual herbs are gone, We will find a way to plant more in the fields later. She scanned the courtyard for an hour without seeing anyone leave, only to find 7 or 8 disciples on flying swords rushing toward her. Leading them were a young man and woman dressed in the attire of true disciples, followed by 6 inner disciples. Their swords, though not as exquisite as Yu Mu's, carried them swiftly. The young woman, surveying the surroundings, commanded, "Search." The inner disciples scattered, rushing towards the various rooms. Suddenly, a blazing sword erupted from Yu Mu's courtyard, circling around the inner disciples as they dashed into the rooms. 2 of them, caught off guard, sustained cuts and had their clothes singed, prompting them to quickly drop to the ground and roll frantically, employing talismans to extinguish the flames. The young woman in true disciple attire furrowed her brow and shouted, "Yu Mu, how dare you harm others?" The fiery sword embedded itself in the ground with a resounding clang, sinking half a foot deep, its fierce sword intent radiating and altering the expressions of those present.
Bao Gu,
standing in the courtyard, felt as though a sword was pressed against her heart, as if her life could be claimed at any moment. Even though the sword remained several paces away, Yu Mu's unhurried voice drifted from the courtyard, stating, as the acting peak master of Lingyun Peak, "I possess the authority to slay anyone who trespasses upon my main peak. Did you seek permission to enter my courtyard?"
Ha!
Lingyun Peak is on the verge of extinction, and you still act so arrogantly? Beside her, the young man in true disciple attire admonished, "Junior sister." He clasped his fists toward Yu Mu's courtyard, saying, "Fair Yu Mu, we are on a mission from our master to search for the treasure-hunting monkey. If we have offended you in any way, we hope for your forgiveness. At every corner of Lingyun Peak, we have scoured thoroughly, save for the main courtyard, which remains unexplored. We beseech you, fair Yumi, to grant us passage." Yumi chuckled lightly and inquired, "Do you truly believe that the wretched monkey would be dwelling in my main courtyard?" A young woman retorted, "Whether it is present or not can only be determined through a search. Should you refuse, it would imply you harbor the spirit monkey." With that, Yumi opened the courtyard gate and stepped forth, her flowing celestial gown transformed into a striking crimson hue, enveloped in a blazing aura. Her movements were deliberate, each step resonating with a weight that felt as though it tread upon the very hearts of those present. Yumi declared, "Do not presume the monkey resides in my main courtyard. Even if it does, should you wish to search or capture it, you must first seek my permission to enter. Have you forgotten the regulations of Xuantian Gate? Shall I instruct you?" The woman scoffed. "Oh, attempting to intimidate me with the gate's rules?" At her side, a man clad in authentic attire called out, "Junior sister," reaching out to restrain her, only to be brushed aside by her hand. Yumi, with a radiant smile, addressed her, "As a true disciple of the esteemed ancestor Fontuan, how could I dare to impose the rules upon you? However, Fairy Huashing, I perceive your audacity is remarkable. I hereby challenge you to a duel to the death. What say you?" The disciple named Huashing's countenance paled instantly as she exclaimed, "You dare to kill me?" Yumi inquired, "Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Behind them, an inner sect disciple, whose robe had been partially severed and singed by Yumi's sword, shouted, "Fairy Yumi, your obstruction raises suspicion. Has the treasured spirit monkey already become yours?" Yumi laughed, "You trespassed into my main courtyard first, and now you spout nonsense. It seems you no longer value your head." As she spoke, she raised her hand, and the Li Hua sword embedded in the ground soared into the air. Yumi wielded the sword, sweeping it gracefully as she lunged towards the inner disciple. The inner disciple's face drained of color. He hastily unleashed a flurry of talismans and summoned his own sword to defend himself. Simultaneously, the 2 true disciples sprang into action, drawing their swords to shield Yumi's advance. The man in true disciple attire urged, "Fairy Yumi, hold. Slaying a fellow disciple is a capital offense." Yumi swung her sword again while proclaiming, "I merely enforce the gate's regulations. What crime is there in that?" A throng of individuals, without so much as a greeting, invaded her main courtyard at will, treating her as though she were inconsequential, and she resolved to transform them into the very dead they presumed her to be. Having reached the golden core stage, Yumi far surpassed the 2 true disciples, who were merely in the foundation establishment stage, rendering them powerless to resist. Her sword sliced through the air toward the inner disciple, and should it find its mark, certain death awaited him. The 2 true disciples, filled with trepidation, hastily summoned their swords for defense, only to have Yumi cleave their blades asunder. Their intervention provided the inner disciple a fleeting opportunity. Without hesitation, he scrambled to his feet, mounting his flying sword and fleeing in terror. The man in true disciple attire cried out repeatedly, "Fairy Yumi, please show mercy. We shall withdraw at once. We beseech your forgiveness." Without further discourse, he seized Huashing's arm and pulled her back, whispering urgently, "We must flee. The fiery dragon's medicinal field is utterly ruined. and the flames are raging. If we do not depart, she may slay us both. In the current moment, only the sword was drawn, and the sword's aura was unleashed, effectively suppressing them. Should further spells be cast, their demise here would be imminent. Yu Mi, a rare talent possessing a heavenly spiritual root, stood among the few prodigious disciples of the Xiantian sect. As the sole heir of Lingyun Peak and acting peak master, the entirety of Lingyun Peak's assets and treasures rested upon her shoulders. Furthermore, her years of endeavor in the outside world had amassed a considerable fortune, rendering her one of the wealthiest of her generation. Although her peers were also esteemed disciples, their dual spiritual roots rendered them inferior to Yu Mi. With several senior brothers vying for cultivation resources and having remained within the sect, they lacked the external wealth and the favor of the acting master to obtain golden elixirs for breaking through realms. In every regard, they fell short of Yu Mi. Presently, with her advantageous position, to contest against her would be akin to courting death. Even if Yu Mi were to slay them, their master would intervene, and the acting master would not permit her to extinguish the legacy of Lingyun Peak. At most, she would receive a reprimand and a few years of confinement. The disciples fled in desperation, swiftly vanishing from the main peak's courtyard. Shortly thereafter, a portly elder in his 60s entered the courtyard. Yu Mi opened her eyes, quickly rose to her feet, and greeted him with a beaming smile, saying, "Yu Mi pays her respects to the esteemed uncle." The elder lifted his eyelids to glance at Yu Mi, revealing a warm smile as he inquired, "You do not harbor resentment towards my sudden intrusion, do you?" Yu Mi replied with a smile, "Your esteemed presence graces Lingyun Peak, illuminating it with splendor. I am overjoyed. Esteemed uncle, please come in." She turned to Bao Gu, instructing Bao Gu,
Serve the tea.
Then, with a radiant smile directed at Fan Tuan, she added, "However, esteemed uncle, your arrival is quite timely. I wish to lodge a complaint." "Oh, a complaint? Against whom?" Yu Mi feigned innocence. "Of course, it concerns several of my senior brothers and sisters under your tutelage, esteemed uncle. My master and little master uncle are in seclusion, and the medicinal fields of Lingyun Peak have been devastated, threatening our lineage. Thankfully, there are still 2 of us left. Yet they barged into my main peak's courtyard without so much as a greeting, recklessly wandering about. Those in the know would say they are searching for the spiritual monkey, while those unaware might think." Fan Tuan's expression darkened as he interjected, "Might think what?" Yu Mi lowered her head, casting a timid glance at Fan Tuan, murmuring softly, "Those unaware might see them and think that all of us at Lingyun Peak have perished." Fan Tuan's index finger curved slightly, pointing at Yu Mi. His gaze swept over Bao Gu before settling on her small courtyard. He stepped inside, his keen eyes scanning the area before finally locking onto a corner. Approaching the wall, he picked up a handful of mud and squeezed it, asking, "Bao Gu, have you seen a small monkey, no larger than a palm, covered in golden fur?" Realizing that Fan Tuan had grasped the mud, Bao Gu understood that the little monkey must have left blood in the soil, and some of her medicinal powder might have scattered on the ground. With her cultivation at the nascent soul stage, she knew that the matter concerning the monkey could not escape his notice. Pouting in distress, she admitted, "I saw it before." Yu Mi stared at Bao Gu in shock, demanding, "When did you see it?" Fan Tuan also fixed his gaze upon Bao Gu. Yu Mi's chest heaved violently, her complexion turning ashen, her heart racing. Fan Tuan shook his head in exasperation, offering Bao Gu a disapproving remark. "Foolish." Upon witnessing Bao Gu's profound sorrow triggered merely by a single utterance of fool, rather than being deemed irredeemably foolish, he shook his head and stepped out of the courtyard, broadcasting a message for everyone to retreat from Lingyun Peak. Having encountered countless individuals throughout his lifetime, he could discern at a glance whether Bao Gu was speaking the truth. Since the monkey had already sensed their approach and fled before they arrived, and despite searching every inch of the ground, it was evident that it had escaped far beyond their reach. Continuing the search would only yield futile efforts. As Bao Gu observed her fellow disciples departing in droves, leaving no trace behind, she inquired of Yu Mi, "Sister, have they all left?" Infuriated by Bao Gu's foolishness to the point of being speechless, Yu Mi felt a surge of emotion at Bao Gu's words. She entered the house, pointed a finger at Bao Gu's forehead, and rebuked her vehemently. "How can you be so foolish? You fed the life-saving medicine to that wretched monkey. Do you no longer wish to heal your own wounds? Is this how one behaves? The medicinal herbs from the fields have been devoured by it. What shall we cultivate for future disciples of Lingyun Peak? Instead of capturing the thief, you have squandered the spiritual herbs and elixirs from your storage bag on it. I could very well strike you down for this." With a flourish, she summoned a long whip, directing it towards Bao Gu as she chastised, "That accursed monkey has destroyed the last remnants of our family's fortune. And you still shelter it and tend to its injuries. Just see if I do not hold you accountable for this." As she raised her whip, A piercing screech erupted from behind her. A fluffy golden monkey protruded its head from the wall, baring its teeth at Yumi while brandishing its forepaw in a threatening manner. Yumi pivoted, her whip now aimed at the fluffy treasure monkey. The monkey, displaying a hint of fear, shrank back slightly, revealing only its eyes as it fixated on Yumi from the wall, before extending its head once again to issue a fierce display of teeth. Throwing the whip onto a nearby table, Yumi took a seat, casting a cold gaze at the treasure monkey, stating, "Do not bare your teeth at me. Who do you think you are threatening? The Grandmaster Xiantian is your master, is he not? My Lingyun Peak is the direct lineage of the ancestral teachings, and you, a mere monkey, dare to wreak havoc upon your own kind? Do you possess any shame? Do you even have a sense of dignity left?" The treasure monkey continued to snarl at Yumi, yet instinctively covered its face with its small paws. Yumi, fuming, declared, "Listen here, you wretched monkey. If you do not compensate for my losses, I shall first use this whip to strike down Bao Gu, and then weep before the Grandmaster's altar, lamenting how you have ruined our own kin and caused the demise of the chosen disciple selected by our ancestor. You were taken in by him, and after his passing, you dare to sever his legacy. This is sheer ingratitude." The monkey's teeth glared more fiercely, its already large eyes widening further. Yumi huffed angrily, asserting, "So you refuse to compensate? I shall first strike down Bao Gu, and then go to the Grandmaster's altar to expose your transgressions." She pretended to grasp the whip, preparing to strike Bao Gu directly. In that moment, the treasure monkey leaped from the wall and landed on Bao Gu's hand, emitting a sharp, piercing cry as it cradled a gourd that was twice its size. Yumi halted her swing, snorting in disbelief. "You think a mere gourd can compensate for my losses?" The treasure monkey emitted a series of chirps, placing the large gourd atop the corn stalk, then uncorked it, releasing an intoxicating aroma of wine that swiftly enveloped the air. It energetically tapped the gourd with its tiny paws, seemingly proclaiming the quality of the wine. Yufu pointed at the treasure monkey and inquired, "How much wine can be brewed from the spiritual herbs and fruits in my medicinal field? The herbs flourish endlessly in the field, yet you wish to dismiss me with merely a jug of wine?" The treasure monkey stretched its neck and chirped several times in response. Yufu retorted, "This goddess does not comprehend monkey language. Speak in human terms." The monkey, baring its teeth, let out a series of high-pitched calls before leaping from the corn stalk, causing a loud thud as the previously seated corn stalk collapsed, unconscious. The treasure monkey perched on the beam, its dark, lively eyes fixated on the fallen corn, continuing to chirp. Upon turning the corn over, Yufu noticed its flushed cheeks and heavy breathing, realizing it was thoroughly intoxicated. She scolded, "How pitiful. Just the scent of wine can render you so inebriated." Dragging the corn into the bedroom, she tossed it onto the bed and turned her gaze towards the treasure monkey, who had followed into the room with the gourd. Yufu sighed inwardly. This troublesome monkey has truly become clever. With a gentle sigh, she remarked, "If I were you, I would relish the abundant spiritual herbs at home rather than resorting to the disgraceful act of thievery, enduring the pursuit of countless foes." The treasure monkey emitted a sound, stretching its head towards Yufu, displaying disdain. Yufu chuckled softly, "Do you doubt my words? Allow me to enlighten you. You possess the skill to brew monkey wine. Do you realize how much spiritual herbs and fruits can be exchanged for just the single jug? A mere fraction of the wine can yield copious amounts of herbs and fruits, enabling you to indulge in the surplus." The treasure monkey scratched its head, seemingly perplexed. Yufu admonished, "Foolish monkey. No wonder you are only capable of scurrying away from those who pursue you. Does the pain from the magical array not sting? Do the elder's swords not cut deeply?" The monkey, revealing its teeth again, emitted a series of clucks, appearing somewhat embarrassed and angry. Yufu continued, "If you provide me with 2 jugs of monkey wine, I shall refrain from dealing with the corn and will not bring your transgressions before the ancestral deity. I will even offer you spiritual fruits and herbs." As she spoke, she began listing the types of spiritual herbs and fruits she had prepared for the treasure monkey, mentioning various commonly found second and third-tier herbs. The treasure monkey, unable to contain its excitement, began sucking on its fingers, its eyes darting eagerly. Yufu threatened, "What if you refuse?" She brandished a whip, pointing it at the unconscious corn, casting a sideways glance at the treasure monkey in a menacing manner. The treasure monkey blinked, hesitated briefly, then tossed the gourd from the beam to Yufu. She accepted the gourd, stating, 2 jugs. The treasure monkey bared its teeth again, unwilling to comply. Yufu pointed the whip at the corn, asserting, "Then I shall strike it." The Daobao's spirit monkey covered its face, turned around, and buried itself within the beams of the room, leaving only its rosy little backside exposed to Yumu. Yumu, with a flick of her fingers, released a strand of sword energy that directly struck the monkey's rear. Suddenly, the vibrant backside vanished and the sword energy struck the beam, creating a small dent. The Daobao's spirit monkey then emerged from the floor, bared its teeth at Yumu, and transformed into a streak of golden light that darted through the courtyard wall, disappearing from sight. Yumu fed 2 spiritual herbs to Bao Gu to mask the aroma of the monkey wine brewed from spiritual fruits and herbs, then departed from Bao Gu's room. Within the span of a single incense stick's burning, Yumu sensed a divine presence sweeping from afar. Shortly after, various peaks had their divine consciousness converge upon Lingyun Mountain's summit, fixating intently on her and Bao Gu. Yumu feigned ignorance, settling into a quiet room to meditate, not even lifting her eyelids. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Yumu entered Bao Gu's room and roused the still sleeping Bao Gu, saying, "It's time to get up." "Still sleeping? Didn't I tell you we were heading to Cloud City today?" Bao Gu groggily sat up, murmured an acknowledgement, and suddenly recalled yesterday's events. As she opened her mouth to speak, she noticed Yumu silently moving her lips, seemingly signaling for silence. Understanding the cue, Bao Gu reframed her question. "Are we going to the auction house to collect the remaining payment for the golden pill?" Yumu replied, "Yes. And we might as well take the opportunity to gain some experience." She sighed, heavy-hearted, turned, and left Bao Gu's bedroom, waiting in the main hall until Bao Gu finished washing up. Once ready, Yumu lifted Bao Gu onto her flying sword and soared towards the mountain gate. Seeing the direction was not right, Bao Gu remarked, "Sister, didn't you take a different route to Cloud City last time?" Yumu chuckled. "Do you expect to use the teleportation array to leave? Don't you know Lingyun Peak is virtually penniless? 5 low-grade spirit stones are still spirit stones. If we use the teleportation array, how can that troublesome monkey follow us?" Bao Gu pondered for a moment and asked, "Are we going to look for the Daobao spirit monkey?" Yumu shot her a fierce glare, irately responding, "Can you catch it? Even if we find it, it wouldn't belong to us. Are you willing to do the work for nothing? We're not looking for it. Speed up. Let us transform into a long rainbow and soar across the sky above Xiantian Gate, heading straight for the mountain gate." Yumu flew nearly 100 miles from the sect's territory before she felt the dozen or so divine consciousnesses that had been targeting her withdraw. Chapter 37. The Enormous Storage Bag. Yumu, disinterested in quarreling with a troublesome monkey, doubted Bao Gu would betray her and immediately turned her gaze to the skin affixed to Bao Gu's arm, curious about its reaction. The thin layer of skin adhered snugly to Bao Gu's arm, showing no sign of change. As Bao Gu reached to peel it off and return it to Yumu, she suddenly felt a refreshing sensation emanating from the area where the skin was attached, as if something was seeping through her pores. Yumu clearly observed that the skin on Bao Gu's arm was melting away, the originally thin piece becoming thinner and smaller. Alarmed, she thought to herself, "This is bad." She watched helplessly as Bao Gu struggled to peel off the skin, but nothing could be grasped. In mere moments, the skin had completely vanished. Yumu quickly extended her divine consciousness to probe Bao Gu's body, seeking traces of the skin, yet found nothing at all. Upon seeing Yumi's face, Bao Gu turned pale with anxiety and exclaimed, "Senior sister, she has gone to see the duo Bao Lingho again." She said, "Little monkey, this skin belongs to my senior sister. Quickly retrieve it and return it. It has seeped into my arm." The duo Bao Lingho shook its head incessantly, taking a deep breath to suppress her urge to thrash the monkey. Yumi said, "Do not worry, Bao Gu. Focus and sense if something extra has entered your arm." Closing her eyes, Bao Gu felt a peculiar sensation arise. Though she could not see the skin, she sensed that something unusual lingered within her arm. As she probed this unfamiliar presence, she was suddenly startled. Gasping in fear and opening her eyes wide, Yumi inquired, "What is it?" Assuming it was merely her imagination, Bao Gu ventured again into her arm, only to be met with the same overwhelming shock that left her face awash with disbelief. Yumi pressed, "What did you sense?" Bao Gu was at a loss for words. Staring blankly at Yumi, "Describe in detail what you felt," Yumi urged. Knowing that the duo Bao Lingho meant no harm to Bao Gu, its eagerness to retrieve the skin for her indicated its great value. With her eyes closed again, Bao Gu cautiously explored her arm, stating, "I can feel something additional within my arm." She opened her eyes, tears welling as she looked at Yumi, saying, "Senior sister, am I in some sort of trouble?" Yumi frowned and asked, "What kind of trouble?" Bao Gu replied, "When I look into the extra thing in my arm, I see a vast emptiness, devoid of anything, an immense cave with no visible ceiling above or floor below, and no walls surrounding it." Yumi's brow furrowed even deeper. "Probe again. Truly, is there nothing at all?" "Indeed, there is nothing," Bao Gu confirmed. Yumi recalled how the monkey had vanished into thin air while standing on the skin, and surmised that it must have entered the dark void Bao Gu described. She took out 2 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to Bao Gu, saying, "Try to see if you can store these spirit stones in that peculiar place inside you." As if using a storage bag, Bao Gu attempted to absorb the spirit stones into her arm as she would with a storage bag and was astonished to find the items she held in her hand had indeed appeared in that strange area within her arm. "Senior sister, this is akin to an internal storage bag," she exclaimed. Yumi swiftly aimed for the monkey, shouting, "Impudent monkey, return the skin to me." Yet, even a nascent soul cultivator could not catch the agile creature. The monkey effortlessly evaded Yumi's grasp and leaped onto Bao Gu's other shoulder. Frustrated by her missed attempt, Yumi turned and grasped Bao Gu by the throat, declaring, "If you do not return the skin, I shall strangle Bao Gu." Feeling the pressure around her neck, Bao Gu cried out, "Senior sister, wait. Please tell me how to retrieve it." She then shouted, "Little monkey, the skin was taken from senior sister. Quickly return it." The duo Bao Lingho continued to frolic about, refusing to comply, its incessant chattering driving Yumi to a state of exasperation, her face cycling between hues of green and white. Realizing she could not truly harm Bao Gu nor catch the elusive monkey, she finally gritted her teeth and said, "Very well." Bao Gu gently rubbed his neck, which had been pinched a little too hard, and weakly inquired, "Senior sister, what exactly is this?" Yumi replied, "I am uncertain about the material of the skin, but I am well aware of its immense value." She uttered a few words through clenched teeth, "A small world of shumi mustard seeds." Bao Gu gazed at Yumu in confusion and asked, "What is a small world of shumi mustard seeds?" Yumu, feeling a headache coming on, massaged her forehead in frustration. She wished she could give the monkey a good thrashing. She waved her hand dismissively at Bao Gu and said, "Do not speak to me, Bao Gu, for I fear I might harm you." Taking several deep breaths, she reminded herself to remain calm. Had it not been for Bao Gu purchasing fire seeds with an extravagant 3,000 top-grade spirit stones without a second thought, and had it not been for Bao Gu generously giving her most of the top-grade spirit stones acquired from selling monkey wine, she might have truly committed the heinous act of slaying a fellow disciple for treasure. If Bao Gu had seized the item, that would have been one thing, but this treasure had been snatched from her grasp only to be taken by the troublesome monkey and given to Bao Gu. The precious artifact that had finally come into her possession was now slipping away, leaving Yumu's heart bleeding. Bao Gu, sensing the tension, wisely edged away, refraining from disturbing Yumu. She reached into the peculiar space within her arm, finding 2 low-grade spirit stones nestled comfortably inside. She mused, could it be a large storage pouch? Recalling how the treasure-hunting monkey had leapt onto the skin and vanished, she speculated that this space might even accommodate living beings. However, it was utterly empty, devoid of air or sustenance, which would surely spell doom for anything contained within. She contemplated retrieving it from her arm to return it to Yumu, yet could only sense the existence of this space, while the original skin that had housed it was nowhere to be found. Bao Gu ventured, "Is the difference that one can hold living beings, while the other cannot?" Yumu shook her head, clarifying, "That is merely a minor distinction. The true difference lies in the fact that a storage pouch can only contain a minuscule amount, whereas a small world of shumi mustard seeds can encompass an entire realm. If you could detach the Xiantian sect from the Yunling mountain range, you could encompass the entire Xiantian sect within it. If you could separate the Yunling mountain range from the earth, you could fit 100,000 miles of the mountain range inside." Bao Gu's eyes widened in astonishment. Yumu probed, "You say there is nothing in the space within your arm?" Bao Gu nodded, confessing there was nothing before, but now there are 2 low-grade spirit stones. Yumu pondered this peculiarity, stating, "That is rather strange. In the past, great cultivators have forged treasures akin to the small world of shumi mustard seeds by crafting a vessel and forcefully transferring a portion of the blessed earth into it. Externally, it appears as a singular artifact, yet within lies a small world. Typically, those venerable predecessors who possess such a small world would store their lifelong collections within it, serving both as a storage pouch and a sanctuary for nurturing various spiritual herbs and treasures, as well as tending to diverse spirit beasts. In essence, such a small world is a portable treasure trove. In the contemporary realm of cultivation, certain ancient relics are remnants of the bygone era, crafted by the esteemed ancestors into miniature worlds. After the demise of these venerable beings, the artifacts housing these small worlds have either deteriorated over time or, for other reasons, have connected their entrances to our vast universe. These miniature worlds are abundant in spiritual energy and teem with countless treasures. The mere appearance of any single one would incite fierce competition among numerous sects of cultivators. As far as I know, the ancient relics of Xianyue City originated from a small world left behind by a transcendent ancestor. The emergence of this miniature world once stirred a great upheaval in the cultivation community, resulting in countless casualties as various factions vied for control. Ultimately, they were compelled to reach a truce and share this small world. The ancient relics of Xianyue City are not perpetually accessible. The ascendant ancestor seemed to intentionally leave behind this treasure for future cultivators. He concealed the ancient relics within the void, allowing them to manifest only once every decade for a month. When that month concludes, the entrance is close until the next decade arrives. Bao Gu comprehended this, exclaiming, "So the ancestor who forged the skin on my arm created a treasure that could become a small world, yet forgot to move the fortuitous heaven into it." After speaking, she tossed a collection of assorted items, including an abundance of well-preserved wolf and tiger meat, into her storage bag, saying, "Though it lacks countless treasures, it serves well as a bag that can hold many things." Yu Mi felt despondent. She would have preferred if it contained a fortuitous heaven. With Bao Gu's generosity, if this skin truly housed a fortuitous heaven, wouldn't everything inside belong to her? "Ancestor, you forged such a treasure. Why not place something within?" Observing Yu Mi's distress, Bao Gu comforted her. "Sister, do not be disheartened. Once I figure out how to retrieve it from my arm, I will return it to you for use as a storage bag." Yu Mi trembled, suppressing the urge to weep, and grasped Bao Gu's arm, pleading, "Please, don't return it to me." What a tremendous opportunity, haphazardly obtaining a small world amidst a throng of nascent soul cultivators, and yet it is empty. Empty. How can those nascent soul cultivators who perished fighting for this precious treasure bear such a fate? Although there exists a small world to gradually fill, what can we, being so weak and impoverished, possibly add? It truly serves only as a storage bag. Even a mere monkey is superior. At least a monkey could produce 2 gourds of supreme monkey wine. Taking a few deep breaths, she quelled the impulse to cry and declared, "Let's go to Xianyue City." Dispelling the formation, she summoned her flying sword, lifting Bao Gu onto it and soaring into the sky. Bao Gu urged, "Sister, do not be upset. After all, this is a no-cost venture. Consider it a fortuitous acquisition of an oversized storage bag." Yu Mi retorted, "Fortuitous? Do you think the fire talismans I cast during the battle were not laboriously crafted with spiritual energy? Do you believe the thunder talismans I deployed were not costly purchases meant for self-preservation? I did not even dare use the nascent soul lightning talismans against the earth fire toad when seizing the water essence. That lightning talisman is worth 100 mid-grade spirit stones." 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Bao Gu promptly fell silent. As Yu Mi's tone softened, she added, "In 6 months, when the ancient relics reopen, you must take me inside with your oversized storage bag." Bao Gu paused in astonishment and asked what. Yu Mi replied, "Initially, the various major sects of cultivation engaged in fierce battles over the ancient relics, causing significant destruction to them. Subsequently, to protect these relics, the sects united to establish a rule. 400 ancient tokens would be issued collaboratively, allowing cultivators at the foundation establishment stage to enter with these tokens." Upon hearing this, Bao Gu trembled with disbelief. Half a year to reach the foundation establishment stage? How is that possible? She longed to express her doubts to Yu Mi. Yet the fierce demeanor of her senior sister made her hesitant. She feared that voicing her concerns might provoke Yu Mi's wrath. Chapter 38. The Mad Beggar. The sky had turned completely dark. Yu Mi, riding her flying sword, soared swiftly through the heavens with Bao Gu. After teleporting from Cloud City and encountering a chaotic battle among nascent soul cultivators, Yu Mi had lost all sense of her whereabouts. She had never been to Xianyue Ancient City and possessed scant knowledge about it. Spotting lights flickering on the ground, she discerned a small town of considerable scale. Hovering above the town, Yu Mi did not sense the presence of any cultivators. Hesitating momentarily, she decided to descend. Perhaps due to the late hour, many households in the town had extinguished their lights and retired for the night. Those that remained lit had already closed their doors. The streets were nearly deserted, save for an inn with a lantern hanging at its entrance that remained open. Bao Gu, seeing the inn, exclaimed joyfully, "Senior sister, let us stay here for the night before continuing our journey." Yu Mi, wary of traveling at night due to the increased presence of beasts and the poor visibility, nodded slightly. "Let us check for available rooms first," she replied. Bao Gu assured her, "Don't worry, senior sister, I will strive diligently in my cultivation." Yu Mi mused to herself. In the cultivation world, no one fails to work hard unless their aptitude is abysmal, encountering insurmountable bottlenecks without resources to assist their cultivation. However, someone like Bao Gu, with poor aptitude yet abundant fortune and ample resources, would surely invoke the ire of both gods and men if she did not exert herself. The multifaceted spirit monkey noticed a beggar and squeaked softly, as if to express pity. Yu Mi also took note of the beggar, initially indifferent, but upon hearing the monkey's sound, she released her spiritual sense to scan the area, only to discover that this beggar was not an ordinary person but rather a cultivator of unfathomable depth, whose cultivation was beyond her comprehension. A chill ran through her heart, prompting her to retreat. However, she caught sight of the beggar lifting his gaze towards her. Just as she was about to apologize and withdraw, she suddenly perceived a vacant, chaotic look in the beggar's eyes, indicating a lack of mental clarity. Yumu's hair stood on end. The most feared encounters for cultivators are those with high-level practitioners whose profound skills have led to a disruption in their consciousness. If such individuals are benevolent, they may pose no threat. However, if malevolent, they could erupt into madness at any moment, indiscriminately slaughtering others. Such acts are indeed slaughter. And low-level cultivators often perish before they even have a chance to retaliate, meeting a most unjust and tragic fate. The elderly proprietor of the inn, who was busy with an abacus, noticed Yu Mi and Bao Gu standing at the entrance. He promptly set aside his ledger and greeted them with a smile, inquiring, "Are you two here for lodging? Our establishment still has fine accommodations available. Please come in." Observing Yu Mi's wary gaze directed at a beggar at the door, seemingly apprehensive about retreating, he reassured her, "Do not fear, my dear. This old man has resided in our town for over a decade and has never harmed anyone." As he spoke, he moved to shoo away the beggar. However, Bao Gu swiftly intervened, saying, "Innkeeper, please do not chase him away. It is truly pitiable for someone of such age to be reduced to this state. Look at how scantily he is dressed. He must be freezing. Perhaps you could spare him a few warm winter garments. Old ones will suffice, as new attire might be stolen. And later, could you serve him some meat? Given the late hour, I doubt you have much food left. Just a little will do." After expressing her concern with a soft sigh, she stepped into the inn. Noticing Yu Mi's astonished expression, she added, "Senior sister, my father used to say that performing good deeds accumulates blessings. Assisting a beggar like this costs little, but can sometimes save a life. Each winter, some beggars perish from the cold. If they had a warm coat, perhaps they could survive." The innkeeper, upon hearing her words, smiled and replied, "You are a kind-hearted young lady. Please, come inside." As he spoke, he ushered Bao Gu into the inn and called out loudly, "Arya, we have guests." A bright voice responded, "Yes." Shortly after, the sound of footsteps echoed from within, followed by a 12 or 13-year-old girl who rushed out with a steaming kettle of tea. She deftly wiped the table and prepared tea for Bao Gu and Yu Mi. The innkeeper inquired, "What would you two like to eat?" "We have some braised beef, pig skin, pig's ears, and wild rabbit meat, as well as noodles, steamed buns, and dumplings." Bao Gu responded, "I would like a bowl of noodles with sauce, and please cut some beef for that old beggar, and send over a few buns." She then turned to Yu Mi and asked, "What will you have?" Yu Mi replied, "I have brought my own provisions." She addressed the innkeeper, "Please show me to my room." Turning back to Bao Gu, she advised, "After you finish your noodles, rest early and avoid trouble."
Bao Gu not dead, sick mealing.
"I certainly will not cause any trouble." Yet Yu Mi thought to herself, "You claim you won't cause trouble, but when encountering these high-level cultivators who have lost their senses, it is best to keep your distance. Even if you offer them food and clothing, they will not starve or freeze. Their impaired minds often blur the lines between good and evil, and they can be uncontrollable, striking unexpectedly, leaving those nearby unaware of their fate." The cultivator lurked outside, and she could only silently express her discontent while feeling a chill of fear as she ascended the stairs. The innkeeper instructed the young girl to attend to Bao Gu, while he led Yu Mi upstairs. Bao Gu surveyed the inn, noting that the first floor was filled with 6 octagonal tables, with a staircase leading to the guest rooms above. She overheard the innkeeper casually inquire of Yu Mi, "Are you two young ladies wandering the rivers and lakes as heroines?" Before long, the young girl returned with a plate of hot beef and a bowl of noodles. She served the noodles to Bao Gu and presented the beef to the old beggar at the entrance. The beggar, enticed by the aroma of the meat, lifted his head to glance at her, and swiftly seized the beef to devour it. Shortly thereafter, the innkeeper descended the stairs and directly made his way to the backyard. Retrieving a thick, coarse cotton coat and a pair of cotton trousers, he inquired of Bao Gu, "My dear girl, do you think this will suffice?" Although the coat and trousers were patched, Bao Gu noted their cleanliness and sturdiness, nodding in approval and responding, "Thank you for your kindness, esteemed innkeeper." Curious, Bao Gu asked, "Why the sigh, good sir?" The innkeeper replied, "Oh, it is nothing but a moment of reflection." Bao Gu gazed at him in confusion. Was this not a common occurrence? In Qingshan County, it was customary for neighbors to donate unworn garments to beggars. What was there to ponder? The innkeeper cautiously glanced outside and remarked, "Every year, there are bets on whether this old beggar will freeze to death. Last year, a few young men wagered on his fate, and in the biting cold, amidst falling snow, they tossed him into the river. Remarkably, he swam back to shore, only to be thrown in again. He managed to reach the opposite bank, where a compassionate merchant encountered him, offering warmth and ginger soup, which allowed him to survive." Hearing of the beggar's plight in the snowy weather sent a chill down Bao Gu's spine. Human nature is divided between good and evil. There are benevolent souls as well as malevolent ones. Bao Gu sighed in response to the innkeeper's tale. After finishing her noodles, she pondered and asked, "Do you accept silver coins here, good sir?" The innkeeper chuckled. "If it were a large silver ingot, I would fear I could not provide change. If you lack copper coins, we can settle the account tomorrow." Bao Gu, amused, thought to herself, "Who says one who cultivates immortality has no need for gold and silver? Even at an inn, one can make use of it." From her oversized storage bag, she retrieved a fragment of silver and offered it to the innkeeper, asking, "Is this sufficient?" The innkeeper weighed it in his hands and said, "I shall fetch your change." He then proceeded to the counter to count out copper coins. Bao Gu interjected, "No need for change, good innkeeper. You may convert any excess into steamed buns for that old beggar." With that, she ascended the stairs. She understood that the innkeeper also possessed a kind heart, otherwise, he would not permit such a filthy old beggar to linger outside his inn. As she climbed the staircase and had reached halfway, she suddenly heard the old beggar stir behind her, followed by his voice calling out, "I am Nanshan, and I humbly seek to know your esteemed name, fair maiden. In these perilous times, would it not be wise for us to travel together?" Bao Gu stared in astonishment at the old beggar, who had assumed a dashing demeanor, elegantly brushing aside his disheveled white hair that resembled tangled noodles. Most perplexing was the fact that he spoke to her while turning his back. She thought, "Is this truly directed at me?" The beggar's gentle voice resounded once more, "Yunshi, I vow by heaven and earth, I wish to accompany you through life and death. Would you consent?" The innkeeper interjected, explaining to Bao Gu, "Dear girl, you may proceed upstairs. This old beggar is a bit deranged. He often engages in such theatrics. It seems he was once enamored with a maiden named Yunshi, who tragically passed away, leaving him in madness. Who says Yunshi is dead? Yunshi is alive. Yunshi, after such a long absence, do you miss me?" Bao Gu, startled, gasped and hurriedly ascended the stairs. Pushing open the door to Yufu's chamber, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as she called out, "Senior sister." The old beggar, in a fit of madness, mistook her for someone speaking to him. Yu Mi sat cross-legged on the bed, and upon seeing Bao Gu enter, she said, "There is no need for practice tonight.
Take a rest.
We shall depart at dawn." After speaking, she rose and seated herself on a chair, allowing Bao Gu to take the bed for the night. Bao Gu replied, "Sister, you should rest as well. I can ask the innkeeper for another room." Yu Mi responded, "There is no need. Let's make do for this one night." She felt uneasy about the old beggar downstairs, whose unfathomable strength was disconcerting. Although the troublesome monkey had a knack for escape, the presence of such an astute creature provided an extra layer of assurance. Bao Gu complied with Yu Mi's decision. Meanwhile, the old beggar performed a monologue throughout the night, enacting a tale of love and separation with a girl named Yunshi, culminating in her death, which prompted him to wail in sorrow. The haunting cries resonated deeply within Bao Gu, evoking a profound sense of loss and longing. Neither Bao Gu nor Yu Mi managed to sleep through the night. As dawn broke, they heard the innkeeper and his grandson rising to open the inn for business. Yu Mi led Bao Gu downstairs to inquire about the Xianyu ancient city. The innkeeper, however, had never heard of it and expressed his ignorance. Bao Gu asked, "Do you know where we might find those who practice cultivation?" The innkeeper replied, "Immortals reside in the mountains or the heavens. How could we possibly encounter them? I have heard that one must venture into the deep mountains to seek them. My dear girl, you seem skilled in martial arts, but the mountains are fraught with wild beasts. I advise you and your companion against seeking those elusive immortals and risking your lives in the process." Suddenly, a voice called from the entrance, "Xianyu ancient city? Travel south for 1,000 miles. Atop the snow-capped mountains amidst the sea of clouds lies Xianyu ancient city." Bao Gu and Yu Mi stepped out of the inn in astonishment, discovering the old beggar huddled outside, still clad in the cotton garments provided by the innkeeper the previous night. Bao Gu inquired, "Do you know of Xianyu ancient city, old man?" Yu Mi regarded the beggar's incoherent ramblings with skepticism. He lay with his eyes shut, not even lifting his eyelids. The innkeeper, alarmed, exclaimed, "My dear girl, heading south leads to endless snow-capped mountains, desolate and devoid of human life. There are no immortals there. In this winter, to venture to the snow mountains is sheer madness. Do not heed his words." While the notion of traveling 1,000 miles to the south seemed implausible, the prospect of a city atop the clouds was not entirely outlandish. If south indeed led to the vast snow mountains, it was worth investigating. Yu Mi assured the innkeeper, "It matters not." With that, she summoned her flying sword, lifting Bao Gu onto it, and ascended into the sky, heading towards the southern snow-capped mountains. The innkeeper gasped in astonishment, "An immortal?" and promptly knelt in reverence. Bao Gu remarked to Yu Mi, "Sister, do you not fear scaring the mortals with such a display?" Chapter 39, Selling Information. The mad beggar claimed that the Xianyu ancient city lay within the clouds atop the snow mountains, over 1,000 miles to the south. Yu Mi soared through the clouds along the mountain peaks, traveling more than 2,000 miles south, from the dim light of dawn until dusk. Yet she found no trace of Xianyu ancient city. In this vast expanse of snow-clad mountains, there exists no trace of human habitation. Only a few mythical beasts and wild creatures roaming the icy peaks. She understood that the words of the mad beggar should not be taken at face value. Yet she never anticipated such unreliability. The precious attire adorning Bao Gu was impervious to fire and water, yet it offered no protection against the biting wind. As she sat atop her flying sword, she trembled in the cold, continuously channeling her energy to combat the chill, yet still felt her body numb from the frigid air. She retrieved the chi refining pill bestowed upon her by Master Feng and placed it in her mouth. The medicinal essence dissolved and surged through her meridians, alleviating some of the icy grasp. Yu Mi did not deter Bao Gu from consuming the chi refining pills as if they were mere peanuts. Instead, she remained focused on seeking the traces of the ancient city of Xianyue, hoping to encounter even a couple of cultivators along the way for directions. She ascended relentlessly along the ridge of the snow-capped mountains. The altitude of these peaks was astonishing. The highest summit of the Yunling mountain range barely reached the midpoint of these towering heights. Yu Mi felt she had soared high enough, yet upon gazing ahead, she perceived even loftier mountains looming in the distance. The higher she ascended, the colder the air became, with feathery snowflakes cascading down like a shower. Bao Gu's face turned a deep shade of purple, her breaths becoming labored. As a fire attribute celestial root, Yu Mi practiced fire-based techniques and could remain composed even amidst volcanic magma. However, in this realm suited for ice and water elemental cultivators, she found herself struggling. She addressed the debailing monkey. "Oh, clever monkey, your perception is keen. Do assist in scouting our path." The monkey chirped in response, raising its slender paw to point toward the mountains ahead. Yu Mi beamed with joy and inquired, "Is it up ahead?" The monkey nodded affirmatively. Suddenly, a fruit, the size of a chicken egg, materialized in its arms and flew towards the frostbitten, dazed Bao Gu, who was struggling to breathe. The monkey squeaked several times, nudging the fruit toward Bao Gu's lips. Bao Gu, battling suffocation and overwhelming fatigue, caught a whiff of the fragrant fruit and reached out to grasp it, only for it to vanish the moment her fingers brushed against it. Assuming it was a mirage, she blinked and retrieved another chi refining pill to consume. The debailing monkey let out a sharp cry, rushing to Yu Mi's side, baring its teeth in protest. Yu Mi remarked, "She's only at the 3rd level of chi refining. Do you not fear that this 7th level fire fruit will reduce her to ashes?" She promptly stowed the fire fruit intended for Bao Gu into her storage bag, stating, "You focus on guiding us. Reaching the ancient city of Xianyue sooner is far more advantageous. If Bao Gu truly cannot endure, I will not abandon her." She felt a secret thrill. This mischievous monkey truly lived up to its name, producing a long-extinct 7th-level spirit fruit. The debailing monkey chirped in discontent, gesturing its tiny claws in a flurry, clearly displeased with Yu Mi. In haste, Yu Mi extracted 2 3rd-level spirit fruits for replenishing energy from her storage bag and handed them to Bao Gu, saying, "Here, consume these." She reveled inwardly at the shrewdness of this transaction. A remarkable bargain indeed. 2 3rd-level spirit fruits exchanged for a single 7th-level spirit fruit. Bao Gu accepted one of the fruits presented by the debailing monkey. It melted upon contact, infusing her body with a surge of spiritual energy, invigorating her spirit and sharpening her previously hazy consciousness. She observed the debailing monkey still holding the fruit toward her mouth and, taking hold of the fruit, she offered, "Here. This is for you." Yu Mi presented a flask of spirit wine to Bao Gu, saying, "Take a sip to warm your body." Following her advice, Bao Gu drank a mouthful of the wine, feeling a wave of warmth spreading from his stomach throughout his entire being, dispelling the chill and enveloping him in comfort. The duo Bao spirit monkey, observing this, cast its curious gaze upon Bao Gu several times. Satisfied that Bao Gu was unharmed, it promptly brought the fruit it had delivered to Bao Gu to its own mouth, slurping it down in an instant. Still craving more, it produced a glossy green fruit and perched on Bao Gu's shoulder to nibble at it. The 8-step spirit fruit. Yu Mi's eyes widened with desire. She longed to rob the mischievous monkey once more. Just as her thoughts spiraled, the fruit was entirely consumed by the duo Bao spirit monkey. Yu Mi felt an overwhelming urge to plunder the monkey's belly. The snowy mountains were exceedingly high, compelling Yu Mi to ascend further. She had traversed several layers of cloud cities and began to doubt whether she might soon reach the gale winds above. After flying for another half an hour, the sky had darkened. At last, she glimpsed a mountain peak shrouded in clouds ahead, adorned with what appeared to be city structures, and surrounded by numerous cultivators navigating their magical tools. Yumu was invigorated and flew forward for another half hour, finally encountering a cultivator. She called out to a mid-stage golden core cultivator, "Friend, please halt. May I inquire if the ancient city of Xianyu lies ahead?" The cultivator, perplexed, halted and gazed at Yumu, who was soaring on her flying sword. "Is this your first visit to Xianyu ancient city? Did you fly here?" The combination was indeed peculiar. A seemingly unremarkable ink-colored monkey, a three-stage chi refinement cultivator adorned in golden core artifacts, and a fledgling golden core practitioner. Yumu replied, "I lost my way and flew thousands of miles to arrive here." The cultivator let out a laugh, astonished. "You actually flew here?" Yumu inquired, "Is there something amiss?" The cultivator chuckled, "Not at all. However, it is quite rare to see cultivators daring to fly over, as there are teleportation arrays surrounding the snowy regions. Did you encounter any demon cultivators along the way?" Yumu paused, asking, "Demon cultivators? What do you mean?" The cultivator explained, "Consider yourselves fortunate. This snowy expanse frequently witnesses swarms of demon cultivators ambushing others. They call themselves the Snow Clan and harbor a deep-seated hatred for human cultivators." "May I ask where you hail from?" Yumu responded, "Yun City, Xiantian Sect." The cultivator replied, "Forgive my ignorance, but I am unfamiliar with Yun City's location." Yumu shrugged in resignation and flew alongside the cultivator towards Xianyu ancient city, saying, "I am uncertain of the direction. We were sent through a teleportation array marked by an elder from our sect. We encountered a mishap within the array, tumbling out of the void before reaching our destination. Fortunately, we met an unnamed reclusive elder who guided us here. That elder also misled us, instructing us to fly 1,000 miles south. I assumed it was a swift journey, yet it took an entire day." The cultivator laughed, asking, "What manner of esteemed elder was this?" Yumu replied, "I could not discern his cultivation level, but I estimate his strength to be at the late stage of the nascent soul." As the conversation flowed, the two had already arrived outside the ancient city of Xianyu. The cultivator inquired, "May I ask for the name of the esteemed lady?" "I am Jin Yuan." Yumi replied, "My name is Yumi." After a brief pause, she continued, "Oh, by the way, Jin Daoyu, I vaguely heard someone mention a figure named Nanshan. Might you know who this person is?" "Nanshan?" Jin Yuan exclaimed. "Could it be the legendary Nanshan Lingju Yijian, the unparalleled sword of Xianyu?"
Yumi responded,
"It seems that this Nanshan had a partner named Yun Shi, who has already passed away. Do you have news regarding Nanshan Yijian?"
Yumi elaborated,
"I have heard people speak of him, their words draped in mystery, which piqued my curiosity, thus I sought to inquire further." Jin Yuan gestured towards the direction Yumi had come from, stating, "There lies a mountain over 4,000 miles away. And it is from there that Nanshan Yijian emerged. He is an undefeated legend of the late transformation stage. A simple wooden sword in his grasp becomes an invincible artifact, a model for all of us sword practitioners." Jin Yuan spoke with boundless admiration. A century ago, when the lifespan of Fairy Yun Shi was nearing its end, Nanshan Yijian boldly declared that whoever could assist her in transcending the Yuanying stage to extend her life, he would impart all his lifelong skills. Unfortunately, Fairy Yun Shi ultimately could not overcome that tribulation and passed away a decade ago. Nanshan Yijian was heartbroken, weeping inconsolably, and vanished into the vast snowy expanse, rumored to have taken his own life in grief, though some claim he still lives. "I too believe he remains among us," Jin Yuan mused. Such a mythical figure, possessing unparalleled skills, would not willingly allow his legacy to fade into obscurity. Even in despair, he would likely choose a disciple to whom he could bestow his teachings, ensuring a sense of peace in his departure. Unnoticed on the flying sword, Bao Gu was left in a state of shock. She never imagined that the beggar outside the inn was indeed a legendary figure, a myth of the late transformation stage reduced to such a state. Jin Yuan landed at the gates of Xianyu ancient city, the flying sword decelerating gracefully as it skimmed the ground, and he inquired, "Might I ask if the lady has a place to stay?" Yumi, mirroring his pace, replied, "I can simply choose any inn to rest." She was merely inquiring about directions, yet Jin Yuan's excessive enthusiasm made her wary. Sensing the underlying meaning in her words, Jin Yuan clasped his fists and said, "Then I shall take my leave." He proceeded to provide his address, saying, "I was born and raised in Xianyu ancient city, engaging in the trade of information. Should the lady ever find herself in need of my assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." He then glanced at Bao Gu and remarked, "In half a year, it will be time to enter the ancient ruins. If the lady desires an ancient token, I can lend a hand." He surmised that a cultivator at the Golden Core stage would be of no use. Observing their distinguished attire, he assumed they belonged to a powerful sect, capable of sending a Golden Core cultivator accompanied by a chi refining stage practitioner on such a long journey, undoubtedly in pursuit of the ancient ruins. Yumi mused, "Can this truly yield profit?" Soon, A crowd gathered around, engaging in lively discussions. Some, with a spirit of trial, tossed a few medium-grade spirit stones. Jin Yuan took out a jade plate, inscribing the desired information upon it before passing it over. After examining the jade plate, the individual looked at Jin Yuan with suspicion and asked, "Is this merely a rough estimate?" Jin Yuan chuckled, remarking that the area encompassed merely 1,000 miles. With your level of cultivation, you could thoroughly search it in half a day. If I possessed precise and detailed information, why would I resort to selling it so cheaply here? 5 middle-grade spirit stones for a chance to encounter a significant opportunity is hardly a loss. The individual pondered for a moment before hastily stepping onto the nearby teleportation array and departing. Some speculated that Jin Yuan and this person were in collusion to deceive, while others, harboring doubts, cast aside 5 middle-grade spirit stones to test the waters. However, upon examining the jade token provided by Jin Yuan, they all rushed towards the teleportation array. The location Jin Yuan referred to was the birthplace of the South Mountain Sword, a place where he had met his beloved, South Mountain. If the South Mountain Sword were still alive, the most likely places for its appearance would be the Xianyu Ancient City and South Mountain. Years ago, some had even lingered near South Mountain, yet they found nothing, and gradually, people dispersed. Now that news had emerged again, regardless of its authenticity, it was worth investigating. Those who had spent 5 middle-grade spirit stones for the information were certainly not inclined to share it freely, thereby inviting more competitors for the benefits they sought. They would not hinder Jin Yuan from selling the uncertain news, for if it turned out to be false, obstruction would yield no advantage. Moreover, there was a shared sentiment that if the information were indeed false, they would not be the only ones deceived. In no time, a steady stream of individuals flocked to purchase the information, all rushing towards the teleportation array. Within a brief period, Jin Yuan had amassed nearly 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones, leaving Bao Gu and Yumi in a state of astonishment. They exchanged silent glances, and Yumi, stepping onto her flying sword, turned to leave. They possessed certain knowledge about the South Mountain Sword, albeit precise information. However, considering the current dismal state of the South Mountain Sword and the heart-wrenching turmoil they had endured the previous night, they could not bring themselves to sell information about it. Once they had flown a considerable distance, Bao Gu quietly inquired, "Sister, do you think their search will disturb him?"
Yumi confidently replied, "No."
Given the South Mountain Sword's level of cultivation and his ability to conceal his presence, those cultivators will not detect him even from a distance using their spiritual sense. Even if they were to stumble upon him, they would never suspect that such a legendary figure could be a beggar sleeping by the roadside. She believed that many cultivators must have ventured to South Mountain over the years in search of fortune. And just because they had failed to find him in the past decade did not guarantee success now. The adage "great concealment lies within the city" rang true. Yumi held a newfound respect for the cultivator named Jin Yuan. She was equally impressed by the extravagance of the cultivators in Xianyu Ancient City, who would spend 5 middle-grade spirit stones on information they knew could potentially be false, without a flicker of hesitation. Chapter 40. Encountering a Scam. After wandering through several streets in the city, Yumi observed that it was rare to see any chi refining stage cultivators. Even those in the early or mid-foundation establishment stage were seldom encountered. The majority were golden core stage cultivators, while those in the nascent soul stage constituted the second largest group after the golden core. She surmised that this phenomenon was related to the geographical environment of Xianyu Ancient City. The high altitude, coupled with the surrounding thousands of miles of snowy terrain and thin air, effectively isolated chi refining stage cultivators from this region. Furthermore, it was arduous for chi refining stage mortals to endure the climate here. Without the protection of higher-level cultivators and the sustenance of spiritual herbs and pills, survival in such conditions would prove exceedingly difficult. As Bao Gu felt a chill, she took a swig of wine, her petite face flushed with the warmth of alcohol, and a hint of inebriation gleamed in her eyes. She wrapped her arms around herself and said, "Senior sister, let us find an end to rest. The cold wind is biting." After another hearty gulp of wine, she found herself warmed for only a fleeting moment before the wind chilled her again. Yumo replied to Bao Gu, "Just hold on a little longer." She sensed that they were being watched, as 4 cultivators at the late stage of the Golden Core realm trailed behind them. Bao Gu responded with an "oh," and took another large sip of wine, using her inner true energy to dissipate the spiritual essence of the liquor, warming her body. Upon entering the city, Yumu had been vigilant and noted the absence of any prohibitions against weapons. However, she soon sensed multiple fluctuations of combat occurring around them, indicating that conflict could erupt at any moment and they might be targeted. While she was relatively secure as a golden core cultivator with some inconspicuous treasures, Bao Gu, a mere third-stage chi refinement cultivator clad in golden core artifacts, including a protective jade pendant from the nascent soul realm, was exceedingly conspicuous. Thus, They had to be particularly cautious about their choice of lodging. Suddenly, a figure dashed out from a corner without warning, colliding with Yumu. Alarmed, she quickly activated her defensive artifact, and the fire sword appeared in her hand. In that instant, she realized the person had definitely been hiding, utilizing a concealment artifact, waiting for her to pass.
Ouch.
The intruder crashed into the protective barrier of Yumu's artifact, tumbling backward, spilling a jar of spiritual wine that he had been clutching, which then perfumed the air with its aroma. Yumu furrowed her brow, intending to bypass the individual and leave. However, he sprang up, exclaiming, "Don't go. You break my wine, and think you can just leave? There's no such good fortune in this world," he complained as he blocked Yumu's path. Looking up at the boy, who appeared to be around 10, and at the late stage of Foundation establishment, Yumu noticed that he was quite handsome. But his eyes exuded a disquieting cunning. As he obstructed her way, the 4 golden core cultivators who had been following Yumu moved to the front, surrounding her from all sides. A man with a pair of small mustaches stroked his facial hair, casting a sidelong glance at Yumu and said, "Miss, knocking over someone's wine requires compensation." Yumu retorted sharply, "You're clearly trying to rob us." A golden core man dressed in a flowing white robe stepped forward, arms crossed, casting a cold gaze at Yumu. "Rob? Miss, how can you just walk away after ruining someone's wine?" He raised his voice, calling out to the onlookers. "Don't you all agree?" The spectators merely observed in silence, while the other 3 golden core men chimed in vocally. Bao Gu scratched her forehead and asked, "Senior sister, is it permissible to fight here?" She speculated that if this place were similar to Cloud City, where fighting was prohibited, no one would dare to stir up trouble. Yumu's expression darkened as she surveyed her surroundings. It was evident that these individuals perceived them as weak, and were likely from out of town, clearly intending to extort them. Since the day she left home, Yumu had navigated through perilous situations, and upon entering the world of cultivation, it was a miracle she hadn't bullied others. Now, it seemed someone had the audacity to bully her. If a nascent soul cultivator were to intervene, she might concede. But to be mocked by mere late-stage golden core cultivators? Preposterous. The murderous intent in her gaze was unmistakable. "Oh, this little girl has quite the spirit. I pose a question to you all. Will you compensate or not?" With a flick of her wrist, the flame sword erupted in a brilliant blaze, and her flowing celestial garb transformed from white to a fiery crimson, enveloped in swirling flames. Coldly, she declared, "Either depart, or forfeit your lives." As she stowed her sword, she commanded, "Little monkey, protect your master." The treasure-hunting monkey shielded its face, preparing to flee. Yet, Yumu paid no heed to the monkey, not even a glance in its direction. Bao Gu trembled uncontrollably, feeling the chill seep into her limbs, shivering from head to toe. She muttered softly, "That wretched master uncle, kicking us to such a frigid place, and we haven't even entered the ancient ruins yet. We might freeze to death first." Her already tipsy vision blurred further. Yet the cold was unbearable. She took another swig of alcohol. A man among the onlookers chuckled. "A mere 3rd-tier chi refinement cultivator thinks she can enter the ancient ruins? How absurd." He continued, "Little girl, how long have you been cultivating? You don't seem that young, yet still only at the 3rd tier of chi refinement. Your cultivation is rather lacking, isn't it?" Bao Gu, indignant, glared back and retorted, "What do you know? I've only been training for half a year." She extended her fingers, declaring, "I possess 5 complete spiritual roots. How many do you have? Let us compare." The crowd erupted in laughter at Bao Gu's boldness. The few encircling them did not immediately attack. Instead, they warily assessed the two. Given their strength, they were not intimidated, yet both possessed treasures, including a nascent soul artifact, hinting at their significance. They were not afraid of a mere 4-to-1 encounter, but they dreaded the possibility of an elder lurking in the shadows. Someone inquired, "Little girl, which sect do you belong to?" Suddenly, a gasp reverberated through the crowd. "Fiery dragon? She truly has forged a golden core." Yumu turned to see 2 disciples of the Taiyin sect amongst the onlookers, both at the late stage of Foundation establishment. Doubt filled Yumu's heart. What were Taiyin sect members doing here? "Young brother, do you know that girl?" The 2 Taiyin disciples exchanged glances and squeezed through the crowd to approach Yumu. Both were in their early 20s, clad in the attire of true disciples. One of them spoke. "Fairy Yumu, I heard your sect is in pursuit of you too. I never expected you to escape to this place. What treasures have you secured from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion?" "I've heard your Xiantian sect possesses a legendary treasure. Is it with you too?" Yumu's mind raced with 1,000 chaotic thoughts. News of a treasure emerging from the Xiantian sect and the incident at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion had spread so quickly, reaching this place in no time. Someone within the Xiantian sect must be in league with the Taiyin sect. She cast a sweeping glance and noted figures peering from the buildings lining the street. The treasure-hunting monkey remained alert, ready to flee at any moment.
Meanwhile,
The protective jade amulet around Bao Gu's neck radiated light, safeguarding her and shielding her spiritual sea from prying eyes. Yu Miao harbored a desire to vanquish the four golden core disciples of the Taiyin sect before her. The realm of cultivation was rife, with those whose eyes were opened to treasures. Even if she could eliminate them, countless others with similar ambitions would surely intervene. Stripped of her sect's protection, should she encounter a deadly ambush for her treasures, even summoning Master Feng for assistance would be futile. Her countenance was as cold as frost, and a chilling aura emanated from her as she fixed her gaze upon the two disciples, saying, "In the past, when I sought to join the Taiyin sect, you rejected me, casting me down from Lingtai to seek another path. Yet upon my joining another sect, you have opposed me at every turn. What reasoning lies behind this? Are you still dissatisfied with the lives of your young disciples that perished at my hands? Do you wish to add 2 more to that count? What a bold proclamation. Yu Miao, since you have openly admitted to the slaughter of our young disciples, I shall not spare you today." A voice boomed as an elder of the Taiyin sect at the nascent soul stage descended gracefully from a nearby tavern. The few who had attempted to provoke her turned pale and quietly retreated, realizing they had entangled themselves with someone of significant stature. Unexpectedly drawing the attention of a formidable nascent soul expert, Yu Miao cast a cold glance at those provocateurs, a smirk curling at her lips. She committed their faces to memory, knowing she would settle this score in due time. With an air of haughty defiance, she addressed the elder of the Taiyin sect, saying, "Elder Qin, if you wish to kill me and seize my treasures, feel free to declare it. However, do you not fear the Tianqian sect's wrath should you brazenly attempt to slay me and Bao Gu in broad daylight?
ha,
You dare threaten me? A fallen sect like the Xiantian sect hardly merits my concern." Chapter 41. A Desperate Struggle. Yu Miao extracted a bell from her storage bracelet, a gift from Master Feng, and shattered it on the spot. A beam of spiritual light shot forth from the bell, vanishing into the void in the blink of an eye. Yu Miao remarked, "Though the Xiantian sect may be few and weak, Elder Qin's open intent to kill me, the master of a peak, for treasure cannot go unanswered. We too can mobilize the full strength of our sect." Nearby, a direct disciple of the Taiyin sect laughed heartily. "Ha, Yu Miao, do you truly believe you can rally the entire Xiantian sect?" With a sudden cry, the treasure spirit monkey transformed into a streak of golden light, directly piercing through the void and fleeing. Gasps erupted from the crowd. What kind of beast can traverse the void so effortlessly? Elder Qin of the Taiyin sect, even if he wished to pursue the treasure spirit monkey, found himself too late to act and had no intention of chasing after it. His gaze fixed intently on Bao Gu. Bao Gu, wearing an expression of indifference, casually raised his left index finger and lightly scratched his face, making a shameless gesture. Yu Miao furrowed her brow, suspecting that the Taiyin sect had already learned of the treasure spirit monkey's emergence within the Xiantian sect, likely exposing the little monkey's identity. The elder of the Taiyin sect raised his hand, aiming to capture Bao Gu. In response, Yu Miao activated all her protective treasures. A surge of fiery light enveloping her as she charged towards Elder Qin, her sword aimed directly at his vital points. The earlier provocateurs turned ashen, realizing the magnitude of the adversary they had provoked. Despite being merely a nascent cultivator at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, she boldly confronted an opponent of the late nascent soul stage rather than fleeing. This disparity in cultivation levels was equivalent to 2 full realms. A mere slap from her adversary could easily extinguish her life. Her audacity to engage head-on suggested either a lack of intelligence or an innate ferocity. Elder Qin, a master of considerable cultivation, regarded Yu Mu with disdain. He extended his hand towards Bao Gu, aiming directly at Yu Mu. Realizing the gravity of her predicament, Yu Mu abruptly retracted her sword, which had been aimed at Elder Qin. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed all the precious nascent soul talismans she had purchased at great expense, directing them towards Elder Qin. A dozen talismans activated simultaneously at such a close range, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy and coalescing into an overwhelmingly potent force. With a swift motion, Yu Mu stepped onto her flying sword and grasped Bao Gu, making her escape. Sensing impending danger, Elder Qin dared not withstand the onslaught of so many nascent soul talismans. He summoned his protective chi and swiftly dodged. The onlooker sensed the shift in momentum and scattered in haste. However, some were not quick enough. Caught within the explosive force of the talismans, some were flung away, while others were ensnared by various talismanic energies, resulting in severe injuries and the untimely demise of several weaker cultivators, including 2 of Elder Qin's direct disciples. Although Yu Mu fled with great speed, her brief delay in retrieving Bao Gu resulted in her being grazed by the residual energy of the talismans, sending her hurtling through the air, her insides racked with pain. As she spun in the air, She relinquished Bao Gu, retrieved the supreme monkey wine from her storage bracelet, and took a hearty swig. The divine essence and spiritual energy from the wine surged into her hands, infusing her flame sword with newfound vigor. With her feet steady on her flying sword and the flame sword in hand, she charged towards Elder Qin of the Taiyin sect. Just as Elder Qin had retreated, he felt the loss of his two disciples and was instantly consumed with rage. He swung his sleeve, channeling 50% of his power to strike Yu Mi with a single palm. Before Yu Mi could reach him, she was struck by the force of his thunderous blow, sent tumbling through the air. From a distant rooftop, Bao Gu witnessed Yu Mi being propelled several dozen yards away and cried out in anguish, "Senior sister." She reached into her storage bag for her axe, activated her protective talismans, and rushed towards Elder Qin, intent on confronting him. After sending Yu Mi flying, Elder Qin charged towards Bao Gu. Yu Mi crashed heavily to the ground but quickly drank another mouthful of the supreme monkey wine to suppress her injuries. Rising once more, she mounted her flying sword and surged towards Elder Qin. This time, she did not approach stealthily. Instead, she swung her sword midair, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that cleaved the skies with unparalleled ferocity. Elder Qin raised his hand, summoning a fierce gust that shattered the descending sword energy. In the air, Yu Mi embraced her sword, aligning her mind with its essence, and closed her eyes to channel her intent into the blade, entering a state of unity between herself and her sword. She possesses a fire attribute spiritual root and practices fire-based techniques. However, the sword in her hand is not merely a vessel for her spells, but rather a true sword, her chosen weapon. She laments internally, regretting that she has yet to merge the fire seed into the leaving fire sword, failing to refine it into a primordial spirit artifact. Had she accomplished this, it would undoubtedly have made the old man Qin regret his arrogance. The light emanating from Yu Mi fused with that of the leaving fire sword, propelling her once more towards Elder Qin with lethal intent. Elder Qin's expression darkened, his fiery gaze fixed upon the approaching Yu Mi, devoid of the previous air of disdain. A young girl in the early stages of the Golden Core realm, with merely 5 years of cultivation, achieving such speed in her practice is already remarkable, and her prowess in the sword path has reached a commendable level. Yet, when engaged in combat, she displays an unexpectedly ferocious tenacity. He summoned all his strength to deliver a decisive blow, intent on eradicating this emerging talent in her cradle. Suddenly, the void tore open. The ethereal figure of Master Feng, clad in white, emerged from the teleportation array, exclaiming in fury, "Is this how you misuse the life-saving bell we bestowed upon you?" Just as he uttered these words, he detected the murderous intent outside and realized the gravity of the confrontation between Yu Mi and Elder Qin. If Elder Qin's strike were to land, Yu Mi would surely perish. A thought flashed through Master Feng's mind, my supreme monkey wine. Then he recognized the gravity of the situation. This was Yu Mi, one of the twin stars of the Xiantian sect. A loss of her life would be a devastating blow to the sect. He cursed vehemently, "Qin, you shameless scoundrel." Drawing his sword, he transformed into a sharp blade that lunged directly at Elder Qin. The sword conjured by Master Feng sliced through the air, heading straight for Elder Qin's abdomen. Sensing the impending danger, Elder Qin retreated with utmost speed, yet he was still a fraction too late, resulting in a severed robe sleeve and a long gash on his arm from the sword's energy.
Yu Mi, wielding her sword,
pressed the attack and charged directly towards Elder Qin, who seized the leaving fire sword with a firm grip. She thrust the sword forward with all her might. Elder Qin, channeling his spiritual energy, forcefully repelled her, sending Yu Mi crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. Her complexion turned as pale as paper. She felt as if her bones had shattered, unable to rise. Shaking her head, she took another swig of the supreme monkey wine in front of Master Feng. Seeing that the supreme monkey wine was still intact, Master Feng felt a modicum of relief. He had not arrived too late. His gaze then fell upon a 14-year-old girl at the end of the street, adorned in golden core artifacts, brandishing 2 axes with the fierce demeanor of someone prepared to fight to the death. While her spirit was commendable, her speed left much to be desired. Well, given her cultivation at the 3rd stage of qi refinement, one could not expect her to be particularly swift. In truth, Bao Gu was running quite fast, covering the distance of dozens of zhang in mere moments. She swung her axes, darting past Master Feng and charging toward Elder Qin, seemingly intent on striking him down. A qi refinement practitioner engaging a late-stage nascent soul elder in combat was quite the spectacle. Master Feng raised his hand and seized Bao Gu by her collar, casting a glance at Elder Qin before asking Bao Gu, "What has been taken from you?" He is well aware that although his 2 disciples possess weak cultivation, they are nonetheless treasures in their own right. Even a slight theft would surely cause him considerable pain. Elder Qin's expression darkened, with a flick of his sleeve. He turned to leave. Bao Gu said, "No, it's just that my senior sister is injured." She hurriedly crouched down to help Yumi up. Yumi quickly took another 2 sips of the supreme monkey wine to aid her recovery. Seeing Yumi consume the wine as if it were mere water, Master Feng felt a pang of sympathy, and with a serious tone, he said, "Yumi, your current cultivation is too weak. This wine cannot be fully utilized by you. I truly wish to suggest that you let me safeguard it for you, but I hesitate to speak." Ignoring Master Feng, who was staring intently at the wine, Yumi directly stored the wine in her storage bracelet. With Bao Gu's assistance, she stood up and clasped her fists, saying, "Thank you, Master Feng, for saving my life." Chapter 42. Reinforcements arrive. Master Feng, his face stern, scolded angrily, "Yumi, do you think this is Yun City? Coming to Xianyue Ancient City, and still being so reckless. How could you engage in a conflict with Qin the Shameless? You have only recently entered the Golden Core stage. How dare you confront a cultivator who has broken through to the late Yuaning stage after 500 years? How many lives do you think you have to wager? If I hadn't arrived in time, even 10 of your lives would not suffice." Growing increasingly furious, he raised his leg to kick Yumi, shouting, "Get yourself to the contemplation hall for 3 months of reflection." Seeing Master Feng raise his leg to kick Yumi, Bao Gu quickly stepped in front, lifting his hands to grasp Master Feng's thigh, exclaiming, "Master, it was those 5 con artists who came to extort us," followed by the Taiyin sect recognizing us and claiming we possess treasures unearthed by our sect, wanting to kill us for them. Master Feng, upon hearing this, was infuriated and shouted through his thoughts, "What? Stealing treasures? Qin the Shameless, get out here. Do you have any shame? Knowing you've been stuck at the late Yuaning stage for 500 years, you're desperate, yet you bully 2 youngsters? How dare you intimidate a girl who has barely entered the sect and is only at the 3rd stage of Qi refinement? If you want to fight, come. I shall accompany you." His thunderous roar echoed for miles. Master Feng's expression shifted multiple times before he finally focused on Bao Gu for a long moment, then deeply sighed. A voice resonated from above. "Oh, Brother Feng, what has caused you such great ire?" A middle-aged scholar clad in brocade descended gracefully on the wind, landing before Master Feng. Upon hearing this, Master Feng's face instantly brightened, and he exclaimed, "Brother Liu, you are here too." Leaving Bao Gu and Yumi behind, he stepped forward warmly, delivering a friendly punch to the man's shoulder, laughing, "It has been nearly a decade since we last parted, hasn't it? Come, let us share a drink." Liu the scholar replied with a smile, "Certainly." His gaze shifted to Yumi and Bao Gu, inquiring, "And who might these 2 be?" Master Feng responded, "These are my junior brother Mingxing's 2 inept disciples. He is in seclusion and has entrusted me with their care." Liu the scholar remarked, "I see they both possess exceptional roots. I believe they will achieve great things in the future. Come, Brother Feng, let us go drink at my place." He then looked at Yumi and said, "Your injuries are serious. You must take good care of yourself. My place is tranquil, an excellent place for recuperation." Yumi clasped her fists and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Elvi." Observing the camaraderie between Elvi Xiushi and Feng Shibua, she surmised they were old friends. And with their formidable strength at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, she felt reassured against any potential troubles from the Taiyin sect. Suddenly, 8 transmission arrays surged forth from the void almost simultaneously, revealing cultivators in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Yumi's scalp prickled with alarm, and she hurriedly bowed in greetings to Martial Uncle Wu, Martial Uncle Zhu, and Martial Uncle Shui. Then she spotted a vivacious young woman approaching, her joy bubbling over as she exclaimed, "Little Martial Aunt, you have emerged from seclusion." The woman, clad in a flowing gown of pristine white, possessed an enchanting grace. Her slender waist could be clasped with a single hand, and her figure was exquisitely curvaceous, captivating to the point of being almost blinding. She raised her delicate finger and playfully poked Yumi's forehead, chiding softly, "I knew you would stir up trouble. I just completed my transformation tribulation this morning and must rush here to rescue you." A small, pitch-black monkey brimming with spiritual energy emerged from her hair, proudly chattering as it leaped onto Bao Gu's shoulder. Bao Gu was awestruck, intimidated by the formidable presence surrounding her. Elvi Xiushi was equally taken aback. What madness has the Xiantian sect descended into, sending forth 9 powerful masters for the sake of 2 juniors? He turned to Feng Shibua and inquired, "Brother Feng, do these 2 perhaps have a significant background?" Feng Shibua shook his head, replying, "This Bao Gu possesses 5 complete spirit roots, akin to our sect's revered ancestor, chosen by our forebear as a successor. How could we dare to disrespect the will of our ancestor?" Elvi Xiushi gasped, "Isn't your sect's founder said to have perished over 30,000 years ago?" Feng Shibua explained, We too believed that to be true. However, it turns out our ancestor has remained at Lingyun Feng, having encountered some unforeseen circumstances that are difficult to articulate. Over 30,000 years ago, the Xiantian patriarch had already attained the integration stage. Even a fragment of his soul could instill fear in all nascent soul and even divine transformation cultivators. The strength of the Xiantian sect rivals that of the Taiyin sect, and with news of our treasured artifact in jeopardy, it might serve us well to invoke the name of our ancestor to intimidate others. Bao Gu, having encountered the remnant soul of the ancestor, knew this to be true, though she wondered if the ancestor could still sustain himself after fulfilling his wishes. The Xiantian sect remained speculative about whether the ancestor's soul had dissipated. Yet in the absence of confirmation, they chose to believe he still existed, serving as an intangible deterrent. Otherwise, if today brought humiliation to the Taiyin sect, coupled with the emergence of a precious treasure, it would be unwise to dismiss the possibility of the Taiyin sect retaliating with a vengeance. Startled, Bao Gu exclaimed, Feng Shibua. Is the ancestor returning to frighten us again? As her words echoed, the surrounding elders glared at her, causing her to quickly silence herself. The treasure-hunting monkey seemed displeased with Bao Gu's remark, tugging at her hair and playfully tapping her head. Martial Uncle Zhu surveyed the surroundings, having taken note of the signs of battle. With a stern expression, he inquired, what calamitous event could have prompted us all to gather in such haste? Yumi stepped forward and succinctly recounted the events leading to their arrival at the ancient city of Xianyue. Martial Uncle Zhu's anger flared. This is outrageous. Do they think Xiantian sect is devoid of defenders? Fear not, my dear niece. I shall stand by you. Yumi bowed in gratitude, saying, Thank you, Martial Uncle. Lu Xiushi addressed the assembly, saying, Esteemed friends, this place is too crowded and noisy for meaningful conversation. Shall we find another location? Feng Shibua replied. Then I shall impose upon you, Brother Lu. Lu Xiushi responded, Not at all. It is indeed my fortune to meet such distinguished friends from your esteemed sect. Please, lead the way. With that, he took the lead, soaring into the sky. Bao Gu was lifted onto the flying sword by Yu Mu, who bore her aloft despite her serious injuries, causing the sword to sway precariously, filling Bao Gu with trepidation. However, she soon witnessed her young master gently steadying the erratic flight with a simple gesture, bringing the sword to a stable glide. Bao Gu's eyes widened in astonishment as she turned to gaze at her captivating young master, curiosity filling her gaze. It was astonishing that her young master, transformed from the great white serpent, possessed such exquisite beauty. With a sidelong glance, her young master regarded Bao Gu with an enigmatic smile, while subtly directing her gaze towards the treasured Linghuo perched on Bao Gu's shoulder. No one held more significance than the Linghuo, whose worth overshadowed that of the elders from various peaks. Did they truly believe they could summon so many without consequence? Yu Mu, understanding the implications, felt a surge of ire, wishing she could deliver a sound thrashing to the Linghuo. Surely, it would suffice to bring a couple of uncles. Rather than summoning a horde, how could she manage such a crowd? The members of Xuantian Gate, aside from the naive Bao Gu, were all ruthless and merciless, who could afford to hire hands without expense. The thought of enlisting elder cultivators from the Yuanying stage as enforcers made her teeth ache at the prospect of the costs involved. Before long, Bao Gu noticed that everyone had alighted gracefully in front of a mansion more splendid than a palace. She looked up to see the plaque that read, Qingfeng Pavilion. In front of the mansion stood 2 rows of disciples clad in elegant white robes, adorned with ornate jade crowns and swords at their waists, standing guard at the entrance. Lu Xiushi gestured, please, and led the group directly inside the estate. Following closely behind Yu Mu, Bao Gu entered with a sense of wonder, taking in her surroundings. Upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious courtyard where some were seated in meditation while others practiced their martial skills with a variety of weapons, including swords, fans, brushes, and ink plates, each exquisite and ethereal, exuding an otherworldly grace. Once in the main hall, Bao Gu heard someone calling for Lord Lu. He invited everyone to take their seats and arranged for a disciple to escort Yu Mu below to recover, providing her with healing elixirs. Bao Gu, eager to accompany Yu Mu, found herself restrained and thus obediently followed her young master. In comparison to the other elders, she felt a greater sense of security remaining close to her young master. Feng Shibua introduced everyone, leading to a round of pleasantries. Lu Xiushi, perceptive to the atmosphere, engaged in conversation for a while before arranging a separate courtyard for the Xuantian Gate members, excusing himself under a pretext. Bao Gu silently lamented, Elder Lu, do stay and converse a while longer. With a forlorn expression, she trailed behind her young master into the courtyard that Lu Xiushi had arranged. The Linghuo, cunning and mischievous, nestled in the strands of Bao Gu's hair, its lively eyes darting with uncertainty. It contemplated escape. Yet the thought of Bao Gu facing danger alone without its assistance kept it hesitant. Instead, it could only tug at its ears, emitting pitiful sounds it had never made before. Upon the elders' entrance into the courtyard, they seamlessly coordinated their actions, skillfully establishing layers of protective formations to shield against external prying eyes. The treasured spirit monkey, upon witnessing this display, emitted a sorrowful squeak, tightly covering its eyes with both paws. Inwardly, Bao Gu lamented, silently urging her senior sister to cease her healing and come forth to their aid. She cast a pitiful glance at the elders, who were intently fixated on her, and meekly inquired, "Uncles and aunts, how is it that the Tine sect is aware of our sect's treasured artifacts?" Elder Zhu replied, "This matter does not concern you. We shall investigate it ourselves." He coughed heavily, fixing his gaze upon the treasured spirit monkey, and said, "Treasured spirit monkey, your visit to my Shuyuan's medicinal fields has caused us significant losses." The spirit monkey squeaked in response, retreating behind Bao Gu's hair, its soft whimpering echoing in the air. In Chapter 43, Treasured Spirit, the junior uncle chuckled, "Enough of this theatrics. You're acting as if they are forcing you. Do you truly believe the elders are so enamored with your possessions? It is merely that we are all struggling to break through. We have been stuck in the late Yuan period for years. If you could assist us, none of the elders would treat you unfairly. And if you lack the ability to help, you will not be pressured." Bao Gu mused to herself, "Isn't this indeed coercion?" The treasured spirit monkey's eyes darted about, eventually covering its face and eyes with one paw, resembling a pitiful sight. With a flourish, it produced a golden fruit, resembling an infant, and presented it before them. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The Yuaning fruit. A fruit capable of reconstructing one's Yuaning. Good heavens! The elders, disregarding their decorum, sprang to their feet. The presence of a Yuan-ing fruit signified the potential for multiple lives, should one meet an untimely demise. It could restore their essence. Even if one were not killed, refining the Yuan-ing through this fruit would yield results comparable to cultivating an external incarnation. Were it not for the consideration of their peers, some would likely be unable to restrain themselves from seizing it. Elder Zhu inquired, "Treasured spirit monkey, how many of these fruits do you possess?" The spirit monkey lowered its paw from its face, emitting a sharp squeak and raising one claw, indicating that there was but a single fruit. Elder Feng gestured towards the nearby table, saying, "Monkey brother, you may set it down for now. Look at us. 9 in total. It is hardly sufficient to divide, is it?" At this remark, Bao Gu nearly choked on her own blood. "Elder Feng, we cannot be so shameless. Did you not already take my senior sister's supreme monkey wine? And now you wish for more? This is outrageous. To deal with just Elder Qin, do we truly require so many?" Tears brimmed in Bao Gu's eyes, threatening to spill as she fought back her emotions. The assembled elders, each having lived for centuries, pretended not to notice Bao Gu's teary distress, their focus unwavering on the treasured spirit monkey. Their unspoken consensus was clear. How could one fruit be divided among 9? Even with prior mental preparation, the elders were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as many discreetly swallowed hard. Astonishingly, another 9th-tier sacred herb had revealed itself, the little dragon grass. The young master nearly shattered his teeth. This little dragon grass is exceedingly beneficial for demon cultivators, aiding them in their transformation and allowing them to evade the tribulations of metamorphosis, which could otherwise subject them to divine retribution. Had she possessed this herb earlier, she would not have been subjected to the torment of heavenly thunder, which had obliterated a significant portion of her treasures, leaving her utterly destitute after overcoming her tribulation. Before facing the tribulation, she had been among the wealthiest in the Xiantian sect. Even now, having successfully navigated her tribulation, this herb remains invaluable, as it also purifies the demonic energy within her. Currently in a demonic form, she relies on a concealed energy artifact to suppress her aura. Any skirmish would render her demonic energy conspicuous, making her vulnerable to being hunted as a beast. This herb is of utmost importance to the young master, and she graciously accepted it, exclaiming, "Thank you, little monkey." Observing the pitiable little monkey, she felt an urge to offer some fruits or spiritual herbs as consolation. Yet her own poverty rendered her incapable of doing so. Blushing, she shamelessly accepted the little monkey's dragon grass. Bao Gu looked at the young master with teary eyes, internally pleading, "Young master, you cannot do this." However, she reassured herself that since they hailed from Lingyun Peak, the benefits ought to remain within their ranks. She turned to the treasure-holding monkey perched on her shoulder and said, "Little monkey, let us share equally, distribute everything at once." The gathered Yuaning realm cultivators of the Xiantian sect were visibly moved and rose to encircle the table. Were it not for their identities and the bonds of brotherhood, they would have likely succumbed to the urge to snatch the treasures. The treasure-holding monkey was exceedingly generous, offering an array of ninth-tier sacred herbs and fruits. Regardless of their method of division, it remained equitable. The several Yuan-ing realm cultivators expressed satisfaction, and upon witnessing the tearful expressions of the treasure-holding monkey and Bao Gu, they generously contributed a plethora of 3rd to 6th-tier spiritual fruits and herbs to the monkey. The treasure-holding monkey, surrounded by a mountain of spiritual medicines, felt his despondency lift somewhat. Bao Gu also received an abundance of elixirs and artifacts suitable for cultivators below the golden core stage, with each elder from the peaks providing her with 2 communication artifacts, assuring her that should danger arise, her masters would come to her aid. Knowing that she would soon venture to the ancient ruins, and accompanied by the treasure-holding monkey, they gifted her several oversized storage bags and jade bracelets, rings, and necklaces to ensure she could carry ample resources. Before her departure, Elder Feng advised Bao Gu to strive for obtaining an ancient token. The Xiantian sect possessed only 1 token, to be awarded to the victor of a contest among the disciples. Among the younger generation, Yu Mi and Nan Yi, the true disciple of the acting sect leader, were the most formidable, and it was anticipated that one of them would secure the token. However, Yumi had recently broken through to the golden core stage, rendering her ineligible for the ancient ruins. Thus, it was likely that Nan Yi would claim the token, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Pouting, Bao Gu questioned Elder Feng, "Do I not deserve a chance at that token?" Elder Feng, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Though Nan Yi seems destined to win, he must still earn it through competition. You are but a 3rd-stage Qi refinement cultivator, while Nan Yi has achieved the peak of foundation establishment and can readily enter the golden core stage. How could you possibly contend with him?" The young master raised a finger to wipe away the tears from Bao Gu's face, saying, "Do not weep. We are all fellow disciples, and from now on, everyone in the Xiantian sect will support you. This is far better than being captured and forced to relinquish your treasures, isn't it?" Bao Gu responded with a heavy nod. The young master continued, "Go and see how your sister is faring. You and Yumi should focus on your seclusion for the next 6 months. As for the matter of the ancient token, I will devise a way for you. I cannot simply enjoy the benefits you provide without offering something in return." As he spoke, he glanced at Bao Gu and smiled. Bao Gu nodded and inquired, "Apart from obtaining the token from the sect, are there any other methods?" The young master replied, "To my knowledge, while the ancient ruins are replete with extraordinary treasures, they also harbor immense dangers. Of the 400 who enter, if conditions are somewhat favorable, only 50 or 60 may emerge. There have been instances where all perished within. Many who acquire the tokens are reluctant to enter and will secretly auction them for their needs. Although some disciples manage to obtain tokens, they may not retain them. News often leaks and numerous individuals have been assassinated outside to seize their treasures. The ancient tokens are not registered or reportable as lost. All 400 tokens are identical, allowing anyone, regardless of their background, to enter the ancient ruins." Bao Gu remarked, "But one must be at the foundation establishment stage to enter. And I am merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. How can I achieve that in 6 months?" The young master chuckled. "Who told you that one must be at the foundation establishment stage? While those at the Qi refinement stage are deemed weaker and face greater dangers, it does not mean they cannot enter. However," she furrowed her brow, "your cultivation level is too low, even with a plethora of magical artifacts. You may still struggle to enter alongside disciples from other sects who wouldn't lack a few treasures granted by their respective sections." Bao Gu glanced around and, leaning closer to the young master, whispered, "Young master, my sister will enter alongside me. You should come as well. With you by my side, I assure our safety." The young master laughed lightly. "Fool. Do you think it is that easy to sneak in? Even suppressing your cultivation level would be futile against the joint searches of the sections. Even if you possess a storage bag capable of concealing living beings, you cannot take anyone inside, unless you have a small world akin to the Shumi mustard seed world. Do you?" Bao Gu hesitated and softly uttered 2 words, "I do." Yumi had risked her life to obtain the water essence for the young master, proving her reliability, and Bao Gu did not intend to keep this from her. The young master stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "You have?" Bao Gu replied, "My sister took it from an injured nascent soul cultivator, and the little monkey snatched it from her and gave it to me." The young master exclaimed, "Is that true? You are not deceiving me?" Bao Gu affirmed, "Of course. I am not lying." The young master's eyes widened in astonishment, her lips parted in shock, unable to close for a moment. After a brief pause, she smiled inwardly, thinking, "Bao Gu, you are truly worth an entire sect's elders mobilizing to rescue you." She then asked, "What treasures does this small world contain? Do share." "It's empty. There's nothing at all." Bao Gu meticulously described her small world. The young master felt as though she had been playfully teased. Chapter 44. Hand in Hand.
Bao Gu the Mac.
"Master Uncle, Do you think there might be hidden treasures within that space that my limited cultivation cannot perceive, leading me to believe there is nothing at all? Perhaps you could take a look for me? Master Uncle pondered this possibility and consented. Bao Gu continued. Master Uncle, I will now let you enter.
But please do not resist.
Master Uncle nodded, albeit feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. It was quite absurd for a dignified Yuanying stage cultivator and a formidable metamorphosed demon to be so easily confined by a mere chi-refining third-stage novice. Utilizing the method of storage from her spatial pouch, Bao Gu enveloped Master Uncle within the small world contained in her arm. At first glance, this small world appeared as empty as Bao Gu had described, boundless and formless, resembling more of an oversized storage pouch than an actual realm. The primary distinction between this small world and a typical storage pouch lay in its relative adherence to spatial laws, which must encompass constructs akin to the celestial bodies of our reality. There exists an alternative realm known as the void world, which can be categorized into stable and unstable types. The one here seemed to be a notably stable void world. Master Uncle scrutinized her surroundings, yet with her level of cultivation and prowess, she could discern nothing, or rather, could see nothing. The foundational laws sustaining this world eluded her vision, and no tangible entities were observable. But wait, a glimmer. Suddenly, filled with joy, Master Uncle hurried towards the source of the light. Her speed was remarkable, and soon she arrived at the radiant spot, where she was greeted by a heap of mid-grade and low-grade spiritual stones, along with an assortment of dried wolf and tiger pelts, as well as various odds and ends, including the numerous trifles her fellow disciples had gifted to Bao Gu earlier. Master Uncle was momentarily speechless. She had anticipated discovering some magnificent treasure, only to find Bao Gu's storage collection. Observing the pile, she noted that while none of it was particularly extraordinary, it was rather rare for a chi-refining stage cultivator, let alone a foundation establishment stage practitioner, to possess such wealth. After surveying the area once more and finding nothing of interest, Master Uncle requested Bao Gu to release her from the small world. Upon her emergence, Bao Gu inquired, "Did you uncover anything of significance, Master Uncle?" Master Uncle replied, "I have discerned certain clues." After a moment's contemplation, she continued, "Are you suggesting that this small world is crafted from a hide?" "Indeed," Bao Gu affirmed, "it is a piece of hide no larger than a palm." She meticulously detailed the characteristics of the hide once more. Master Uncle mused, "I believe I may have a vague understanding of the origins of this hide." Bao Gu eagerly urged, "Please share your insights." Master Uncle spoke slowly. "There exists a creature known as the Void Beast, rumored to traverse the void and originate from realms unknown to us. Few are aware of its appearance, and many cultivators even posit that the Void Beast is merely a figment of imagination. Legends suggest that the hide of the Void Beast can be fashioned into a treasure capable of traversing the void, allowing for unhindered movement within it. There is also a tale claiming that the Void Beast can encompass an entire space within its domain, somewhat akin to the multi-treasure spirit monkey." As she spoke, she turned to glance at the multi-treasure spirit monkey, only to be met with an exasperated roll of its eyes. Master Uncle queried, "Little monkey, do you disagree?" Suddenly, she pondered and remarked, "Could this possibly be the hide of one of your precious treasure monkeys?" The treasure monkey emitted a series of low growls, turning its back to the young master, its tail swishing in annoyance. The young master, half amused and half exasperated, replied, "What are you growling about? I have no intention of skinning you to forge a magical artifact." Turning to Bao Gu, she instructed, "You must not disclose the origins of this hide to anyone else." Bao Gu nodded in agreement, "I understand. I want to even mention it to the acting sect leader or elder Feng." The young master chuckled and asked, "Then why tell me?" Bao Gu, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "But you're not a stranger." The young master, delighted, pinched Bao Gu's delicate cheek and said, "Good. The more I look at you, the more charming you become." She continued, "Bao Gu, do you realize that I have just survived a tribulation? All my magical artifacts, spirit stones, spiritual herbs, and elixirs were obliterated in the process. I am in dire need of spirit stones at the moment. Just lend me a few. For you don't regard me as an outsider, do you?" Bao Gu thought to herself, she wants to slap her own face. Observing Bao Gu's reluctance to lend anything, the young master began recounting her treasures with a playful smile. She detailed the defensive jade bracelet on Bao Gu's wrist, the jade pendant dangling from her ears, and the hairpin atop her head, explaining when and where each was crafted, emphasizing that every single magical artifact adorning Bao Gu's body was a product of her own making. "You see, with all these golden core artifacts I have bestowed upon you, how could you refuse to lend me some spirit stones?" Bao Gu truly felt embarrassed to deny her. She timidly replied, "Young master, I have already spent all my top-grade spirit stones to appease Elder Foam. I only have some mid-grade spirit stones left for my cultivation." and not a single top-grade stone has been touched from my senior sister's stash, which holds thousands. The young master's eyes crinkled in amusement. She turned to the treasure monkey, beckoning it with an alluring tone. Come here, little monkey. Sensing trouble, the treasure monkey swiftly darted away. The young master called out, Are you hungry, little monkey? Would you like to eat some spirit fruits? The treasure monkey turned its head, glaring with its glossy black eyes at the young master. Secretly, the young master transmitted a message to the treasure monkey. Don't think I'm unaware that you are hiding those 9th-tier sacred herbs and fruits entrusted to you by Grandmaster Xiantian, only to be admired, not consumed. It must be tormenting to only look at them. Give me a few, and I will trade them for fruits that you can actually eat. The treasure monkey lifted a tiny paw and discreetly took out an 8th-tier spirit fruit, stuffing it into its mouth as if to silently rebut. Who says I can't eat? Look, I am eating right now. The young master felt momentarily embarrassed by this retort, biting her lip in frustration but refraining from expressing her displeasure. Feeling guilty, Bao Gu gifted the young master 300 mid-grade spirit stones. The young master accepted the stones and then sought out Yumi, who was recovering from injuries. She personally tended to Yumi's wounds and, after ensuring her recovery, took away 300 top-grade spirit stones before departing from Qingfeng Pavilion. Yumi emerged from the healing chamber and hurriedly sought out Bao Gu, seizing the collar of her attire and demanding, Who instructed you to inform my junior master about the thousands of exquisite spiritual stones I possess? Bao Gu blinked innocently and replied, But she is my junior master. She asked to borrow some spiritual stones from me, and as I had none, I had to direct her to you. Bao Gu continued. She mentioned that all the magical artifacts I possess at the Golden Core stage were crafted by her. Yumi released her grip and conceded, indeed. However, she added with determination, Bao Gu, heed my words. Regardless of whom you encounter, you must feign poverty, save for me. No sooner had her words escaped than she spotted the esteemed Master Lu of the Qingfeng Pavilion approaching alongside her senior Master Feng. Yumi promptly straightened her posture and greeted them with a smile. Greetings, Master Feng and Master Lu. Master Lu regarded Yumi with a cheerful expression. The generosity of Master Feng was remarkable. He had gifted 2 cups of what could only be described as the finest monkey wine, which astonishingly contained countless spiritual fruits and holy herbs beneficial for advancing to the divine transformation stage, a treasure unattainable regardless of the quantity of spiritual stones one might offer. Were it not for their profound friendship, who would part with such divine libations? Master Lu chuckled lightly. It is but a trifling matter, nothing to be concerned about. He then extended a bronze-colored token to Bao Gu. Upon receiving the token, Bao Gu observed its unusually heavy composition, neither metal nor stone, adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to emanate some form of mystical power. As she probed with her spiritual sense, she confirmed it was indeed a token. Master Feng clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, Thank you, Brother Lu. He understood that the Qingfeng Pavilion had 3 available slots, and Master Lu had likely relinquished one for Bao Gu's benefit. We are brothers. There is no need for formality. As your 2 esteemed nephews reside here, you need not worry. Should a single hair go missing, you may only inquire of me. Yumi recognized the deep camaraderie between Master Feng and Master Lu, assuring her that their safety was guaranteed during their stay. After bidding farewell to both masters, she settled down with Bao Gu in the small courtyard arranged by Master Lu. Yumi announced with joy, I possess a spark of fire that has just awakened its intelligence. Her junior master's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, Where did you acquire it? Yumi replied, Did you not know? I obtained it at the auction house of the treasure-gathering pavilion not long ago. Her junior master, suddenly invigorated, exclaimed, Integrate the spark into your Li Hu sword and reforged it. Splendid. Come, let us seek out the necessary materials. She eagerly tugged Yumi out the door, displaying even greater urgency than Yumi herself. Bao Gu sighed softly, acutely aware of the disparity between them, and felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Taking a deep breath, she resolved, I shall diligently cultivate my skills. In the future, I shall not fear the cold. Internally, she scoffed. The master and her disciple still hold hands as they venture out. How ridiculous. What of propriety and hierarchy? Chapter 45, The Exchange of Spiritual Stones. Yumi set up a gathering formation for spiritual energy within Bao Gu's chamber, drawing forth the ethereal essence from all directions, saturating the formation with a mist-like density. The abundant spiritual energy flowed effortlessly into Bao Gu's body with each breath, permeating her pores. An unceasing stream of energy surged into her limbs and bones, converging within her dantian, accelerating her cultivation speed to several dozen times that of her usual practice in the mountains, where she absorbed the earthly essence. Following the tenets of her sect's cultivation method, she guided the spiritual energy towards her dantian, where it coalesced. As she entered the perception phase of the third level of qi refinement, it was as if she had acquired a unique pair of eyes. Not only could she clearly see the ethereal energy floating around her, but she could also visualize the energy entering her body. The scattered motes of spiritual energy, akin to a profusion of stars, would flow into her dantian, transforming as if entering a grand furnace, refining into true qi and accumulating within her dantian. The fourth level of qi refinement, known as the condensation phase, involved gathering the absorbed spiritual energy within the dantian to consolidate it into true qi. This transition was not particularly difficult. As long as she could absorb a sufficient amount of spiritual energy, a natural breakthrough to the fourth level would ensue. In the realm of cultivation, the entire qi refinement stage was relatively easy to navigate. Even those with the poorest of roots could reach the third level. However, for those with inferior spiritual roots, the amount of energy they could absorb and convert into true qi was limited. Consequently, the condensation phase of the fourth level could become a bottleneck, necessitating a considerable amount of time for accumulation. Although Bao Gu was classified as possessing 5 inferior roots, she had the advantage of a spirit-gathering formation to absorb spiritual energy, which gave her confidence in her ability to successfully advance to the fourth level. As time passed gradually, the true qi accumulating within Bao Gu grew increasingly abundant, nearly filling her entire dantian. Yet, she remained oblivious to the transformative process that marked the transition from quantity to quality. Moreover, once her dantian was filled with true qi, the absorbed spiritual energy would meander within, only to inexplicably dissipate. If the spiritual energy vanished, it must have had a destination, either dispersing within her meridians or seeping out through her pores. Yet, Bao Gu felt no sensation of energy escaping her body. It seemed as though her dantian resembled a bottomless pit. Though it appeared full, it could still accommodate more. While it was acceptable for her dantian to remain full, given that she had an abundance of spiritual energy at her disposal, the question of breakthrough loomed large. Where was the transformation triggered by accumulation? Where was the condensation phase? She had not even caught a glimpse of it. Bao Gu reluctantly conceded to her frustration. She had encountered a bottleneck. Was it possible that she had not absorbed enough spiritual energy? She could only suppress her impatience and continue her practice. During her cultivation, she felt neither fatigue nor drowsiness. When hunger struck, she simply consumed a few qi refinement pills to satiate herself, practicing almost ceaselessly day and night. Bao Gu lost track of how many days had passed, only noticing that the spirit stones she had arranged to form the spirit-gathering array were slowly depleting. Eventually, when the last of the spirit stones had been exhausted and she could no longer attract surrounding spiritual energy, she still had not achieved her breakthrough. Frustrated to the point of tears, Bao Gu lamented her situation. After absorbing so much spiritual energy, she could have filled a small barrel if it were condensed into water. Yet, no breakthrough had occurred. Were the 5 spiritual roots truly that ineffectual? Standing outside the courtyard of Master Lu, she clasped her hands in respect and announced, "I am Bao Gu, a disciple of the Xuantian Gate, here to pay my respects to Master Lu." The courtyard door opened, and Master Lu's voice echoed from within, "Come in." Upon entering, Bao Gu respectfully bowed and greeted him. With a gentle smile, Master Lu inquired, "What brings you here? Has one of my disciples been inattentive?" Finding the situation both amusing and perplexing, Master Lu did not dismiss Bao Gu. Instead, he spoke kindly, "Tell me, how did you encounter this bottleneck?" Bao Gu recounted her attempts to break into the 4th level of qi refinement in detail. As he listened, Master Lu's brow furrowed in concern. He had intended to extend his consciousness to investigate further, but found himself impeded by the jade pendant around Bao Gu's neck. Breaking through such a protective charm would be trivial for someone of his cultivation level. However, since her sect had bestowed this pendant upon her, it was evident they wished to prevent prying eyes, and thus, he refrained from acting. With a sense of frustration, Bao Gu asked, "Is there truly nothing that Master Lu can do?" Master Lu, amused by Bao Gu's words, chuckled in disbelief. How could a formidable cultivator at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage be unable to assist a mere qi refinement stage 3 practitioner with their cultivation bottleneck? "Even if you desire to form a dan, I have my ways. It merely requires some financial investment," he replied. "It is not that there is no solution, but rather that your condition is peculiar. Ordinarily, with sufficient true qi, one would naturally break through. Yet, not only have you failed to do so, but the excess true qi you have absorbed seems to have vanished. This situation is indeed quite strange," he remarked with a smile. "Unless you are one of the legendary 5 wasted roots." Bao Gu, feeling disheartened, retorted, "I possess 5 complete spirit roots." Master Lu's eyes widened in surprise. "What is it, Master Lu?" Bao Gu inquired. Master Lu thought to himself, did not Brother Feng mention that Xiantian sect only accepts disciples with exceptional innate qualities? How then has he taken on a disciple with 5 wasted roots and regarded them as a treasure? He scrutinized Bao Gu for a moment, contemplating, before producing a treasure for testing spirit roots and handing it to Bao Gu. I wish to examine your spirit roots. Simply hold this compass in your hand. Bao Gu grasped the compass for testing spirit roots. The front of the compass revealed 5 clear lines representing the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, all perfectly aligned without any line being longer or shorter than the others. Master Lu was initially taken aback, exclaiming internally, such well-aligned 5 spirit roots. He was soon astonished again. Although Bao Gu's spirit roots were not fully developed, they were on the verge of being classified as excellent. If perfection were rated at 100, Bao Gu's spirit roots would merit an impressive 80. Given the fullness of these spirit roots, any cultivation sect would be eager to accept them. However, 5 spirit roots? Who could afford to nurture such a disciple? Master Lu solemnly called out, Bao Gu. Bao Gu responded, please enlighten me, Master Lu. Master Lu continued, you may have forgotten a fundamental principle of the cultivation world. The number of spirit roots you possess dictates the number of roots you must cultivate. With 5 spirit roots, you must simultaneously cultivate all 5. The ancient city of Xianyu is nestled amid the clouds at the peak of the snowy domain, where the predominant spiritual energy is of the water element. You are gathering the surrounding spiritual energy through a spirit-gathering formation, primarily absorbing water's spiritual energy. While the energies of metal, wood, fire, and earth are insufficient for a breakthrough. Bao Gu suddenly realized, slapping her forehead in exasperation. Ah, how foolish of me to forget this. Master Lu was left speechless. Even though Bao Gu's spirit root aptitude was commendable, the spiritual energy required for her cultivation was not merely multiplied, it was exponentially greater. Observing the Xiantian sect's significant investment in Bao Gu, he pondered the immense courage and confidence required to nurture a disciple with 5 spirit roots. Could the Xiantian sect, even with their esteemed lineage, truly sustain such an undertaking? He personally doubted that even his own Qingfeng Pavilion could afford to cultivate a disciple with 5 roots. Bao Gu expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Master Lu. I shall not disturb you further. Farewell. Master Lu replied, go on. Watching Bao Gu, who resembled a wrapped-up tiger as she rushed away, he noted that she seemed entirely unburdened by the psychological weight of cultivating with 5 spirit roots. Master Lu mused. What do you say? Bao Gu scratched his head and said, I possess only a few fire spirit stones and metal spirit stones in my bag. I wish to exchange for some. Upon hearing this, Master Lu smiled and was about to say, there's no need for an exchange. I shall simply give you some. He raised his sleeve to retrieve a handful of inferior spirit stones for Bao Gu. However, noticing Bao Gu's slightly embarrassed smile, he suddenly found himself confronted by a small mountain of superior spirit stones, meticulously cut for trade, totaling 800 pieces, all neatly piled before him. Master Lu was taken aback, utterly astonished. Bao Gu continued, Uncle Lu, I would like to exchange for 50 wood spirit stones, 240 metal spirit stones, 250 fire spirit stones, and 210 earth spirit stones. Uncle Lu, are you alright? Master Lu brushed away the spirit stones with a wave of his sleeve, accepting them, and then with another flourish, he presented a pile of superior spirit stones of gold, wood, fire, and earth attributes before Bao Gu, exactly 800, neither more nor less. Gratefully, Bao Gu expressed her thanks, accepted the spirit stones, and bowed in farewell. Master Lu silently watched Bao Gu joyfully sprint away, and after a moment, he sighed inwardly, pondering, what peculiar individuals emerge from the Xiantian sect? As a wielder of 5 elemental roots, how can she not know to cultivate them in harmony? She has only just reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, yet she manages to produce 800 superior spirit stones. Is the Xiantian sect truly willing to exhaust their resources to nurture her? Chapter 46, The Rogue Bandit. The spirit stones, each adorned with different colors and attributes, transformed into spiritual energy that Bao Gu absorbed into her body, converging in her dantian to transmute into true energy. The 5-colored true energy, influenced by the interplay of the 5 elements, clashed and merged chaotically within her dantian, transforming it into a tumultuous furnace. She felt the fierce collision of various attributes' true energy, threatening to rupture her dantian. Bao Gu was utterly terrified. She feared that the overwhelming chaos of true energy might tear her dantian apart and lead to her demise. She exerted every effort to control and guide the energy, but her attempts yielded little success. Realizing that she must restore balance to the 5 elements within her to avert disaster, she acknowledged that she had absorbed an excessive amount of water spirit energy, which had solidified into true energy in her dantian, disrupting the elemental equilibrium. Steadying her mind, Bao Gu endeavored to channel the energy from the superior spirit stones to compensate for the missing elemental energies. However, The sheer volume of true energy derived from water spirit energy was overwhelming. Several times it threatened to burst forth from her dantian, teetering on the brink of destruction. Yet, curiously, it never shattered. Instead, it maintained her dantian at a painful threshold, where she felt as if she might perish, yet was not allowed to do so. Bao Gu dared not cease her absorption of spiritual energy. The energy she absorbed transformed into true energy that clashed violently within her dantian, tormenting her to the brink of despair, making each day feel like an eternity. The superior spirit stones before her had all been consumed, leaving only a thin layer of residue on the ground, devoid of any further energy to replenish her. The true energy within her clashed violently, as if it were on the verge of exploding. Or perhaps it had already done so. Bao Gu felt as though she were on the brink of death. Suddenly, she sensed her dantian erupt, yet the tumultuous energy coalesced. In the next moment, she felt an unexpected lightness throughout her body, as if she had transcended a critical threshold. She hastily reached into her dantian and discovered that the 5 types of vital energy, which had been fiercely clashing moments ago, had now mysteriously calmed and harmoniously coalesced into a small orb of 5 colors. Her dantian brimmed with vital energy, enveloping her in a warm embrace, bestowing upon her a newfound strength. Had she truly broken through? Was she alive? Bao Gu, in disbelief, clambered to her feet, bouncing a few times to find her body light and agile. She had indeed ascended to the 4th stage of Qi refinement. Elated, Bao Gu beamed a radiant smile, only to have it fade as she glanced at the remnants scattered about. Over 700 superior spirit stones, all gone. She rummaged through her oversized storage bag, discovering merely a little over 200 water attribute superior spirit stones and a few middle and lower grade stones given to her by her senior sister. Surely nothing terrible had happened? Bao Gu mused, dismissing the thought as impossible, for her junior uncle was present, and her senior sister, along with the other masters, had their emergency communication talismans. They should be safe. After a strenuous session of cultivation, Bao Gu diligently made her way to the small kitchen to heat water for a bath, and then set up a bonfire in the yard to roast a whole tiger, ready to celebrate her breakthrough into the 4th stage of Qi refinement with the little monkey. Once the tiger was roasted to perfection, she devoured a leg, leaving the rest for the little monkey, who didn't spare even the marrow from the bones. Watching the little monkey consume the tiger until only bones remained, Bao Gu felt her scalp tingle in astonishment. How could such a small creature have such a colossal appetite? Just how did it manage to consume so much? Suddenly, the courtyard door swung open, and Yu Fu and her junior uncle appeared, beaming with delight. Bao Gu exclaimed, "Senior sister," as she rushed to Yu Fu's side. Yu Fu, taken aback upon seeing Bao Gu, gasped, "You've reached the 4th stage of Qi refinement? So quickly?" Bao Gu replied, "Yes. I encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and sought guidance from Master Lu, even exchanging 800 superior spirit stones of various attributes." Yu Fu suddenly sensed something amiss and interrupted Bao Gu, exclaiming, "Did you use all 800 spirit stones?" Bao Gu replied, "I used 750. Her junior uncle's face turned ashen in an instant. Yu Fu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in exasperation, stamping her feet as she cried, "You prodigal child. Aren't you afraid of going berserk? Can you absorb so many superior spirit stones transformed into spirit energy without bursting your dantian?" Bao Gu blinked, dazed, pondering the possibility of nearly overextending her dantian. She remarked, "Master Lu said that the spiritual energy in Xianyu Ancient City is predominantly water-based, which is why I use spirit stones to absorb the energy for my cultivation. Isn't that their purpose?" Hearing Yu Fu's cry for help, her junior uncle contemplated for a moment before retrieving a talisman to test spiritual roots, handing it to Bao Gu. Bao Gu grasped the talisman in her hand. When Yu Fu saw the reading from the spiritual root tester, she gasped, "How is this possible?" Yu Fu exclaimed, "Junior uncle, when I admitted her into the sect in Yun City, I tested her. She has a medium spiritual root." Suddenly, both Yu Fu and her junior uncle had an epiphany, realizing they shared the same suspicion. As they connected the dots, they turned their gaze towards Bao Gu, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. Bao Gu felt a shiver run down her spine and promptly turned to flee outside. The precious monkey leaped onto the head of Bao Gu, glaring fiercely at Yumi and the junior master. The junior master, with a warm smile, gazed at Bao Gu and said with utmost cordiality, "Bao Gu, I am on the verge of crafting an immensely powerful sword array. Could you lend me some support?" Yumi interjected, "Sister, I shall neither strike nor bully you. Would you be so kind as to part with a fragment of the Xiantian sword belonging to our ancestor for me to forge the Lihua sword?"
Bao Gu,
trembling and shrinking into her chair, clutched the protective jade around her neck tightly and timidly inquired, "Little junior master, what could I possibly offer you?" "What Xiantian sword?" Fear gripped her heart. Her sister had previously cautioned her that even fellow disciples could turn against each other and rob one another. The precious monkey perched atop Bao Gu's head raised its paw, incessantly chattering at Yumi and the junior master in a frenzy of agitation. Yumi cast a sidelong glance at the monkey, her smile enchanting, and queried, "Dear brother, I perceive your extraordinary talent and valiant spirit. Would you consent to a duel with me?" The monkey, bending its legs, swiftly leaped towards the rafters, disappearing in an instant, leaving a trembling Bao Gu behind. Bao Gu, feeling utterly wronged, exclaimed, "Sister, do you not know what I possess? I have no Xiantian sword." Yumi replied, "The colorful sword you stumbled upon at the ruins of Lingyun Peak is indeed the Xiantian sword. It has not vanished into thin air, but rather is concealed within your very being." Bao Gu's nose crinkled in indignation as she retorted, "Such a large sword. Do you expect me to swallow it? Robbers, 2 female robbers, even my own disciple and junior sister are attempting to pilfer from me." The junior master corrected her. "It is not theft. It is a request for your support, a borrowing." Bao Gu protested. "Sister says that those from Xiantian sect never return what they borrow." The junior master asserted boldly, "It is still a borrowing. Now do answer. Will you lend it or not?" Bao Gu huffed, "I have none. How could I lend?" The junior master responded, "If you truly have none, do you think your sister and I have nothing better to do than to bully you for amusement? The Xiantian sword, the precious treasure of our sect. Come now, lend a little to the junior master, and I promise to return it in the future." The tone was prolonged, with a hint of coaxing that was hard to overlook. Bao Gu was on the verge of tears as she insisted, "I genuinely do not have it. Even if I did, how could I lend a sword? Would you have me damage it to give you a piece?" The junior master replied, "Precisely that." Bao Gu protested. "Then the treasure of the sect would be ruined." The junior master reassured, "The spiritual sword possesses its own spirit. Should it be damaged, it will find materials to mend itself in the future." Bao Gu felt a sudden tremor within her dantian, as if her 5 elemental energy had inexplicably diminished by a third. She wept in frustration, for this troublesome junior master had frightened away a portion of her hard-earned energy. Yumi beckoned Bao Gu to remove the protective jade from her neck. When Bao Gu remained unmoved, Yumi huffed, "Very well, if you refuse to lend it, then you may continue your cultivation alone." Bao Gu, fuming, cursed, "Sister, you scoundrel. Junior master, you scoundrel too." With tears brimming in her eyes, she reluctantly removed the jade. The 2 female robbers immediately delved their consciousness into Bao Gu's body upon its removal. Yet they found nothing at all. The 2 of them, unwilling to concede, joined forces and swiftly stripped Bao Gu bare. Bao Gu, startled, cried out in distress, frantically covering his vital parts, tears streaming down his face. Yumi, finding no trace of the Xiantian sword, was not surprised. After all, even the elders of the Xiantian sect, led by the acting master, had been unable to locate it. How could she expect to succeed? She pulled out a handkerchief to wipe Bao Gu's tears, chuckling, "Bao Gu, you must be 14 now, yet you cry like a 3-year-old. Enraged, Bao Gu kicked at Yumi with his pale leg, exclaiming, "I considered you family, yet you treat me like prey. Wicked senior sister." He wailed, trembling with fury. The junior master, knowing that the Xiantian sword was indeed within Bao Gu, was frustrated at not having any clues. "The heirlooms left by our ancestors are increasingly elusive." Bao Gu turned and lay face down on the chair, sobbing pitifully, his bare backside exposed. The multi-treasure spirit monkey peeked from the beam, and upon seeing Bao Gu's white form, quickly covered its eyes, peeking through the gaps. The junior master, recognizing the trouble caused, quickly decided to slip outside, saying, I still have to refine my magical treasures. You sisters carry on. I shall excuse myself." And dashed out as fast as possible. Yumi, fuming, said to Bao Gu, "All right, stop crying. You're not the first one to have been stripped by the junior master." Bao Gu ignored her, continuing to weep. Yumi hesitated and remarked, "Bao Gu, it seems like your chest has developed a bit more. Your figure looks better." With tear-filled eyes, Bao Gu looked up and asked, "Really?" Yumi nodded earnestly. Indeed. Though Yumi was tempted to leave Bao Gu to cry it out alone, she couldn't bear to see him shivering with goosebumps, so she suggested, "Bao Gu, put on some clothes before you continue crying." Bao Gu sniffled and retorted, "It's easy to strip someone, but getting them to put on clothes isn't so simple." Yumi playfully warned, "You're exposed." Rolling her eyes, she added, "I'm not picking flowers." Noticing the multi-treasure spirit monkey peering again, she quickly said, "Bao Gu, there's a monkey spying on you." Yumi continued, "Do you think the junior master and I enjoy bullying you? Our innate magical treasures are vital for our cultivation. Both the junior master and I follow the path of sword cultivation, and the strength of our innate treasures is linked to our very survival. The Xiantian sword is the treasure of the Xiantian sect. Naturally, we would never harm it." Observing the formations and sword patterns on the Xiantian sword would greatly aid us in refining our own innate treasures. Even if some of its sword souls are drawn away, they would recover with time, much like drawing a little blood. It sounds alarming, but one can recuperate in a few days. Bao Gu huffed. I don't have the Xiantian sword. Yumi, seeing Bao Gu had stopped crying, helped him put on a garment, stating, the Xiantian sword is within you. It's just sneakier than a mischievous monkey. Bao Gu gritted his teeth and exclaimed, even if the Xiantian sword is inside me, what good does stripping my clothes do? Yumi responded, ISNT it to see how well you've developed. As Bao Gu lifted her leg to kick Yumi, she scolded, rogue senior sister, rogue junior uncle. Yumi deftly dodged, chuckling. Stripping down aids in searching. She added with a playful tone, oh, I must say, the little bun has grown a bit. Bao Gu, both infuriated and embarrassed, pounded the table in frustration, unable to land a hit on Yumi. Yumi remarked, the Grandmaster Xiantian also walked the path of the sword cultivator. This sword, if embedded within your body, may very well merge with your essence and bones. If the sword and body unite, your earlier desperate struggles could potentially manifest the sword energy upon your skin. Unable to contain herself, Yumi burst into laughter, exclaiming, Bao Gu, you are 14 now. In the mortal realm, you could already be a mother. Why is it that you are still so immature and fuzzy, like a newborn? Seething with rage, Bao Gu brandished her axe and swung it towards Yumi. Though she dared not chase, she hurled a pair of axes with great force, sending them slicing through the air towards Yumi's head with remarkable speed and precision. Yumi caught the axes with a flourish, stowed them away, and leaped into the air on her flying sword, calling out from a distance, Junior sister, I shall retreat for a period to forge magical artifacts, perhaps half a month. Or longer. Bao Gu watched in anger as Yumi headed towards the courtyard of Master Lu, tears welling in her eyes. She exclaimed with indignation, wretched senior sister, just wait. Once I have mastered my cultivation, I will strip you and Junior Uncle Bear and spank you both. This is too much. Junior Uncle, however, was not far away, eavesdropping on Bao Gu's words. She mused to herself, even if you possess great fortune, dreaming of entering the nascent soul stage without decades or even centuries of effort is folly. With the Daobao spirit monkey and the Xiantian sword, it is indeed possible for Bao Gu to surpass me on the path of cultivation. With a heavy sigh, she remarked, Bao Gu, if you have the skill, come over and spank me now. I promise I won't kill you. Bao Gu held her breath, finally exhaling with difficulty, and called to the Daobao spirit monkey, little monkey. I'm hungry. Bring me an 8th grade spirit fruit to fill my belly. Chapter 47. Predicament. The Daobao spirit monkey leaped from the rafters, presenting 2 3rd-grade spirit fruits as if offering treasures, its pair of glistening black pearl-like eyes eagerly gazing at Bao Gu. Instead of accepting the fruits, Bao Gu affectionately patted the monkey's head and instructed, remember, little monkey, from now on, be stingy with junior uncle and senior sister. Do not offer them any spirit fruits or elixirs. Junior uncle chuckled softly. Bao Gu has grown ambitious. Do you still wish to learn the advanced techniques of the Xiantian sect? Do you still desire to master spells? She, being a 5-element root cultivator, required immense amounts of spiritual energy. Merely advancing from the 3rd to the 4th stage of chi refinement consumed 700 or 800 high-grade spirit stones, not to mention the elixirs and spirit fruits she consumed, alongside the spirit energy gathered from formations. The demand for spiritual energy escalated with each progression, doubling with every stage. She estimated that transitioning from the 4th to the 5th stage would require at least several thousand to tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, a sum unfathomably vast. Accompanied by the little monkey, she could not continually exchange the monkey as spirit fruits and elixirs for spirit stones. Such an arrangement was inappropriate. To rely solely on the fruits of others' labor, betraying one's own kin, is the most disgraceful of acts. As her father once remarked, the world is abundant with riches. If one seeks wealth, one must venture forth to earn it. Depleting the resources of one's own family will only lead to greater poverty and estrangement among loved ones. Bao Gu harbored a general concept in her mind regarding the acquisition of spiritual stones, yet whether this notion would prove feasible required thorough contemplation. For the subsequent month, Bao Gu confined herself within her quarters, meticulously perusing every text provided by Yumi. When hunger struck, she would summon the multi-treasure spirit monkey to bring her a few low-grade spiritual fruits to assuage her appetite. The spirit monkey, having relocated the tiger-striped nest Bao Gu had crafted for it beside her bed, would either sleep or nibble on spiritual fruits during its idle moments. One day, her little master uncle casually entered Bao Gu's room and took a seat on a nearby chair, declaring, Bao Gu, I too shall enter seclusion to refine a primordial spirit artifact. The duration is uncertain, but it may extend from 3 to 5 months. As he spoke, He tossed a storage bag to Bao Gu, stating, "This contains the spiritual stones I have acquired from artifact crafting over the past month. Use it to arrange a gathering spirit formation for your cultivation. Remember, the path of cultivation is not achieved in haste. Patience is paramount." Upon inspecting the contents of the storage bag, Bao Gu discovered over 2,000 high-quality spiritual stones alongside several vials of refining pills. Her little master uncle continued, "The time for the awakening of the ancient relics is approaching, and the outside world is in turmoil. Remain in the courtyard and avoid wandering aimlessly. The people of the Taiyin sect are still watching, and there have been several clashes between the Xuantian Gate and the Taiyin sect, resulting in casualties on both sides." Contemplating this, Bao Gu inquired, "Does the Xuantian Gate not possess any assets in the Xianyu ancient city?" Her little master uncle replied, "None. The Xianyu ancient city is home to numerous cultivation factions, and the Xuantian Gate stands at a disadvantage, unable to establish a significant presence there. It is a struggle just to maintain the meager foundation of their mountain gate." Bao Gu pressed on, "What of the Taiyin sect?" He responded, "The Taiyin sect does have holdings in the Xianyu ancient city and several nascent soul cultivators stationed there." "Why this curiosity?" Bao Gu simply replied, "Oh, merely out of curiosity. I wish to understand the situation better." Her little master uncle regarded her thoughtfully, stating, "The competition among cultivation sects for resources inevitably leads to conflict. However, this dispute is unlike any before. The Taiyin sect seems to have taken an interest in what you possess." With that, he rose and made his way outside. "Little master uncle," Bao Gu called after him, "surely there are others besides the Taiyin sect watching me?" He advised, "Focus on your cultivation. Your safety is being taken care of. As long as you refrain from recklessness, you shall be fine." With a nod, Bao Gu returned to her studies. When she first joined the Xuantian Gate, she had been ambushed by several disciples of the Taiyin sect while Yumi was attacked, only to be saved by Yumi summoning lightning birds that likely caused significant casualties. Upon her arrival in the Xianyu ancient city, an elder from the Xuantian Gate had also made a move against them, resulting in Yumi being gravely injured. Subsequently, Master Feng had arrived, severely embarrassing that elder and slaying 2 disciples of the Taiyin sect. The enmity between the factions was considerable. Yet, her own cultivation level was low. Even if both sides were to engage in mortal combat, she would not be called upon. If she ventured out, she would be easily dispatched with a mere flick of an adversary as hand. After a month of diligent study, Bao Gu had perused all the ancient texts, which meticulously catalogued various spiritual fruits, elixirs, and minerals. The texts on spiritual fruits and elixirs were relatively straightforward, easily committed to memory with repeated readings. However, the manuscripts pertaining to formations were profoundly intricate and exceedingly challenging to comprehend, encompassing vast disciplines such as talismans, alchemy, and artifact crafting, each a formidable field of study that Bao Gu could scarcely grasp. She could only glean a general understanding, and regarding spells, her current cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement rendered her insufficiently powerful to sustain the consumption of magical energy, allowing her only to perform minor spells and lightness techniques. Bao Gu's battle axe had been taken by Yufu, so during her afternoon practice of martial skills, she resorted to wielding the golden elixir sword bestowed by Yufu. She adeptly channeled the true energy from her dantian in conjunction with the combat technique to display a swordplay that exuded considerable vigor, particularly while swinging the sword. She felt a current of energy circulating in tandem with her movements, surpassing the efficacy of merely meditating to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As she moved, the sword shadows danced, radiant with hues of sunset, and the ethereal sword energy flowed gracefully, making Bao Gu feel as though she had attained mastery, reveling in her performance. Under a gloomy sky, with snowflakes swirling like goose feathers, the courtyard lay blanketed in white. Bao Gu mused that, compared to the wandering swordsman of the mundane world, she might be considered a reclusive master. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the overcast sky above her, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. The thunder rolled with a ferocity greater than that of summer storms. Startled, Bao Gu's hand trembled, nearly causing her to strike her own head with the sword. She sheathed her weapon, eyes wide with astonishment, pondering the unusual occurrence of thunder and lightning in the heart of winter. A tribulation. Someone was undergoing a tribulation. Having never witnessed the legendary heavenly tribulation, she hastily focused her gaze in the direction from which the lightning descended. After a brief moment, another flash of lightning struck downwards, resembling a beam of light descending towards the back courtyard of Qingfeng Pavilion. Could it be that someone in Qingfeng Pavilion was breaking through to the nascent soul realm? As Bao Gu pondered, she suddenly beheld a brilliant radiance shooting skyward, followed closely by a familiar figure enveloped in flames. It was her senior sister. The third bolt of lightning struck directly toward the dazzling sword-like object. Yufu soared into the air, grasping the sword as she redirected the celestial thunder onto it. The blinding light rendered Bao Gu unable to open her eyes. After a considerable interval, she finally dared to look skyward, witnessing the dispersal of the dark clouds. Her senior sister, adorned in a robe ablaze with fiery brilliance, stood majestically in the air, clutching a radiant sword that shimmered with ethereal light, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Bao Gu observed as the sword in her sister's hand vanished, and the fiery red attire transformed into a snowy white hue. Her sister then soared from the sky toward the back courtyard of Qingfeng Pavilion, disappearing from sight. Bao Gu understood that her sister was in seclusion refining the sword. Had the sword been successfully forged? Had the emergence of the sword attracted the heavenly thunder? She lingered in the courtyard for a while, waiting until her sister finally reappeared at the entrance. Bao Gu hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Sister, have you forged an extraordinary sword? Otherwise, how could the heavens send down lightning?" Yumu's face radiated joy as she grasped Bao Gu's hand, pulling her into the courtyard and shutting the door behind them. With excitement, she declared, "It was worth the fire seed you gave me and the over 1,000 premium spirit stones." Bao Gu shared in Yumu's happiness, momentarily forgetting the times she had been bullied. Wait, did she just hear her sister mention over 1,000 premium spirit stones? She inquired, "Sister, what do you mean by over 1,000 premium spirit stones?" Yumu replied, "To gather materials, I traveled extensively with my junior uncle, and I spent all the spirit stones I had." Bao Gu felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. She exclaimed, "All the spirit stones are gone?" Yumu looked at Bao Gu and said, "Only some mid and low-grade spirit stones remain." Instantly, her mood soured. She was left destitute, and now her sister was as well. When her junior uncle emerged from seclusion, all the spirit stones and valuable items would have transformed into a primordial infant treasure or a life treasure, leaving her junior uncle impoverished too. Their lineage at Lingyun Peak would be utterly bereft. She still hadn't secured the spirit stones needed to advance to the 5th stage of alchemy. The multifarious spirit monkey stirred from its tiger skin nest, nodding vigorously in agreement with Bao Gu. After entering the room, Yumu sat beside Bao Gu and asked, "Feeling down?" Bao Gu pouted, "I'm worried about the spirit stones." Being a 5-element root cultivator, it was impossible for her to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on her own. The sheer quantity of spiritual energy she needed was unattainable through self-absorption. Even worse, she needed to absorb equal amounts of 5 different elemental energies. While the distribution of spiritual energy in the world was highly uneven. Yumu chuckled, "I thought you wouldn't fret over spirit stones considering how you treat them." After laughing, she furrowed her brow. If not for the constant surveillance of the Taiyin sect, she could easily take Bao Gu to rich spiritual energy locations to set up gathering arrays for her cultivation. However, with the Taiyin sect watching, even if she could barely protect herself, she could not safeguard Bao Gu. Not to mention herself, even with her junior uncle accompanying them, it might not guarantee Bao Gu's safety. Yumu felt a mix of resentment and frustration towards the Taiyin sect, yet felt powerless. The Taiyin sect had long encroached upon the Xiantian sect, and the ongoing skirmishes left the Xiantian sect merely able to defend itself. The overall strength of the Taiyin sect surpassed that of the Xiantian sect, though individually, their disciples were weaker. After suffering losses in minor conflicts, the Taiyin sect grew more vigilant, now primarily sending out Golden Core disciples in groups, always with the support of Yuan and cultivators. Currently, the news of a precious treasure linked to Bao Gu had reached the Taiyin sect, which was determined to seize it. A moment's carelessness could spark a devastating conflict between sects, and the Xiantian sect had little chance of victory. Had the Taiyin sect fully understood the secrets of the Xiantian sword, they might have already invaded the Xiantian sect. However, under the protection of the Qingfeng Pavilion's Master Lu, the Taiyin sect dared not assault Qingfeng Pavilion to capture Bao Gu, for that would mean waging war against 2 major cultivation forces simultaneously. In such a conflict, the Taiyin sect would find themselves at a disadvantage against both the Xiantian sect and Qingfeng Pavilion. However, an unfortunate incident occurred when she inadvertently destroyed the refining room of the Qingfeng Pavilion while forging her life's treasure. When she confessed to Pavilion Master Lu, he mentioned that rumors were circulating outside about Bao Gu possessing a significant treasure. Coupled with the previous activities of the Xuantian Gate in the ancient city of Xianyue, many factions had begun to take an interest, and now some elders within Qingfeng Pavilion were also showing signs of restlessness. Pavilion Master Lu cautioned her to exercise utmost caution regarding Bao Gu. If members of Qingfeng Pavilion were to secretly target Bao Gu, both Bao Gu and Xuantian Gate would find themselves in dire straits. Yumu hesitated for a moment before conveying the current situation to Bao Gu, inquiring, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Yumu remarked, "The Xuantian Gate is not devoid of vulnerabilities. Otherwise, news of your situation could not have spread so swiftly." Although we have eliminated 2 spies, it does not mean there are no remaining threats. Even with the Xuantian Gate united, they may not be able to protect you, which could inadvertently ignite a faction war between Xuantian Gate and Taiyin Sect. The most pressing issue at hand is Bao Gu's insufficient cultivation level. If she were at the Golden Core stage, we would not be in such a passive position. Unfortunately, Bao Gu's cultivation demands an exorbitant amount of spirit stones, far beyond what we can provide. Bao Gu replied, "Senior sister, allow me a moment to ponder." Yu Mi chuckled when I asked for your opinion. Do you truly believe you can devise a solution? In the face of overwhelming strength, all discussions are rendered moot. Bao Gu asserted, solutions are conceived by humans. We are merely in a perilous predicament, not yet cornered into a dead end. Yu Mi questioned, they are openly aggressive, and we lack powerful external support, nor can we afford it. What should we do? For now, we can only feign strength, but over time, we cannot conceal our true state nor sustain this pretense. Bao Gu urged, Senior sister, tell me everything you know about the Taiyin Sect, inside and out. Noticing Bao Gu's confident demeanor, Yu Mi couldn't help but observe her closely. Although unsure if Bao Gu could truly devise a plan, she nonetheless recounted the names of all notable cultivators above the nascent soul stage, as well as the disciples who had made a name for themselves at the Golden Core and Foundation establishment stages within the Taiyin Sect. She detailed the sect's power distribution and the strengths and weaknesses relative to Xuantian Gate. This discussion lasted for the better part of the day. After assimilating the information, Bao Gu organized her thoughts and stated, the most concentrated conflict currently revolves around me. The Taiyin Sect desires to seize the treasure I possess, or rather, they aim to capture me to threaten Xiao Hozi into surrendering the treasure. Yu Mi responded, indeed, what is the solution? Chapter 48. Seeking the Unrecognized. Bao Gu. Having witnessed the brutal struggles among nascent soul cultivators vying for the treasure she held, understood that revealing her treasure would lead to a fate far worse than being slain by Yu Mi. Seeking external aid in exchange for her treasure would only lead her into the jaws of danger. With Xuantian Gate's current capabilities, they could not guarantee her safety, and remaining in Qingfeng Pavilion could very well place her in jeopardy. Thus, the only viable option was to seek external forces to divert the prying eyes from her. Bao Gu contemplated this and softly uttered 4 words, Nanshan Yijian. Yu Mi gasped, exclaiming, that mad beggar? She furrowed her brow, isn't that unwise? His mind is clouded. He wouldn't even resist if a group tossed him into a river. How could he possibly safeguard you? She slightly furrowed her brows and remarked, moreover, on a personal level, I do not wish for him to be disturbed. It could be considered sympathy. Bao Gu said, Senior sister, please summon Master Feng. She thought that the acting sect leader was rather cunning, and in comparison, found Master Feng to be somewhat more reliable. As a member of the same peak as the acting sect leader, Master Feng maintained a close relationship with him and could, in some respects, speak on his behalf. Additionally, he was a dear friend of Sect Leader Liu, making his invitation quite appropriate. After some contemplation, Yu Mi could not fathom Bao Gu's intentions. She replied, You possess Master Feng's communication bell. You may summon him. After approximately half a tea's time, a knock echoed at the courtyard door, announcing Master Feng's arrival. Bao Gu dashed out to open the door, immediately spotting Master Feng anxiously standing at the entrance, accompanied by a solemn-looking Sect Leader Liu. Upon seeing Bao Gu unharmed, Master Feng sighed in relief, only for anger to surge forth as he exclaimed, Why did you ring the bell if you are safe? Sect Leader Liu also felt a sense of relief, casting an exasperated glance at Bao Gu and Yu Mi. After Yu Mi performed a respectful greeting, she invited both men inside. Master Feng inquired, What have you summoned me for? Bao Gu obediently stood in the room, observing Master Feng as he said, Master, I heard from my senior sister that the Taiyin sect believes I possess a valuable treasure and has been relentlessly pursuing me. Is this true? Master Feng shot a fierce glare at Yu Mi and declared, That is not the case. You can reside here in peace. No one can harm you. Sect Leader Liu casually toyed with his folding fan, casting a fleeting glance at Yu Mi. Yu Mi, maintaining her composure, focused her gaze ahead, perceiving nothing and hearing nothing. Bao Gu let out a prolonged "oh" and said, Since there is no issue, I shall let it go. Master Feng, I apologize for making you come here for nothing. Master Feng, with a stern expression, replied, If there is something to discuss, speak plainly. Bao Gu waved her delicate hand and said, Since the Taiyin sect does not have intentions against me, we shall refrain from any actions. No worries, haha. Her laughter was tinged with an air of insincerity. Sect Leader Liu spoke softly, Bao Gu, as you reside under my roof, I shall do my utmost to protect you. The Taiyin sect has long been at odds with the Xuantian sect. If you possess any means to assist your sect, do not hesitate to share it with your master. Master Feng fixed his gaze intently on Bao Gu, as if to say, I am well aware of your tricks, Speak your mind. Bao Gu gently said, Master Feng, what I truly wish to convey is that if the Taiyin sect truly intends to pressure us, and we do not wish to engage in a sect war, could we possibly request assistance from the South Mountain Sword? I have met him once and found him rather agreeable. When we arrived in Xianyue Ancient City, he helped us find our way. Master Feng and Sect Leader Lu stared at Bao Gu in disbelief, and then turned their attention to Yumi. Master Feng asked, Do you have any leads on the South Mountain Sword? Is that true? Suddenly, he rose to his feet and exclaimed, On the day you arrived in Xianyue Ancient City, someone was spreading news about the South Mountain Sword at the city gate. Was that you who let it slip? Bao Gu timidly replied, I accidentally let it slip. Master Feng retorted, Nonsense. I scoured the South Mountain in vain, and could not locate him. Not only him, but nearly 1,000 cultivators have searched every inch of the South Mountain without finding the South Mountain Sword. Master Lu rose with excitement and inquired, Where is he? Bao Gu replied, In the South Mountain. Where in the South Mountain? Master Lu pressed. Bao Gu fell silent. Master Lu then turned to Yu Mi, who pointed at Bao Gu. Elder Feng pondered for a moment before asking Bao Gu, You summoned us to share news of the sword from South Mountain. What do you intend to accomplish? Bao Gu puffed out her cheeks and declared, Invite him to reside in our humble courtyard. I wish to see if the disciples of the Taiyin sect dare to come and seize me again.
Yumi secretly admired Bao Gu's boldness.
Master Lu was left speechless, taken aback for a considerable time, before exclaiming, Excellent. Bao Gu, if you can bring the elder from South Mountain to my Qingfeng Pavilion, you shall be a great benefactor to us. Qingfeng Pavilion will spare no effort for you. Elder Feng thought of reprimanding Bao Gu. You intend to invite him to Qingfeng Pavilion? Why not invite the Xiantian sect instead? Bao Gu replied, Master Lu, I must clarify something first. If I manage to bring the sword from South Mountain here, do not blame me. Master Lu chuckled, I am immensely grateful. How could I ever blame you? A thought crossed his mind. Could there be something amiss? If it were indeed a good thing, why not invite the Xiantian sect? Elder Feng interjected, Hold on. Bao Gu, be forthright. I share a bond of life and death with Lu. Do not lead him astray. Bao Gu thought to herself, Master, you are turning your elbow outward. She then stated, The current situation of the sword from South Mountain differs somewhat from your expectations. Elder Feng urged, Do not keep us in suspense. Speak plainly. Bao Gu responded, I can only say that inviting the sword from South Mountain to Qingfeng Pavilion will not harm us, whereas inviting him to the Xiantian sect will not benefit them. I merely wish to borrow his protection for a few months against those who might wish me harm. She clasped her hands in respect, whether to invite him or not. I leave to the judgment of Elder Feng and Master Lu. Master Lu contemplated for a moment, then turned to Elder Feng and said, If Bao Gu truly has information on the sword from South Mountain and can bring him to Qingfeng Pavilion, it would be prudent to invite him first. We may deliberate on further matters afterward. Elder Feng hesitated briefly before nodding. Very well. He then looked at Yumi and asked, How did you encounter the sword from South Mountain? Yumi replied, Master, your teleportation array was unstable, and we emerged from the void prematurely, encountering numerous Yuan-ing realm cultivators in a chaotic battle. After evading the turmoil, we lost our way and inadvertently stumbled upon him. So many in the cultivation world have searched for years without success, yet you too, upon venturing out, lost your way and chanced upon him? Yumi seemed to understand the thoughts of Master Lu and Elder Feng, and mischievously added, I intended to avoid him, but Bao Gu, not recognizing the gravity of the situation, insisted on approaching. Bao Gu interjected, Sister, I felt pity for him. Master Lu and Elder Feng were left speechless by the antics of the two sisters, unable to comprehend. Elder Feng instructed, Report the coordinates. Proceed through the teleportation array. Yumi, having flown from the town where they encountered the sword from South Mountain, was well aware of the terrain they traversed. Master Lu guided them to the teleportation array of Qingfeng Pavilion. To prevent any other sects from tracing their movements through the array, Yumi first inscribed the coordinates at the edge of South Mountain. Once they reached their destination, she requested Elder Feng to provide a teleportation array, enabling them to teleport to the small town once again. The street was nearly devoid of pedestrians, with even the shops having drawn their heavy curtains to shield against the biting wind and snow. Yu Mu and Bao Gu arrived at the inn where they first encountered the legendary Nanshan Yijian. The inn's entrance was veiled, and inside, an eerie silence prevailed, devoid of even a whisper. Beneath the eaves outside, a beggar clad in tattered cotton garments huddled, his white hair obscuring his face, curled into a ball, clutching a frost-hardened steamed bun in his arms. Master Feng swept his spiritual sense over the town and remarked, I have traversed this town several times without detecting even a trace. Could Nanshan Yijian be here? Even Master LV has sought him in this place. This town is populated by ordinary folk. There are no cultivators, nor even a martial artist to be found. Bao Gu interjected. Master Phone, Uncle LV. He is on this very street. You must search for him. As she spoke, she and Yu Mi strode purposefully toward the inn. They meticulously scanned every household on the street with their spiritual senses, yet found not a hint of Nanshan Yijian's presence. Master LV chuckled. Brother Feng, there is no need to search further. Nanshan Yijian's skills are unparalleled. If he wishes to conceal his whereabouts, it is beyond our ability to uncover. He gestured towards the inn where Bao Gu and Yu Mi were heading, saying, perhaps he resides within. Adjusting their attire, they prepared to pay their respects to the elder. Master Feng and Master LV stood in a neat formation outside the door, not sparing a glance at the huddled beggar, and bowed towards the inn's interior, proclaiming, Xian Tian Men Feng, pays respects to Senior Nanshan. Qing Feng Go LV Ting pays respects to Senior Nanshan. The innkeeper, an elderly man, peered at them with evident skepticism as he pulled aside the curtain, inquiring, from where do you two esteemed guests hail? Are you here to lodge? Noticing their extraordinary demeanor, even in the frigid weather without a single cotton garment, he suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Ah, could it be that you are immortals? Please, esteemed immortals, enter. Girl, we have guests of divine stature. Hurry and brew tea. Come, pay your respects to the immortals. He hurriedly lifted the curtain, inviting the two immortals inside. Master Feng stated, Innkeeper, we are here to pay our respects to Senior Nanshan. The innkeeper was momentarily taken aback, replying, Senior Nanshan? Are you here to visit the mountain deity? I understand. Immortals visiting friends, the mountain deity's temple is atop the hill at the eastern edge of the village. Allow this old man to guide you. He eagerly stepped outside, saying, Ever since the arrival of the two celestial maidens, we often see immortals soaring through the skies. Those maidens are truly good souls. Ah no. Good immortals with kind hearts. He respectfully led the two immortals towards the mountain deity's temple, not daring to lift his head. While catching a glimpse of the two other immortals standing outside, bowing deeply as he greeted, there are two more immortals. This old man extends his greetings to you both. Yu Mi and Bao Gu exchanged glances, neither uttering a word, as they observed Master Feng and Uncle LV being respectfully escorted away by the innkeeper. In the next chapter, the inn's young maid dashed out with a teapot, exclaiming, Grandfather. Upon seeing Bao Gu and Yu Mi, she was taken aback, dropping to her knees and bowing her head. I pay my respects to the celestial maidens. Yu Mi's lips twitched in disbelief. Bao Gu helped the young girl to her feet, saying, It's cold outside. You should return indoors. I did not summon you to come out, and you are forbidden from eavesdropping. Stay in the back. Yu Mi bit her lip, suppressing laughter to the point of nearly twisting her insides. Feng Shibua and Lord Lu had ventured several paces away, their consciousness already probing into the mountain god temple, where they detected a yellow-skinned beast, equivalent in strength to a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, nestled within, enjoying the incense offerings. Could this beast be the one raised by Nanshan Yijian? If Nanshan Yijian were so easily found that even an innkeeper knew of him, how could they have searched for so many years without success? Lord Lu exclaimed, Something is amiss. The old beggar, huddled on the ground, pointed. Feng Shibua raised his hand, ready to strike at Bao Gu, incredulous that he dared to jest about an old beggar. Lord Lu, exasperated, warned, Continue this nonsense. And beware that your master will discipline you. Yu Mi sighed. Now I understand why the cultivation world has failed to locate Nanshan Yijian over the years. With his current appearance, even when they are right beside him, these two have no inclination to cast a glance at this old beggar. Lord Lu and Feng Shibua exchanged doubtful glances with Yu Mi, seemingly stirred, and once more directed their consciousness towards the inn, but found nothing amiss. Ultimately, their gazes settled upon the old beggar at the entrance. There were only 3 people in and around the inn, and with no one else present, their attention turned to him. Lord Lu remarked, Could it possibly be this old beggar? Casually sweeping his consciousness over the beggar, he discovered a man nearly devoid of breath. He sighed inwardly. Alas, an old man without a home. Pitiable indeed. He instructed the trembling innkeeper behind him, assist him into your establishment to stay, so he may endure the winter comfortably. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a piece of jade and tossed it to the innkeeper. Feng Shibua, harboring doubts, scanned the old beggar with his consciousness and found no trace of spiritual energy. He inquired of Bao Gu, You cannot be suggesting that this old beggar is Nanshan Yijian? Seeing that neither Feng Shibua nor Lord Lu had yet recognized the truth, Yu Mi also directed her consciousness toward the old beggar and realized he had completely concealed his aura, appearing as an ordinary person. Bao Gu squatted beside the old beggar, brushing aside his snow-dusted, disheveled, and foul-smelling hair. The old beggar opened his bleary eyes and gazed at Bao Gu. A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over her. And she said, I know not if you can comprehend. In your current state, if Yunshi were to know in the depths of the underworld, she would grieve for you. The old beggar softly uttered 2 words. Yunshi? His dulled eyes sparkled slightly, and despite his filthy, wrinkled visage, a broad smile broke through, as if he could see Bao Gu's former lover in her eyes. Bao Gu replied, Su Yunshi. Foam Sherbua and Lord Lu were utterly astonished. Foam Sherbua's eyes widened impossibly, and Lord Lu's mouth gaped as if to accommodate an egg. This was Nanshan Yijian? This appearance? This old beggar? The magnificent and dashing Nanshan Yijian was reduced to this old beggar? How could they even pay their respects to such a figure? The old beggar paid them no mind, closing his eyes to sleep. Suddenly, he shot upright, eyes wide open, scanning the surroundings before landing his gaze back on Bao Gu. His sudden movement startled both Lord Lu and Foam Sherbua. Yumu dashed forward, fearing that the mentally unhinged transformation stage cultivator might succumb to madness. She silently lamented, Bagu, your audacity is astonishing. How dare you jest with a sword god in the transformation stage about his deceased beloved? Do you not fear that he might reduce you to a mere mist of blood with a single strike? Bagu and Nanshan Yijian exchanged bewildered glances.
Yumu,
trembling with fear from a distance, felt her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Cold sweat trickled down the brows of Lord Lu and Master Foam. This was sheer insanity. They discreetly pulled back, wary of the possibility that the deranged Nanshan Yijian might suddenly lash out at Bagu, who had provoked him. With their limited strength, they knew they could not stop Nanshan Yijian. If he chose to act, they would surely be caught in the crossfire. Bagu wrinkled his nose at the foul odor emanating from his own mouth and thought, how long has it been since you last brushed your teeth? The old beggar tilted his head against the wind and inquired cheerfully, is it not my favorite steamed dragonfish? Bagu, feeling conflicted, looked at Nanshan Yijian and replied, currently, I am utterly impoverished. Would barbecued tiger meat suffice? Wolf meat could work as well. I also have rabbit meat. Nanshan Yijian gazed at Bagu, his eyes gradually glazing over. Then shifted his gaze beyond Bagu, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly said, very well, anything will do. Master Foam tossed a white robe from a distance, which Bagu deftly caught. He wrapped the robe around himself and pulled Nanshan Yijian into the inn, calling out, old man, please boil a barrel of water.
Lu,
who had hidden in a corner and activated a concealment array, watched as Bagu dragged the deranged Nanshan Yijian into the inn. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he remarked to Master Foam, your disciple possesses remarkable courage. He dares to provoke a mad transformation stage sword god while employing trickery. This is truly a gamble with his own life. The innkeeper recognized Bagu and, upon hearing his command, hurriedly set about boiling water. Once the water was prepared and delivered to the premium guest room, Bagu handed the robe to the innkeeper, saying, please ensure it is thoroughly cleaned. As he spoke, he pushed Nanshan Yijian into the room and stood at the door, admonishing, make sure to wash well. One who is filthy and foul cannot partake in meals. Nanshan Yijian, standing like a wooden statue within the room, paused at Bagu's words and then chuckled. How could I, Nanshan, a dashing and charming man, be anything but clean and fragrant? Yunshi, come here and let me smell you. With that, he raised his arms and lunged toward the empty air, crashing onto a nearby table and bursting into boisterous laughter, reveling in sheer joy. Meanwhile, the upper-class guests began to engage in their own soliloquies, performing acts of fishing and cooking, showcasing their culinary skills, and instructing Su Yunshi on how to prepare a dragon fish feast. They continued their antics for about the duration of an incense stick before Nanshan Yijian jumped into a tub for a bath. Bagu listened to the unrestrained laughter of Nanshan Yijian, filled with memories of his past moments with Su Yunshi, all brimming with happiness. The bliss of yesteryears now lay only in the solitude of existence, a profound sorrow indeed. Bagu turned to the innkeeper and said, let him wash himself. Before long, a figure clad in a white robe descended from the upper floor. Upon encountering the man clad in a snow-white robe, with cascading white hair flowing loosely behind him, Bao Gu was momentarily taken aback. Was this the legendary Nanshan Yijian, the old beggar? The man appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, strikingly handsome, with lips as red as coral and teeth as white as pearls, resembling a figure stepped out from a painting. Dressed in a pristine white robe, his ethereal presence was so captivating that he seemed more celestial than mortal. Bao Gu stared in astonishment, blinking rapidly and rubbing her eyes, utterly bewildered. Had the old beggar transformed into such a beautiful figure? She quickly rose and squeezed past him, hastening towards the guest rooms upstairs, only to find them empty, save for a bucket of clean water left behind. She hurried back downstairs, finding the man standing at the inn's entrance, gazing skyward, seemingly lost in thought. He towered over Bao Gu, whose height barely reached his shoulder, compelling her to rise on her toes to close the distance. "Are you Nanshan Yijian?" she inquired. The handsome man glanced down at Bao Gu and replied, "Do you wish to challenge me? Huh, you stand no chance." While speaking, he surveyed his surroundings, then fell into a pensive reverie. After a few moments, he retreated beneath the eaves, curling up as if to shield himself from the biting cold of winter. His once dashing demeanor vanished. Bao Gu crouched before him, witnessing the weariness and desolation in his eyes, as if he were an elderly soul weathered by countless storms. In that moment, she began to comprehend the source of his sorrow. In a world stripped of his beloved, he was left with nothing but unbearable frost and solitude, prompting him to huddle within himself for comfort. "Hey, Nanshan Yijian," she called softly. He paid her no heed. The elder Feng and the leader of the Lu sect exchanged glances, each hesitant to act. Bao Gu waved urgently. "Come here quickly." Elder Feng murmured. "I think I should just turn back."
"So, do I,"
replied the Lu leader, secretly suggesting, "Brother Feng, let Yumi assist her." Elder Feng found this advice quite agreeable and swiftly relayed a message for Yumi to help Bao Gu. Yumi, feeling a surge of frustration, thought, "You two dare not approach. Yet you expect me to?" She was tempted to vent her ire on Bao Gu. Chapter 50. Waiting for the Rabbit. Yumi, deeply wary of the deranged Nanshan Yijian, found it impossible to abandon Bao Gu. After a brief moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and cautiously approached Bao Gu, asking in a hushed tone, "What are you doing?" She suppressed her aura, striving to appear as an ordinary mortal. The ancient city of Xianyu was vast, its structures fortified with numerous defensive arrays. If the coordinates for the teleportation array were not properly marked, a cultivator emerging from the void could collide with the array, facing a lethal convergence of defensive and spatial forces, leaving little chance of survival. A biting chill suddenly swept through, causing Bao Gu to sneeze repeatedly, involuntarily shivering. Unable to endure the harsh cold outside the city gates, she disregarded her appearance and hurriedly wrapped herself tightly in her fur coat, drawing the curious gazes of passers-by. Draped in a mere thin robe, Nanshan Yijian appeared somewhat dazed, yet his strikingly handsome features and graceful stature resonated with the essence of an immortal cultivator, rendering the clumsy attire of Bao Gu, standing beside him, rather pedestrian in comparison. Under the curious gazes of the onlookers, Bao Gu firmly grasped Nanshan Yijian's arm and made her way into the city. She observed numerous cultivators emerging from the void, stepping onto splendid teleportation arrays. Their attire was exquisite and their prowess formidable, contrasting sharply with the fragile array that Feng Shibua had provided her, which could only be used once before breaking. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. "Indeed, it is you." A figure descended from the heavens, landing directly in Bao Gu's path. She found herself confronted by a young man clad in the robes of an inner disciple of the Taiyin sect. With an innocent expression, she inquired, "What is it?" The disciple sneered, "What is it? You dare to steal my storage bag and expect to flee?" Bao Gu cast him a disdainful glance, as if regarding a fool, and tugged at Nanshan Yijian, attempting to circumvent the Taiyin disciple and proceed into the city. The disciple shouted, trying to escape, and lunged towards her shoulder. Bao Gu lowered her shoulder and stepped back, swiftly taking refuge behind Nanshan Yijian. The Taiyin disciple, confronted with the seemingly powerless figure of Nanshan Yijian, raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across his face, exclaiming, "Get out of the way." Clear imprints of 5 fingers materialized on Nanshan Yijian's cheek. With a malicious glare, the disciple knocked Nanshan Yijian to the ground, cursing, "Useless," and aimed to seize Bao Gu once more. Witnessing this, Bao Gu swiftly retrieved a golden core-grade sword from her storage bag and swung it at the Taiyin disciple, declaring, "What skill is it to strike someone who does not fight back?" The Taiyin disciple, undeterred, summoned his own golden core-grade sword with full force, striking fiercely at Bao Gu, whose protective treasures shimmered around her. With her cultivation at merely the 4th stage of chi refinement, she was significantly outmatched. When their swords clashed, she was jolted back several steps by the force of his sword energy. Had she not diligently practiced her swordsmanship daily and been shielded by her magical artifacts, that blow alone could have shattered her insides. Regaining her footing, Bao Gu gripped her sword tightly and glared at the Taiyin disciple, asking, "Does your Taiyin sect possess no shame?" Without a moment's hesitation, the disciple charged at her once more. Bao Gu could not discern the exact level of his cultivation, only that it surpassed her own. But what of it? Her senior sister had slain golden core beasts even at the late stage of foundation establishment, triumphing over the strong with the weak. As a disciple of Lingyun Peak, she refused to show weakness. With her array of treasures and a protective jade pendant of the nascent soul stage hanging around her neck, why should she fear an inner disciple whose strength barely reached the golden core stage? The opponent's prowess surpassed hers. With a single strike, she summoned all her strength, activating every defensive artifact from her golden core stage, infusing her vital energy into her sword. She unleashed the sword techniques from her combat arts against the disciple of the Taiyin sect. In that fleeting moment, Bao Gu sensed the piercing intent of the sword, yet her heart remained as tranquil as an ancient well, flowing naturally like water. The sword moved in harmony with her thoughts, executing the techniques she had practiced countless times. One after another, the sword techniques within the combat arts comprised only basic forms, devoid of fixed routines, emphasizing spontaneity and adaptability against the enemy. As she observed the incoming strike from her adversary, Bao Gu parried with her sword and counterattacked fluidly, employing the ordinary foundational techniques she had routinely practiced. Each move was executed with precision, revealing her status as a novice in swordsmanship. The disciple of the Taiyin sect scoffed repeatedly, launching a flurry of attacks while taunting. Isn't the combat art of the Xuantian Gate renowned as the king of combat techniques? Bao Gu, as a disciple of the esteemed Xuantian Gate, haven't you been taught how to wield a sword? Why do you fight like a novice? Wasn't it said that you received the supreme Xuantian Gate's sword inheritance? Show it to us. His pride swelled with each taunt, intensifying his offensive. Bao Gu found herself retreating continuously, perilously close to defeat. Yet, she refrained from striking, her gaze steadfastly fixed on the relentless barrage of swords and the figure weaving through the shadows of the blade's light. She understood a fundamental truth. There exists no flawless sword technique. Often, the more elaborate the style, the more vulnerabilities it harbors. In a contest of combat, the emphasis lies on defense and exploiting the opponent's weaknesses. Overconfidence and underestimating one's adversary are cardinal sins in battle. Even a lion exerts its full strength against a hare. Frustrated by his inability to subdue Bao Gu, who wielded a rudimentary sword style as a mere qi refining stage practitioner, the disciple of the Taiyin sect exclaimed, "What does it matter if you possess golden core artifacts? I could easily sweat you away." Harnessing his strength, he aimed to blast Bao Gu away with a single palm strike, intending to follow up with a swift sword thrust. Swords are swords and palms are palms. No one had ever mixed the two in combat, and this disciple had never practiced the dual use of sword and palm. Thus, when he attempted to combine them, his execution fell short, revealing a flaw. Gritting her teeth, Bao Gu seized the moment as his palm descended, thrusting her sword through the gap in his sword light. She knew that as cultivators ascend in strength, their physical resilience improves, meaning that injuries that would be grievous to mortals could be swiftly healed by them. Hence, as her sword aimed for his neck, she adjusted it upward by a few inches. The blade pierced, drawing blood. The disciple of the Taiyin sect struck Bao Gu's chest with his palm. The protective jade pendant around her neck suddenly encountered a powerful force, radiating a soft light that rebounded the impact, yet Bao Gu still felt a significant tremor, staggering back 7 or 8 steps before regaining her footing. As she retreated, she witnessed the Taiyin sect disciple being sent flying backward, while 2 more figures surged forward, engaging him midair. Steadying herself, she looked up to see the Taiyin disciple lying motionless on the ground, a wide, vertical gash of blood marking his forehead, crimson fluid flowing profusely from the wound. She gazed skyward once more, witnessing a fierce battle between the Wind Master and a figure clad in a black robe. Yumu rushed to the side of Bao Gu, scrutinizing her from head to toe, exclaiming, "Remarkable! A mere 4th-level Qi refinement cultivator has actually slain a 7th-level foundation establishment practitioner." Bao Gu replied with utmost seriousness, "I possess a magical artifact from the nascent soul stage for protection. If he chooses to attack me instead of engaging in a duel, he is courting death. It was not I who killed him. He merely brought about his own demise through foolishness. There is no sense of accomplishment in slaying an opponent of such inferior caliber." She looked at Yumu with wide eyes and asked, "Do the members of the Taiyin sect lack common sense? How can each one be more foolish than the last?" As she spoke, she retrieved a qi refinement pill, tossing it into her mouth as casually as one would a candy, chewing it a few times before swallowing. The medicinal properties of the pill coursed through her, restoring her empty dantian as she circulated her energy to alleviate the subtle pain in her internal organs. An indignant voice echoed from above. "The Xiantian sect wields considerable arrogance, repeatedly slaying disciples of the Taiyin sect in broad daylight. Do they truly believe the Taiyin sect is so easily bullied?" Bao Gu glanced upward, spotting a dark figure soaring toward them, uncertain if it was human or avian. But the voice seemed to emanate from that direction. With her senior sister by her side and the protective presence of Lord Lu behind her, she felt no need to confront any formidable adversary. Calmly, she sheathed her sword and pulled up Nanshan Yijian, who lay motionless on the ground, his chest bearing the imprint of a shoe, resembling a wooden sculpture. She patted the shoe print with curiosity and glanced at him. Despite being struck, he remained unresponsive. leading her to question whether he was not merely mad, but rather simple-minded. Upon lifting her gaze, she noticed Nanshan Yijian fixating on her, uttering 2 words, "Very good." Chapter 51. Do not involve me. Bao Gu exclaimed, "What is so good about it? Being beaten and stepped on. My father always said one should not bully others, but if one is bullied, they must not be weak and allow others to trample them." Nanshan Yijian inquired. "You have a father?" Bao Gu retorted in exasperation. "Who does not have a father? How else would one come into this world? Never mind. I shan't argue with someone who has lost their mind." Just as she spoke, Bao Gu observed the sky as dozens of figures descended like falling dumplings, surrounding them entirely. Yu Mi surveyed the area and coldly declared, "The Taiyin sect displays quite an imposing presence." An elderly man, over 60 years of age, adorned with a jade crown and a moon-patterned robe, rebuked Yu Mi. "As a mere junior, you lack the right to speak." The old man laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. What a bold claim. Commanding a peak?
You amuse me.
How many disciples do you have in Lingyun Peak?" Bao Gu, feeling aggrieved, remarked, "Wasn't the axe taken by you?" "I had no choice but to use my sword." I scratched my head and said, "I exchanged the axe for a sword, and having practiced for only half a month, I am not accustomed to it." "Sister, when will you return my axe?" "I assure you, with 2 axes, I would have dispatched him swiftly, and we would not have been engaged in battle for so long." The old man trembled with rage at the banter of the sisters, stepping forward to seize Yu Mi, when a voice from behind interrupted. "Wait." A handsome man clad in a moonlight-colored robe and wearing a jade crown approached, directing his gaze at Nanshan Yijian, whose chest still bore faint shoe prints, and clasped his hands in greeting. "I find you familiar. Might you be an old acquaintance?" Nanshan Yijian cast a glance at the man, then turned his attention back to Bao Gu, assessing her anew. The expression of the Snow Sovereign turned cold as he cast a disdainful glance at Yu Mi, stating, "Fair Yu Mi, you have overstepped your bounds. I hold your master in high regard, granting him a measure of respect. Do not act recklessly." Suddenly, Nanshan Yijian interjected, "I cannot accept you as my disciple." Bao Gu looked at Nanshan Yijian in disbelief, replying, "I never intended to become your apprentice. I already have a master." Nanshan Yijian insisted, "Bring him forth. I wish to duel with him." Bao Gu explained, "My master is in seclusion. I have not even laid eyes on him. I do not even know if he is male or female. How could I summon him?" Nanshan Yijian responded, "When he emerges from seclusion, let him come to Xianyu Ancient City to find me." Abruptly, he appeared to recall something, surveying the surroundings as if searching for someone. Bao Gu thought to herself, "Oh no, he seems to be losing his mind again." She quickly stepped forward, saying, "I know whom you seek. First, could you do me a favor?" Nanshan Yijian queried, "Why should I assist you?" Bao Gu replied, "Because it was I who brought you to Xianyu Ancient City, remember? You even dined on my beef and buns. The garments you wore were purchased by me." Nanshan Yijian stared at Bao Gu in astonishment, exclaiming, "Impossible." Bao Gu retorted, "What do you mean, impossible? I used my dowry to buy you food and clothing. The innkeeper and my senior sister can attest to this." As she spoke, she pulled Yu Mi before Nanshan Yijian. Nanshan Yijian fixed his gaze upon Yu Mi's eyes, demanding, "Do not deceive me." Yu Mi assured him, "I am not deceiving you. You may be confused and possibly do not remember." Nanshan Yijian questioned, "How do you know I am confused?" Bao Gu gasped in surprise, thinking, "My goodness, the madman is aware of his own madness?" Yu Mi continued, "If you were not confused, how could you have fallen into the state of a beggar? How could Bao Gu have treated you as one in need of aid?" Understanding dawned upon him. After a moment of contemplation, Nanshan Yijian asked, "Why have I descended to the status of a beggar?" Yu Mi replied, "Because your mind is unclear." Nanshan Yijian pressed further, "Why is my mind unclear?" Yu Mi almost blurted out, "Because you are mad." It dawned on her that she had spent an inordinate amount of time reasoning with a madman. Not receiving an answer, Nanshan Yijian remained silent. He wrapped his arms around himself and walked toward the street edge, taking refuge under a eave, curling up against the wall. Bao Gu hurried to crouch beside him, asking, "Do you not feel that your position here is pitiable? She would be upset to see you like this. Let us find another place to sit where she would be pleased." Nanshan Yijian inquired, "Where shall we sit?" Bao Gu's smile radiated brightly as she replied, "At my home. You can help me guard the premises and drive away any ne'er-do-wells. I will provide you with food and shelter. It is rather unbecoming for you to loiter here, eating and doing nothing." Nanshan Yijian looked at Bao Gu with a bewildered expression. Bao Gu asked, "Will you come or not?" "I shall pay you." She added, "I possess divine herbs that can assist one in breaking through to the divine transformation stage." In a sudden burst, Nanshan Yijian sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Is that true?" Bao Gu stood as well, saying, "Do you doubt my words? If you are uncertain, Come with me, and I shall show you. Nanshan Yijian inquired. What are these herbs? Bao Gu replied. Heavenly spirit fruit. Earthly spirit fruit. Primordial spirit fruit. Nanshan Yijian remarked. You're deceiving me. Bao Gu pondered for a moment and replied. What were you staring at just now? Surely, you must have discerned something about me. Do you truly believe that if I possess that, I could possibly deceive you? Clad in the Xiantian sword, and as the supreme sword master, Nanshan Yijian had just engaged in battle, utilizing sword energy. She found it hard to believe that someone of Nanshan Yijian's caliber could fail to recognize the marks of the Xiantian sword upon her. Nanshan Yijian scrutinized Bao Gu for a while before shifting her gaze to the small monkey perched on her shoulder, declaring, Very well, I shall agree to your terms. I will guard your home, and in return, you will provide me with Tianling fruits, Diling fruits, and Yuanshan fruits. Bao Gu smiled and exclaimed, It's a deal. Let us seal our pact with 3 claps. Nanshan Yijian raised her hand and struck it against Bao Gu's in solemn agreement. A joyful smile illuminated Bao Gu's face. Nanshan Yijian, as though granted a reprieve, exhaled deeply, her countenance brightening with a warm, sunny smile that rendered even the snow-laden landscape radiant. Bao Gu turned to Nanshan Yijian and said, Now, follow me. Nanshan Yijian nodded gently. Bao Gu then called out to the astonished Yuma, Sister, we are leaving. She waved enthusiastically to the nearby Liu, the head of Qingfeng Pavilion, shouting, Uncle Liu, we're off. I've brought the person you wanted. Liu had been attentively observing the exchange between Bao Gu and Nanshan Yijian, and he heard their conversation clearly. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, and if he were not aware of Nanshan Yijian's apparent madness, he would have thought his ears deceived him. A cultivator from the Taiyin sect, at the stage of Yuaning, called out, Do you think you can kill one of my disciples in broad daylight and simply walk away? Bao Gu regarded the cultivator with calm composure and stated deliberately, I have a bodyguard. The Yuanian cultivator chuckled. You've merely found someone who resembles Nanshan Yijian. Do you think you can frighten anyone with that? Even if he were truly Nanshan Yijian, I would not fear him. Bao Gu shot a sidelong glance at the Yuanian cultivator, silently conveying, You seek your own demise. She leisurely made her way toward Qingfeng Pavilion. The Yuanian cultivator hesitated briefly before launching himself at Bao Gu with blinding speed. As Bao Gu noticed the cultivator's movement and instinctively sought refuge behind Nanshan Yijian, the cultivator was already upon her. In a flurry, Bao Gu activated all her protective talismans and shut her eyes, bracing for the outcome. A metallic scent of blood wafted through the air, and cautiously, she cracked open one eye, only to find the Yuanian cultivator was no longer before her. She remained standing in place. Gasps erupted around her.
Nanshan Yijian,
The unparalleled sword of Nanshan, sweeping through the realm of Xianyu. Bao Gu felt a disturbance beneath her feet and glanced down, letting out a terrified scream. Before her lay a figure, or rather, a person who had been cleaved in two. The sight was so gruesome that she could hardly bear to look again. A chilling scream echoed once more. Following the sound, Bao Gu turned her gaze toward the Taiyin sect members encircling her, witnessing a sudden eruption of blood as one of their own was violently torn apart. Panic ensued from the direction of the Taiyin sect as cries of alarm rang out. Fall back. Amidst the cries, blood splattered, staining the white snow beneath. Yu Mu exclaimed, Let us go, as she forcefully pulled Bao Gu onto her flying sword, fleeing for their lives. Bao Gu, despite being yanked onto the sword by Yu Mu, turned her head to glance back, witnessing the throngs that had once densely blocked the vast street now fleeing in terror. A glimmer of cold light swept through the crowd, and in its wake, blood gushed forth as a living soul was cleaved in two in an instant. The bustling streets of the immortal city transformed into a hellish nightmare. Above, the brilliance of a magical artifact erupted, causing a deafening explosion that left Bao Gu's eardrums ringing painfully. The shockwave from the explosion hurled Yu Mu and Bao Gu from their flying sword. Yu Mu, disoriented and struggling to gather her breath, could only tightly shield Bao Gu. As they neared the ground, in an effort to prevent Bao Gu from being crushed, she exerted all her strength to flip over, placing herself beneath Bao Gu. And they crashed to the ground with a jarring thud that left her dizzy, her internal organs shaken violently. Bao Gu, dazed and confused, took a moment to collect herself before noticing Yu Mu lying beside her, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Senior sister, she cried. Just then, the chattering of the treasured monkey echoed from behind. Turning her head, Bao Gu saw the monkey peeking from beneath the eaves, its small paw covering its face in a gesture of sympathy. Little monkey, quickly save senior sister, Bao Gu urged, but the monkey shook its head, chattering defiantly as if to say, I refuse to help. Another explosion reverberated overhead, shaking the air around them. Suddenly, Master Feng appeared beside Bao Gu, scooping up the unconscious Yu Mu and seizing Bao Gu by the tiger skin belt, launching them skyward. away from the fray. His speed was astounding, the frigid wind nearly numbing Bao Gu, ice crystals collecting on her tiger skin attire. Even a breath felt as if it would freeze her lungs, compelling her to channel her vital energy to stave off the cold. Fortunately, before long, Master Foam descended, releasing Bao Gu, who collapsed to the ground, her limbs frozen. He carried the severely injured Yu Mi inside, administering several pills and examining her wounds before placing her gently on the bed, then promptly exited the room. He returned to retrieve the frostbitten Bao Gu, bringing her inside and offering her a few sips of spiritual wine, which finally helped her recover. Suddenly, a mournful wail pierced the air, followed by heart-wrenching cries that echoed eerily. Reminiscent of the sorrowful sounds Bao Gu had heard the night she encountered the sword of Nanshan at the inn. Chapter 52. The Man in Black. Bao Gu sat beside Yu Mi, awaiting her awakening, haunted by the gruesome scenes that flashed through her mind. "Miss Bao." She heard a voice call. Stepping back a few paces, Bao Gu grasped her sword tightly, her gaze fixed on the figure cloaked in black, their face obscured by a dark conical hat. In an instant, she understood the peril. Like a mantis stalking a cicada with a hidden sparrow behind, this figure had likely been biding their time to strike. Before she could contemplate further, the figure lunged at her once more. Bao Gu, unwilling to engage directly, shouted urgently, "Wait."
Hold on, please.
But the assailant charged forward without hesitation. His speed was so astonishing that Bao Gu was utterly unaware of how he had reached her side before she was sent hurtling backward once more. The magical artifacts of the golden core stage adorning her shattered with a resounding crack, leaving only a jade pendant hanging from her neck. Bao Gu inwardly lamented, "This is bad." A nascent soul realm. To obliterate the artifacts of the golden core stage with a mere palm strike indicated that he was at least at the nascent soul level. Terrified, she cried out, "Master, come save me." The man, upon hearing her desperate call, instinctively glanced toward the door behind Bao Gu, but found nothing amiss. With a disdainful snort, he sneered, "Do you think you can deceive me?" He raised his hand and lunged at Bao Gu, intent on shattering the protective jade pendant around her neck to abduct her. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, Bao Gu tightened her grip on her treasured sword and summoned all the true energy within her to execute a combat technique. She understood that even her senior sister, Yu Mi, would struggle to land a blow against a practitioner of the nascent soul realm, let alone herself, who was merely at the fourth stage of chi refinement. With her sister injured, her junior uncle in seclusion, and Master Foam having fled, there was no one to rescue her. She had no choice but to fight. "Ancestor, save me," she shouted, centering her thoughts and sensing the sword intent within her. Guiding it into the golden core sword in her grasp, she aimed it at the approaching figure clad in black, targeting the area where her nascent soul pendant resided. Before Bao Gu could strike, the black-clad man intercepted her with a powerful palm, striking her in the chest. She was sent flying, crashing heavily against the folding screen in the room before tumbling onto the table and rolling to the floor, feeling as though her entire body would shatter. The pendant around her neck emitted the sound of cracking. Gasping for breath, Bao Gu propped herself up with her sword and glanced down to see her pendant riddled with cracks. Yet a faint spiritual glow flickered around the shattered areas. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the pendant, inquiring, "Who goes there?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Bao Gu's spirits soared as she exclaimed, "Master Foam." Who else could stand before her but Master Foam? The man scoffed, just a thread of divine thought, and launched an assault against Master Foam. Master Foam shouted, "Hurry and flee." He snatched the golden core sword from Bao Gu and charged at the black-clad man. Hearing his voice, Bao Gu, disregarding the excruciating pain throughout her body, scrambled to her sister Yu Mi's side and swiftly stored her in the oversized storage pouch nestled under her arm. Before dashing to the nearby window and leaping out, she dared not use the front door, as a fierce battle raged there, with sword lights flashing and palm shadows swirling. Should she venture forth, she would surely be reduced to mere fragments. Suddenly, a thunderous clap reverberated through the snowy sky. Out of nowhere, a bolt of lightning descended. The black-clad man, startled, raised his eyes toward the source of the thunder, murmuring, "The refining chamber." His aura surged with overwhelming ferocity, crashing down upon Bao Gu. With her cultivation merely at the fourth stage of chi refinement, she stood no chance against a practitioner of the nascent soul realm. She heard the Doubao spirit monkey emit a startled cry, only to see the ungrateful creature transform into a beam of golden light, vanishing into the distance. In an instant, the black-clad man was upon her, just as Bao Gu heard her junior uncle's voice ring out, "Get away," as the figure clad in black appeared poised to capture her. He suddenly retreated at lightning speed, swiftly traversing several rooftops. A thunderous roar erupted, and a bolt of lightning struck a corner of the courtyard. Simultaneously, a figure enveloped in smoke emerged, brandishing a sword, charging from the newly formed crater in the yard, and bellowed, "Dare to strike while I am in seclusion? If you have the audacity, do not flee." Her voice, vibrant yet laced with menace, pierced through the ominous thunderclouds as she pursued the fleeing figure. Another thunderclap resonated through the air. The relentless pursuer let out a pained cry as an ethereal, snow-white tail unfurled behind her, revealing a stunning woman with a serpent's tail who valiantly deflected the falling thunderbolt with her sword. With a flourish of her tail, she continued her chase in the direction the black-clad figure had fled. After traversing several dozen paces, yet another bolt of lightning descended upon her sword. Once more, she raised her blade in defense, simultaneously wielding a magical artifact to assist her, successfully withstanding the onslaught. Glancing around, she cursed, "How shameful it is for you, a practitioner of the nascent soul, to bully a mere child in the 4th stage of chi refinement. I curse you, you shameless, treacherous wretch, to remain forever in the nascent soul realm." In the midst of her tirade, another small thunderbolt struck down. The junior disciple let out a woeful cry. Will this ever end? Again, she braced her sword against the impending lightning when suddenly, a beam of golden light shot toward her. Sensing the imminent danger, she swung her sword at the incoming light, and the collision of the lightning and her sword resulted in a violent explosion. A voice pierced through the cacophony of thunder, declaring, "Fellow Taoists, this is the holy city of human cultivation. We cannot allow beasts to run rampant here. Let us unite to eliminate this creature. Otherwise, when she successfully transcends her tribulation, we cultivators will surely suffer." The junior disciple retorted furiously, "You are the beast. Your entire family is composed of beasts. If you have the courage, step forward and fight me honorably instead of lurking in the shadows, hoping to take advantage of others. Do you think we are fools? Begone. Vile creature, prepare to meet your end." A figure soared into the sky. The junior disciple shouted, "It's the Tayin sect again." Amidst the clamor, another bolt of lightning struck, causing her to emit a cry that was more beastly than human as she transformed into a great white serpent. The serpent's head held the sword aloft, bracing against the heavenly thunder. The man who ascended into the sky activated his magical artifact to strike at the transformed junior disciple. He dared not enter the storm of thunder himself, opting instead to attack from a distance. The junior disciple, battling against the thunder, was unable to fend off this new threat. With a powerful sweep of her tail, scales flew and blood splattered as the magical artifact was shattered by the force of the lightning. The man proclaimed, "Exterminating demons is our duty. We shall not allow you beasts to rampage here." As he spoke, he unleashed a series of magical assaults upon the junior disciple. Struck by the barrage while enduring the thunder, she became a tapestry of wounds, bleeding profusely. Upon witnessing the junior disciple's dire plight, Bao Gu's eyes turned red with anguish. In a moment of desperation, she shattered all the communication artifacts given to her by her elders. She cried out, "Junior disciple, hold on. The elders are on their way." The junior disciple responded, "I am fine. Do not stray too far from me." Laughter echoed ominously. "A mere beast dares to declare war on the sect of cultivators?" The expression on the face of the man in white darkened as he summoned several magical artifacts once again. Upon witnessing the severe injuries of his junior uncle, Bao Gu cried out repeatedly, "Little monkey, little monkey." Suddenly, the multi-treasure spirit monkey emerged from a crack in the wall, chirping at Bao Gu with a knowing blink. Tossing a flask of liquor in his direction, Bao Gu caught the alcohol and hurled it towards his junior uncle, exclaiming, "Junior uncle, catch." With a flick of her serpent-like tail, she ensnared the flask of monkey wine he threw, manifesting 2 arms to uncork it and taking a hearty swig. As the liquor flowed down her throat, a delicate luminescence emanated from within her, and her wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. At that moment, a bolt of heavenly thunder struck down once more. The celestial cultivators from the Tayin sect simultaneously unleashed several magical treasures towards her. With one hand clutching the wine and the other wielding a sword, she braced herself against the most formidable lightning strike. The void tore open as 5 figures surged forth almost simultaneously. The voice of Master Foam, filled with exasperation, rang out. "Did I not instruct you not to seek my help? Yet he still arrived." Bao Gu pointed at the sky and shouted, "The people from the Tayin sect are attempting to kill junior uncle while she is transcending." Master Zhu, who had rushed out, had already grasped the situation in the air and summoned his life-bound artifact to confront the cultivators. This artifact had been acquired from his junior sister's water essence cultivation, and though he felt a pang of guilt, witnessing her achievement brought him comfort. However, seeing her life-bound artifact attract the deadly attention of enemies filled him with rage. The 4 infant soul realm cultivators swiftly dispatched the assailant and dispersed to the 4 cardinal points around junior uncle to protect her during her tribulation. With no further threats, Junior uncle, possessing the monkey wine, took a sip to counter the lightning tribulation. Even with her injuries, she could heal instantly, her demeanor becoming relaxed to the point of narrowing her serpent-like eyes. Master Zhu could not help but remark, "Junior sister, do take it easy on the drinking. You still have to confront the transformation into the divine realm." Afterward, he cast a concerned glance at Bao Gu, who stood in the courtyard, gazing up at his junior sister. Bao Gu recounted the events that transpired after Master Feng's departure, and upon finishing, she noticed the somber expression on the face of Lord Lu, who had appeared behind Master Feng. Bao Gu hastily interjected. The man in black spoke. It was not Lord Lu's voice. "Lord Lu, the figure in black is not you, but someone else. Only a traitor within the Qingfeng sect could infiltrate her courtyard and deceive the disciples into opening the gate." Lord Lu's face turned as dark as ink, and he vowed, "I shall uncover the truth of this matter." Chapter 53, Departure. Transforming into human form, Junior Uncle floated down beside Bao Gu with a sigh. 9 bolts of heavenly thunder could have struck me dead. This remark drew the disdainful glares of the 5 elders from the Xuantian gate who had come to her aid. "Did you enjoy the monkey wine?" Master Feng clasped his fists toward Lord Lu, saying, "Brother Lu, I apologize for the disturbances of late. Remaining here any longer may cause inconvenience for you." Lord Lu expressed his regrets. "I will certainly investigate today as events and provide an explanation to Brother Feng." Master Feng replied, "There is no need for you to concern yourself, for such incidents are unavoidable. We have already troubled you greatly, and the troubles we have caused are too many. To linger further may prove inappropriate, and may even implicate you." He let out a deep sigh and said, "I fear that the Xiantian sect will soon engage in a life-and-death confrontation with the Taiyin sect." Master Lu was taken aback. But such words from Master Feng could not be taken lightly. He replied, "If there is any way I can assist, please do not hesitate to let me know." "Brother Feng." Master Feng expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Lu. The Taiyin sect is pressing hard, and the Xiantian sect is in grave peril." He refrained from saying more and clasped his fists in respect, saying, "Until we meet again. Take care, Brother Lu. If I survive, I shall raise a toast with you once more." Master Lu returned the gesture. "Take care, Brother Feng. I will certainly investigate today as events and provide you with an explanation." Elder Fan Tuan inquired of Bao Gu, "Where is your senior sister?" Bao Gu replied, "She has sustained some injuries and is recuperating. Master Feng has already administered medicine to aid her recovery." Master Feng then asked, "Where is your senior sister now?" Bao Gu hesitated and glanced toward her junior uncle. Master Feng pressed, "Is there anything you cannot disclose?" Her junior uncle gently nodded. Bao Gu raised her hand, and suddenly, Yufu appeared, tumbling through the air and landing deftly on the ground, muttering, "Fool." The expressions of everyone present, except for her junior uncle and Yufu, turned pale. How could Bao Gu possess a treasure capable of concealing living beings? Moreover, they felt not a trace of its aura. Master Lu sighed, "Brother Feng, were it not for our solid friendship and the presence of an elder in my sect at the transformation stage, I would have been tempted to seize your little disciple." Possessing the extraordinary monkey wine and the ability to summon the renowned Nanshan sword to guard the premises, along with a treasure that could conceal living beings without detection, it was no wonder that the prominent figures of the Taiyin sect disregarded their dignity and risked action. He had a premonition that the Xiantian sect would either rise to prosperity or meet its demise. After a brief hesitation, he stated, "Brother Feng, we share a bond of life and death. If the Xiantian sect encounters difficulties, my Qingfeng Pavilion will lend its full support." Master Feng, filled with gratitude, patted Master Lu on the shoulder and said, "Brother, I shall refrain from expressing further thanks. The Xiantian sect has some confidence against the Taiyin sect. Should we falter, I will seek your assistance." With that, he summoned Bao Gu and Yufu, and the group utilized the transmission array of the Qingfeng Pavilion to head toward the Xiantian sect. Just before stepping onto the transmission array, Bao Gu noticed that the duo Bao Spirit Monkey had not followed and called out, "Little monkey." Not seeing the Spirit Monkey emerge, she repeated her calls. Master Feng inquired, "Is the Spirit Monkey missing?" Suddenly, a vague squeak echoed, and the duo Bao Spirit Monkey squeezed out from the wall. It landed in front of the transmission array, inscribed the coordinates of the Xiantian sect, waved at Bao Gu, and quickly hopped onto the transmission array. This action startled the several Yuanying stage cultivators present. A finger-sized monkey understood the formation. The duo Bao Spirit Monkey let out an urgent squeak, seemingly urging them to hurry. The group dared not delay and swiftly stepped onto the transmission array to depart. Bao Gu stood in the center of the array, feeling the weight of all her master's gazes upon her, too frightened to even breathe. The duo Bao Spirit Monkey had stepped onto the array with them, but now it had vanished. Yufu quietly transmitted a message to Bao Gu. "With your junior uncle present, there is no need to fear." Yumafu remarked, "The current Lingyun main peak is but an empty shell, devoid of even a defensive array." Do not underestimate this place. It is the critical site where my junior master is in secluded meditation, safeguarded by arrays personally set up by the Sect Leader. Remain here in the courtyard and do not wander. The arrays in this forest have all been activated. Should you stray and inadvertently trigger one, your life may be at stake. Bao Gu responded with an "oh," contemplating before asking, "Sister, why did you say that with my junior master here, we need not fear? She has only just entered the nascent soul stage. Her strength pales in comparison to several of our elders, does it not?" Yumifu inquired. "Do you know your junior master's surname?" Bao Gu shook her head. Yumifu fell silent momentarily before asking, "Then, do you know the surname of our sect leader?" Bao Gu again shook her head, pondering before querying. "Could it be that the sect leader and my junior master share the same surname?" "My junior master is the only daughter of the sect leader," Yumifu explained. "The sect leader's surname is Z. The illustrious Zishianjin is indeed he. My junior master's name is Yunshu." Realization dawned on Bao Gu, who thought, "No wonder my junior master dared to confront Elder Zhu, who is at the late nascent soul stage, even before transcending her tribulation. No wonder there were 4 elders protecting her during the tribulation." After a moment, she asked, "Is our master also formidable?" Yumifu replied, "Perhaps." Bao Gu inquired, "What is our master's name?" Yumifu, momentarily speechless, exclaimed, "I have never even told you our master's name." Bao Gu shook her head. Yumifu rubbed her forehead and sighed, saying, "Our master's name is Zhuo Wangchuan, a water attribute cultivator with a heavenly spiritual root. He was accepted as a disciple by the sect leader during his travels. The sect leader has only taken in 2 direct disciples, one being the current acting sect leader and the other being our master." Bao Gu responded with an "oh." Yumifu continued, "Bao Gu, your current strength is simply too weak. Regardless of how the Xiantian sect and the Taiyin sect clash, you cannot intervene. Therefore, focus on your cultivation here and strive to reach the foundation establishment stage before the ancient ruins open." Bao Gu lamented, "Sister, I have no spirit stones left." Yumifu nodded, saying, "I will speak to my junior master." With that, she turned and walked toward the wooden house. Bao Gu followed her, asking, "Sister, will you also reside here?" Yumifu replied, "If I do not stay here, who will protect you?" With that, she entered the wooden house to meditate and heal. Today, while protecting Bao Gu, she had sustained a grievous fall. Had she not broken through to the golden core stage, her physique transcending the mortal realm, that fall would have been sufficient to leave her unrecognizable and dead on the spot. Perhaps the elders were envious of the treasure she possessed, coveting the rare gems nestled within the belly of the multi-treasure spirit monkey. Yet, they had never resorted to forceful seizure. For her sake, they wagered the very fate of their sect. This was due to the legacy left by their ancestor and the myriad treasures she bore, as well as her unique 5 aligned heavenly spiritual roots, which rendered her the hope of the Xiantian sect in their eyes. She did not perceive her possession of great treasures as a crime. Rather, in the realm of cultivation, failing to harness their efficacy and allowing others to plunder and humiliate her was the true sin. She yearned to break free from the protective wings of her sect, no longer wishing to seek refuge or assistance at every turn. She aspired to grow stronger, to safeguard her senior sister and her younger uncle, and to live a long life alongside a beloved partner, exploring the world together. The image of Yumi flickered in her mind, causing Bao Gu to hastily shake her head. How could her future partner possibly be her senior sister? Yet, apart from her father, no one had ever cared for her as her senior sister had. Her father was her blood relative, while her senior sister had protected her since she was found in Qingshan County, even risking her life for her today, a thought that led her astray. A senior sister was a senior sister. How could someone so kind be a romantic partner? There were responsibilities to uphold at Xiantian sect. She needed to calm her mind and focus on her cultivation. Bao Gu dared not dwell on such thoughts any longer and quickly settled into a meditative posture. She recalled the times her senior sister had seen her in vulnerable moments. Fortunately, they were both women. Otherwise, she might have been wed to her. Oh, dear. Back to cultivation. Taking a deep breath, she commanded herself to concentrate and attune to the Xiantian sword, a legacy left within her by the founding master. She knew the sword resided in her dantian. Otherwise, how could it have shrunk in fright when her senior sister and younger uncle had removed her clothing? She speculated that the Xiantian sword had awakened sentience, as even her younger uncle remarked that it was more cunning than the duo Bao spirit monkey. Bao Gu did not expect to locate it immediately. Seated by the frozen brook, she absorbed the scattered spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, circulating the true energy within her dantian as she meditated, quietly sensing the fluctuations of her inner energy in an attempt to connect with the Xiantian sword. The enticing aroma of roasted meat mixed with the fragrance of spiritual herbs wafted her way, stirring a timely hunger within her. The duo Bao spirit monkey lounged beside the campfire, its round eyes fixated on the roasting meat, drooling incessantly. Yumi diligently tended to the meat, occasionally murmuring that it would be even more delicious with some spiritual herbs, prompting the duo-bao spirit monkey to eagerly fetch a herb as described. Before long, a dozen or so fifth-tier spiritual herbs found their way into Yumi's hands, which she crushed into juice, applying it to the meat like a sauce. Bao Gu sat beside the duo-bao spirit monkey, enchanted by the mingling aromas of roasting meat and spiritual herbs, unable to move as she awaited the meal's completion. It smells divine.
Yumi.
What delectable dish are you preparing? Came the voice of her younger uncle, Zi Yunshu. Yumi replied with a smile. It's the meat from the snow leopard demon beast we hunted last time. Zi Yunshu sat down beside the roasting meat, her gaze directed at the duo-bao spirit monkey. I just received news from Xianyue Ancient City. Many medicinal fields there have suffered greatly and been completely raided. Was it your doing? The duo-bao spirit monkey let out a sound, covering its face with its hands, peeking through its fingers at the savory meat.
Zi Yunshu remarked.
There's enough for everyone. The duo-bao spirit monkey swiftly darted over to Bao Gu, positioning itself strategically between her and Zi Yunshu. How is it on the Taiyin sect side? Yumi inquired. Zi Yunshu replied, what can be done? The Xiantian sect is currently besieged, and they are racking their brains to break the protective mountain formation. Yumu exclaimed, do you still have the leisure to come here for meat? Zi Yunshu replied, I merely came to check on your well-being, if that is permissible. The elder in the nascent soul stage has already emerged from seclusion, and your master has also come out, though he took half a flask of monkey wine for me before retreating once more. She paused briefly and continued, currently. The lower-ranked disciples of a sect have all withdrawn. My father has also exited his seclusion today. He instructed me to come and settle things for you. Yumu furrowed her brow and inquired, our strength pales in comparison to the Taiyin sect. We stand little chance in a confrontation. Lord Liu of Qingfeng Pavilion is on good terms with Master Feng. He has the former pavilion master above him and the elders' hall below. He may not be able to guarantee full support for Xiantian sect, and I fear the assistance might be minimal, Zi Yunshu responded. Zi Yunmei interjected, thus, we have decided to abandon this millennia-old foundation and withdraw. Yumu sprang to her feet, exclaiming, abandon the foundation of Xiantian sect? Zi Yunshu replied. The current Xiantian sect is already hollow. Aside from these mountains devoid of spiritual veins and resources, what remains? We previously clung to Xiantian sect out of belief in the legacy of Lingyun Old Peak, but now that legacy has fallen into the hands of Bao Gu, and the medicinal fields of each peak have been plundered by the duo-bao spirit monkey. What remains of Xiantian sect besides a protective mountain formation? If we engage in battle, we will be unable to preserve the remaining teachings and disciples. My father stated that if we can protect Bao Gu and the duo-bao spirit monkey, there will be a chance for Xiantian sect to rise again. He instructed me to take you with me. Bao Gu softly said, this is my home. Zi Yunshu cast a deep glance at Bao Gu, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her mouth as she proposed. Do you not possess a small empty world? Place Lingyun Peak within it, in case Xiantian sect within it. Bao Gu, taken aback, replied, but our powers may not suffice to move mountains, right? Zi Yunshu chuckled, my father can. Yumu gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. Zi Yunshu continued with a smile, let us proceed with this plan. Yumu pondered for a moment and said, given the calamity we have brought upon ourselves by provoking the Taiyin sect, with each peak abandoning their foundations, what will they think? Will they agree? Little Master Uncle, if there are discontented sentiments among the peaks, I fear there may be unforeseen changes. Zi Yunshu, her eyes sparkling with mirth, replied, with the Xiantian sword of our senior sister in Bao Gu's possession, they would not dare to harm Bao Gu. With the duo-bao spirit monkey by Bao Gu's side, it symbolizes their hope for advancing to the transformation stage. Unforeseen changes? Where would they go? They cannot threaten or coerce Bao Gu. Even if they sought refuge with the Taiyin sect, the hope of transcending into the transformation stage would elude them. It would be far better to protect Bao Gu and procure some supreme monkey wine. Furthermore, just like us, they have cultivated within Xiantian sect since entering the world of cultivation. Holding deep sentiments for Xiantian sect, they will not turn against us. Do you think the Taiyin sect is risking the lives of their nascent soul experts for what? Is it not for the hope of breaking through to the transformation stage? Are they coming here for these empty mountains? Bao Gu contemplated and asked, where shall we go? Yumu and Zi Yunshu exchanged glances, their lips parting in silent unison to utter 3 words. Bao Gu, bewildered, asked, where to? It's quite annoying how in sync you two are. Chapter 54, The Transaction. Zi Yunshu and Yumu shared a smile, deliberately withholding the information from Bao Gu. Soon, the meat of the snow leopard, roasted to perfection with the elixir as a sauce, made the 3 humans and 1 monkey savor it with delight. After devouring a succulent leopard leg, the treasure-hunting monkey generously presented 3 gourds of the finest monkey wine to the trio. Upon uncorking one of the wine gourds, Yumi detected the unmistakable aroma of pure, unadulterated, supreme monkey wine. Amused yet scornful, she thought to herself, this wretched monkey keeps lamenting about being out of wine. Yet here it conjures 3 gourds. Simultaneously, she marveled at the sheer quantity of celestial fruits required to produce such an abundance of supreme monkey wine. Where could the treasure-hunting monkey have acquired so many celestial fruits? The answer dawned on her. It must have pilfered them. Knowing her own cultivation was insufficient to indulge in the supreme monkey wine, Bao Gu obediently set aside what the treasure-hunting monkey had given her and opted for the spiritual wine bestowed by Yumi. After a few sips, she caught a whiff of the intoxicating aroma of the supreme monkey wine that wafted from Yumi and Ziyunshu, causing her head to spin increasingly. In her hazy state, she beheld a man clad in a flowing purple robe seated by the campfire, who took the supreme monkey wine from her senior sister and downed it in one gulp before claiming the gourd for himself. With a finger pointed at the man in the purple robe, Bao Gu protested, "You shall not steal my senior sister's wine." She swayed and collapsed to the ground, her gaze still fixed on him, before succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening, she found herself still beside the fire, the night fully enveloping the sky, with snow beginning to fall. The remnants of the snow leopard lay scattered, reduced to mere bones, while the treasure-hunting monkey, having unearthed a small hammer from who knows where, was busy cracking the bones to savor the marrow. It suddenly struck Bao Gu that monkeys typically feasted on fruits and elixirs. When had they taken to consuming meat? She lifted her gaze to the man across from her, who was observing her with a composed demeanor, and inquired, "Who are you?" He appeared to be in his 30s, exuding a steadiness that belied his earlier act of wine theft. Yumi reprimanded, "Bao Gu, do not be disrespectful. Hasten to pay your respects to our esteemed master." "Esteemed master? But you look so young." Bao Gu realized her earlier indiscretion and quickly added, "So handsome too." Attempting to flatter him, the Lord of the Purple Heavens smiled and queried, "Bao Gu, what are your thoughts and plans for the future?" Observing the seriousness behind his smiling facade, Bao Gu sensed that her master had a specific consideration for her. After a moment's reflection, she replied, "Master, Bao Gu believes that a home, no matter how impoverished, is still a home. Even if the Xiantian sect possesses nothing, we should not abandon it." The Lord of the Purple Heavens asked, "If it cannot be preserved, and disaster befalls your family, would you prefer to relocate to avoid calamity, or remain and face ruin together?" After a brief hesitation, Bao Gu answered, "I would choose to relocate to avoid disaster. If the adversary relentlessly pursues us, there would be no safe haven to stand upon. If the Tian sect comes to bully us, retreating would only make them believe we are afraid, prompting them to intensify their pursuit. Losing the foundation of the Xiantian sect would mean losing our roots. No matter how destitute it may be, it is still our home. Without our home, how can we stand firm?" The Lord of the Purple Heavens responded, "It is rare to find such a sentiment in you. However, I was inquiring about your personal plans for the future, not about the Xiantian sect's intentions." A flush crept across Bao Gu's face, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. She bit her lip and replied, "My current cultivation is feeble. The urgent priority is to engage in training. However, this is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a mere day or two, and I require a substantial amount of spirit stones for my cultivation. Presently, the Xiantian sect finds itself in peril, a situation I contributed to. Though my strength is lacking, I cannot simply retreat into seclusion and live a life of ease. I cannot find solace in such a life. We must sell some of the supreme monkey wine from the treasured monkey to exchange for a wealth of elixirs, spirit stones, and materials to enhance the strength of our disciples. Are there not numerous elders in the late gold core stage among us? The transition to the transformation stage is but a step away. I will negotiate with the treasure monkey to procure some rare items to bolster everyone's prowess." She turned to the treasure monkey and said, "Little monkey, I do not wish to take your possessions, but we are at a critical juncture. We are intertwined in fate. If we endure this trial together, once the Xiantian sect flourishes, you shall have whatever you desire." The treasured monkey chirped softly, gazing at Bao Gu with a pitiful expression. Bao Gu gently patted the treasured monkey's head and reassured, "Be obedient. I promise it won't be long before I return what you've provided." After pondering for a moment, she looked towards Master Zetian and remarked, "Master, we cannot accept the little monkey's offerings without reciprocation. If we solely rely on what the monkey possesses, we will eventually deplete our resources." Zetian smiled, turned to the treasured monkey and proposed, "Treasured monkey, how about a barter? An equal exchange, perhaps? The Xiantian sect is impoverished, and many within are stuck at a bottleneck, unable to break through. If we could obtain elixirs to assist in overcoming these obstacles, the strength of the Xiantian sect would multiply exponentially. Those at the late Foundation establishment stage could use Golden Core pills to ascend to the Golden Core stage, while those at the late Golden Core stage could utilize Nascent Soul pills to reach the Nascent Soul realm. Those at the late Nascent Soul stage could leverage the Supreme Monkey Wine to transition to the transformation stage. Golden Core pills are relatively easy to find, though we lack some primary ingredients. However, they are not difficult to procure. Many ingredients for the Nascent Soul pills have become extinct, and it has been years since anyone has successfully refined them. Now that we have the treasured monkey, we have hope in gathering the materials needed for the Nascent Soul pills. As for the Supreme Monkey Wine, it is a precious elixir. It was with just a small gourd of it sent by Feng Yi that I broke through from the late Nascent Soul stage to the transformation stage. If the Xiantian sect could acquire 2 or 3 more transformation stage experts, what would we have to fear from the Taiyin sect? With 3 transformation stage masters standing firm, their mere presence would exert an invisible deterrent. What we need now are elixirs and time. Xianshu also contributed her gourd of Supreme Monkey Wine to Master Zetian. Zetian handed a storage bag to the treasure monkey, stating, "Take a look at what is contained within." The treasured monkey eagerly accepted the storage bag and peered inside, chattering joyfully at Master Zetian. Zetian then listed dozens of spirit herbs, saying, "I will trade these spirit herbs and fruits from the storage bag for these dozens of spirit herbs and grasses. How many of these types do you have? I will exchange for as many as you possess." The treasured monkey glanced at Master Zetian, counting on its fingers as if calculating the fairness of the deal. After a while, it scratched its head, seeming unable to tally the figures, and looked towards Bao Gu with a pleading gaze. Observing this, Bao Gu chuckled. "Let me help you with the calculations." She retrieved her ancestral abacus from the storage bag, deftly shaking it so that the beads clattered into place. The herbs provided by the master are either readily available in the market or found within our sect. They are by no means extinct. The item sought in exchange for the precious treasure monkey should indeed be rare and elusive, as rarity confers value. Master, in the spirit of our shared lineage, I shall offer you a discount. 1 herb of the same tier can be exchanged for 5. The herbs may only be swapped within their respective tiers, 3 for 3, 4 for 4, and 5 for 5. Should you wish to exchange for a 9th tier item, please provide a 9th tier sacred herb in return. Upon hearing the offer of 5 for 1, the precious treasure monkey's eyes sparkled with delight, eagerly nodding and chattering, leaping onto the shoulder of Bao Gu, affectionately wrapping its arms around her neck, wearing an expression of pure adoration. The Lord of the Purple Heavens nodded in agreement. Acquiring rare elixirs at such a favorable rate was indeed a lucrative transaction. Bao Gu continued, "For each complete set of alchemical materials, I would request additional corresponding elixirs. I am aware that a single furnace yields at least 3 to 5 pills, and sometimes as many as a dozen or 20. For instance, a furnace of chi refining pills produces no fewer than several dozen to 100. I do not ask much, merely 1/10. The Lord of the Purple Heavens regarded Bao Gu with a penetrating gaze, nodding slowly. He felt an odd sensation, as if this young girl were not merely a cultivator, but rather a natural-born merchant. "Then we have a deal. Let the exchanges commence," she declared. She instructed the precious treasure monkey to retrieve her storage bag, categorizing the herbs gifted by her master according to their tiers, counting the quantity of each tier, while simultaneously directing the monkey to organize the herbs and grasses her master required. As her master called out the names and quantities of the herbs, she executed the exchanges at the rate of 1 for 5. The entire process unfolded under the watchful eyes of her master and the treasure monkey. The monkey, thrilled with the prospect of 1 herb yielding 5, gleefully hopped about. The Lord of the Purple Heavens, too, grinned at the prospect of acquiring a vast quantity of rare elixirs at such a nominal price. Once the transaction was complete, Bao Gu remarked, "Master, I am aware you require Yuan infant pills. As I have no immediate use for them, and there are fellow disciples in need, I would appreciate it if you could convert the value of the Yuan infant pills to spirit stones at market rates. I understand that spirit stones are scarce in the Xiantian sect, and if there are insufficient stones, any deficit may be compensated with elixirs, precious herbs, or alchemical materials." She calculated that, based on the materials recently exchanged for Yuan infant pills, the Lord could produce 5 furnaces, estimating at least 3 pills per furnace, while accounting for wastage, thus ensuring she would receive at least 1 Yuan infant pill. Subsequently, she tallied the number of Golden Core pills and Foundation Establishment pills she was due, gazing expectantly at the Lord, awaiting his payment. Yumifu and Ziyunshu were left utterly astonished by the unfolding events. The Lord of the Purple Heavens was momentarily taken aback, silent for several moments, before quietly handing Bao Gu a storage bag, stating, "This is all I can offer you. Take it." Noticing Bao Gu's intent to speak, he shot her a stern glance and declared, "Do you think I would shortchange you? With a flick of his sleeve, he departed. It became clear to him that Bao Gu, through her intermediary role, had skillfully secured a yuan infant pill, 5 golden core pills, and 10 foundation establishment pills, a most advantageous and profitable arrangement indeed. Bao Gu hurriedly opened the storage bag given to her by Lord Zetian and peered inside. To her dismay, there was not a single premium spirit stone. Only over 100 superior spirit stones, several hundred medium-grade spirit stones, a heap of inferior spirit stones, and a collection of magical artifacts that she could not comprehend. Pouting her lips, she muttered in grievance, "Master is bullying me. This is extortion." Lord Zetian, hovering high in the sky, abruptly paused, his face flushing with embarrassment, and cursed under his breath, "Get lost." He swiftly vanished like the wind. Yumi raised her hand to snatch the storage bag from Bao Gu. Peering inside with wide eyes, she pulled out a pair of underwear and exclaimed, "Little martial uncle, is this your father's underwear?" Ziyun Shu's face instantly turned crimson as she stood up, poised to strangle Bao Gu. As her hand reached towards Bao Gu, she quickly altered her attack, snatching the storage bag and the pair of underwear from Yumi's hands. She swiftly rummaged through the bag, gathering a few sets of clean clothes before returning the storage bag to Bao Gu. With a fierce glare directed at Bao Gu, her face was so flushed it seemed it could bleed. She indignantly fixed her gaze on the still-bent Yumi and furiously threatened, "Keep your mouth shut, or I will crush you." Bao Gu silently accepted the storage bag and stealthily slipped into the house. After taking a few steps, she suddenly noticed Yumi flipping over and pinning little martial uncle beneath her, straddling her waist while playfully squeezing her chin, teasing, "Little martial uncle, why is your face so red? It's not like I sold your underwear. Why are you blushing?" Ziyun Shu's eyes blazed with fury, her chest heaving. Yumi, with a lecherous gaze, fixated on her ample bosom, thought to herself, "Little martial uncle is quite the flirt. Even in human form, she is such a generous figure." She reached out and pinched, only to find it surprisingly genuine. Chapter 55, Selling Wine. Yumi and Ziyun Shu turned simultaneously to glance at Bao Gu, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yumi got up, but just as she steadied herself, Ziyun Shu, leaping into action, delivered a swift kick to her backside. Caught off guard, Yumi lost her balance and fell into the snow. Quickly recovering, Yumi sprang up and turned to launch another attack on Ziyun Shu, who was no easy opponent, countering with calmness against Yumi's onslaught. In the snow-blanketed courtyard, the two figures, one white and one purple, danced gracefully through the air, the clash of swords and weapons echoing relentlessly. She summoned the elusive Duobao spirit monkey, saying, "Teach me how to brew monkey wine." The Duobao spirit monkey stared at Bao Gu with wide eyes, scratching its head in confusion. After pondering for a moment, Bao Gu clarified, "I do not wish to brew supreme monkey wine. I only desire to concoct a simple monkey wine suitable for those at the golden core stage and below, using 3rd and 4th tier spirit fruits and herbs." The Duobao spirit monkey considered her words before leaping onto Bao Gu's shoulder, its tiny paws resting on her forehead. In an instant, scenes flooded Bao Gu's mind, lush, vibrant forests filled with spiritual energy and the Duobao spirit monkey brewing monkey wine. Each step of the brewing process imprinted itself in her consciousness, accompanied by a youthful voice explaining the intricacies. The brewing of monkey wine is an exceedingly intricate endeavor, as not every fruit can be indiscriminately combined for this purpose. One must harmoniously blend various spiritual fruits while also incorporating suitable spiritual herbs, all under precise control of time and temperature. The production of this monkey wine necessitates a copious amount of spiritual fruits alongside the requisite herbs, and moreover, it requires a stable environment, typically within a unique storage known as the Heavenly Spirit Wood Hollow. If such a Heavenly Spirit tree is unavailable, the Earth Spirit or Divine Spirit trees may suffice. Should none of these 3 spiritual trees be accessible, one could resort to a 9th-tier spiritual wood that nurtures the soul. According to Bao Gu, all spiritual herbs and fruits demand ample spiritual energy for their growth, with higher-tiered varieties necessitating increasingly stringent conditions. For instance, Heavenly Spirit fruit trees must take root within spiritual veins to thrive. She pondered on where to find such Heavenly Spirit fruit trees and spiritual veins for brewing monkey wine. She was aware that the treasure-holding spirit monkey surely possessed both spiritual veins and trees like the Heavenly Spirit, Earth Spirit, and Primordial Spirit trees, for otherwise, it would not be capable of producing such an abundance of supreme monkey wine. After some contemplation, she inquired whether the treasure-holding spirit monkey would be willing to engage in a trade, similar to their earlier transaction with the Sect Leader, exchanging a small quantity of spiritual herbs for a larger amount. The treasure-holding spirit monkey nodded enthusiastically. Bao Gu proposed, "You brew some monkey wine, and I shall purchase the spiritual fruits consumed in your brewing at 5 times their market price, a fair exchange of 1 for 5. The spirit monkey's eyes widened in astonishment as it scratched its head in confusion. Bao Gu continued, I will not be acquiring the supreme monkey wine. Instead, you shall use third, fourth, fifth, and sixth tier spiritual fruits to brew monkey wine in abundance. Whatever quantity you can produce, I shall procure. This way, I can sell the wine to cultivators in the Qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden elixir stages. And the proceeds can be exchanged for a plethora of spiritual fruits and herbs for you. The aging of the wine need not be extensive. It can be stored for 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, or even 10 years. Do you understand? The treasure-holding spirit monkey nodded in comprehension. Bao Gu asked, Are you willing to accept the 1-for-5 deal? After a moment of hesitation, the spirit monkey blinked and nodded, beaming as it leaped onto Bao Gu's shoulder, tightly wrapping its tiny arms around her neck. With its left paw raised in a gesture of 1, and its right paw splayed to signify 5. Its eyes gleamed with delight as it alternated between the two numbers. Bao Gu chuckled. Then it is settled. Off you go to brew the wine. Before she could fully grasp the situation, she was nearly buried beneath a mountain of wine gourds. The treasure-holding spirit monkey chattered incessantly, seemingly brimming with pride. Meanwhile, outside, the two combatants heard the commotion and promptly ceased their altercation, rushing to the bedroom door, only to find the hefty wine gourds blocking their entrance. As Yu Mi and Zi Yunshu prepared to seize the wine for themselves, they witnessed the gourds vanish in an instant, having been swiftly claimed by someone else. Upon entering the room, they found Bao Gu patting her chest, exclaiming, That nearly buried me alive. Spotting the two women eyeing her with predatory intent, Bao Gu asked, Have you finished your fight? Zi Yunshu inquired, Where's the wine? Bao Gu feigned ignorance, responding, What wine? With a grin revealing her pearly white teeth. Zi Yunshu teased, Do you wish to be stripped of your belongings once more? Bao Gu swallowed hard and pointed to the treasure-holding spirit monkey, stating, You should ask the little monkey for it. As soon as her words fell, the precious spirit monkey emitted a sharp squeak and vanished in an instant, its distant calls echoing with several more squeaks. Bao Gu understood that the monkey was reminding her, Don't forget to give me 5 times the spirit medicine and spirit fruit. Zi Yunshu and Yu Mi misheard it as a challenge. If you have the ability, come and chase me. Who could possibly catch this troublesome monkey? Just moments ago, they had been deeply engrossed in their sparring, completely oblivious to the exchange between Bao Gu and the precious spirit monkey, which had led to the sudden display of so many monkey wines. They both gazed at Bao Gu with curiosity. After a moment's hesitation, Bao Gu decided to reveal the nature of her transaction with the monkey. Yu Mi couldn't help but exclaim, A cunning merchant. To which Zi Yunshu echoed, Indeed, a cunning merchant. Bao Gu replied, The Xiantian sect is impoverished. Selling within its confines yields no profit. However, I am quite principled. I will offer 10 jars of each type of wine as tribute to our esteemed master every month. Zi Yunshu's expression softened. If you are offering tribute to my father, what difference does it make to me? Bao Gu turned to Yu Mi and said, Senior sister, could you please summon Master Foam? Yu Mi asked, What do we need him for? Bao Gu answered, To sell the wine. Master Foam has a good relationship with Master Lu, who is well acquainted in the Xianyu ancient city and holds considerable influence. To successfully sell this wine, we must rely on Master Lu's connections. With a grin, she continued, Once we establish a solid business partnership with the Qingfeng Pavilion, they will surely assist us in dealing with the Taiyin sect to protect their fortune. Zi Yunshu studied Bao Gu intently for a while before asking, How old are you this year? Bao Gu replied, 14. Zi Yunshu retorted, 14, yet you seem so crafty. I will call Senior Foam and my father right away. Bao Gu interjected, Wait. I must first tally the goods and take account. Junior uncle, senior sister. You may continue your sparring for now. Without waiting for their reactions, she turned and sat at the table in the guest hall, retrieving a wolfskin roll she had prepared earlier to serve as her ledger. She then asked Yu Mi for ink and brush. After sorting and detailing the various types of monkey wine she had received into the ledger, she was astonished by the sheer variety. Ranging from 1st to 6th tier, each tier further categorized into distinct types of wine, including a 1st-tier monkey wine brewed from the rare Zhuming fruit. The Zhuming fruit is renowned for its purifying effects. Bao Gu's pure constitution was indeed a testament to its efficacy. This monkey wine brewed from the Zhuming fruit undoubtedly surpassed the fruit itself in potency. Naturally, the price would also skyrocket exponentially. Once she completed her task, she said, All right, senior sister, junior uncle, please go and summon them. But upon lifting her head, she found a number of individuals seated in the room, patiently awaiting her. The esteemed master, Master Foam, Master Lu, and 2 unfamiliar elderly gentlemen were present, alongside her senior sister and junior uncle. Bao Gu paused, clearing her throat awkwardly. She stood up and respectfully bowed. Greetings, esteemed master, Master Foam, Master Lu, and to the two distinguished elders, I do not know.
Ziyong Xiao, wearing gabrachot
Looked at Bao Gu and asked, Are you finished with your tasks? With a gentle nod and a smile, Bao Gu replied, I finished my tasks. And I apologize for keeping everyone waiting. He continued, as you all know, in the realm of business, there are no familial ties. Settling accounts clearly can prevent numerous disputes and conflicts. Many business disagreements arise from unresolved accounts, leading to estrangement among partners and even animosity between brothers and fathers. Xiangxiu murmured in agreement. That seems to hold some truth. Bao Gu chuckled and clasped his fists in respect towards the two elderly gentlemen he had yet to meet, inquiring, May I ask how I should address the two of you? Lord Lu responded, These two gentlemen are the left and right elders of the Qingfeng Pavilion. I heard from Brother Feng that you wish to partner with me in selling monkey wine, so I brought along these esteemed elders. Bao Gu mused to himself. Such a grand assembly. They must be wary of my reconsideration. Xiangxiu encouraged, Bao Gu, please take a seat and continue. Bao Gu explained, I believe you are aware of the origins of this little monkey beside me. Last night, we reached an agreement. It will assist me in brewing monkey wine for a long-term and substantial supply. This means that as long as I can procure spiritual fruits and herbs, I can have as much monkey wine as I desire. Master, Uncle Lu, if you can gather the 9th-tier sacred fruits and herbs necessary for crafting the supreme monkey wine, obtaining it will be a trivial matter. As she spoke, she carefully observed the reactions of the prominent figures present, and indeed, she noticed subtle shifts in their expressions. Chapter 56, The Alliance. They remained silent, awaiting Bao Gu's next words. Bao Gu thought, these old foxes. They remain quiet, waiting for me to make an offer, hoping I will plead with them. Alas, her own limited strength compelled her to rely on them. She scratched her head and added, I cannot consume such a large quantity of wine, nor do I require it all. Instead, I need a significant amount of spiritual stones for cultivation, which is why I wish to sell this wine to exchange for ample spiritual stones for my training endeavors. Everyone knew that monkey wine was rare, especially that which had been aged from the heavenly spiritual fruit trees, nourishing the soul and proving invaluable for future breakthroughs into the divine transformation stage. Uncle Lu, you are known for your integrity. I thought of you first as a business partner. The Qingfeng Pavilion and the Xuantian Gate share a brotherly bond. Such a substantial transaction should not be offered to outsiders, should it? Lord Lu laughed heartily and pointed at Bao Gu, exclaiming, You are quite the character. The left elder, maintaining his composure, inquired, What kind of substantial transaction are we discussing? With an indifferent expression, the left elder uncorked a gourd of wine, releasing an intoxicating fragrance that filled the air with a spiritual glow. He deftly recorked the gourd and remarked, Bao Gu, that's not the way to speak. You are straightforward and decisive. I appreciate that. He smiled at Lord Lu and added, Master, it is only natural for brothers to collaborate in business. Lord Lu nodded gently at the left elder and turned to Bao Gu with a smile, asking, Pray tell, how does young friend Bao Gu envision this business arrangement? Bao Gu responded, I originally intended to open a wine shop, but as you know, my spiritual roots are mixed and my cultivation progresses slowly. I truly lack the time to manage a shop. Hence, I thought of you, Uncle Lu. The Qingfeng Pavilion not only has many members, but also a wide network, making it most suitable for conducting business. I offer you the monkey wine at a reasonable price. You may sell it as you wish, provided you can afford the spirit stones, spiritual fruits, and herbal medicines. I assure you of a steady supply of monkey wine. Ziyun Shao observed Bao Gu with an inscrutable expression. Master Lu smiled and inquired, May I take a look at your monkey wine and ask about the price? Bao Gu replied, Of course. She presented portions of each grade of monkey wine, clearly marked with prices for Master Lu to sample. Bao Gu stated, These are all pure, unadulterated wines, aged in the cellar of the heavenly spirit tree, with no deception involved. The onlookers sampled the wine, their interest piqued. After tasting, their gazes toward Bao Gu transformed. Master Lu, representing the Qingfeng Pavilion, promptly concluded a deal with Bao Gu. He pondered and proposed, Bao Gu, if you raise the price by 30%, will you sell this wine exclusively to me? Bao Gu considered and replied, Uncle Lu, if the Qingfeng Pavilion assists the Xiantian sect in eliminating the Taiyin sect, I shall sell this wine solely to you and to the disciples within the sect for their cultivation, never again in bulk to any other faction. Additionally, I will gift you a gourd of supreme monkey wine. She exclaimed through gritted teeth, Those scoundrels from the Taiyin sect are utterly detestable. Master Lu's expression grew serious as he shook his head, remarking, Eradicating a sect with a legacy spanning millennia is no small feat. Bao Gu asserted. First, aid the Xiantian sect in their plight, and when the day comes for the Xiantian sect to confront the Taiyin sect, simply lend your support. Ziyun Shao stood and declared, There is no better time than the present. Let it be today.
Please.
He turned and instructed Elder Foam. Foam-yi, you must make arrangements immediately. Elder Foam clasped his fists in salute, accepting the command and departing to prepare for the alliance. Master Lu then turned to Elder Zhua, saying, I leave the remaining business matters to you and Bao Gu to discuss in detail. The elders of Qingfeng Pavilion remained, while Xian Shun and Yu Mi stayed with the Xiantian sect, lacking sufficient spirit stones, spiritual fruits, and herbal medicines to purchase the considerable amount of monkey wine. Qingfeng Pavilion initially bought a portion, agreeing on a later date for the remainder. Observing Elder Zua's reaction while tasting the 6th grade monkey wine, Bao Gu recognized its significant utility for cultivators at the nascent soul stage. She produced 4 jars of 6th grade monkey wine, gifting 2 jars to each elder, and politely escorted them out, led by Yu Mi. Xian Shun circled around Bao Gu, who stood at the door, watching the 3 depart, scrutinizing Bao Gu from head to toe. With a playful chuckle, Xian Shun exclaimed, I beg you to come and drown me. Your voice is as enchanting as a siren's, dripping with allure, complemented by those enchanting eyes, a true reincarnation of a fairy. Ah, but our little junior uncle is indeed a spirit herself. Bao Gu rolled her eyes at Xian Shun, then turned to sit in her chair, sighing, I am utterly exhausted. Yet her spirits were high as she smiled at her small junior uncle, knowing that Xian Shun was there to request wine. She said, Little junior uncle, do call out something sweet. Xian Shun responded, What sweet words do you wish to hear? Little Bao Gu? My dear heart? Bao Gu stammered, sweating profusely, and quickly retrieved 2 gourds of 6th grade monkey wine, stuffing them into Xian Shun's embrace, looking pitifully at her and lamenting, Little junior uncle, all my magical artifacts have been ruined. Xian Shu let out a long sigh, casting a sidelong glance at the corn and remarked, Do you truly believe that 2 gourds of wine can exchange for a treasure of the nascent soul realm? Bao Gu gazed up at her with an even more pitiful expression, saying, Little master uncle, my stock consists solely of the small monkey's reserves, and there's not much. I must save some for Qingfeng Pavilion. As you know, brewing this wine requires time. What if the little monkey delays and cannot provide the future batches? She clung to Xian Shu's arm and added, In the future, can I not expect your continued support? In the midst of their conversation, she presented 2 gourds of 5th-tier monkey wine and several gourds of 3rd and 4th-tier monkey wine to Xian Shu. Overjoyed, Xian Shu cupped Bao Gu's face and planted a hearty kiss on her cheek, declaring, From now on, your affairs are my affairs. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on you, I vow to smite them. Bao Gu, with a serious demeanor, replied, Little master uncle, I was just assaulted by a female predator. You must punish her. Xian Shu paused, glaring fiercely at Bao Gu, retorting, You are the true predator. And your entire family are predators. This is called caring for you, do you understand?
Caring for you.
Bao Gu hastily affirmed, Yes, 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 it is caring for me. She rose to her feet and asked, Little master uncle, must we abandon the foundation of Xiantian sect and flee to avoid disaster? Xian Shu responded, With Qingfeng Pavilion providing their full support, there is no need for that. My father has made a breakthrough to the early transformation stage, joining the ranks of peak transformation experts, which serves as a formidable deterrent. Even if Qingfeng Pavilion harbors intentions for treasure, they would never forsake such favorable alliance conditions to join forces with Taiyin sect to seize you. Only Bao Gu can procure monkey wine from the duo Bao Lingho. And the duo Bao Lingho has a notorious history of fleeing at the first sign of danger, disregarding Bao Gu's well-being. Capturing Bao Gu would not yield any leverage to coerce the duo Bao Lingho into surrendering the monkey wine and other treasures. The duo Bao Lingho is renowned for its elusiveness. Capturing it is nearly impossible. Aligning with Taiyin sect, even if they were to annihilate Xiantian sect and capture Bao Gu, they would still be unable to acquire the monkey wine, resulting only in a fruitless endeavor. Furthermore, Xiantian sect is impoverished. Conquering it would yield little reward, and with peak transformation experts within, a conflict would surely result in heavy casualties on both sides. The comparison is clear. Even a fool would know how to choose. Additionally, while Xiantian sect is destitute, Taiyin sect is affluent, renowned as the wealthiest faction in the Yunling mountain range, boasting the title of the foremost power in Yunling. Were it not for the presence of 3 transformation stage cultivators stationed within Taiyin sect, it would indeed be most advantageous to plunder it. Bao Gu swiftly gathered the stones she had just arranged according to the formation's layout and dashed into her master uncle's formation, squeezing in beside her to practice. The spiritual energy in Xiantian sect is sparse, and even with the gathering formation, it cannot attract much. It pales in comparison to their time in Xianyue ancient city. Fortunately, the energy from the monkey wine, along with the effects of the spiritual fruits and herbs contained within, made Bao Gu feel that the energy was still sufficient. As the effects of the monkey wine took hold, nourishing her bodily meridians, She experienced an indescribable sense of clarity and refreshment, feeling her mind sharpen considerably. Her spiritual perception had also strengthened a tad, now allowing her to sense a range of 1 or 2 additional inches beyond the previous foot. She is now capable of gathering more energy than before, believing that she will soon break through to the 5th level of qi refining and enter the refining phase. After fully absorbing the effects of the few sips of monkey wine, Bao Gu continued her practice, repeating this process until both gourds of monkey wine were emptied. At last, she felt as though she had stepped into the refinement stage. Bao Gu opened her eyes, stood up, and concentrated the true energy from her dantian, delivering a powerful palm strike towards the courtyard gate. She sensed a force emanating from her palm, striking the gate and sending it flying, landing on the frozen creek outside. A wave of joy surged within her. She retrieved the monkey wine, took a sip, and sat down to assimilate the spiritual energy from the wine, restoring her true energy to its full capacity. Next, she drew a sword from her storage bag, infusing it with her true energy. She could feel the sword brimming with newfound vigor. With a swift motion, she released a blade of qi that sliced through the air, extending nearly a foot long. Once more, she replenished her true energy with monkey wine, stepped out of the courtyard, and infused her sword with energy, making a horizontal slash. The blade did not touch the ancient tree, which had at least 20 years of growth. Instead, the sword's tip emitted a qi that glided past it. Contrary to her expectations, the tree did not fall. Upon inspecting the area where the qi had passed, she noticed a thin, paper-like scar etched into the bark. She playfully brushed the tree, causing a cascade of snow to tumble down, and with a resounding crash, the tree collapsed, revealing a neat gash where the qi had sliced through. Xianshu, standing behind Bao Gu, remarked, "Well done. You've broken through to the 5th stage of qi refinement. You may now practice sword flight." Upon hearing sword flight, Bao Gu exclaimed in delight, "Really?" Xianshu chuckled, "Of course, but while you can fly, your current cultivation level won't allow you to soar very far." Bao Gu quickly grasped Xianshu's arm, imploring, "Little master uncle, please teach me." Xianshu inquired with a smile, "Do you possess a flying sword?" Bao Gu hesitated, glancing at the sword in her hand, and replied, "Will this one do?" Following Xianshu, Bao Gu pleaded, "Little master uncle." With a sigh, Xianshu responded, "The spiritual energy in the wine is minimal. Practicing with it is more wasteful than directly absorbing spirit stones. Don't you have plenty of qi refinement pills? Eat those. Combine the spiritual wine with the qi refinement pills." She was exasperated by Bao Gu's wastefulness and her 5-element root constitution. If she had a heavenly root or dual roots, she wouldn't need such expenditure. A few qi refinement pills would suffice to easily traverse the qi refinement stage. Indeed, practitioners with 5 roots must rely on countless rare treasures to accumulate strength. Fortunately, Bao Gu had the support of a treasure-hunting spirit monkey and a clever mind for business. Otherwise, who could afford her? Chapter 57. The Sword of Nanshan Breaks the Siege. Xianshu cast a sidelong glance at Bao Gu and remarked, "The alliance ceremony requires the presence of important figures from both sections. There must also be a heavenly sacrifice and a declaration. You don't think it's just a matter of 2 martial artists swearing brotherhood by lighting 3 incense sticks and bowing their heads, reciting a few words about hoping to die on the same day? Moreover, with the Taiyin sect encircling them, even if the Xiantian sect and Qingfeng Pavilion joined forces, the Taiyin sect would not easily relent. It was possible that the Taiyin sect might enlist other forces to annihilate the Xiantian sect." She glanced at Bao Gu and added, "The treasures on you are enough to attract a calamity that could wipe out your entire clan." Bao Gu pondered and inquired, "If the sword of Nanshan were to guard the Xiantian gate, would they still dare to attack?" Xianshu, taken aback, nearly tumbled from the window as she exclaimed, "Have you lost your senses? You have witnessed the madness of the sword of Nanshan before. How could you even consider inviting him to defend the Xiantian gate? The Taiyin sect, in a mere attempt to probe, has already lost 3 nascent soul cultivators to him. You are utterly reckless." After a moment of contemplation, Bao Gu responded, "Perhaps I could cure his madness." Xianshu gazed at him incredulously, as though he had lost his mind. Bao Gu continued, "Little master uncle, please take me to the ancient city of Xianyue." Xianshu, disinterested, dismissed him, but then abruptly leaped from the window, declaring, "You shall not go." The multifaceted spirit monkey, with its large, glistening eyes, glanced at Xianshu and then at Bao Gu. Bao Gu produced a generous collection of spiritual fruits and herbs from a storage bag, presenting them before the monkey. "I sold a small portion of the wine you previously gave me. This is the compensation for that wine, calculated at a ratio of 1 to 5. Additionally, I gifted some wine to others and I shall account for that as well, at the same ratio, as if I were purchasing it." He then offered another heap of spiritual fruits and herbs. The multifaceted spirit monkey, elated, accepted the mountain of offerings with a squeak and vanished. Shu fixed her gaze upon Bao Gu, questioning, "Are you so confident? Are you not afraid of inviting calamity upon the Shantian gate?" Bao Gu replied, "The sword of Nanshan is not mad. He simply cannot endure the harshness of reality." Shu retorted with exasperation, "Is that not madness?" Bao Gu reassured her, "Little master uncle, trust me, I would not gamble with my life or my future." Then, with a glimmer of curiosity, he asked, "How do you know about the sword of Nanshan's previous madness? Were you not in seclusion?" Shu scoffed, stating, "One of the reasons the Taiyin sect attacked the Xiantian gate is due to your manipulation of the deranged sword of Nanshan, which led to the demise of 3 nascent soul masters from the Taiyin sect. The loss of 4 nascent soul cultivators in a single day is a catastrophic blow to any sect. It is no wonder they have gone mad." Bao Gu, feeling somewhat guilty, shrank back and silently awaited the multifaceted spirit monkey to summon the sword of Nanshan. A thought struck Shu, and she asked, "You cannot possibly." Bao Gu candidly admitted, "I intended for the Taiyin sect to experience some hardship to understand the consequences, but I did not anticipate the sword of Nanshan's prowess." Shu, rendered speechless, grew increasingly anxious. Bao Gu had only recently entered the world of cultivation and lacked the discernment necessary to navigate its complexities. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. After a moment of reflection, she retrieved a communication talisman to discreetly inform her father, urging the Xiantian gate to prepare. After a while, Shu received an urgent message from her father. "Quickly bring Bao Gu to the mountain gate."
Now.
Recognizing the gravity in her father's tone, Shu turned to Bao Gu and said, "We must go. We are headed to the mountain gate immediately." As soon as she finished speaking, the multi-treasure spirit monkey emerged from the ground and landed on Bao Gu's shoulder. She inquired, "Where is Nanshan Yijian?" Connecting it to her father's message, she immediately understood and exclaimed, "Is he at the mountain gate?" Turning to Bao Gu, she commanded, "Come with me at once." With a swift motion, she wrapped her arms around Bao Gu's waist, lifting her as they stepped onto the defensive formation's position and darted out of Lingyun Peak, activating the teleportation array, which instantaneously transported them to the mountain gate. Upon emerging from the void alongside Xiangxiu, Bao Gu was taken aback by the scene before her. The first figure she noticed was Nanshan Yijian, clad in white, standing at the mountain gate. Behind her were the esteemed masters of Xuantiangwen, including the Sect Leader, the acting leader, Feng Shibua, her senior sister Yumi, the true disciple of the acting leader, Nani, and many fellow disciples she had never encountered. Behind the Sect Leader stood the esteemed Lu of Qingfeng Pavilion, flanked by elders and a dozen disciples from the same sect. Not far behind Nanshan Yijian were numerous individuals dressed in tame attire, some riding demonic beasts or flying on swords, while others soared through the air, creating a dense cloud of figures that Bao Gu struggled to count. Seeing Yumi present eased Bao Gu's tension significantly. She turned to face Xiangxiu and said, "Bao Gu pays her respects to the Sect Leader, the acting leader, and Elder Feng, as well as to Master Lu." After acknowledging them, she turned back to Nanshan Yijian, took a deep breath, and met her gaze. "I have 3 items to show you. One related to Su Yunqi, one pertaining to you, and one concerning myself." Bao Gu rubbed her ears, then her eyes, shaking her head as she took a moment to regain her composure before hastily retrieving a sip of monkey wine to steady her nerves. She patted her chest and quickened her pace to leave. Suddenly, Nanshan Yijian spoke up, "What kind of wine is this?" No sooner had she spoken than the monkey wine slipped from Bao Gu's grasp into Nanshan Yijian's hands. From the direction of the Tainman, another voice rang out, "Xiangxiu, you have merely stepped into the initial stage of transformation. What gives you the audacity to be so arrogant? Not only is Xuantiangwen's only cultivator at this stage you, even if there were 3 or 5 more like you, we would not be intimidated. Today, as a favor to Nanshan, we shall extend our courtesy to him." He cast a cold glance at Xiangxiu and added, "You would do well to pray that Nanshan Yijian continues to protect you." Humph. Such a show of power is but a fleeting illusion. With that, the formidable Tainman forces dissipated like a cloud swept away by a gust of wind. Bao Gu scratched her head and muttered softly, "I feel embarrassed for them." Had it not been for Nanshan Yijian's sudden appearance, the formidable display from Tainman would have posed a significant threat to Xuantiangwen. She turned to Nanshan Yijian and said, "Follow me." Nanshan Yijian walked slowly behind Bao Gu, lamenting, "You truly possess the heavenly spirit fruit, but alas, it is too late, far too late." Nanshan Yijian fell silent, observing his lack of response. Bao Gu was uncertain whether he had heard her. She continued to ascend the broadest and most spacious main road within Xuantiangwen, her head bowed as she spoke. Every human must face death. In contending against fate, we often find ourselves at a disadvantage. Life is fleeting, thus. We must strive to accomplish all that we desire while we still draw breath, ensuring that we depart this world without regret. Esteemed Senior Nanshan, I have often contemplated the future and resolved not to endure the sorrow of parting from a beloved one, bereft and alone in this world. Yet, fate is unpredictable, and life's vicissitudes leave me uncertain of my ability to achieve eternal union with my beloved.
Consequently,
I pondered that should the day arrive when my dear one departs this realm, I would live on in her stead, much like my father, fulfilling the dreams she could not realize, ensuring that she is remembered alongside me, cherished as my true love, the very reason for my existence. If my beloved were to leave this world before me, my sole wish would be for her to thrive, to ascend to immortality, traversing the heavens without care or worry. At this point, her face brightened with a joyful smile as she remarked, "Do you know, I am rather inept, possessing 5 spiritual roots, often looked down upon by others. Many believe my pursuit of immortality is a squandering of resources. If it were not for the little monkey, I would have no hope of achieving anything in cultivation. The only reason I receive protection is that the little monkey chooses to stay by my side. I am certain that my beloved is far more capable than I, and the thought of her surpassing me brings me joy." Suddenly, Bao Gu recognized that while she spoke, her thoughts were solely of Yuma, unwittingly placing Yuma in the position of her beloved, sending a shiver down her spine. She quickly repeated to herself, "I do not love my senior sister. I do not love my senior sister. I do not love my senior sister. How could it possibly be her? She has treated me with such kindness. It cannot be anyone but her. She is a woman. How could it be her?" Amitba. Bao Gu focused on her mind-clearing technique as she ascended the mountain. Upon reaching a pavilion constructed amidst the peaks, where a large, plump eagle perched nearby, she veered toward a small path beside the pavilion. She addressed Nanshan Yijian, saying, "This path leads to the forbidden grounds of Xuantian Gate. It was once off limits, but it seems that is no longer the case." Nanshan Yijian continued to follow Bao Gu like a wooden statue, silent and unresponsive. Bao Gu remarked, "Senior Nanshan, I know you are not mad. You must understand what I intend to do." Yet, Nanshan Yijian remained indifferent, trailing behind her in silence. From a distance, Yuma observed as Bao Gu guided Nanshan Yijian along the small path leading to the ruins of Lingyun Peak, inwardly cursing, "This reckless little rascal. I dare not approach Nanshan Yijian for fear that he might go mad and cleave me in two." Even a master at the nascent soul stage can be effortlessly bisected by him when wielding a protective treasure. And I am but in the initial stage of the golden core. I stand no chance. At most, I might risk my life to rescue my precious junior sister due to the obligations of being her senior. Yet, I know all too well that if Nanshan Yijian were to lose his wits and come for us, I would be doomed. But I cannot simply stand by and watch Bao Gu perish. For the sake of our Grandmaster's legacy, and for the sake of the precious spirit monkey, I cannot allow Bao Gu to die, can I? Chapter 58. Acquiring Guardian. The path leading to the ruins of Lingyun Peak was thickly blanketed in snow, nearly engulfing Bao Gu's ankles. Fortunately, with her current cultivation at the 5th stage of Qi refinement, she could harness her energy to execute the technique of lightness and agility. With a gentle leap forward, she covered more than 10 feet, leaving no trace upon the snow, gliding through the forest like a wisp of smoke. Nanshan Yijian leisurely trailed behind Bao Gu, adjusting his pace to match hers. When she quickened, he quickened, and when she slowed, he also slowed, never falling behind. Bao Gu, employing her lightness skill, swiftly navigated through the small grove and soon emerged beyond the bamboo grove. She paused momentarily before dashing up the mountain, her joy propelling her to leap onto the snow-laden bamboo tops, walking gracefully atop the snow. Nanshan Yijian continued to follow behind her at a steady pace. Far behind, Yumi observed with growing curiosity. What could Bao Gu possibly want with Nanshan Yijian at the site of Lingyun Peak? Nanshan Yijian shifted his gaze from the grand monument at the sword dismounting platform, surveying the surroundings before heading towards the mountain summit. He walked unhurriedly, lost in thought, pausing intermittently to contemplate the remnants of shattered walls, his expression one of deep reflection. Bao Gu was aware that a cataclysmic battle had transpired at the former site of Lingyun Peak tens of thousands of years ago, and beneath the snow lay traces of the conflict, many of which were scars from swords. Being a practitioner of the sword, Nanshan Yijian could likely discern their significance. Together, they strolled and paused, spending the better part of the day to finally reach the mountain peak. The summit, now leveled and blanketed in thick snow, had long since been reduced to powder when Bao Gu drew her sword. "Old ghost, are you there?" Bao Gu called out loudly. "When I arrived here, there was a powerful old ghost and a rather peculiar multicolored sword." Nanshan Yijian, his face impassive, replied, "The sword lies within your dantian." Bao Gu nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Senior Nanshan, I have brought you to the designated place. I am uncertain if you recall our prior agreement. If you can guard the Xiantian gate for a century, I shall grant you the Tianling fruit after 100 years. If you refuse, I shall consider it my impertinence. Nanshan Yijian lifted his gaze to the vast snow-covered mountains, and after a lengthy silence, he let out a deep sigh. Bao Gu gazed at him earnestly, stating, I wish for your assistance, and I also desire to assist you. Although my cultivation is weak, human hearts share a commonality. If I were to perish, I would never wish for my loved ones to bear the pain of my absence, nor let my death ruin their lives. Let us cherish ourselves for those we love and who love us. Suddenly, Nanshan Yijian laughed heartily, though the laughter was dry and bitter, devoid of genuine mirth. Tinged with sorrow, as if he bore grievances with no outlet, and an unspeakable melancholy. His laughter abruptly ceased, and he called out to the heavens, Very well. I shall seek enlightenment in the sword here. Yunshi, wait for me. Witness how I surpass this esteemed predecessor. With a swift movement, he glided towards the depths of the mountain, where the Xiantian sword once stood. Bao Gu watched as Nanshan Yijian vanished into the depths of the snow, shrugged her shoulders, and then smiled brightly, joyfully making her way down the mountain. Regardless of whether Nanshan Yijian agreed to assist her in safeguarding the Xiantian gate, as long as he remained within, the Taiyin sect would not dare to strike. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Bao Gu spotted Yumi rushing out, standing before her with a smile that was both playful and enigmatic. She hurried towards Yumi, looked up at her as she stood upon her flying sword, and called out, Senior sister. She said, Junior sister. Could you kindly inform the master that Elder Nanshan intends to meditate on the blade at the ruins of Lingyun Peak and wishes to avoid disturbance? Please advise individuals from other sects to refrain from wandering about the site, lest they disrupt his concentration. Yumi lifted the bag of corn onto her flying sword and remarked, I must say, your audacity knows no bounds. To have convinced the legendary Nanshan to come to Lingyun Peak for enlightenment is nothing short of astonishing. With a scoff, Yumi thought to herself, is this not audacity? What then is? She soared towards their small courtyard with the bag of corn in tow. Do you truly believe you can summon him here, without fear of him going mad and harming you? She inquired. Yumi replied, seeing your foolish expression. I would not have imagined your thoughts to be so intricate and profound. The bag of corn paused for a moment, then, feeling indignant, furrowed her brow and retorted. What do you mean by profound thoughts, senior sister? That does not sound like a compliment. Yumi continued, you are young yet remarkably shrewd. The bag of corn, infuriated, clenched her fists and stomped her feet, exclaiming, what do you mean by shrewd? Have I harmed anyone or caused any trouble? Perhaps my newfound strength is to blame. But even my flying sword quivers beneath my feet. Yumi hastily interjected, do not stomp. I have an injury and my vital energy is unstable. If you continue, we might both tumble down. The bag of corn gasped and, concerned, asked, is your injury severe? Should we land for a moment to rest? Yumi reassured her. Just a couple of days of recuperation will suffice. No need to rest now. We are almost there. After saying this, she gazed deeply at the bag of corn, taking in her appearance from head to toe, her eyes brimming with admiration. The bag of corn, feeling scrutinized, was tempted to punch Yumi in the eye to give her a blackened stare. However, upon remembering her senior sister's injury, she decided against it. Ziyunshu widened her beautiful eyes and scrutinized the bag of corn from top to bottom, sighing, you truly are something else. Come here, let me give you a squeeze. As she spoke, she reached out towards the bag of corn. The bag of corn quickly dodged and said, Junior uncle, please do not jest. Senior sister is injured. You should check on her first. As she spoke, she slipped into the house, adding, if anyone from another peak seeks me, just tell them I am in seclusion practicing. Ziyunshu chuckled and replied, with your meager cultivation, what sort of seclusion and practice can you undertake? The bag of corn insisted, regardless. You must find a way to fend them off. Ziyunshu raised an eyebrow and asked, do you possess something unsightly that you fear they might inquire about? The bag of corn narrowed her eyes at Ziyunshu and replied, monkey wine. The people from Qingfeng Pavilion can procure wine from me, yet as fellow disciples, they cannot obtain even a drop of good wine. Can they not harbor thoughts about that? Ziyunshu tapped her forehead and elongated her words, saying, I, your dim-witted junior uncle, need the clever bag of corn to devise a plan to ward them off. After assessing Yumi's injury and finding it not severe, she left Lingyun Peak to summon her father. Internally, she sighed, who holds the most sway within Xiantian sect now? It is indeed bag of corn. Even when seeking an audience with the master, it is the master who comes to her, rather than her going to the master. At present, Bao possesses a precious treasure, yet remains exceedingly vulnerable. It is conceivable that the Taiyin sect has infiltrators within the Xiantian gate. Furthermore, during today's assault by the Taiyin sect, Their forces were divided into multiple paths, resulting in damage to various mountain gate formations, with some disciples of the Taiyin sect breaching into the Shuiyun Marsh. It remains uncertain whether the members of the Taiyin sect retreated entirely or if some have concealed themselves within the Xiantian gate, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. In this precarious situation, it is most prudent for Bao Gu to remain ensconced within the protective array of her small courtyard. Chapter 59, The Opening of a Wine Shop Upon Awakening. Bao Gu felt invigorated and refreshed. She stepped into the courtyard to find Yufu, clad in a flowing white celestial gown, standing gracefully amidst the snow-white surroundings, resembling a celestial being. With such a striking presence, she could easily be depicted as a breathtaking immortal in an ethereal painting.
Bagus inquiret.
Sister, have your injuries healed? Yufu replied, I am fully recovered. For cultivators who have entered the golden core stage, as long as the dantian and spirit are unharmed, any other injuries are not of great concern. As she spoke, she handed Bao Gu 2 sets of garments and a token, stating, The Sect Leader has promoted you to a true disciple of Lingyun Peak. This is your attire and token. Bao Gu accepted the clothing and token, storing them in her storage pouch, and asked, What is the situation outside? Yufu responded, We are concerned about the possibility of Taiyin sect infiltrators. Currently, each peak is conducting a search. Bao Gu questioned, Is Lingyun Peak not searching as well? Yufu explained, Junior Uncle and the mountain guarding matron are responsible for the search at Lingyun Peak. Bao Gu then inquired about the other peaks. Yufu replied, Shuiyun Marsh has suffered the most severe losses, with over half of the disciples dead or injured. Master Zhu too has sustained grave injuries, but fortunately, he possesses a yuaning fruit that has preserved his life. Master Waiwanzi from Shuiyun Peak is no more. Bao Gu gasped, Master Waiwanzi? Is he the one who recruited disciples in Yun City on the day I entered the sect? And what of senior brother Feng Menglong? She had limited acquaintances among the disciples of Xiantian Gate, the only name she recognized being the true disciple Nan Yi, who acted as the acting sect leader, and Feng Menglong, who had registered her upon her entry into the sect. She vividly recalled how he had no spirit stones and had asked her sister for money to stay at an inn, to which her sister had advised him to sleep on the street. Yufu assured her he is not gravely injured. After some time to recuperate, he should be fine. Bao Gu thought to herself, At least he is alive. She then asked, Is there truly a traitor within our Xiantian Gate? Yufu stated, The sect leader has investigated the Shuiyun Marsh formation, which was breached from within. Either the Taiyin sect infiltrated long ago, or there is indeed an insider among us. Without evidence to apprehend the traitor, it is unwise to speculate, so we must remain vigilant. Bao Gu scratched her head and remarked, Our Lingyun Peak has a sparse population, which has its advantages. At least we are unlikely to have a traitor. Yufu chuckled softly. That may not necessarily be the case. In any event, now that you are awake, you should focus on your cultivation. Bao Gu bounded over to Yufu and embraced her arm, exclaiming, Sister, I wish to refine a flying sword using the sword stone. Yufu queried, Do you know how to forge? Bao Gu replied, I can learn. Yufu advised, The time to access the ancient ruins is approaching. You should concentrate on your cultivation for now. You can learn forging after we return from the ancient ruins. Bao Gu acknowledged with a soft "oh," and obediently settled by the stream to practice her cultivation. Meanwhile, Yufu sat cross-legged in the courtyard, closing her eyes to meditate. After half a day, Ziyun Shu and the guardian granny appeared outside the small courtyard. Yumu opened her eyes and approached them, inquiring about the situation. Ziyun Shu replied, We have searched for 2 days, without any signs of outsiders entering. The guardian granny has already set up a network of vigilance. Not even an ant could slip past her watchful eyes. After speaking, she glanced at the figure of Bao Gu, who was meditating by the creek, and asked Yumu, How much refining material do you have left? I need it all. Without hesitation, Yumu handed over all her refining materials to Ziyun Shu. Inviting the guardian granny into the courtyard, Yumu said, The Xiantian sect is currently facing tumultuous times. I appreciate your assistance, Granny. The guardian granny replied, Protecting Lingyun Peak is my responsibility. There is no need for such formalities, Immortal Yumu. She nodded slightly and transformed into a withered tree, completely black and resembling stone or charcoal, standing in a corner of the courtyard. As heavy snowflakes fell, the guardian granny's transformed tree soon donned a cloak of white snow, appearing like a sculpted tree amidst the winter's embrace. Yumu sat cross-legged in the snow, no more than 10 feet away from Bao Gu, safeguarding him. If one were to liken her dantian to an airbag, then the true qi within her dantian would be the air. At this moment, at the center of her dantian's true qi, there resided a small, multicolored bead the size of a green bean. This bead slowly rotated within her dantian, integrating the true qi around it while gradually releasing it back into the dantian. Thus, The true qi continuously flowed in and out of this small bead, with tendrils of true qi also permeating into the meridians beyond her dantian. Bao Gu stood up and immediately noticed Yu Mu sitting beside her. The snow had ceased, and sunlight cascaded upon Yu Mu, enveloping her in a golden glow, rendering her ethereal and divine. Yu Mu opened her eyes and rose, addressing Bao Gu. Have you finished your practice? Suddenly, the unsightly Darkwood transformed into an old woman wielding a cane, her aged voice resonating. Does Bao Gu intend to use this old body as a coffin or as furniture? Startled, Bao Gu quickly turned her head, only to discover that the Darkwood had vanished, replaced by the guardian granny in its stead. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she was immediately drenched in cold sweat, for the Darkwood was indeed the manifestation of the guardian granny's true qi. Bao Gu chuckled awkwardly and quickly clasped her hands in a bow, saying, Greetings, guardian granny. It is an honor to meet you. Having met the guardian granny before, Bao Gu stammered. I did not recognize your true qi, and I apologize for my offense. I hope you can forgive me. The guardian granny replied. Shall I be split in two to make you a bed? You can sleep on me while alive, and when you pass, I can serve as your coffin. Bao Gu felt utterly mortified and repeatedly offered her apologies. Ultimately, it was Yu Mu who intervened, smoothing over the awkwardness for Bao Gu. Please, Granny, come inside, she invited. Turning to Bao Gu, she added, Did you not have something to discuss with the granny? With her head bowed, Bao Gu followed Yu Mu into the house, inviting the guardian granny to sit. I have a matter to request of you, Granny, she said. Observing the guardian granny's demeanor soften and sensing no reprimand for her earlier remarks, Bao Gu breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Surely Granny is aware of my situation regarding the monkey wine and my intent to sell it to Qingfeng Pavilion. The venerable guardian granny spoke. I have heard of your endeavors. Initially, when you sought to enter the forbidden bamboo sea, I was unable to deter you. I feared you would lose your life in vain and lamented for your fate. Yet, to my astonishment, you have encountered such a grand fortune. It is indeed a blessing for Lingyun Peak. Bao Gu blushed with embarrassment and replied, It was my own lack of discernment. Please do not hold it against me. Guardian Granny waved her hand dismissively and asked, Now, tell me what you require of me. Bao Gu produced a storage pouch and handed it to Guardian Granny. As she peered inside, her expression shifted dramatically, and she trembled in shock, exclaiming, This is too much. How could I accept such a generous gift? Bao Gu stammered, Granny, this is not a gift for you. A smile broke through the wrinkles on Guardian Granny's face as she said, We are of the same lineage, bound by blood. I shall assist you in this matter. Have you truly gifted me a gourd of 6th-tier monkey wine and 2 gourds of 5th-tier monkey wine? You cannot possibly profit from selling at this rate. Bao Gu smiled and replied, Indeed, I do not profit, but I must care for my fellow disciples. Moreover, since we share the same roots on Lingyun Peak, it is only fitting that I show my respect to you. Guardian Granny playfully chided, Look at you, child. Why must you be so formal with me? Let me manage the wine shop on your behalf. Thank you, Granny, Bao Gu said, presenting the monkey wine and storage pouch with both hands. This is the annual supply. I can only offer this much for now, as future supplies depend on acquiring spiritual herbs and fruits for brewing more monkey wine. With a beaming smile, Guardian Granny replied, After each sale, I shall come to you, bringing you the proceeds. Bao Gu acknowledged her with gratitude. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Granny. Guardian Granny pointed at Bao Gu and addressed Yu Mu. This child is truly sincere. Then, turning back to Bao Gu, her delight grew as she retrieved a jet-black bead that was darker than her own form and handed it to Bao Gu, saying, Take this water-repelling pearl. With it, you may traverse rivers and lakes with ease. Thank you, Granny. Bao Gu joyfully accepted the water-repelling pearl and placed it into her oversized storage pouch. Yu Mu, standing nearby, regarded Bao Gu with newfound admiration, silently adding to her assessment. Outwardly simple and charming, yet inwardly profound and astute, adept at winning hearts. After escorting Guardian Granny out of the courtyard, Bao Gu requested Yu Mu to accompany her to meet the sect leader. After a little more than an hour, the sect leader, Zishianjin, arrived at the small courtyard. Bao Gu and Yu Mu respectfully invited Zishianjin into the house. Upon noticing Bao Gu's advancement to the 6th level of qi refinement, he remained silent. After all, 5 bottles of qi refinement pills, over 500 pills, and an entire gourd of 1st-tier monkey wine ought to guarantee progress. After exchanging pleasantries, Bao Gu presented her offerings to Zishianjin. After inspection, he accepted them and inquired, You summoned your little master uncle not merely to deliver gifts, did you? Bao Gu nodded and reported on her plan for Guardian Granny to open a wine shop at the entrance of Lingyun Peak. She then produced a price list and handed it to Zishianjin, stating, All monkey wines are priced at an 80% discount compared to those sold to Qingfeng Pavilion. After a moment's thought, she added, Master Uncle, I would like to send notices to each peak to inform them of the opening of my shop. Thus, when they require the monkey wine, there exists a place to exchange it, ensuring that my seclusion or outings do not cause any delays. The Lord of Purple Heaven responded, "What you propose is feasible. You may have your senior sister deliver the message." Yumi silently glanced at the corn, pondering, "I am your senior sister, and also the acting head of Lingyun Peak. While it is acceptable for me to serve as your bodyguard and protector, must I now also run errands for you?" With a sense of resignation, she accepted the message from the corn and departed Lingyun Peak on her flying sword to deliver it. Chapter 60, Forbidden Artifacts and Treasures. The Lord of Purple Heaven remarked to the corn, "You are commendable," before rising to leave. The corn, perplexed, turned to observe the retreating figure of the headmaster, wondering if this was indeed a compliment. Yet, she sensed a certain heaviness in the headmaster's demeanor. She shrugged it off, reflecting that, regardless of her current limited cultivation, she could not offer much assistance. Previously, she had often heard the tales of Xiantian Gate's poverty, but had not felt it deeply until she compared it with Xianyue Ancient City. The disparity in resources left her acutely aware of Xiantian Gate's dire financial situation. Were she not a five-element root? The uneven distribution of spiritual energy in Xianyue Ancient City would suffice for her cultivation, even with a modest array of spirit stones. However, at Xiantian Gate, the gathering array yielded little energy, compelling her to rely on spirit pills and monkey wine for her practice. The immense consumption at her current chi refining stage made her apprehensive about the future. She feared the treasured spirit monkeys would soon be depleted by her demands. Yumi glanced at the corn and said, "Xiantian Gate merely imparts skills. Disciples from each peak must venture out to seek places abundant in spiritual energy for their cultivation. Why do you inquire about this?" The corn replied, "I noticed the headmaster's expression was somewhat off when he left today. I surmise he is concerned about my substantial consumption of resources." Yumi nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is a considerable expenditure." She scrutinized the corn closely and continued, "Rest assured. The peaks are still recovering from the assaults by the Taiyin sect, and given your adept handling of affairs, they are unlikely to criticize you for squandering resources. They are counting on you to support the peaks." Her trip to deliver the message had yielded some benefits, as various peaks sought to court her favor. After a pause, she added, "When I delivered the message to Tianyan Peak today, I encountered the acting master uncle. He has learned from Master Feng that you obtained an ancient token at Qingfeng Pavilion and is concerned about the dangers you may face in the ancient ruins, thus suggesting that Nan-E accompany you." The corn acknowledged with an O, indicating her understanding. Yumi said no more and retreated to the courtyard to meditate. With nothing else to occupy her time, the corn prepared some food and stepped into the courtyard to practice her swordsmanship. Each morning, she absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and in the afternoons, she practiced her sword techniques. At times, her enthusiasm led her to continue late into the night, refusing to rest. If she remained active past the midnight hour, her sister, who resembled a jade sculpture, would awaken and urge her to take a break. The corn exclaimed, "Forbidden artifacts? Little master uncle, won't those break after a few uses?" Ziyun Shu replied with exasperation, "These are all treasures of the nascent soul realm. When faced with cultivators of the golden elixir stage, even if you stand still and allow them to strike, they cannot harm you in the slightest without their own nascent soul artifacts. Should you encounter a cultivator of the nascent soul realm, these forbidden artifacts will at least allow you to withstand numerous full-force blows. If you were to be bestowed with a primordial infant treasure, given your current level of cultivation, you would be unable to utilize it even once. Enough of this. I have tirelessly forged treasures for you day and night, and it has exhausted me. I must indulge in a flask of monkey wine and take a well-deserved rest. Do not awaken me even if the heavens should fall." With that, she retrieved a jade wine flask and drank as she walked, reaching her bedside with the flask nearly empty. Once she finished the wine, she collapsed into a deep slumber. Bao Gu, peering through the window, observed her little master uncle drinking the monkey wine before falling asleep without circulating her energy to digest it. He quickly leaned out the window and called out, "Little master uncle, are you not concerned about wasting the spirit energy of the monkey wine by not cultivating it?" Ziyun Shu turned over, presenting her back to Bao Gu, and irritably uttered a single word, "Roll." Did he not realize that she had transformed into a white serpent, a creature of the demon realm? Did he not understand that demons absorb the essence of natural treasures far more effectively than humans? Did he not know that demons could fully assimilate and digest the treasures without the need for cultivation? She was deeply vexed by her predicament of being a stunning beauty now transformed into a large white serpent, and Bao Gu's reminder of her serpentine identity did not sit well with her. Yuma opened her eyes and rose, glancing at the pile of primordial infant treasures scattered on the floor, then turned to look at Bao Gu, saying, "Bao Gu, Are you just going to leave the forbidden artifacts painstakingly crafted by your little master uncle in this disheveled heap? Zi and Shu rolled her eyes, once more in frustration. How could she regard the forbidden artifacts, products of her exceptional craftsmanship, as mere rubbish? She seized the empty wine flask and hurled it out the window towards Yuma. Yuma caught the flying flask and thought to herself, what a fiery temper. Upon further reflection, she realized that snakes are hibernating creatures, and it seemed that this great white serpent had not hibernated at all during the frigid winter. Thus, her ire was quite understandable. How could she expect me to remember that her true form is that of a serpent while she is currently in human guise? Resolutely, Bao Gu stripped herself bare and donned the primordial infant artifact pants crafted from some ethereal silkworm silk. Yuma, crossing her arms and standing in the yard, was utterly astonished by the scene unfolding in the bedroom. A pair of primordial infant artifact pants? In the entire realm of cultivation, such an item must surely be unique. And yet, someone was actually wearing them. The wearer was a cultivator she recognized, her very own junior sister. The creator of these pants was also known to her, her little master uncle. Yuma felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She couldn't help but wonder, if one day Bao Gu were to encounter a formidable primordial infant cultivator who sought to rob her, and her entire array of forbidden artifacts were shattered, revealing those pants, what would the assailant think? They would surely wish to strip her bare or obliterate her. Clearing her throat to stifle a laugh, she gently reminded, Bao Gu, are you certain you don't want to put on an additional pair of undergarments? Bao Gu paused, realizing, oh, the artifact fears contamination. What if I were to use the restroom and inadvertently soil it, rendering it ineffective? She responded, thank you for the reminder, senior sister. She promptly removed the pants and retrieved her own undergarments to wear underneath. Suddenly, she became indignant, shouting, senior sister, you are spying on me again. From the bed, Zi and Shu turned over and retorted fiercely, if you keep making noise while I'm trying to sleep, I might just forge a mask to cover your mouth. Startled by Zi and Shu's fury, Bao Gu quickly fell silent, feeling a sense of grievance as she stood there clad in the array of primordial infant forbidden artifacts. In her mind, she incessantly murmured, sister is a villain, sister is a villain, sister is a villain. As a practitioner at the 6th stage of Qi refinement, possessing an array of nascent soul artifacts should have been a source of immense joy. However, the incident of her sister's peeping left her quite displeased. Even if one were to gaze, it should be after I have matured and become beautiful. Look at me now, my chest is so small. What accomplishment do you derive from this? Soon, Bao Gu donned her attire and stepped out of the house. Her brows lifted with a hint of pride as she raised her chin to glance at Yumi. The exquisite protective artifacts gifted by her little master uncle had required considerable effort to create, elegant yet understated. At first glance, they appeared to be merely finely crafted ordinary garments, devoid of any trace of their true nature, particularly the pale green flowing skirt she wore. Upon seeing Bao Gu emerge, Yumi's eyes brightened, but witnessing Bao Gu's smug expression made it difficult for her to resist teasing. Lightly, she inquired, did you stuff something in your bosom? Why does it look swollen?
Bao Gu Edgar Lim, Solen.
Swollen? Swollen? Observing Bao Gu's dazed and aggrieved demeanor, Yumi couldn't help but chuckle and replied, I was just playing with you. It looks beautiful. Bao Gu beamed with a sweet smile, lifting her skirt and turning towards the kitchen to prepare a meal. At her age, still growing, she needed to indulge in delicious food to eventually attain a physique akin to that of her sister and little master uncle. Yumi followed her into the kitchen, taking the knife from Bao Gu's hand and said, go rest. I will handle the cooking. Once little master uncle wakes, we shall depart. Startled, Bao Gu asked, where to? Yumi replied, did we not inform you? Confused, Bao Gu blinked and asked, when did you tell me? Back when the Xiantian sect was besieged, and you had yet to invite the Southern Mountain Sword to our discussion on finding a safe haven, Yumi clarified. Pouting slightly, Bao Gu expressed her discontent, saying, you two are deliberately being cryptic then. She paused and added, if we are not avoiding trouble anymore, why must we go out? Yumi glanced at Bao Gu and remarked, you require a significant amount of spiritual energy for your cultivation. Do you wish to remain cooped up in the Xiantian sect until it is entirely depleted? Unable to counter, Bao Gu inquired, then where are we going? To the Moonlight Ancient City? Yumi, retrieving beast meat from her storage bracelet and washing it in a basin of water, replied while busying herself. Going to the Moonlight Ancient City would only invite trouble. We are heading to the Taiyin sect. Bao Gu gasped, the Taiyin sect? Frowning, she stated, the Taiyin sect is intent on capturing me. Why would we willingly walk into their trap? Calling out, sister, she hesitated, feeling that venturing to the Taiyin sect was unwise. Her gaze fell upon Yumi, who looked quite lovely as she cooked, exuding a sense of domestic grace. At that moment, she caught a whiff of the essence of home. Home. Ever since the demon disturbances in Qingshan County, she had not felt this sense of belonging for a long time. Suddenly, she pondered how fortunate the man would be to marry her sister. The mere thought of another man taking her sister away stirred an uncomfortable feeling within her, akin to losing something precious. She approached Yumi's side to assist in washing the spiritual herbs intended for the sauce and asked, "Sister, will you seek a partner?" Yumu turned her head in surprise to glance at Bao Gu and inquired, "What need is there to seek a partner in cultivation? I have witnessed several pairs of companions sever ties over resources and treasures, resorting to violence. While there have been loving couples, like Nanshan Yijian in the end, one failed to encounter a breakthrough and extend her lifespan, while the other succumbed to despondency." She smiled faintly and shook her head. Bao Gu asked, "Sister, have you endured hardship these years? The Xiantian sect is impoverished, and Lingyun Peak is no better. During your time, Master has been in seclusion, and the little uncle has been deep in meditation, leaving you to support Lingyun Peak alone, earning everything by your own efforts." Yumo replied, "It's been quite bearable. The struggle has been invigorating." Bao Gu then inquired, "Sister, is robbing fun?" Yumu turned and glared at Bao Gu, correcting her, "It's striving, not robbing. If I were to rob, you would be the first target." Bao Gu weakly retorted, "Then you might as well seize my looks. After all, you've already taken advantage of me. There's no loss in doing so again." Yumu was taken aback by Bao Gu's shamelessness, speechless for a moment before exclaiming, "Do not tell anyone that I am your sister." She huffed, "What is there to seize from you? If anything, you should target the little uncle." Bao Gu set down the spiritual herb in her hand, let out a soft huff, and turned to leave the kitchen, leaving her sister to cook alone. Chapter 61. Flight of the Sword. Bao Gu entered the courtyard and retrieved a long sword, crystalline and as clear as ice, from her enormous storage bag. This sword had been given to her along with a pile of forbidden artifacts by her little uncle. Holding the sword, she noticed its lightness and the fact that it was not sharpened. Remembering how her sister's flying sword could hover in midair, she tossed the sword into the air, and it floated gently down onto the snow-covered ground. Bao Gu's shoes were tightly fitted, and Yumu spent a considerable amount of time removing them. Bao Gu winced in pain, tears welling up in her eyes, nearly spilling over. After Yumu removed Bao Gu's socks, she discovered that Bao Gu's ankle was swollen, indicating a sprain and muscle strain, though the bones were unharmed. She applied a remedy for bruises and blood circulation to Bao Gu's ankle, using her own vital energy to promote healing. She admonished Bao Gu, "You've really outdone yourself. You possess the cultivation level of Qi Refinement 6th stage. Such a minor injury should be easily remedied. Just circulate your vital energy a few times, disperse the bruising, and apply some healing ointment, and you'll be well in no time." Bao Gu wrinkled her nose, exclaiming, "This is my first time experiencing such an injury. They say it takes 100 days to heal from muscle and bone injuries." Yumu stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "100 days? I could break every bone and meridian in your body and reattach them in less than 100 days. Without lifting her head, she continued to massage Bao Gu's ankle, internally sighing at the differences between city children and those raised in poverty. Bao Gu's toes were delicate, her feet soft and perfectly shaped to fit in Yumu's palm. This was Yumu's first encounter with what could be termed jade-like feet, as exquisite as if sculpted from the finest jade. In her childhood, with many siblings and little means, she had spent years barefoot, grateful for a pair of straw sandals, resulting in rough feet. It was not until she achieved the peak of foundation establishment that the scars and calluses vanished, leaving her feet tender and refined. How could Bao Gu's feet be so well cared for? Yufu noticed the bruises on Bao Gu's feet had vanished. Gently manipulating Bao Gu's ankle, she inquired, "Does it still hurt?" Bao Gu shook her head, replying, "It doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you, senior sister." Yufu, deftly slicing the flesh of a demonic beast, continued without raising her gaze. "Can you use your spirit sense?" Bao Gu asked, like sensing the surrounding spiritual energy. Yufu affirmed yes. Bao Gu immersed her spirit sense into her flying sword, discovering a vast, ethereal world brimming with spiritual energy. She drew her own sword, pricked her finger, and allowed a few drops of blood to fall upon it, dispersing like ink in water. Suddenly, an extraordinary sensation enveloped her mind, as if she could perceive the very essence of the sword, as though it had become an integral part of her being. Remembering that her senior sister's sword could change size, she endeavored to shrink her own. The moment her intention shifted, her sword astonishingly reduced to a mere inch in length. Bao Gu felt a surge of delight and asked, "Senior sister, where do you store your sword?" Yufu sighed softly. "A sword of good quality is generally a spiritual sword, which can be stored in the dantian. The sword crafted by your little uncle is of exceptional quality. You can easily store it within your dantian." Bao Gu confirmed with a soft and quietly intoned, "Store." As her intention sparked, the tiny sword in her palm swiftly entered her dantian. However, It seemed to encounter a formidable force, launching itself back out and crashing to the ground with a resounding clang. Yufu turned to observe the sword on the floor and then glanced at Bao Gu, saying, "If you don't favor the sword crafted by your little uncle, there's no need to throw it on the ground." Bao Gu felt unjustly accused, retorting, "I didn't throw it." She picked up the flying sword and attempted to store it in her dantian once more, but this time, as soon as it neared, it was again ejected, soaring even farther and colliding with the wall, producing an even louder crash. Yufu was astonished, her eyes widening in disbelief as she scrutinized Bao Gu. Were it not for the Yuan-ing prohibitive artifact on Bao Gu, Yufu would have been eager to discern what was occurring. She asked what happened. Bao Gu replied, "I don't know. I tried to store the sword in my dantian, and as soon as it touched, it was blasted back out by the true qi within." Yufu suggested, "You should just keep the sword in your storage bag. Your dantian is currently occupied by a sword." Bao Gu's eyes darted as she queried, "The Shantian sword? Why is it so domineering?" Yufu chuckled lightly, "It's the sword of our ancestor. How could it not be domineering?" As the flying sword carried Bao Gu upward, reaching a height comparable to the house, she gazed longingly at the distant mountains, wishing to soar there. At that moment, her heart stirred, and the sword beneath her propelled forth at great speed. Bao Gu felt her footing vanish as the sword transformed into a streak of white light, propelling her away. Tragically, she plummeted, landing with a thud that sent pain coursing through her entire being, leaving her crumpled and unable to rise. Yufu was utterly astonished. How could one fall from a flying sword? Though she had also struggled to maintain her balance during her initial practice, she had never experienced such a direct fall. She discreetly wiped away her sweat, thinking to herself, "Bao Gu, take your time to practice." Many cultivators, due to their impoverished circumstances, do not possess a flying sword even at the late stage of foundation establishment. Those who acquire a flying sword during the qi refinement stage are typically the esteemed disciples of prominent cultivation families or sects, and their numbers are exceedingly few. Moreover, the quality of such swords is often subpar. Bao Gu, merely at the 6th stage of qi refinement, has just crossed the threshold of sword flight, and yet possesses a sword of exceptional quality. How many would envy her for that? With such a low cultivation level, wielding a sword of this caliber without the ability to utilize it would be both embarrassing and infuriating. Yumu observed Bao Gu clinging to the flying sword like a turtle, sprawled atop it, and felt as if a bolt of heavenly thunder had rolled overhead. With such a superb flying sword, and yet you choose to act like a turtle. Unable to contain her frustration, Yumu took out a communication talisman to rouse her sleeping junior uncle, urging her to witness the prowess of Bao Gu's extraordinary sword. Ziyunsha groaned in distress. Is it not enough to let someone sleep in peace? As she extended her consciousness outward, still in a drowsy state, she seemingly saw a large green turtle perched upon a top-tier flying sword soaring through the sky at a turtle's pace. A turtle demon. How did the Xiantian sect encounter a turtle demon? Startled, Ziyunsha sprang up in alarm, racing to position herself in front of the green turtle. Just as she was about to send a message to Yumu to ensure Bao Gu's safety, she realized that this creature was not a turtle, but rather Bao Gu herself. Bao Gu lay on the flying sword, her left hand tightly clutching it, while her right hand lifted slightly as she looked up at Ziyunshu and asked, "Junior uncle, have you awakened so soon?" Bao Gu froze midair, stammering, "I didn't learn to be a turtle." Cautiously, she sat up on the flying sword and explained, "I am practicing sword flight." Intimidated by Ziyunshu's presence, Bao Gu trembled as she stood unsteadily on the sword, asserting, "Is it not acceptable for me to stand while flying?" The more anxious she became, the less stable she felt, swaying precariously until, with a terrified scream, she fell off the sword, becoming entangled in a branch below. Ziyunshu covered her eyes with her hand, unable to bear the sight. In her heart, she lamented once more, "My precious flying sword. How did it end up with such a master?" She shouted in frustration, "Bao Gu, you have already bonded with the sword. It is akin to a part of your very being. When you fall, why do you not know how to command it to catch you? With a mere thought, it can spring beneath you to break your fall. You must treat it as an extension of your own body." Her heart ached with despair. How could she have allowed Bao Gu to squander such a magnificent flying sword? She had envisioned a sword of high quality, swift in speed, consuming minimal spiritual energy, so that Bao Gu could at least escape if confronted. Given Bao Gu's current ability to control the sword, she feared the outcome would be the sword soaring away while Bao Gu plummeted to her demise. Ziyunshu, exasperated, yanked Bao Gu down from the tree, silently vowing, "I will not eat until I teach Bao Gu to the point where she can fly by merely stepping on the sword." Yumu secretly rejoiced. "Today, my junior uncle finally sees that I am no longer the one with the worst sense of balance and the poorest sword flight. Bao Gu is at the bottom." I recall when she would often soar unsteadily during her foundational cultivation, stumbling and swaying. There was a time as she passed through Qingshan County when she was ridiculed by Bao Gu for being a novice. Yet now, it is Bao Gu who is the novice, still resembling a turtle. Once again, Bao Gu tumbled from her flying sword. Ziyun Shu could no longer contain her frustration and bellowed, "How can you be more foolish than your senior sister?" Yumi replied, "Junior uncle, could you possibly use me as an example in such an undignified moment?"